This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1573. Melty didn't think of any good solution, and at this time, the confrontation between the two sides continued. The demon army displayed at the border has reached 130,000 people, and the joint army, including reinforcements, has only 12,000 people. Although the demons seemed to have an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers, they did not take action just like that, and the humans did not launch an attack. The two sides showed a strange tacit understanding, as if they were staring at each other. In short, even if the enemy is not right, I will not move. So that the atmosphere is already tense and ready to explode, and any spark can ignite a fire, but the two sides still do not interfere with each other. However, this tacit understanding will be broken one day. Finally, a letter was sent from the demons. The content was, "Tell me again, what is written on it?" Duanmu Huai sat on the chair, looking at Princess Norn with a confused face, while the latter picked up the letter in her hand and read it again. "I, the Demon King Ababad 45th, challenge the brave here. The battle between the demons and humans will never stop. Brave, if you have the courage, come and fight me to the death." Duanmu Huai scratched his head and stared at Princess Norn, who also shrugged her shoulders. Next is some boring declarations of war. Of course, this news should have been spread to all parts of the world by the demons. I didn't expect that this demon king would come up with such an idea. It really surprised me. So what do you think of this challenge? It's a bit strange indeed. Princess Norn also frowned. The demons don't have any sense of honor, and as far as the current situation is concerned, they have an overwhelming advantage, but they put forward such a condition. Well, I think the other party must want to kill the judge very much. Oh, really? Yes, after all, if they deliberately give up their own advantages, then it means that they have greater interests to gain. Considering the current situation, if the judge can be killed in public, it will not only undermine the confidence of human resistance, but also gain the loyalty of the subhuman race, and even completely destroy the elite force of the coalition army. Norn is worthy of being Norn. He summed up his own views in such a short time. The other party may have noticed this point, and they are afraid that we will not take the bait. After all, even with the steel golem of the judge, the difference in numbers is too big. And the atmosphere of the final battle between humans and demons has been created. If we flee without fighting, it will also seriously undermine the morale of humans and make us lose the support of the people. What a joke. At this time, Freya, who had been listening obediently, couldn't help but shout. Why should I die for those mere civilians? I don't want to. However, before Freya finished her words, Norn glanced at her, and Freya immediately shut up. So, the Demon King probably believed that the judge, as a brave man, had to fight, so he came up with this condition. Besides, even if there is a chance, it will be difficult for the judge surrounded by more than 100,000 demons to escape. After all, the other party designated the battlefield in the demon territory, obviously deliberately luring us in. Ha! Compared to the pale Freya, Duanmu Huai was full of emotion. I didn't expect that there would be such a fool. From your appearance, are you planning to go? Of course. Duanmu Huai nodded. I thought it might take a long time to deal with the Demon King, but I didn't expect this idiot to be so stupid as to go to his death. Then I must go. Hey, are you serious? After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Norn didn't say anything, but Freya was surprised. Didn't you hear Norn say that? That's just like going to die. It's not certain who will die. Duanmu Huai obviously would not give up because of Freya's nonsense, and Norn also frowned. But Lord Judge, since the demons have made such an invitation, they must have made some preparations. Perhaps they have some means to restrain the heroes. Moreover, the Demon King's conspiracy is obviously aimed at you. After all, as long as you don't die, you can unite the human coalition army to cause great harm to the demons. No need to say. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and interrupted Norn. I have decided. Since these idiots are stupid enough to die in front of me, I don't mind letting them taste what real destruction is. Besides, these demons want to kill me. That's a daydream. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai was also very excited. He liked the scene where the final boss took the initiative to die. Speed pass is the kingly way. Well, since the judge is confident, I won't dissuade you anymore. But what about the coalition army? Nothing. Duanmu Huai didn't seem to be bothered by this problem. After I kill the Demon King and those bastards, you can come up and clean up the battlefield, just like before. Any questions? Okay, I understand, just like before. Princess Norn nodded and accepted Duanmu Huai's order very straightforwardly. And Freya looked at Duanmu Huai and then at Norn. Although she wanted to say something, in the end, Freya shut her mouth obediently and said nothing. Under the special arrangement of the demons, the news that the Demon King had challenged the hero quickly spread throughout the continent, and many humans were worried about it. On the one hand, they thought this was a good opportunity to kill the Demon King. But on the other hand, they were worried that the hero would be killed by the demons. After all, the number of people on both sides was too different. If the hero really went, what if the group of demons didn't keep their word and rushed over? But running away like this was the best option, but no one was willing to accept it. After all, by now, Duanmu Huai had become the representative of the hero against the Demon King. If he just fled without a fight, it would also be a huge blow to the morale of mankind. But Duanmu Huai was obviously not as entangled as these people. He ate and slept as usual. Then on the third day, after Duanmu Huai finished his breakfast, he left the camp of the coalition army as if he was going out for a walk and came to the camp of the demons opposite. "Where is that Demon King? Get out here and die." It must be said that Duanmu Huai was indeed extremely arrogant. He almost stood at the gate of the demon army and roared out. When they heard his roar, even the demons who had been waiting for a long time turned pale and retreated. Although they were not much worse than Duanmu Huai in terms of size, the terrifying murderous intent exuded by Duanmu Huai was unbearable even for these demons. After a while, a gap appeared on the opposite side, and then a tall demon strode out. "Ha! I didn't expect you to come." The demon who came out was a head taller than Duanmu Huai, with a huge and burly body. Its head was twisted and hideous like the demons, with torn and sharp teeth sticking out of it, and 6 arms holding various weapons, coupled with a lower body that looked like a lizard. It was indeed an alien. It seems that the hero is indeed a hero. Huh? Just then, the Demon King also walked in front of Duanmu Huai, and looked at Duanmu Huai in front of him, and he couldn't help but be stunned. It looked at Duanmu Huai silently, looked at him carefully, then frowned and asked, "You are a hero? Why, don't I look like one?" Duanmu Huai widened his eyes, and glared at the Demon King fiercely, and the Demon King couldn't say anything for a while. He paused slightly, and then continued. "That's good, then hero, I ask you one last time, do you want to surrender to me? As long as you are willing to submit to me, I can take you to rule the human race. At that time, no matter what you want, I can satisfy your wish. Don't you want to come to my side? Not to fight for those humans, but to live freely." As he spoke, the Demon King looked at Duanmu Huai. He could feel that the human in front of him exuded a terrible murderous intent and bloody smell. If he could convince this man to join his camp, then defeating humans would be easy. However, Duanmu Huai's answer was beyond the Demon King's expectations. "Are you done with the nonsense?" Although the Demon King was very sincere, Duanmu Huai didn't care at all. He just yawned and clenched his fists. "Since you are willing to take the initiative to let me speed through, I let you leave your last words. Since you have nothing to say then, it's time to do it." Before he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai jumped up, clenched his fists, and rushed straight towards the Demon King. At the same time, the Demon King quickly retreated. "In that case, I can't let you go do it." With the Demon King's order, suddenly, a gust of wind fell from the sky, turning into a huge tornado that swallowed Duanmu Huai. Then, the surging river water next to it suddenly rose and rushed towards Duanmu Huai, who was swallowed by the tornado. At the same time, the demon soldiers from all directions roared in unison, either shooting arrows or casting spells, and countless arrows and magic rushed towards Duanmu Huai. That's right, just as Norn worried, the demons have never had any sense of honor or dignity. For them, anyone who hinders them is an enemy and must be completely eliminated. This is a sure kill rhythm. It's good for playing Oka, but it's always a loser for playing Horizon. Chapter 1574. Go to hell, brave man. The King of Wind's eyes were bloodshot, and he raised his hands high. Under his full control, the endless air waves turned into a huge tornado, engulfing everything around him. If anyone wanted to kill Duanmu Huai the most, it must be the King of Wind, who is now the only survivor of the White Wings. For the King of Wind, no matter what the cost, he would kill the bastard who destroyed the White Wings. Therefore, in this battle, the King of Wind chose to use all his strength from the beginning. He wanted to use his own power to tear the brave man into pieces, to comfort the spirit of his clan in heaven. Under the control of the King of Wind, the surging air waves turned into a real drill, directly swallowing up the huge dark figure. However, immediately afterwards, the huge tornado that almost connected the sky and the earth suddenly exploded from below. The huge airflow flew upward at the same time. How is this possible? The King of Wind was shocked when he realized that he had lost control of his power. As one of the 4 kings, the King of Wind, as its title suggests, has the power to control the wind. But now, for the first time, it felt that it could no longer control the airflow. The violent air waves around it completely got rid of its control, like a surging, roaring and running whirlpool, completely engulfing the King of Wind. No, why is it like this? No. The screams of the King of Wind were almost inaudible in the roaring wind. Its figure only lasted for a moment, and then it turned into blood and torn pieces of flesh, completely disappearing at the end of the storm. As the storm exploded, the water used to confine it also exploded, and the water drops were like bullets, spraying in all directions. The demon soldiers standing in the front didn't even have time to retreat, and were pierced by these water drops, and fell down in an instant. Splash! The water that was swept up into the sky turned into a rainstorm, and fell from the sky. At the same time, the demons also saw the tall figure that should have been torn into pieces again. The brave man at this moment was no longer the same as before. He was wearing dark, heavy armor. The skull on his chest, and the double-headed eagle pattern on the shoulder armor were shining brightly. He raised his head, and the scarlet light emerged from the skull-like helmet and swept around. All the demons he looked at couldn't help but feel terrified, as if they were about to be completely destroyed, and now the only thing they could do was to wait for this moment in despair. Then, Duanmu Huai spoke slowly. Its uncleanness is the mark of the alien. Its impurity is the mark of the alien. Its hatred is the mark of the alien. Being hunted is the fate of the alien. Being exiled is the fate of the alien. Being purified is the fate of the alien. As he spoke, he raised the thunder hammer in his hand and looked forward. Die, humble, lowly, dirty alien. Your life is worthless. Your existence is meaningless. Your goal is just a dream. You will die here completely, including your soul and body. Nothing will be preserved intact. You will feel pain and then perish in despair. Duanmu Huai's roar echoed on the battlefield, and the 100,000 demon army trembled. In their eyes, the human in front of them seemed to have turned into a huge and terrifying monster. He stared at himself coldly, as if he was looking at a group of fragile and tiny ants. They only felt fear, trembling, and despair. Their hands holding weapons began to tremble involuntarily, and their souls trembled in this roar. There was only one person on the other side, but this one person had completely overwhelmed the momentum of the entire demon clan. Kill! Finally, an order was issued from the demon army. It was not so much an order, as it was the reason that was completely broken after the fear reached the limit, forcing them to shout out. Otherwise, they will collapse. This shout was like lighting the fuse of a bomb. In an instant, tens of thousands of demons rushed over like a flood. They surged and turned into a roaring tide, rushing towards the man standing in the center of the battlefield from all directions. There is only one thing they can do now, that is to kill him, or be killed by him. Woo wow. At the same time, in the air far away, Freya, who was riding a griffin, saw the scene and made a strange sound. Sister, you made a sound that cannot be heard by others? On the contrary, Princess Norn was holding a magic telescope, watching the battlefield over there with relish, and at the same time did not forget to remind Freya. Is this my problem? That man should be dead. Even if I face so many demons, there is only one way to die. Please don't compare the judge with my sister, okay? Sister, you don't really think that the judge is as strong as you. Woo. Faced with Princess Norn's venomous tongue, Freya could only shut up. After all, she knew very well that she was no match for Duanmu Huai. However, even Freya felt palpitations and shock at the scene in front of her. The demons are very vicious. No one who has fought with the demons will deny this. However, the viciousness of the demons has its limits. But now, the group of monsters that Freya saw seemed to have completely lost their minds. They just rushed forward desperately, waving their claws or weapons to chop at Duanmu Huai, and some demons rushed forward and grabbed Duanmu Huai's limbs with their bodies to try to hinder his actions. But these were useless to Duanmu Huai. He was like a machine that had been started, punching, swinging hammers, trampling, and colliding. From a distance, Duanmu Huai seemed to have turned into a human meat grinder, ruthlessly blasting all the demons who dared to rush to his side into meat paste. The demons seemed to be furious because of this extremely brutal behavior, and began to rush forward without regard for the consequences. Woo. Please don't vomit on me, sister. Just watching this scene, Freya was already nauseous and wanted to vomit, but Norn's eyes were shining, holding the magic telescope and watching non-stop. The judge is so powerful, this kind of power, the power to conquer everything, the power to crush everything, the power to which everything succumbs. Sure enough, it is so fascinating. While sighing, Princess Norn's body trembled slightly, as if some kind of excited emotion was almost endured to the limit. Seeing this scene, Freya, who was sitting behind her, changed her expression slightly, but still said nothing. Well, there was nothing to say. Time passed by minute by minute. The battle ended only when the sun was about to set. No, it should be said. The demons finally dared not to attack again. At this moment, the demon army still surrounded Duan Muhui, but within a few hundred meters centered on Duan Muhui, it was a blank. Under the blood-red glow of the setting sun, Duan Muhui stood there silently, and under his feet were smashed and torn demon corpses. These corpses can no longer see their original form, mixed together into a disgusting appearance like a bloody carpet. Duan Muhui, who was wearing heavy armor, just stood there, without even breathing. That's it? Duan Muhui silently glanced around. Demons? That's it? He snorted coldly. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly audible in the bloody dusk with the cold wind. However, at this moment, the demons did not have the slightest anger, because now, only fear remained in their hearts. What kind of monster is this? Are they having a nightmare? Why does this monster exist? No matter how hard I fight, I can't cause any damage, but the other party can easily tear them apart like tearing paper, and even looks completely fatigued. Is this really a human? Could this be some kind of monster disguised as a human? No, even if it is a monster, it is not so cruel. Demon King. However, at this moment, Duan Muhui's voice sounded again. It's almost time to warm up. You should come out and fight. I still want to go back to have dinner early. No one answered. After a while, the Demon King walked out from the soldiers with a sullen face. He stared at Duan Muhui as if he was looking at an incomprehensible monster. Is this human? The Demon King also made a lot of plans for the battle with Duan Muhui, and even thought about what to do if the opponent summoned the giant golem. But it never thought that Duan Muhui did nothing and defeated the attack of the demons with his own strength. In just a few hours, 30,000 demon soldiers have been brutally killed by him. Is this really a human? Looking at Duan Muhui in front of him, even the Demon King couldn't help swallowing his saliva. If we just talk about the number of people killed, 30,000 people are not too outrageous. As long as you use magic beyond the limit, or use similar magic props, it can be done. However, Duan Muhui is different. With magic, people can't see the process, they can only see the result of corpses everywhere, which is easier to accept. But here all the demon soldiers witnessed how their colleagues were torn into pieces, and smashed into meat paste by Duan Muhui. This is more shocking than simply an explosion, and then corpses everywhere. Even the vicious demons couldn't help but tremble. What on earth are you? The demon stared at Duan Muhui and asked again in a deep voice, but Duan Muhui just stretched out his hand and hooked his finger at him. Very good. Then, let me see what you can do. As he spoke, the demon's arms spread out to both sides, and then he roared and jumped up. The next moment, the demon's body disappeared in the air, replaced by a two-headed black dragon with a length of 100 meters. It raised its head and roared loudly. Oh oh! Seeing this scene, the demon soldiers, who were originally shocked and frightened, seemed to have recovered their hearts. They shouted loudly, raised their weapons, and signaled to their demon king. This is the king who rules the demons. Brave man, this is my true strength. The demon lowered his head and stared at the ground. And you have nowhere to escape. Huh? To the demon's surprise, he did not see Duan Muhui on the ground. This made the demon king startled. Did the brave man run away? But it was clearly surrounded by the demons. At this moment, a voice sounded from the top of the demon king's head. What? Are you looking for me? The demon king raised his head and looked towards the place where the voice came from, and then he froze there. In front of the demon king, a huge steel warrior, who was almost as tall as the sky, was standing there. He carried the war hammer, lowered his head, and stared at the demon king in front of him like looking at a reptile. If you want to compare the size, you should have said it earlier. As he spoke, Duan Muhui clenched the war hammer in his hand and raised it high under the demon king's horrified gaze. Now you can die. Chapter 1575. When Duan Muhui returned to the camp again, he saw Princess Norn, Princess Freya, and Princess Melty coming to greet him. The latter was timid at this moment, not daring to approach Duan Muhui, while the former was excited, as if she had watched a thrilling blockbuster. And behind them was the coalition army ready to go. Welcome back, victorious judge. Norn lifted her skirt and saluted Duan Muhui. In this way, the demon king was destroyed, and the army of the demon clan was also destroyed under your hammer. The war between humans, and the demon clan won a glorious victory for the first time. Logically speaking, we should hold a grand banquet to celebrate the destruction of the demon king, and then pursue the victory, and plant the flag of the coalition army on the demon king's castle to declare the complete defeat of the demon clan. However, Duanmu knew without guessing that something must have gone wrong, so he skipped directly. Just now, my spy sent an urgent report. Princess Norn took out the letter paper at hand. At 1300 hours today, the Kingdom of Protection officially declared war on our country, and the Kingdom of Summoning. The army led by the new hero has already launched an attack on the two countries. Princess Norn's attitude was very calm, not like her own country was attacked at all. On the contrary, Freya and Melty next to her had very ugly expressions. What's the reason? Well, according to the hero who led the team, destroying the Demon King is the glorious mission given to the hero by God. Any attempt to destroy the Demon King before the hero is a blasphemy against God. Haha, you're kidding, we are heroes too. Hearing this, Freya finally couldn't help it. Since it is a theorem that heroes can destroy demon kings, then it is no problem for us to destroy demon kings. Sister, you are so noisy. However, Norn only said one sentence to make Freya shut up. Maybe you don't know, then I will tell you kindly. For so many years, every time the demon king is defeated, it is the heroes of the Kingdom of Protection. Although our country and the Kingdom of Summoning also have heroes, the heroes of our two countries were mainly responsible for protecting their own countries before. It is not wrong to say that they are heroes, but they have never had the merit of defeating demon kings. Just because the hero who defeated the demon king this time was not their hero, the Kingdom of Protection wants to start a war? Melty looked incredible, and Norn just shook his head. I've said it before. After all, the people of the Kingdom of Protection live on protection. Who knows what they think? Maybe it's an order from the god they believe in. So what's the current situation? To be honest, it's not optimistic. When I received the news, our country's defense line had been breached, and the cannon hero was killed by the Kingdom of Protection. If this continues, I'm afraid the sword hero will not be the opponent. However, before Norn finished speaking, a bird suddenly sang in the sky, and then everyone saw a small bird like a falcon falling from the sky, flapping its wings and landing on Norn's shoulder. Then Norn reached out, took a letter from its claws and opened it, and then Norn's expression changed slightly. This is really... What's wrong, Norn? Freya looked at Norn and asked hurriedly, and the latter quickly read the information and gave an answer. Just now, I received news that the brave warriors of the Kingdom of Protection have broken through the final range line. Not only did they kill the sword hero, but they also killed my father on the grounds of falling into the heresy of the devil. The reason is that my father secretly surrendered to the demon clan. What a joke. Hearing this, Freya was also very angry. Bring my griffin immediately, I want to return home immediately. I want to see what the brave warrior of the Kingdom of Protection is capable of. Don't worry, sister. The situation in our country is in chaos now. According to the intelligence, the brave warrior of the Kingdom of Protection has also provided evidence. Many people have witnessed my father turning into a monster, and then being killed by the brave warrior. So the country is in chaos now, and I don't know what to do. How could my father be a monster? This is impossible. Sister, please calm down. Even if we say this, it's useless. Since many people have witnessed this scene, once they are willing to believe that this is the truth, then this is the truth. We can't convince the people to believe us without any evidence. What should we do now? Melty was also very worried. After all, the Kingdom of Magical Tools couldn't stop it, so the next one would be the Kingdom of Summoning. But Princess Norn didn't answer immediately, but looked at Duanmu. Mr. Inquisitor, what do you think? Under normal circumstances, I would say that the Inquisition does not care about or mind the internal struggles among humans. How you fight is your own business. But this time, Duanmu touched his chin. I'm going to the Kingdom of Protection. I always feel that the god they believe in has some problems. In short, let's talk about the rest on the way. Soon, with the turning of the god's machine, the allied forces set out again, but this time, they did not continue to move forward, but evacuated along the original route. The soldiers did not have no complaints about this, but when they learned about the situation from Princess Freya and Princess Norn, they quickly changed their minds. No matter what madness the Kingdom of Protection has, they must not let them succeed. On the way back, Duanmu also told everyone about the brave warriors of the Kingdom of Protection. When they learned about the outrageous degree of the brave warriors' protection, the three princesses were stunned. I see, I didn't expect that the brave warriors of the Kingdom of Protection actually had such an outrageous protection. I finally understand why the brave warriors of the Kingdom of Protection have always gone to destroy the Demon King. Princess Melty sighed in astonishment. She really didn't feel tired even without eating, drinking or sleeping, and her strength was ridiculous. She was not a human being at all. Other heroes, no matter how strong they were, still had to eat, drink and sleep. How could they be compared? So what should we do next? After sighing, Melty looked at Norn and asked again. Although she and Princess Norn didn't get along, Melty had to admit that in the face of the country's life and death, her likes and dislikes had to be put aside. Princess Norn thought for a moment, and then spoke. There's no other way. In that case, I suggest that the coalition forces directly attack the capital of the Kingdom of Protection. The original plan was to attack the Demon King's castle, but now the situation is urgent, so we have to change the goal a little. Hey! Hearing this, Freya and Melty were stunned. Wait, Norn, what are you talking about? Yes, Your Highness Norn, entering another country's territory without permission is equivalent to declaring war. Oh! However, facing the questioning of the two, Norn tilted his head, looking puzzled. I thought we were already at war. The other party invaded our territory, and even killed my father. This is a clear act of war, isn't it? If so, then it is natural for us to fight back. And didn't the judge easily defeat the previous hero Ludi before? If so, then it should be easy to deal with the current hero. But, what about the people of the Kingdom of Protection? Melty was still worried. What if they stand in front of us? Then kill them all. This time, it was Duanmu Huai who answered Melty instead of Norn. I suspect that the god they believe in is most likely some kind of evil existence, and the so-called blessing is a curse used to bind humans. Therefore, according to the standards of the Inquisition, I regard it as the purification of the evil god, and anyone who hinders me from completing my mission will be regarded as a heretic and eliminated by the Inquisition. This. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Melty was stunned, and Princess Norn chuckled. It seems that I don't need to say anything, and my opinion is the same as that of the judge. Melty sighed helplessly, and then closed her eyes. Father, Mother, I hope you are safe. The only thing she can do now is to pray. Unfortunately, Melty's prayer is useless. The flames are raging. The entire palace of the Kingdom of Summoning has been shrouded in flames. Inside, a young man holding a long sword and wearing armor is walking forward slowly. His eyes are firm and unwavering. In front of him is the Queen of the Kingdom of Summoning. What do you want to do? Do you want to start a war? I don't want to start a war. The young man shook his head. I just follow the will of God, and came to destroy the heretics, who disrespect God. What you did went beyond the scope of God. Destroying the devil is a task that only the brave can accomplish, but you want to do such a rebellious thing without permission, which is a blasphemy against God. Don't joke, kid. At this moment, the king and the first princess also rushed over with several servants holding swords and blocked the queen. We will stop him here, you go. Hey! Seeing the reaction of the king and the first princess, the queen was stunned. But, go! While speaking, the king waved his sword and rushed towards the boy in front of him. Seeing this scene, the queen could only nod, and then quickly turned and left. Dang! The two swords intersected, making a crisp sound. The king clenched his sword tightly, but the boy who blocked his attack did not change his expression. Do you want to stop me too? Of course, this is the master's order. Let's see what you can do. As the king spoke, his body suddenly deformed the next moment. The king's body began to stretch and twist, turning into a monster condensed by shadows. Not only him, but also the princess and those servants, at this moment, took off their disguise as shadows, and revealed their original forms again. I see. Holding the long sword, the brave man looked at the shadows that surrounded him from all directions, his face unchanged, and just waved the long sword. It seems that you are all fallen heretics, so in the name of God, I will execute you all. Chapter 1576. Duanmu Huai opened his eyes, and showed a puzzled expression. Just now, he felt that his shadow was destroyed, which surprised Duanmu Huai a little. The destroyed shadows should be the king, the princess, and the guards. From a certain perspective, this is a good thing. After all, this way, the account can be settled, and it is also a good choice for the hero to take the blame. But, I didn't expect that the hero could actually destroy the shadow. This surprised Duanmu Huai a little. The combat power of the shadow itself is not very strong in the fantasy world. The problem lies in the deceptiveness of the shadow itself. The shadow on the ground is the real body of the shadow, and the person people see is the projection of the shadow. If you swing the sword at the target, it will be impossible to kill it no matter what. And this hero can actually destroy these shadows? It's a little surprising. But now is not the time to talk about this. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked out the window. It was already late at night, and the god's machine was moving forward at the fastest speed. Although it seems to be moving very slowly, it is far faster than a human riding a horse. At this speed, it will take at most 2 days to reach the Kingdom of Protection. Meanwhile, the 3 kingdoms in the rear are in chaos. The kings of the Kingdom of Magical Equipment and the Kingdom of Summoning were killed, and the palaces were captured, which caused chaos in the 2 countries. Especially when the brave warriors of the Kingdom of Protection brought soldiers and claimed to take over the 2 countries, it made everyone angry. However, in front of the powerful force of the brave warriors of the Kingdom of Protection, their resistance was completely useless. I never thought that things would turn out like this. Standing on the wall of Logavia, Gideon frowned. After Duanmu Huai broke Ludi's brave protection, Ludi said that she was unwilling to fight the Demon King again, so the team disbanded. Considering that Ludi would definitely be punished by the church if she returned to the Kingdom of Protection, Gideon took his sister with him, accepted the kindness of the Princess of Logavia, and stayed here temporarily. But I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Now outside the walls of Logavia, there are people everywhere, including the people and soldiers from the Kingdom of Summoning and the Kingdom of Magical Equipment. They are unwilling to accept the orders of the hero, so they gather here spontaneously. The reason why they come here is also very simple. Although the hero killed their king, the princess is still there. The 2 princesses of the Kingdom of Magical Equipment and the 2nd princess of the Kingdom of Summoning are the legitimate heirs to the throne. As long as they come back, they can take back their country from the Kingdom of Protection. What is the Kingdom of Protection thinking? It's not good for anyone to be like this. Princess Lizlet of Logavia is also confused. The current situation is actually more chaotic than they imagined. Although the heroes suppressed the royal families of the 2 countries with his tyrannical power, other places have also begun to take action. Some of the royal party decided to gather in Logavia temporarily and wait for the return of the coalition army. Some people plan to follow the hero in order to gain fame and status, while others believe that this was a conspiracy of the Kingdom of the Divine Protection and wanted to take the opportunity to annex the 2 countries, so they directly launched an attack on the Kingdom of the Divine Protection. For a time, the war was raging, and the Kingdom of Protection and the armies of the 2 countries were fighting fiercely. Although the hero was powerful, he was only one person in the end, and he did not have the god's machine like Duanmu Huai. At present, just dealing with and suppressing the rebellion has already exhausted him. However, in the eyes of everyone, it is only a matter of time for the hero to suppress the attacking troops. After all, most of the troops were brought out by members loyal to the royal family. But this does not mean that they will not attack the Kingdom of Protection. They are just waiting for their own heirs to the throne to come back. Once they come back, the 2 countries will launch a full-scale general attack and completely wipe out the Kingdom of Protection from this world. After all, you inexplicably attacked and even killed our king with a god's will. What if we have no temper? I don't take action now, but it doesn't mean I won't take action in the future. It was because of knowing this that Lizlet had a headache. Logavia was just a principality. If possible, she really didn't want to be involved in the war between the 3 major countries. But now it seems that she has no choice. Now the only thing she can hope for is that the coalition forces can quickly notice the abnormality here and return quickly. Lighty. Gideon looked at his sister standing beside him. Are you okay? I'm fine, brother. Gideon knew how powerful Duanmu Huai was. Although he was not sure whether Duanmu Huai would attack the Kingdom of Protection, Gideon was sure that once Duanmu Huai took action, the Kingdom of Protection would be devastated and miserable. Therefore, he hoped to stop the brave man's rampage before the coalition forces returned. Therefore, after learning about this, Gideon took Letty with him to try to stop the hero's atrocities. However, to Gideon's surprise, although they were both protected by the hero, the young hero's power was several times stronger than Letty's, and it could even be said to be a bit weird. No matter how hard he hit, he could not cause any damage to him. On the contrary, the opponent could completely break his defense with just one hit. Even the protection was defeated by the opponent. Fortunately, Gideon's protection was not a great thing. His skills came more from his own experience, so he escaped and had to flee with Ludi. But the hero at that time was indeed very wrong. Recalling the situation of the hero at that time, Gideon touched his chin. Although Ludi would lose her emotions when she was protected by the hero and act for the hero's obligations, she still had her own ideas. But the young hero seemed to have no thoughts at all, as if he was simply driven by some kind of force. Could it be that the unrivaled force was the power of God? Recalling the sword that the hero swung at him, Gideon shuddered. If it weren't for his quick reaction and the help of Letty, he would not have been able to escape so smoothly. But compared to Duan Muhuai's attack at that time, I always felt that the hero was still a little worse. Or rather, he was able to dodge that attack because he had fought Duan Muhuai before. Compared to Duan Muhuai's overwhelming power, which was almost impossible to resist, the hero's power was strong, but it lacked the terrifying sense of pressure. If it was their first encounter, I'm afraid even Gideon and Letty would be caught off guard. Fortunately, they had experience fighting Duan Muhuai, so they had developed resistance. Although not much, it was enough to fight against the hero. At that time, the other party seemed surprised to find that he and Ludi could withstand his attack. What exactly is that god? Gideon was puzzled, but at least he was sure that the hero, this time, was obviously worse than his sister. Thinking of this, Gideon's mood was also complicated. On the one hand, he was a little uneasy. After all, if he hadn't asked Duan Muhuai to remove his sister's hero protection, this kind of thing would probably not have happened, causing the three kingdoms to flow with blood and people to suffer. But on the other hand, Gideon was also very glad that Ludi was freed from the curse of the hero protection. Otherwise, if she became like that boy, I'm afraid Gideon alone would not be able to deal with it. At the same time, the country of protection was also in chaos. The brave men of their own country suddenly led the army to attack another country, claiming that it was God's will, which made the citizens of the Kingdom of Protection also confused. Not to mention that the other side also launched an attack on the border towns of the Kingdom of Protection in retaliation. For a time, there was resentment within the Kingdom of Protection. What is going on, Brahma? In the church in the capital of the Kingdom of Protection, the Archbishop also stared angrily at the young man in armor in front of him. I handed the army to you because I hope you can destroy the Demon King as quickly as possible, not to let you attack other countries. Looking at the young man in front of him, the Archbishop was so angry that he could hardly speak. The previous actions of the coalition army put a lot of pressure on the Kingdom of Protection. After all, from the beginning to now, the Demon King was eliminated by the brave warriors of the Kingdom of Protection, and he did not want to make mistakes during his term of office. However, the original hero Ludi disappeared, which was already a headache. Fortunately, a young man with the protection of a hero reappeared after that, and he also showed the power that a hero should have. So the Archbishop referred to the practice of the Kingdom of Summoning, and handed over the command of the army of the Kingdom of Protection to this boy. But he did not expect that the other party not only did not take this army to the front line to kill the Demon King with the coalition army, but took this army to attack the other two countries, even killed the king. This is God's will, Archbishop. However, facing the furious Archbishop, the expression of the brave Brahma was very calm. God has designated that only those who are blessed by the brave can destroy the devil. And they have not received God's blessing, but they want to act as God's messenger, which is a blasphemy against God. So, I purify these heretics on behalf of God. Is there any problem? You. Faced with the answer of the brave fan, the Archbishop was stunned. Do you know that because of your reckless behavior, it is very likely to cause a war between the three kingdoms, and it is unknown how many people will die? So what? The brave fan raised his hands. This is all God's will. These people died to protect God's faith. They should be happy. Because they completed the mission given to them by God under the watchful eyes of God, that's enough. It's really unreasonable. Hearing this, the Archbishop was speechless. I will deprive you of your command. Brave. You will only bring destruction to our country. Puff. But before the Archbishop finished speaking, he saw a flash of sword light, and then blood spurted out from the Archbishop's chest. The latter stood there blankly, lowered his head to look at his chest, and then fell to the ground. Are you also a heretic who blasphemes God? Unforgivable. Brave raised the blood-stained long sword. I am a brave man, a messenger of God, and I will act in the name of God. This is God's will. The bright sunlight fell from the skylight, covering the brave man holding the holy sword. At this moment, he was like a real brave man. Chapter 1577. In the next 2 days, the coalition army spent most of their time on the road, or in other words, they basically did not stop. After all, they had the God's machine as a means of transportation. Although most of the soldiers were stunned, it was obviously not the time to consider such problems. After learning about what happened in their country, they naturally hoped to go back to check the situation as soon as possible. Under such circumstances, it was naturally impossible to attack the demon territory, but you really don't care at all. Lying on the bed, Duan Muhuai looked at Princess Norn lying beside him. These days, Freya and Melty have lost their appetite and can't sleep well. Only Princess Norn is unexpectedly calm. She spends most of her time discussing with Duan Muhuai how to use the soldiers gathered in Logavia to attack the Kingdom of Protection. The rest of the time is just enjoying the fun. There is nothing to care about. Lying on Duan Mu Huai, Princess Norn seems very calm. Father originally only regarded us as pawns. If I hadn't worked hard and produced results, I would be no different from trash in his eyes. My elder sister is just stupid. In fact, Father only regarded her as a useful pawn. As for Her Highness Melty, Princess Norn curled her lips while speaking. After all, everyone's experience is different. Although in my opinion, as the heir to the throne, such a loss of composure is already disqualified. She is different from you. She is just an ordinary little girl. Yes, if she is just an ordinary little girl, you can't ask for too much. Knock, knock. Just then, the door knocked, and then Freya's voice came. Norin, are you there? It seems that there is urgent information. It seems that there is no way to be lazy in bed anymore. Princess Norin also sighed and sat up. Get ready for action, Judge. In fact, without any intelligence, Duan Mu Huai has already seen the current situation. The city of Logavia was surrounded again. But this time, it was not the Demon King's army that surrounded the city, but the army of the Kingdom of Protection. Also surrounded were the remaining troops from the Kingdom of Summoning and the Kingdom of Magical Equipment. And they had only one enemy. I didn't expect that you still refused to repent. The young brave man standing in front of the army held a long sword, looked at the soldiers in front of him, and shook his head helplessly. Until now, you are unwilling to obey the will of God, and even rebel against God. This is an unforgivable heresy. Don't be ridiculous, you little brat. The man holding the battle axe roared. What does the God you believe in have to do with us? You dare to kill our king, I will never let you go. I've said that your king is the incarnation of a monster. You were just deceived by him. Don't you see his ugly true face? What true face? That must be a trick played by you bastards. Don't think I don't know that the freaks in your Kingdom of Protection like to mess around. However, the man hadn't finished speaking yet, because the next moment, the young hero appeared in front of him, raised his sword and chopped off his head. You dare to will God's blessing. This is a blasphemous heresy, and cannot be forgiven. General, you bastard. Everyone, come together and kill him. At this moment, the war officially started. Oh, the fight is quite lively. When Duan Mu Huai and others arrived at Logavia, it had become a battlefield. In general, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Magical Equipment and the Kingdom of Summoning were basically suppressing the soldiers of the Kingdom of Protection because of anger and revenge. The latter was basically on the defensive, but it was different only in the center of the battlefield, where a young man holding a long sword, waving and spreading death, all the warriors who dared to approach him were ruthlessly killed. And beside the young man, there was a petite, fairy-like girl spinning around him, constantly releasing powerful magic, bombarding the direction of Logavia city. Since the fight is so lively, do you mind if I set off some fireworks to liven things up? The flashing light shone in the air, cutting through the night sky with arcs, and then fell into the formation behind the army of the Protectorate. Then, the flashing fire broke out in an instant, engulfing the army of the Protectorate. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the explosion, both sides in the fight were stunned. They turned their heads, and saw that under the night, an extremely tall steel golem was slowly walking towards them, emitting a bright glow from its body. Under the moonlight, the golden church was extremely dazzling. It's the Allied forces. The Allied forces are here. Seeing this huge iron golem, the morale of the Logavian side was greatly boosted. After all, they all knew the powerful iron golem summoned by the hero, and there was obviously no more obvious existence than this. On the contrary, the morale of the soldiers on the side of the Kingdom of Protection plummeted. After all, they originally thought it was strange to go to the battlefield for such an inexplicable reason. In addition, they were not in an advantageous position on the battlefield at the moment, and were now sandwiched by the opponent. In this case, even without the huge golem, they could not win. So that's it, that's the root of evil. The young hero also saw the huge golem, then he turned around, accelerated, and rushed towards the golem quickly. In the name of God, I will completely eliminate evil, save mankind. The young hero didn't even care about the soldiers of the Kingdom of Protection he brought with him, but just jumped across the battlefield and rushed towards the golem quickly. And beside him, only the little goblin followed closely. Just as the young hero rushed out, a voice sounded from not far above his head. You are the executioner who killed my father? Go to hell. Freya, riding on the griffin, raised her hands high, and powerful magic instantly took shape in her hands. Then Freya pointed forward, and the whistling magic turned into shining thunder, shooting straight at the young hero. Don't bully Fan. However, at this moment, the little fairies surrounding the young hero hurriedly stepped forward, and she stretched out her hand, and then a lightning flash similar to Freya's magic burst out, and they collided head-on. I want to see what you are capable of. I also want to see if the magic hero is as strong as he is said to be. The magic battle between Freya and the little fairy started in the sky. Ha! I knew that my elder sister would not be able to do anything. Looking at the magic light bursting in the sky not far away, Norn sighed silently. Judge, let you handle it. Okay, then you will be responsible for cleaning the battlefield. Duanmu Huai nodded, then jumped out of the balcony, flew through the sky, and then fell heavily on the ground like a stone, blocking the young hero. Seeing Duanmu Huai, the young hero raised his sword with a serious face. Demon King, you are finally here. Are you the chosen idiot? Duanmu Huai stood there, looking up and down at the young hero in front of him, and asked. I am brave Fan, the brave chosen by God. Fight the evil. All evil will be fought. Especially those like you who disobey God's will, deserve to die. Interesting. Hearing the roar of the young brave, Duanmu Huai showed a ferocious smile. I want to see what you are capable of. Dare to talk big in front of me. Ha! Before the voice fell, the young brave raised his long sword, burst out at the fastest speed, and rushed towards Duanmu Huai. At the same time, Duanmu Huai held a war hammer in his hand and swung it forward. Bang! The young brave flew up in the air like a baseball that was out by the fourth batter, then fell and hit the ground heavily. Ouch! The young hero stood up. He was covered in blood at this moment, but he just pressed his right hand against himself, and his broken body immediately recovered. Evil is so powerful, but I am a hero. A hero will never succumb to evil. The young hero raised his sword high. His voice was so loud, and his faith was so firm. He stared at the enemy in front of him. He was not afraid of the opponent's strength, and he would not retreat. Because a hero will never succumb to evil, and will never bow to evil. Great God, please witness my battle. While speaking, the young hero ran again and rushed towards Duanmu Huai. Stupid idiot. Looking at the boy rushing towards him again, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Take my move, Holy Blade. The young hero raised his sword high and swung it down with force. The pure white holy light turned into a huge sword blade and chopped towards Duanmu Huai. However, Duanmu Huai just stood there, neither dodging nor avoiding. Then he saw the holy blade that was enough to leave cracks on the earth scatter on Duanmu Huai like waves hitting rocks. Sure enough, evil is powerful, but I will not retreat, because I am a hero. The mission of a hero is to fight evil. No matter how powerful evil is, I will not retreat. Come and fight, Demon King. If it were someone else, seeing that his full-strength attack was useless, he would definitely choose other strategies. But at this moment, this young hero not only did not waver, but did not even change his method. How boring. Ludi is more decent than him. Although Ludi also has the protection of the hero, she is at least a qualified warrior. However, this guy is different. His understanding of fighting is just based on his belief in the protection of the hero. Well then, if his belief is removed, what expression will this idiot show? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai's eyes flashed. Got it, let's do it. Ha! At this moment, the young hero has rushed to Duanmu Huai, holding the long sword tightly, and stabbing Duanmu Huai's chest. However, Duanmu Huai stretched out his big hand and grabbed his head, and then smashed it directly to the ground. Boom! Fan! Seeing this, the little goblin who was fighting with Freya in the sky screamed loudly, and then it was wrapped in powerful magic and rushed directly to Duanmu Huai. Unforgivable! You dared to hurt Fan. I will kill you. This magic power was so huge that even the air was vibrating, but Duanmu Huai just clenched his left hand and punched it. Boom! The roaring magic wave exploded in an instant, and the body of the lovable little goblin was directly shattered in the air. A huge, twisted and terrifying shadow emerged from it, but it only had time to let out a scream before it completely dissipated in the air. Unrespectable hero and unrespectable goblin. What kind of dark fairy tale is this? Duanmu Huai shook his head and then stood up. At this moment, he still grabbed the young hero and held him in his hand like a dead dog. Did you kill him? At this time, Freya also hurriedly controlled the griffin to come down from the sky, staring at the young hero in Duanmu Huai's hand, and asked. No. No, that's good. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Freya breathed a sigh of relief. I won't let him die so easily. I want him to taste the cruelest pain in the world, and then let his soul never rest in peace. At this moment, Freya did not show the kind expression of the saint in front of the soldiers at ordinary times, but her face was hideous and twisted like a witch. Clean up your face. so as not to be scolded by Norn again, Duan Muhui reminded. As for how to deal with this guy, let Norn deal with it. Chapter 1578. When Duan Muhui and Freya arrived at the battlefield, the battle was over. As for the soldiers of the Kingdom of Protection, they were naturally wiped out. Although the enemy had laid down their weapons and surrendered in the end, they were still ordered to be annihilated by Princess Norn. As for Princess Norn's reason, it was also very simple. According to the judge, the protection of the hero will appear on other people after it disappears. I am not surprised that the judge can kill the hero, but just in case, to prevent the protection of the hero from appearing on these soldiers, it is safer to kill them all. Well, it is in line with Princess Norn's way of thinking. But judge, you should bring the hero back. The protection was erased. This way, you don't have to worry about him escaping. Although it is reasonable to execute him publicly, it is too easy for him to simply execute him publicly in terms of the trouble he caused. Well, Princess Norn lowered her head and thought. In my opinion, it would be best if he suffered and died miserably, so as to appease the anger of the people. My country used to have the punishment of punishing the entire clan. Maybe we can try it. Duan Muhui also said at this time. Punish the entire clan? Yes, from parents and children to sisters and relatives. As long as they are blood relatives, they can be regarded as 9 clans. Criminals with serious crimes will be punished by punishing the entire clan. To put it bluntly, it means killing all the people who are blood relatives with him. Huh? Is there such a thing? It must be said that even Freya, who shouted that she wanted to cut the young hero into pieces, trembled when she heard Duan Muhui's introduction, but Princess Norn's eyes were shining. So that's it. Through the threat of large-scale massacres, we can bind each other to ensure that capable people will not easily commit serious crimes? This is a good reference. But the specific situation, I'd better wait until I interrogate him before making a decision. As he spoke, Norn hummed a song and turned to leave the room, while Duan Muhui picked up the black tea at hand and drank it silently. At this moment, Melty returned to the room with a tired look. No, there is still no news about my mother. Fortunately, she was not killed, but her whereabouts are still unknown. Since she ran away, it shouldn't be so easy to be killed. Just wait patiently. Looking at the haggard Melty, Duan Muhui couldn't say much, so he could only comfort her casually. However, at this moment, Norn, who had left, came back again. What? Is it over? Well, the situation is a little different from what I expected. Princess Norn frowned rarely. He is an orphan who grew up in a monastery. When I chatted with him, I found that he had no feelings for humans. He placed his faith entirely on gods and blessings. For him, gods and blessings are everything, and he believes that fighting evil is the mission of a hero. Even if he is killed by evil, that is the ending a hero should have. So from this perspective, simply torturing him doesn't seem to have much effect. Hearing Norn's words, Freya and Melty couldn't help but tremble, but Duan Muhui frowned and thought. In other words, if you want to make him feel pain, the best way is to get rid of that god in front of him, right? Hey! Judge, can you do it? It depends on the situation, but frankly speaking, based on my experience, I think the country of protection does not believe in gods. Duan Muhui shook his head. He had this idea before. After all, even if a curse was issued to the entire country, it would not be so detailed as to separate everyone. There are gods who can do this, but they are just idle. Although there is no guarantee that it is a god who is in a momentary mood, for thousands of years, detailedly applying completely different curses to everyone in the country at intervals is completely a psychotic act for the gods. Although it is not certain that the other party is a real crazy god, Duan Muhui is more inclined to another conclusion. That is hatred of intelligence. If you look at it from this perspective, then all this can be understood. To put it bluntly, this is just like the random and infinite NPCs in the game. The system will randomly apply certain characteristics to the NPCs, allowing them to act according to their own characteristics and professions. For example, police, thieves, gangsters, heroes. These are just part of a large simulation game, and if it is a hate intelligence, then it makes sense to apply this curse in an uninterrupted cycle. After all, for hate intelligence, this is part of the program and does not require extra effort. And the curse is only effective within the borders of the country of protection, which is also the reason. After all, if it is a curse from God, then it should not be eliminated no matter where you escape, but as long as you leave the border, the next generation produced will not have protection, which is more like a regional restriction. So, I don't think it's a god. Not a god. At least not the kind you imagine. Of course, I can't explain the specific situation clearly. We still have to go to the Kingdom of Protection to investigate. By the way, What is your solution to the kingdom of protection? Duanmu Huai did not answer immediately, but looked at Norn, who gave the answer without hesitation. At present, it can be proved that the kingdom of protection will cause harm to the world, so destroying them all is also a way. Another way is to expel all citizens from the kingdom of protection, or use some method to fill the kingdom of protection with deadly poison. Sister should be able to do the latter. For example, if it is to use a magic circle, it should be possible. Freya, who was so aggressive just now, is now extremely timid and nodded tremblingly. By the way, she is like this in bed. She usually looks quite arrogant, but for some reason, it seems that in front of her sister, Freya can't raise her head at all, just like a mouse seeing a cat. It's really interesting. Of course, no matter what method is used, Norn is very determined. The kingdom of divine protection must disappear from this world. Well, this is also natural. After all, the problem this time is not a certain person, but the divine protection of the hero. In addition, this divine protection will not disappear because of the disappearance of the owner, but will only be transferred to other people. In order to prevent the hero from losing control in the future, the best way is to wipe out all divine protection holders, or make their divine protection no longer work. This is Norn, a complete result-oriented approach. As long as the result is achieved, the means are not important. In short, we have to enter the kingdom of the divine protection to investigate. Enter, or should I say invade? Norn obviously doesn't intend to let the kingdom of the divine protection go. Although it's not impossible to enter the kingdom of the divine protection in secret, considering the public opinion around us, even if the judge's guess is correct, will the people of our country forgive them just because the other god went crazy? That's impossible, of course. Regardless of whether the hero ran away or not, the kingdom of the divine protection invaded both countries, and many people died in this inexplicable war. Now you want to say, the gods are all wrong, and the people are just victims. Do you expect those who have lost their husbands, wives, children, and parents to nod and say, is that so? There's nothing we can do about it. What a joke. Of course it's impossible. It's not a cartoon with only 12 episodes. In Norn's opinion, it would be more convenient to let them vent all their resentment on the kingdom of protection rather than to appease the people afterwards. As long as they see the kingdom of protection being completely defeated, the resentment in their hearts will subside. For Norn, killing people from other countries is obviously easier than wasting time to appease the anger of the people of his own country. This is not a good idea. Only Melty expressed her opinion with some uneasiness. Then you are not going to participate, Your Highness Melty? Haven't the soldiers of the Kingdom of Summoning always hoped to take revenge on the Kingdom of Protection? But, what do you think, Judge? Princess Norn was obviously not interested in Melty's dithering and hesitant attitude, and decisively changed the target of the inquiry. I don't care. If these idiots dare to be stupid enough to stand in front of me, just kill them directly. The Inquisition is the protector of mankind, but it is also a ruthless executioner when facing those who block the actions of the Inquisition. Understood, then I will give orders now. The soldiers will take a short rest, and we will march towards the Kingdom of Protection at dawn. Norn's actions have always been vigorous and resolute. The next morning, under the leadership of the gods' machinery, the army composed of the United Army and the remnants of the two countries marched towards the Kingdom of Protection. As for the brave man, he was tied to a wooden stake and erected high, like a flag of the army at the forefront. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably have been half dead long ago, but perhaps because of the remnants of the brave man's protection, his physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. Well, this is also good. Attacking the Kingdom of Protection was not that difficult. After all, no matter how strong the city walls were, they were as fragile as building blocks in front of the might of the god machine. Instead, the reactions of the soldiers and people of the Kingdom of Protection opened everyone's eyes. Generally speaking, ordinary people would be scared to death just by seeing such a terrifying existence. However, although the soldiers of the Kingdom of Protection were extremely terrified, they still raised their weapons and launched a suicidal attack on the god machine. The closer they were to the capital, the more serious the situation became. At the beginning, they only needed to defeat the soldiers, but when they arrived at the capital, even ordinary adventurers with combat protection joined the ranks of fighting against the coalition army. How to say it? This reminds Duanmu Huai of the scene in the real-time strategy game where the enemy raided his home, and he pulled the peasants out to take over because there were not enough soldiers. It's about like this. To be honest, such a crazy scene shocked even the coalition army, and it also made Princess Norn determined to destroy the Kingdom of Protection. Obviously, the faces of those who came to attack were full of fear and resistance, but their bodies did not obey their commands at all, just like puppets with self-awareness that were manipulated. Perhaps the NPCs controlled by players in strategy games are like this. Obviously they have self-awareness, but they can't escape, and can only watch and die. Well, to some extent, it's the same as a nightmare. The only lucky thing is that those who came to die are all combat professionals, and those non-combat professionals are not among them. This also makes Duanmu Huai more and more certain that this is simply a hate intelligence. Isn't it the same for the NPCs, who are chopping trees next to you when you are manipulating the army to demolish the house in the game? The main point is that everyone has their own duties, and they don't do anything else. Is this the cathedral? Walking in the church covered with blood and corpses, Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked around, and Norn, Freya, and Melty followed closely behind, followed by the soldiers of the coalition army and the young brave man they brought here. Your Excellency the Judge, are you sure that this is the location of the god? Of course, I can feel that the power is released from here, although strictly speaking it is not surprising. Well, it should be that one. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked forward and saw a huge stone statue standing in the center of the cathedral. On top of the stone statue sat a woman holding a scepter and pointing forward, looking like a messenger of God. According to the Kingdom of Protection, this is the spokesperson of God. She bestows the power of God on the world and brings this peaceful world. However, when Duanmu Huai saw the gear pattern on the base of the huge stone statue, his face changed slightly. How should I put it? It doesn't seem to be beyond my expectations. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai walked in front of the stone statue, and seeing his actions, everyone was quite puzzled. Judge? What's wrong? Is there any problem with this stone statue? You will know when you see it. Duanmu Huai sighed silently, then reached out to the stone statue in front of him and pressed on the center of the gear pattern. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, a beam of light emerged from it and scanned Duanmu Huai from top to bottom. Then, an inorganic voice sounded. Detected the mark of the tribunal. Confirmed by a level 1 authority. In the name of the Holy Binary, welcome to your presence, Your Excellency the Grand Inquisitor. Glory to the God of all machines. Praise Omnicia. Then, in front of everyone, a scene that surprised them greatly appeared. Chapter 1579. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by a loud roar, the heavy stone statue began to collapse and crack, and the huge stone statue shell in front of everyone broke open, revealing the real existence hidden inside. It was a huge metal door, black with gold edges, which seemed to be full of some abnormal atmosphere. However, the most eye-catching thing was the logo on the door. Huh? It must be said that when seeing this logo, Freya and Norn were both stunned, because the style of this logo was exactly the same as what they saw on the door of God's machinery. If there is a difference, it is that the logo on God's machinery is a skull and a double-headed eagle, while the logo here is a circle of gears surrounding the skull. Although the appearance is a little different, the feeling is exactly the same. Then, the door slowly opened, showing people the existence hidden inside. It was a coffin. Its appearance is similar to the body of a dreadnought mecha, but it has no hands or feet, and is tightly bound by countless heavy chains. Then, the inorganic voice sounded again. Power armor features detected. Data matches. Grand Inquisitor. Theory exists. Then, a servo skull flew out and floated in front of Duanmu Huai. Seeing this strange thing, everyone behind him was in a commotion, but Duanmu Huai just stared at the servo skull and asked, "Who is the authorized object?" Searching. Authorized object. Great Sage. Belisarius Call. Dora Call. It must be said that Duanmu Huai was quite surprised to hear this familiar name here. Of course, he would not forget that when he traveled through time and space again, he had met the great sage Dora Kor in Cadian, and the two sides had cooperated for a short period of time. It's impossible that the person in this coffin is Dora Kor? What are the responsibilities here? Reinforcement of the hero's conceptualization, research, integration, data errors, research failure, abandonment, reorganization, return to the first plan, execution by the saint, errors, organic cycle. Forget it, I see for myself. In the name of the Grand Inquisitor, I request to mobilize the underlying data. Understood. Obey the order, Your Excellency the Grand Inquisitor. Data transmission. Soon, the servo skull extended a data cable and connected to Duanmu Huai's data terminal. Then, lines of research diaries appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. Thanks to the mechanical priest's detailed records, Duanmu Huai finally figured out what happened in this place. In short, this is also part of the artificial god experiment. It was said a long time ago that when the Black Sun plan came, humans cleansed everything in the Milky Way, including themselves. In order to seize the power and territory of the Chaos Four gods when they were declining, humans also carried out the God-making plan. The gods of Pharaoh is a very successful example, and it is indeed the front line against the chaos evil god. At least under the protection of the crystal wall system and the watchful eyes of the gods of Pharaoh, the chaos evil god, who has not yet fully recovered, really has no way to deal with that world. And this world is also a test site for one of the god-making plans, but its original intention is a little different. If the gods of Pharaoh are naturally released in the wild, then this is a fixed-point cultivation. The Mechanicus here tries to cultivate gods in another way. After all, an uncontrolled god will not necessarily protect humans, and may even destroy humans. So how to cultivate a god who protects humans? So they thought of the concept of brave man. Protecting humans from disasters, and defeating the evil existence that threatens humans is brave man, and if this concept can be fixed and refined, then it is possible to create brave god. Such a god will naturally protect humans, and expel the evil existence that threatens humans. The idea is good, but the practice is not so simple, so the Mechanicus here adopted this method. They used the technology of the Mechanicus to create the demons. Yes, the demons were actually created by the Mechanicus, and in order to fix the image of human threat, they deliberately made the demons into non-human shapes, and put something like a thought stamp in their brains, so that the demons will take the initiative to attack humans. On the human side, the Mechanicus also made the same design. The only difference is that in order to avoid the instability of the experimental parameters caused by the appearance of multiple heroes, they strengthened and confined the concept of hero. In other words, in this experimental area, there will only be one hero, and only after the death of this hero will the protection be randomly awakened in other people. In fact, at the beginning, the protection of the hero was not as perverted as it is now. It can be said that the protection of the hero at that time only gave the hero the courage to fight against the demons and the devil. But later, with repeated experiments, the hero officially became the hope of mankind, and the power brought by the superposition caused the nature of the hero to change. And those powerful powers also came into being. It was not until then that the priests of the Mechanicus realized that they had messed up. It has been said before that the god of faith is produced by people's faith, so it will inevitably be affected by faith, and the gods of foreign are like this. And the god of heroes that the mechanical priests tried to create here is essentially also a god of faith. In addition, it is not like the gods of foreign, who were upgraded from mortals, and still retain their own personality. The god of heroes was originally just a fictitious concept incarnation. So of course, its nature will naturally be affected by the believers of the faith hero. Therefore, those changes occurred. The hero has no joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, because in people's impression, the hero is strong and will not be affected by these external things. The hero does not feel pain, does not eat, drink or sleep, because people think that the hero can do things that they cannot do, so he must be different from them. The alienated belief polluted the concept of the hero, which also made the mechanical priests discover the problem. The abnormal hero characteristics can no longer be adjusted and purified. If they continue to be cultivated, then this hero will not only not become the patron saint of mankind, but may even become the destroyer of mankind. Fortunately, this group of oil men will always make two preparations. As early as the early stage of the implementation of the hero plan, they created another plan at the same time. The saint plan. After all, in the legend, the saint and the hero are always corresponding, and the hero defeating the devil under the guidance of the saint is also a regular legend routine. As a supporting facility, the saint will absorb the hero's power as a reserve and strengthen the hero when needed. After discovering that the hero's characteristics have deteriorated and the plan has failed, the mechanical priest merged the concept of the saint, created a saint, and imprisoned and preserved it in this coffin. In this way, the power obtained by the hero in defeating the demons will be transmitted to the saint, and the saint cannot give back the power to the hero because she is imprisoned, which causes the concept of the hero to stay at this level and can no longer be upgraded. After that, the group of oil guys patted their butts and ran away. Well, it fits the characteristics of these bastards, who mess up and run away. No, strictly speaking, it's not a mess. At the end, a light appeared in Duan Muhuai's eyes. These bastards really make the best use of their resources. Forget it, just treat it as a gift from Dorakor. Open the stasis chamber. Thinking of this, Duan Muhuai gave the order, received the order, confirming the authority. Authorization confirmed, stop the stasis force field, puff. Accompanied by the sound of jets, the hatch slowly opened, and then a figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a girl or a saint. However, the appearance of this saint was a little wrong. From the outside, she looked like a saint, with shining golden hair that fell to the ground, white cheeks, blue eyes full of holiness and love, and a white veil on her head all indicate her identity as a saint. Well, if you only look at the head, just look at the head. Because below the neck, that's another story. Although the female body shape can be seen, in fact, except for the head, this saint is made of machinery. It can be said that mechanization to this extent, even the judge will find it dangerous. Her hands are holding a long staff, and at the top of the staff is a golden scale. Saint! Seeing this scene, the young hero, who was originally captured, suddenly struggled violently. He broke free from the unprepared soldiers, rushed to the front of the mechanical saint, and then knelt on the ground. God's messenger, the saint who guides the brave, I finally see you. Please give me the power of a brave man to destroy all the evil in this world. The mechanical saint opened her eyes wide, glanced at the young hero, who knelt at her feet, and then turned her head to look at Duanmu Huai. Then, she stood up and bowed her head to Duanmu Huai. The highest authority has been detected. Please issue an order, Your Excellency the Grand Inquisitor. The Mechanicus specially manufactured prosthesis, Saint A21578 Liminem, obeys your orders. Huh? Hearing this, the young hero looked up in disbelief. He stared blankly at the mechanical saint, then at Duanmu Huai, with a look of confusion and disbelief. Why? Saint, he is the evil demon king. We should join forces to defeat him. I am the hero. Although he was pinned to the ground by the guards again, the boy still did not give up. He stared at the mechanical saint and shouted loudly. After all, in the legend, the hero who is guided by the saint is invincible. As long as he can get the saint's recognition, he will have more powerful power than before. At that time, he will destroy all evil. However, the saint did not even look at him, but just looked at the evil demon king. Damn, the demon king must have bewitched the saint in some way. That must be true. Yes, since you are here, then I will not be polite. Duanmu Huai certainly saw through the true face of the saint in front of him. He stretched out his hand and placed it on the saint's chest, although it was just a metal product with no touch. Then the next moment, the mechanical saint flashed with light and disappeared into the air. At the same time, a new soul card appeared in Duanmu Huai's hand, Incomplete Saint. Liminem, Legend. Consumption, 4. Attack, 4. Consumption, 3. Entrance Song, Explosive Energy Evolution. Gain the ability of this servant to evolve without consumption. After evolution, give the main battle. Whenever your mechanical servant is destroyed, add a Redemption of Liminem to your hand. Redemption of Liminem Legend. Cost, 0. Reduce the cost of the bishop or mechanical servant in your hand by -1. If redemption has been used 4 times, add a Heavenly Shield to your hand. Heavenly Shield Legend. Cost, 9. Attack, 8. Defense, 8. All damage given to this servant is converted to 0, and this servant is not affected by abilities other than changing attack and life ability. Destruction, instant kill or disappearance are ineffective against it. Power of Guardian, Bronze. Cost, 3. Give yourself a servant +1/+2 in Guardian effect. Good boy, this is really good. Seeing these soul cards, Duanmu Huai felt like he was about to jump up. This Incomplete Saint is not too powerful in itself, but the important thing is the Heavenly Shield brought by her effect. Look, what does it mean? All the damage given to this servant is converted to 0. Ah, if it weren't for the special condition at the end, it would be invincible. Of course, Duanmu Huai also guessed that the ability of this Heavenly Shield may be the embodiment of the concept of a hero. After all, the concept of a hero is expressed in this way, and it is obvious that this Heavenly Shield has also absorbed the concept and enhancement effect of the hero in this aspect. In addition, there is also the spell card, Power of Protection. Although at first glance, this spell card is only bronze level, the problem lies in the chemical reaction produced by its superposition with Heavenly Shield. You know, on the battlefield, the enemy's attack will be borne first by the card with the Protect characteristic, and it will be the turn of other cards only after the card with the Protect characteristic is defeated. For example, Otis often uses the doll in her box as a shield to resist damage. This means that if you use the spell card, Power of Protection, to grant the Protection feature to Shield of Heaven, then the enemy must first destroy the Shield of Heaven before it can cause damage to other targets. The feature of Shield of Heaven is that it cannot cause damage through ordinary means. If it is the Chaos Evil God, then the Wrath of Tyranny can be eliminated. It will definitely not be able to beat the Shield of Heaven. As for the other 3, it is hard to say. After all, Shield of Heaven is just not affected by ordinary attacks, but the effect of weakening attack and physical strength is still affected. This is the specialty of corruption and obsession. But no matter what, with this card, at least when facing ordinary attacks, you have a trump card. That's enough. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that in this world, he could get such a benefit. Chapter 1580. The flame shot up to the sky. The entire cathedral was reduced to ashes, as the explosion went straight into the sky. Duanmu Huai raised his head, and looked at the flames in front of him in silence. After that, Duanmu Huai used his own power to completely destroy the research device that could not go astray any further. Damn it, the oil guys always have to clean up their messes by the Inquisition. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai was very unhappy. After all, it was always like this. Those damn oil guys. Do they think that they can do whatever they want because someone is helping them? Anyway, there is the Inquisition, and we are not afraid of the destruction of the world if we mess up, so let's do whatever we want, like this. Duanmu Huai really wanted to tie all those damn oil guys to the stake. Forget it, for the sake of Tianao Shield, let's let them go. By the way, when the device was destroyed, the protections on the citizens of the Kingdom of Protection also disappeared. Seeing these people at a loss, as if their lives had lost their purpose, the people of the Allied forces also let out a sigh of relief. After all, the Kingdom of Protection was originally named after the protection, and they felt that they were nobler than people from other countries. Now that the protection is gone, they can no longer be noble. As for the young hero, he was executed in public in the square. After all, he caused trouble, and the young hero looked like the world was destroyed in the end. Well, in a sense, it can be regarded as achieving Norn's goal. Along with the destruction of the device, all the demons died. Originally, these demons relied on the ability of protection granted by the device to act. Now that the device has been destroyed, the demons are naturally dead. Duanmu Huai has also gone to the demons to see that all the demons have disappeared. Only large patches of black ashes remain in the entire city. From a certain perspective, this is the end. Then, it's about time. Duanmu Huai looked at the display, Joy Progress. 5 out of 10, on the task progress bar, and silently pressed the complaint button again. Soon, a line of information appeared in front of him. GM21425 is at your service. GM21425, what questions do you need help with? I can actually get through? Looking at the conversation in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. GM21425, as the first user of this system, we must of course provide you with our best services. What do you need? I want to ask, what is the matter with this copy of the God of Joy? Duanmu Huai still raised his own questions. To be honest, I don't think this dungeon is anything special to me. I'm doing the same things as before? Yes, this is what Duanmu Huai is confused about. Although it is a joy-enhanced dungeon, Duanmu Huai feels that what he does is no different from usual. I don't feel any joy at all, so where is this joy? GM21425, what do you think joy means? I think joy should be to make yourself happy. Isn't that right? GM21425, although that is one of the explanations, joy is not just that. Joy is a kind of power, a power that infects others. Making oneself happy and making others happy are both manifestations of the God of Joy. Is there such a saying? But what you said seems to be right. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai finally realized that he had entered a misconception. When he first got the God of Joy, he was targeting the obsessive evil, and the characteristics of the obsessive evil were extreme self-indulgence and enjoyment. Although Duanmu Huai did not intend to be as extreme as the obsessive evil, every time he thought of the God of Joy, he instinctively developed in this direction. Especially after he got the Dao heart planning demon in the martial arts world before, Duanmu Huai felt that joy should be like this. But now it seems that joy is not the only way. Making oneself happy, and making others happy is also a route. Just like those comedians, such as Chaplin and Stephen Chow, the comedies they starred in are obviously joyful, right? Should be? But that's not right. Wait, so what you mean is that what I do makes other people happy? Who could it be? It can't be Norn, right? Although the princess and Duanmu Huai are indeed quite compatible, and she is also quite immersed in what Duanmu Huai does, Duanmu Huai doesn't think that Norn alone can produce such a strong power of joy. GM21425. The actions of the gods will bring changes and influences. Sometimes it may not be you, but the joy caused by the influence and changes brought about by your actions. I don't quite understand. Can you stop being such a riddler? Duanmu Huai said that he hated this kind of riddler, who spoke unclearly the most. GM21425. As far as I can tell you, the God of Joy is a priesthood that is activated because your actions make others feel joy. Others? My actions make others feel joy? Duanmu Huai was getting more and more confused, and he frowned. According to the GM, This priesthood was not given to me inexplicably at the beginning, but because my actions made others feel joy, and it was activated after reaching a certain limit. In other words, the same as the god of destruction, GM21425. That's all I can say. Please open your eyes. Nothing is immutable, and there is not only one explanation. The same is true for the god of joy. I seem to understand a little bit, but I still don't quite understand. Although Duanmu Huai can understand the other party's meaning to some extent, he still can't quite understand the subtle differences. After all, he is a person who likes to use his hands more than his brain. GM21425. Please wait. GM pretended to be dealing with something, then was silent for a moment, and then spoke again. GM21425. As the first user of this system, and in order to compensate for your previous losses, I apply to the higher authorities to allow the reincarnation effect to be enabled in the second stage of the joyful mission. Do you want to use it? I don't quite understand. What is reincarnation? Does it mean that I have to die once? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai frowned, and the other party quickly gave an answer. GM21425. Not really. Strictly speaking, it allows the user's soul to travel through time and space and experience a brand new journey. You should have heard that in some myths and legends, there are stories about gods descending to the earth, growing up, experiencing life, and then returning to heaven. Ah, you mean those stories about Winkuxing descending to the earth? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately understood what the GM meant. Isn't Tang Monk in Journey to the West the reincarnation of Jin Chanzi? Winkuxing descending to the earth is a special plot in many supernatural stories. Not to mention the ancient myths of Xia. Even in the world of Faerun, there are things like saints descending, so as long as the other party mentioned it, Duanmu Huai immediately understood what was going on. GM21425. Yes, the previous user's time travel was their own time travel, so if you want to better experience the power of the God of Joy, starting a new life from scratch is also an option. That seems to be right. Duanmu Huai also remembered that his previous time travel was basically his own time travel, or using the characters in the game. It seems that he really never started from scratch. But if you reincarnate like this, don't you usually lose your memory? I have to do this too? Duanmu Huai actually doesn't like stories where gods lose their memories after reincarnation. After all, in his opinion, the gods who used to call the wind and rain in heaven were ordered around, and even bullied badly in the human world, and finally awakened their memories and restored their strength. It's too cliché. Although this is a normal story development, Duanmu Huai doesn't like this story development at all. GM21425. As a god, you can choose to keep your memory and be reborn. The specific method is as follows. Duanmu Huai looked at the instructions sent by the other party. The content was very simple. In short, the soul automatically left the body, then the task was activated, and then a world line was selected to travel through. So this is how gods came down to earth and were reborn. Duanmu Huai had never tried it before. However, it doesn't matter if I try it. After all, I have to try everything. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai opened the task progress and pressed the button for the second stage. The next moment, the scenery in front of him instantly turned into a dark and boundless starry sky. In this starry sky, silk threads emerged from all directions, and then extended from all directions. Let me see, it says here. Well, these silk threads are the destiny of a person. As long as they are inserted into them, they can live their life from the beginning, and the brighter the light, the more it represents the impact of their ability. Impact? Does it mean the impact on the world? Duanmu Huai looked at the system instructions while reaching out and touching one of the destiny threads. There was no reaction. Then all you have to do is merge your soul into the thread of fate, right? It's pretty simple. But which one should you choose? Duanmu Huai didn't want to choose those threads of fate that were too bright, because who knows what kind of person these threads of fate would turn him into. But he didn't need those threads of fate that were too dim. After all, he wasn't like the gods and myths and legends who came down to earth to suffer. This is it. Duanmu Huai nodded, then reached out and grabbed a thread of fate that didn't look bright or dim. Then, he drove his soul to merge into it. The next moment, Duanmu Huai felt like he was riding a slide in a water park, rushing forward quickly. Even if it was reincarnation, as long as he kept his memory, it should be fine. Duanmu Huai thought so, but soon he would find that this was a decision that made him regret it. Chapter 1581. Duanmu Huai once thought that the gods in mythology were stupid. Why do you have to lose your memory when you reincarnate? Isn't this very bloody? However, after experiencing the facts, he found that the wisdom of the ancestors was unquestionable. I want to die. At this moment, Duanmu Huai looked like he had no desire to live. When do people usually start to remember things? 2 or 3 years old, or after growing up. You can't even remember things when you were 2 or 3 years old clearly. But what would it feel like to be reincarnated as a baby with the memory of an adult? 2 words. Hell. It's simply hell. To be honest, Duanmu Huai has never felt so powerless. Reincarnating as a baby with the memory of an adult is pure hell. The body doesn't listen to you, and you can't speak. Whether you are sleepy, tired, hungry or something, you can only scream. If it were an ordinary child, this could be said to be a normal behavior, but for an adult, this is really unbearable. Duanmu Huai still remembers that he had seen the kind of baby play in Kabukicho in another world before, where a group of gangsters wore diapers and lay in the arms of girls with pacifiers in their mouths. At that time, he suspected that these people were mentally ill. Now Duanmu Huai himself has traveled through time and space as a baby, and he only feels. Well, it turns out that they are mentally ill. How could a normal adult have such a hobby? Why would they have such a hobby? Even if you say it is asking for maternal love, it is too twisted. Sure enough, the ancestors were smart. As long as the memory is lost, what happened before has nothing to do with oneself. It is like an NPC managed by the system. When the memory is restored, it means that the management is over and the control is taken back, and there is no need to encounter those troubles in the early stage. It is true that the old ones are still the best, and the family I was born into has some problems. Because the one who gave birth to me was actually a girl, and an idol, and the biological father is unknown. Wow, how can I say it? Sure enough, this industry is really too dark. Such a mother can't give birth to a normal child. Duanmu Huai also has a sister. In his opinion, this sister is even more abnormal than Sakyui. She seems to be someone's reincarnation, but she doesn't look like she has any special abilities, and she seems to be fascinated by her mother, who is an idol. To be honest, Duanmu Huai is a little speechless when he sees her fanaticism. Not only that, in the middle of the night, this guy will hold his mobile phone and fight with those idle black fans, and curse them so dirty. It doesn't look like what a baby should say at all. Well, this reminded Duanmu Huai of a saying that once said, on the internet, no one knows you are a dog. Now this saying can be changed. On the internet, no one knows you are a baby. By the way, because it is very troublesome, Duanmu Huai pretended not to see her weird behavior. After all, Duanmu Huai could not understand what is good about idols. Perhaps for ordinary people at the bottom, idols are high-ranking stars, but for Duanmu Huai, who once held a high position, idols are just actors who can be ordered around. This so-called popularity and fame, except for being converted into money to a certain extent, has no other function. However, when he was a teacher at school, Duanmu Huai had seen those fanatical fans desperately recommending their favorite stars to others, which was almost as fanatical as pyramid schemes. Considering that he and she were twins, if this thing found out that he was also reincarnated, it might brainwash him into pyramid schemes. So Duanmu Huai pretended to know nothing and let her go crazy watching TV programs alone. Then again, why did he reincarnate into such a world that was nothing special, and reincarnated into such a special child? Although the GM had reminded him before that happiness was not necessarily for himself, but also for others, was it okay? Of course. Considering that generally speaking, it is natural for children born in performing arts families to embark on the path of performing arts. Moreover, Duanmu Huai's body in this world is not his original body, but a character clone in the game, a goddess-level NPC with max charm skills. From this point of view, it is obviously not impossible to become an idol in the future. But that refers to a normal performing arts family. Is this family normal? The mother is an idol. She goes out early, and comes back late every day. She sings and dances as the center of the idol group. She and her sister are under the management of the president and his wife of the agency. Fortunately, because everyone is busy, the care for the baby is limited to eating and drinking. There is number 24-hour uninterrupted care, which is somewhat free. But then again, is this really okay? Every time he watched the idol program on TV, Duanmu Huai was speechless. After all, it would be a big scandal if idols gave birth to children out of wedlock, and in the final analysis, idols are selling dreams. More importantly, all of this is supported by fans with real money, that is, the houses they live in and the materials they use are all paid by fans. However, fans know nothing about the real situation of idols, and they are ignorantly offering them, and they may even give them everything they have. Even if it is for making money, this is too unscrupulous, just like those women in college who cheated the spare tires money to date other men. If the truth is revealed, they will be stabbed to death. From Duanmu Huai's point of view, it is safer to graduate early and find a proper job before the truth is revealed. Even if he becomes popular, so what? He may earn the money but not spend it. Unfortunately, he is just a kid at the moment, and has no right to interrupt the other party's career plan. So Dwanmu Hwai could only pray that his cheap mother would be out of fashion soon, and then use this as an excuse to terminate the contract and be abandoned by the company. After all, as long as she'd lost her popularity, these two children would be mines that could explode at any time for the agency, and they would be completely negative assets. Once you realize that the idol's popularity has reached its limit, then the next step is over. Although Dwanmu Hwai thought so, it was a pity that things did not go as he wished. This cheap mother is actually quite popular, and she is getting more and more popular. At first, she was just an underground idol, but later she became a photo model, appeared on radio programs, and even starred in TV series and movies. Dwanmu Hwai sighed again. There was a reason why he was here. When the cheap mother was filming a TV series before, he seemed to be noticed by the director of the TV series at that time, who said that he wanted to make a movie. So Dwanmu Hwai joined as a child actor. However, Dwanmu Hwai is not incomprehensible. After all, his current appearance is the same as the one in the game, with white hair, red eyes, thin body, and a kind of illusory beauty. In fact, the reason why the director took a fancy to him is because there are two lowly ghost roles in this low-cost movie. Dwanmu Hwai's appearance fits the image of a fragile, ethereal, and dreamy ghost, so he was invited to participate in the filming. By the way, there are not many lines and shots, and there are no fighting scenes. Otherwise, Dwanmu Hwai can show the director what Lin Dayu pulls out the weeping willow. Although it is impossible for me to open mountains and break roads at this age, it is still no problem to lift a steamroller. If there is any benefit, it is that artists can have stage names. So Dwanmu Hwai decisively used his real name instead of the name that his cheap mother gave him, which sounds like a mysterious spell or tongue twister. By the way, are there any parents who really give their children such names? Like Christopher Lee, even if you want to give him such a name, the child will not want to call him that, but what gives him a headache is, Mom, I don't want to be here. I want to see my mom. Why isn't my mom here? Wow. Looking at his crying and making a fussing sister, Dwanmu Hwai was speechless. At the beginning, he thought that this reborn person was probably not very old, but now it seems that this age is getting younger and younger. If you were an ordinary kid, it would be fine, but you are also a reborn person, right? Don't you have any self-esteem? I really don't want to know how old she is inside. Even if she is 20, this performance is completely out of the game. If she is a teenager, well, it's hard to say. Okay, the shooting date of love is not today, so it's useless for you to make a fuss. No, I want to go back. I want to go back and continue to cry on my mother's chest. If you were not a child now, I would have called the police directly, believe it or not. Bang! Fortunately, someone rescued Dwanmu Hwai from this boring farce hell. Accompanied by the sound of slapping the table, a little girl wearing a sun hat, who looked about the same age as them now, stood up and pointed at them with a script in her hand. It's so noisy. This is a professional filming site. If you're just here for fun, get back here. Excuse me, who are you? My name is Kana Arima, and I'm going to perform with you today. As she spoke, the girl looked Dwanmu Hwai up and down and frowned slightly. Why do you look like this? It's natural. Dwanmu Hwai was not surprised. After all, this look of white hair and red eyes is very popular in the second dimension, but in the real world, it is easy to be regarded as a patient. In fact, after he was born, he went to the hospital for several examinations because of this look. In the end, the doctor's conclusion was just a genetic mutation. Well, this conclusion is really useful. Luckily, including my mother, everyone is open-minded, and they are relieved to know that it is not a disease. The younger sister, who was frightened by the child, stopped crying at this moment. She widened her eyes in surprise and looked at the other party, and then suddenly thought of something. Ah, I know you. You are the talented child star who will cry when seeing a temple. A talented child star who can cry in 10 seconds. Arima Kana was also angry with this sister, and then she looked up and down at Dwanmu Hwai again. Humph, I originally thought you came in through the back door, but even if that's the case, don't hold me back. After saying this, the kid named Arima Kana walked out angrily. As for this side, aw, sister, I hate that kid. Okay, she didn't mean it. Dwanmu Hwai comforted his sister helplessly. After all, he didn't reveal that he was reborn, so in the eyes of outsiders, he was just a precocious kid who could speak earlier. Why would you, a reborn person, be so easy to act like a spoiled child to me? Your inner age must be older than this. Take a step back. Don't you feel uncomfortable acting like a spoiled child to a precocious child? Duanmu Huai was speechless. Are you reborn? Why do you feel that your performance is younger than the age of your body? How about? Let's take an IQ test. Complaints are complaints, but the work to be done still needs to be done. The roles of Duanmu Huai and Arima Kana are actually very simple. This is a horror movie. The story is that the heroine came to a village in the mountains, and when she was about to enter the village, she met two weird children who were riddlers. Then the heroine didn't take their words seriously and continued to enter the village. Well, this is actually a common development in horror movies. Duanmu Huai has always been very curious. Although it is difficult to persuade a ghost who is ready to die with kind words, you should at least make your words clear. In the script, what I and Kana Arima said were all irrelevant, and they sang a few nursery rhymes. Whoever listened to this would be confused. You can just tell her that there is a ghost in the village ahead, and it will be fine. Of course, you can complain about it, but you still have to act. In short, the script said that I should play a ghost that makes people feel scared, and the woman was startled, and after she came to her senses, the two disappeared. This is almost a clip. There is nothing much to say, so after changing costumes, the two began to perform. Bamboo cage eyes, little bird in the cage, when can it come out? The night of dawn has arrived, the crane and the turtle slipped, who is the one behind? At this time, the actress who played the heroine also came over. Are you children from the nearby village? Yes. Big sister, are you going to that village? Aramagana stopped, raised her head, and stared at the heroine with a strange smile. Well, she is worthy of being a genius child star, at least it looks like that. Is that village nearby? According to the lines, what Duanmu Huai had to do next was to stretch out his hand to point to the path next to him, then raise his head and smile at her, and then the actress made a scared expression, and then the scene ended. So Duanmu Huai silently stretched out his hand and pointed to the grass path next to him, then slowly raised his head, and a cold and sinister smile appeared in his bright red pupils. Ah! At this moment, not only did the actress tremble with fear, but even the photographer behind her screamed in fear. Cut! At this time, the director's voice also sounded. Very good. Chapter 1582. I never thought I could find a treasure. Staring at the camera in front of him, Director Gaenda was shaking with excitement. He first set his sights on this little girl because of her unique appearance and her calm appearance on the set. After all, most children would be noisy and annoying on the set. But this child was very calm and didn't care about other people's eyes. It wasn't because of her slow personality, but because she really didn't care. It was for this reason that Director Gaenda decided to let her play a small role in his next movie. Because it was a low-cost horror movie, all the favorable factors that didn't cost money would naturally be used. Apart from anything else, in Director Gaenda's opinion, the appearance of this little ghost alone was enough to enhance the horror atmosphere of the movie. Therefore, as long as she didn't cry or make a fuss, and then filmed a few shots according to the plan, that would be enough. However, unexpectedly, the other party actually gave me a big surprise. What kind of acting is this? The look that doesn't regard others as human beings at all, but as if looking at some insects. Even I feel trembling when watching through the camera. That feeling is like a person standing in front of a beast. That atmosphere is really great. So scary. Compared with Director Gaenda, Arima Kana looked at Duanmu Huai with more surprise at this moment. When she first met him, she was just attracted by Duanmu Huai's unusual appearance and didn't think he had any acting skills, but now, Arima Kana doesn't think so at all. This is no longer a question of acting or not. The so-called acting is the way to express a character through expressions, eyes, and actions, but Duanmu Huai's performance is not acting at all, but momentum. It's like the difference between an actor who plays a gangster boss and a real gangster boss. The latter doesn't need to act, because he is one. Of course, Aramaka doesn't know this. She only knows that his acting is natural, as if he is not acting. Well, in fact, it is not acting. After realizing this, Director Gaenda decisively began to modify the script. Originally in the script, these two children were set as the masterminds behind this village. According to the plot, these two children were sacrificed by the village a long time ago, and then became evil spirits, and then tortured the people in this village. Later, the heroine came to this village, experienced many supernatural events, and was finally killed in despair. Well, this is also the routine of Japanese horror movies. Basically, it is difficult for the protagonist to escape like the protagonist in Hollywood, nor will he chop with a peach wood sword like the protagonist in the Xia Country zombie movie. Most Japanese horror movies focus on describing the desperate and powerless struggle of mortals in front of ghosts and monsters, and finally die. Originally, according to the script, the two children finally revealed their true identities, and then turned into terrifying ghosts, and then the heroine was killed. This process needs to use CG, after all, ordinary children can't act out the terrifying sense of oppression of ghosts. But after watching Dwanmu Hwai's performance, the director decisively decided to change this section. Of course, this is not just because of the feeling of Dwanmu Hwai's performance, but more because CG costs money, but human performance does not cost money. Low-cost movies should be made to fit the cost. Since Dwanmu Hwai can perform the oppressive feeling of the final boss, then it would be a waste of money, right? So the parts that require CG were basically cut, and the shots of Dwanmu Hwai and Arima Kano were greatly increased. As a talented director, you should learn to spend money wisely, especially for such low-cost movies, so you should save as much as possible. As a low-cost movie, it didn't take much time to shoot, and Dwanmu Hwai and his friends went to the premiere afterwards. How to say it? Wow, sister, look, mom is so amazing, amazing. So noisy. Looking at his excited sister jumping around, Dwanmu Hwai was speechless, although he could understand this feeling. Hey, how is it, little ghost? How do you feel after watching the movie you acted in? After the performance, director Gaenda also came to Dwanmu Hwai to say hello, and Dwanmu Hwai thought for a moment. No special feeling, but if I have to say, Sister AI doesn't seem to be very good at acting. After all, their true relationship cannot be exposed, so they have always said that the two are seniors and juniors in the agency. Oh, really? Yes, because in this movie, Sister AI's limelight is a bit too big. I remember hearing someone say that first-class actors should learn to act in accordance with their roles, but after watching this movie, it's a bit hard to tell who is the protagonist. Dwanmu Hwai also honestly expressed his opinion. In his opinion, his cheap mother, Hoshino AI, has a strong desire for self-expression. The previous TV series was also like this. Obviously, many shots were shot, but in the end, only an insignificant scene was shown on TV. His sister was furious about this, but Dwanmu Hwai thought it was normal. After all, the protagonist of that TV series is not Hoshino AI, but she has no intention of restraining herself. If all the shots are included, it will be unclear who is the protagonist. Just like this movie, she is obviously just a supporting role, but she is more popular than the protagonist. If it weren't for the final boss Xiao Gui played by Dwanmu Hwai who suppressed AI's popularity, this movie might have become a one-man show of Hoshino AI, and it would be unclear whether it is a horror movie. Is this what a supporting role should do? You are right. Director Gaenda laughed and leaned against the wall. Indeed, if it were those first-class directors, they would not tolerate this situation. After all, the director's goal is to shoot the story in his mind. If a character does not know how to stand firm in his position, and simply shows his presence, he will be eliminated soon. But he is a first-class director after all. I am still far from it, and... While speaking, director Gaenda looked at Dwanmu Hwai. You acted well, didn't you? I think after this movie is released, many people will come to you, come on. Actually, I don't like the entertainment industry that much. Dwanmu Hwai sighed silently. After all, he knew what the entertainment industry was like, but child stars were okay. If he was older, he would have declined. By the way, this movie wouldn't be changed directly to Reborn as a big star, right? Dwanmu Hwai didn't plan to develop in this direction. As a result, this movie received a lot of praise. Director Gaenda won the Best Director award for this movie, and Dwanmu Hwai and Arima Kano were nominated for the Best Supporting Actor. Although Hoshino AI was not nominated for an award, her outstanding performance in the movie also attracted a lot of attention. After that, both Hoshino AI and Dwanmu Hwai started to get busy. Hoshino AI's development direction is mainly entertainment programs, focusing on the idol route, while Dwanmu Hwai is more likely to make movies. After all, there are not many child stars who can act well in the film industry, and even fewer who can perform with momentum like Dwanmu Hwai. Some scripts cannot be filmed because they can't find suitable child stars. This is also normal. After all, not everyone is reborn and traveled through time. Oh no, there are also guys who have been reborn and traveled through time, but feel that their performance is more childish than their physical age. Because of this, Dwanmu Hwai became popular in the film industry very quickly, and even starred in several movies. Of course, most of them are horror movies, which is a fixed acting path. Dwanmu Hwai didn't care about this. He didn't plan to make a living by acting for a lifetime. The reason why he wanted to shoot these movies was simply to make money and save startup funds. After all, Duanmu Huai knew very well that the entertainment industry, to put it bluntly, still depends on money. As long as you have enough money, you are the grandfather. Without money, even the most famous actors are nothing but grandchildren. Of course, this circle is also very small. For example, I am Kana Arima, please teach me. Kana? Looking at the girl in front of him, Duanmu Huai was somewhat surprised. He and Kana Arima had not seen each other for 2 years. This time, they were on the set of a movie. Duanmu Huai played the leading role, while Kana Arima played one of the children. It was a supporting role among supporting roles. To be honest, this did surprise Duanmu Huai. He still remembered that when he first met Kana Arima, she was still very arrogant, but now she looked humble, and had completely lost her previous domineering attitude. Long time no see, how are you? Huh? What are you talking about? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Arima Kana immediately raised her head, and put on a smug look. Of course I'm fine. Aren't we going to film together again? I'm just trying to figure out this role. Is that so? You suddenly became so honest, it really scared me. Scared you? It seems that my acting skills have also improved. That's right, but I still think that you are cute when you are noisy. Duanmu Huai didn't lie. After all, children are cute when they are a little lively. For example, Bambi rode a jellyfish and rushed around in the court all day long. Everyone didn't feel annoyed, but felt that it added some vitality to the court. Yes, is that so? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Arima Kana lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. Just when Duanmu Huai was about to ask about her recent situation, the staff called him to film, so he could only say hello to Arima Kana, and then turned and left. When Duanmu Huai finished filming and went to find Arima Kana, he found that she had also finished filming and left. After all, she was just a supporting role among supporting roles. Out of curiosity, Duanmu Huai also asked the staff about Arima Kana's recent situation. Arima Kana? Ah, that talented child star, she has not had a good time recently. I heard that her company recently planned to let her get involved in the singing industry. She released several albums, but they were all a disaster. And she herself hasn't received a good role for a long time. How should I put it? This industry is like this, sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will retreat. Sorry, this is not a topic to talk about with children. That's why I don't like the entertainment industry. Just be an actor. Why do you want to be a three-dimensional star when you have nothing to do? People will do anything to make money. By the way, Duanmu Huai is very determined. He only acts and never participates in variety shows. He only participates in interviews occasionally. Anyway, he doesn't require fame, and the box office and reputation of the movie starring Duanmu Huai are good. This is enough. Duanmu Huai doesn't care about other things. But filming is also a very tiring thing. I retire after a few more years. Early in the morning, after Duanmu Huai finished filming, he dragged his tired body and carried a suitcase towards home. Now that my body is growing up, some directors have suggested to me that I should expand my acting career. Although it is good to keep shooting horror movies, people are like this. They want to make more money in multiple ways. In the final analysis, it is like Aramaka. Simply acting is not enough. They want to make money by relying on fame. Some directors have also mentioned to Duanmu Huai that he will shoot a youth idol romance movie when he grows up. Duanmu Huai was speechless about this. He doesn't want to act in a romance movie with a man. Just thinking about it makes him feel goosebumps all over his body. However, if he plays a perverted killer, he will be happy to kill all those young men. He is so handsome. Huh? Just as Duanmu Huai walked out of the elevator, he saw a man in a hoodie holding a bouquet of flowers standing at the door of his home not far away. Who is that? Just as Duanmu Huai was about to walk over to ask, he saw the door open, and then Hoshino Ai walk out. The next moment, Duanmu Huai saw the hooded man take out a knife and stab at Hoshino Ai. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai was also shocked, then grabbed the suitcase and threw it directly at the other party. Bang! The small suitcase hit the hooded man directly, knocking him to the ground. At the same time, Hoshino Ai also fell over there. Are you okay? At this moment, Duanmu Huai also rushed forward, only to see Hoshino Ai with a dagger stuck in her lower abdomen, and she collapsed on the ground, looking around blankly. Seeing Duanmu Huai, Hoshino Ai also forced a smile. "Ah, you're back. Well, don't move first, I call an ambulance." Duanmu Huai looked at Hoshino Ai's injuries, and breathed a sigh of relief. At least the knife was not pulled out, and there was no massive blood loss. Of course, first aid is still needed as soon as possible. So he quickly took out his cell phone to call the police and the ambulance, and then came to the side of Hoshino AI and looked at the man who was knocked unconscious by his suitcase. Who is that guy? It can't be the chief father of this body, right? Ryosuke-kun is my fan. I have seen him many times at the handshake meeting. Hoshino AI looked at the man and said in a low voice, "It seems that he thinks I cheated him, so he came for revenge. How to say it, this day will come sooner or later." Hearing this, Duanmu-hwai rolled his eyes silently. He felt that if he continued like this, he would be stabbed to death sooner or later. Of course, it's useless to say this now. I am a hopeless person without any sense of responsibility. Although I say I love everyone on stage, in fact, even if I am asked to love others, I don't know how to do it. Speaking of this, Hoshino AI looked at Duanmu-hwai and smiled slightly. In fact, I think you and I are very similar. Really? Yes, what is love, I think. You may not have thought about it. Although you have always played the role of a sister very well, I can see that, because I am the same as you. Listening to Hoshino AI's words, Duanmu-hwai was silent. As Hoshino AI said, Duanmu-hwai had no idea about love. Have you ever thought about loving others? No. Duanmu-hwai shook his head. I'm not very good at this. Yes. Hearing Duanmu-hwai's answer, Hoshino AI smiled slightly. I saw Ruby's dance in kindergarten. It was really great. If everything goes well, maybe one day, mother and daughter can perform together on the same stage. That's what I think. Duanmu-hwai looked at Hoshino AI and remained silent. But you are more like me. How to love others is really difficult. Even if I lied, I sang the song of love with the wish of falling in love with someone. Then pray. This lie will come true one day. While speaking, Hoshino AI closed her eyes. It seems that today's dome performance will be terminated. I'm really sorry, and the filming schedule of the movie has been tentatively decided. Please apologize to the director for me. Ding dong. Just then, the elevator bell rang, followed by noisy footsteps from behind. Only then did Duanmu-hwai stand up and sigh silently. After that, Hoshino AI was sent to the hospital, and the man was arrested by the police. Fortunately, my sister was sleeping at the time, and did not notice anything unusual. When she woke up, Duanmu-hwai just told her that Hoshino AI was injured and was receiving treatment in the hospital. As for the result, she is alive. The doctor who walked out of the operating room looked serious and solemn. Hearing the doctor's words, the president, Duanmu-hwai and Ruby were relieved. However, it was not over yet. However, because of the serious injury, it is hard to say when she will wake up. Maybe she will wake up tomorrow, or maybe she will never wake up in her life. How could it be? Hearing this, my sister turned pale, and the president's face changed drastically. Really? Doctor? Is there no better way? For now, this is the case. All we can do is wait. Chapter 1583. A well-known idol was assassinated on the day of the Dome concert. This news is much more explosive than a simple concert. Soon the news spread. The hospital where Hoshino AI was treated was also blocked by reporters and fans, and the entire hospital was blocked. Considering that it would only be more troublesome if it continued like this, after Hoshino AI's condition stabilized, Duanmu-hwai decisively contacted a specialized hospital through his side, and planned to send Hoshino AI there for further treatment. However, I'm really angry. Sitting in the car, looking at the crowded crowd outside, Sister Ruby waved her hands angrily. Why are these people blocking here? The cars are parked at the intersection, and they can't get out at all. Those reporters also tried to check the vehicles entering and leaving the hospital one by one. It seems that these guys are really unwilling to give up. The president also frowned. Maybe someone in the hospital sold the news to the media. This kind of thing is common. What should we do if this continues? Even the president, who was driving, was very depressed, but Duanmu-hwai calmly pointed out the window. Isn't the sidewalk very wide? Drive there. Huh? The president was shocked when he heard Duanmu-hwai's order. But there are people on the sidewalk. Just drive. This. Although I just want to treat it as a child's joke, the pressure from Duanmu-hwai not only made the president pale, but even Ruby was terrified. But fortunately, at this time, the hospital also called the police, and the police soon arrived, and then dispersed the crowd that was blocking the way, and everyone took the opportunity to leave the hospital. After leaving the hospital and making sure there were no stalkers behind, the president breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time secretly glanced through the rearview mirror at the expressionless white-haired girl sitting next to him. The latter was just quietly staring at the scenery outside the car window at this moment. Her thin and slender body and blood-red eyes that seemed to be full of sorrow did not look like the girl who had rushed out just now, even if she had to crush the reporters outside. Even Ruby did not dare to lose her temper at this moment, and could only sit beside Hoshino Ai without saying a word, looking at her mother obediently. They now understood that making Duanmu Huai angry was a very serious matter. After that, everyone came to another hospital and sent Hoshino Ai to the intensive care unit. This hospital specializes in treating people with special identities to avoid them being entangled and disturbed by reporters. For Hoshino Ai, this is also a good place. After the diagnosis by the doctors here, the conclusions were consistent. Maybe she would wake up, but it was unknown when she would wake up. Maybe she won't wake up in 2 days, or even a few years. If it's not a brain disease, why would she have such strange symptoms? A CT scan showed no abnormalities in her brain. Even the doctor found it strange, but with the power of modern medicine, it's not a problem to maintain Hoshino Ai's vital signs. The rest is just time and perseverance. And money. Luckily, the news about Hoshino Ai didn't last long, and Duanmu Huai and Ruby were not affected because their household registrations were under the president's name. In this way, Hoshino Ai maintained her vital signs in the hospital for treatment, while Duanmu Huai and Ruby lived under the care of Saito Kyoko, the wife of President Saito Ichido, who was also Hoshino Ai's agent and guardian. After that, Hoshino Ai never woke up, and the idol group that lost Hoshino Ai also announced its disbandment 2 years later. Almost at the same time, President Saito also disappeared. As for her younger sister Ruby, at first, she went to the hospital to visit her mother almost every day. Duanmu Huai couldn't dissuade her, so he let her go. As a result, after a while, Ruby found Duanmu Huai with a very serious expression and said to him, "I have a feeling that if I become an idol like my mother, and can fulfill my mother's unfulfilled wish and go to the Tokyo Dome, then my mother will wake up. So, I want to be an idol." "Are you sure?" "Very sure." "Well, go to class." "Hey! You only need to smile to be an idol. Singing and dancing, practice them all. If you complain about the hardship and don't want to practice, that's your own business." Faced with the conditions given by Duanmu Huai, Ruby was stunned. But what else could she do? What else could she do? Then practice? Duanmu Huai didn't like the idol business, but he knew that the performing arts career is a 1-minute stage, 10 years of hard work off stage. It's understandable that the little girl is young and ignorant and shouts that she wants to be an idol, but you have to give me 3 to 5 years of dance lessons, body shape lessons, and singing lessons, and then you can think about whether you want to be an idol. It's not as simple as just wanting to be an idol on impulse. Since my sister has made up her mind, we need to lay a solid foundation while she is still young. Duanmu Huai can't stand those traffic stars, who have no ability, and rely on popularity to become famous. But in the internet age, everyone still buys into this. Of course, Duanmu Huai was not idle. After that, Duanmu Huai was also trying to make money, but what Duanmu Huai called making money was not as simple as filming. Duanmu Huai decisively bought a film company. After all, Duanmu Huai's experience had long told him that no matter how big a star is, it is useless. Money and power are the top of the entertainment industry. He doesn't want to encounter those boring things when filming. It's very simple, just be your own boss. So Duanmu Huai hired a professional manager to take care of the company's affairs, and at the same time be responsible for organizing and selecting scripts for himself. Duanmu Huai will act in the ones he likes, and will directly reject the ones he doesn't like. This kind of power is only available to big actors, but if you become the boss of a film company, you are born with it. So you see, some people try their best to climb to the top, and some people are born there. After all, in the entertainment industry, as long as you have money, you can find any famous director, famous script, and famous actor, right? What's more, Ruby is going to enter the entertainment industry as an idol, so Duanmu Huai will naturally lay a good foundation for her. Apart from anything else, it is better to enjoy the shade under a big tree. Compared to following the rules to strengthen his strength in the entertainment industry, Duanmu Huai prefers to directly become bigger and stronger, and then dominate the entertainment industry with strong financial power to crush all troubles. By the way, after Duanmu Huai had money, he bought a horse farm and became the owner of the horse farm. The reason for doing this is that he found that in this world, there are several racehorses with the same names as those horse girls in the horse girl family he knew. Out of curiosity, Duanmu Huai decided to open a horse farm and buy all these racehorses. Anyway, he was willful with a lot of money, so he just took it as a prize. Maybe he could talk about this interesting thing with Jin Jilling when he went back. Unexpectedly, these racehorses were quite competitive, and one or two of them were quite able to win awards, which made Duanmu Huai a lot of money. Of course, while he was busy making money, Duanmu Huai did not forget to investigate one thing. That was to find the murderer who tried to assassinate Hoshino AI. The murderer who was knocked over by Duanmu Huai with a suitcase was naturally caught on the spot, but after that he chose to commit suicide in a detention center, which put the police under considerable pressure. A thorough search was conducted on him, and Duanmu Huai also read the investigation report at the time. The murderer was named Kano Ryosuke, 22 years old, a college student, and a fanatical fan of Hoshino AI. As for his motive for murdering Hoshino AI, it seems that he thought Hoshino AI had a man and committed the crime in anger. However, Duanmu Huai knew that there was a big problem in this report. That is, how did he know the address of Hoshino AI's home? Duanmu Huai remembered very clearly that Hoshino AI moved before the Dome concert, and the only people who knew the new address were the president and his wife, himself, his sister, and Hoshino AI. No matter how fanatical Kano Ryosuke was, he couldn't possibly know this news, of course, although it is not ruled out that he is the kind of fanatical fan who would follow idols. But you have to know that this house is where Hoshino AI lives with himself and his sister, so the confidentiality is naturally at the highest level. Otherwise, the paparazzi would have turned the tables long ago. So how did Kano Ryosuke know it? Is he better than the paparazzi? And why did he commit suicide in the detention center? As a judge, Duanmu Huai had a hunch that this was more like murder to silence the witnesses. Well, with his experience as a judge, this is not wrong. Therefore, Duanmu Huai also spent a lot of money to hire a famous detective agency to conduct a large-scale investigation of Hoshino AI's interpersonal relationships. He can be sure that the president and his wife, himself and his sister have no possibility of leaking the address, but Hoshino AI herself is different. She is stupid and stupid. Maybe she was tricked at some point. Since Kano Ryosuke knew that Hoshino AI had a man, he probably got some reliable information. Hoshino AI herself would not reveal this to others, so the suspect is left with another person. That is Hoshino AI's man. Although her sister Ruby said that the Virgin Mary was pregnant and it was like a myth, it is impossible to think about it, so Hoshino AI must have a relationship with a man. And Hoshino AI, let alone the president, has not even revealed the news of the man in front of their two children, which means that she is very secretive about it. But that man? Well, it is not certain. According to Duanmu Huai's experience, when a man attacks a woman, it is probably because the woman has caused some kind of obstacle to him. Therefore, the man should have some kind of interest in Hoshino AI. Then, checking the interpersonal relationship is naturally the most important thing. Duanmu Huai just doesn't believe that he can't find out anything after spending so much money. At the same time, he also asked the people in the detective agency to keep an eye on the hospital. After all, Duanmu Huai specifically instructed that except for the president and his wife, himself and his sister, no one is allowed to visit Hoshino AI. So, if the man knew that Hoshino AI was not dead, he might come to find her. So Duanmu Huai also asked people to keep an eye on that place, in case there was any slightest sign of movement. Haha, don't blame Duanmu Huai for being rude. He is not a man who follows rules. In this way, time passed day by day, and finally, Ruby turned 14. Happy 14th birthday, Ruby. Aw, thank you, sister. Looking at Duanmu Huai, Ruby was still a little timid. It is said that the eldest sister is like a mother, but Duanmu Huai gave Ruby the feeling of a father, very serious and strict, so Ruby was a little afraid to get close to her. What gift did my sister prepare for me this year? Speaking of this, Ruby seemed very excited. After all, her sister would prepare some interesting gifts for her every year. Although she didn't understand many things, they were still quite interesting. This year's gift is a little different. Let me ask you, do you still want to be an idol? Of course. Speaking of this topic, Ruby suddenly became excited. I have made an appointment with my mother. I will definitely fulfill her wish. I have worked hard for so many years. I will definitely hold a concert in Tokyo Dome. Indeed, several years have passed since Ruby first explained her determination to Duanmu Huai, and then Duanmu Huai signed her up for a lot of training classes. Although it was very hard and tiring, Ruby did persist. But, don't be like her, and give birth to 2 children before the concert. However, facing Ruby's determination, Duanmu Huai just gave her a hard blow. No. Well, thank you, Miss Kyoko. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Saito Kyoko stepped forward and took out a page of contract. Ruby, welcome to Join Berry Pro. Chapter 1584. Yangdong High School. It is one of the few schools in Japan that has a performing arts department. It is also the school that Dwanmu Hwai and Ruby are going to. Of course, both of them chose the performing arts department. For Dwanmu Hwai, the reason is very simple. The score of the performing arts department is low. Reborn to go to school, and still have to study hard? What kind of nightmare is this? Being a teacher is fine, but being a student is another matter, and Dwanmu Hwai's admission also set off a lot of noise in Yangdong High School. On the other hand, Ruby did not make any movement. This is also very simple. In the Japanese entertainment industry, actors belong to the top level, and in the actor level, kabuki actors are ranked first, movie actors are ranked second, and TV actors are ranked last. Dwanmu Hwai has been making movies since he was a child, and has a stable output, shooting a movie every 1 or 2 years on average, and even won several movie awards. Although he doesn't play many leading roles, but more as a villain or boss, he is also a well-known movie star in Japan. By the way, the levels below actors are singers, entertainers, and then idols. That's right, in the entertainment industry's contempt chain, idols belong to the lowest level, completely at the bottom of the entertainment industry. In other words, even those half-naked comedians on variety shows have a higher status than idols. This is another reason why Hoshino Ai was filming TV dramas. But her performance was obviously excellent, but she was cut to only one shot. On the one hand, she doesn't know how to restrain herself, and on the other hand, she is an idol, and in this industry, she is basically at the same level as the photo models who are regarded as micro-actresses. Even if the heroine of a TV series is not famous, she is still a TV actress, and is not in the same league as an idol. This is like a little maid trying to steal the queen's role. Is it possible? Of course not. The reason why idols have a low status is also very simple. There is no threshold. Anyone can be one. Just like photo models, as long as they have big breasts and big buttocks and look good. Unlike singers, actors, and even variety show hosts, they all have their own specialties. Actors have acting skills, singers can sing, and even among singers, singers who can compose songs have a higher status than those who can simply sing. And entertainers need not be mentioned. Not everyone has the ability to host variety shows. But idols, to put it bluntly, anyone can be one, of course. What they can do is another matter. And idols have a considerable weakness compared to other people in the entertainment industry. That is team bonus. After the emergence of the idol profession, they almost always appear in groups. That is to say, the popularity of idols is inseparable from the team. But on the other hand, once an idol leaves the group and goes solo, their fame will drop by more than 1 or 2 levels. This is the biggest weakness of idols. Unlike actors and singers, they are all fighting alone and self-reliant. If there is a problem, it is easy to solve it. After all, it is only their own problem. But idols are different. Suppose there are 10 people in a team, 9 of them are doing well, but another one has a scandal. That's the end, the whole team will suffer together. No matter how well they do, others will only think, we are all in the same team. If XX did it, how could O not know? She might have done it too. The reason why Bikomachi was forced to disband was the same. As the center, Hoshino Ai was stabbed to death by fans because of an underground love affair. Those fans would naturally think that if Hoshino Ai was the center, and she was so unruly, then wouldn't others be playing more wildly? So after that, no matter how hard the members of Bikomachi tried, it was useless. When people saw Bikomachi again, the first thought in their minds was, their center was stabbed by fans because of an underground love affair. So by analogy, these members might also have men, who would still support them. There are so many idol groups, and you are not the only one. So in the end, Bikomachi had to disband. Dwanmu Hwai had analyzed the pros and cons for Ruby. In fact, he preferred Ruby to debut as a singer. It would be better if she could learn to write lyrics and compose music by herself. Okay. But Ruby insisted on becoming an idol with Ai Hoshino as her goal, and Dwanmu Hwai had no choice. He even doubted, is this guy really reborn? Why does he feel that his mental age is the same as that of a child, and the older he gets, the more he gets older? However, he still asked Ruby to learn as many dance songs as possible. No matter whether she can become an idol in the end, at least as a singer, Ruby must have the qualities to go solo. And they can't be like those idol groups, who disappear after going solo, and even their shadows can't be found. On the contrary, Dwanmu Hwai's path is relatively easy for ordinary people to enter the entertainment industry. Scarcity makes things valuable. There are few children who can act, and even fewer who can show temperament. As long as you perform well, don't act like a big shot, and don't get pitted by stupid teammates, then it won't be a problem to enter the upper echelons of the film industry. It's just that ordinary children are not reborn. and it's impossible for them to have Dwanmu Hwai's personality. They will become arrogant when praised, and naturally there will be no follow-up. Dwanmu Hwai also spent a lot of effort. The child star's remuneration is not small. He saved up the remuneration from previous films, and then acquired a not-so-large film company, became his own boss, and then had the power to choose his own scripts. The advantage of being his own boss is that Dwanmu Hwai doesn't have to rely on remuneration, but can simply rely on box office dividends. Of course, Dwanmu Hwai's own acting skills, well, it can't be considered acting skills. At the beginning, Dwanmu Hwai mainly relied on the performance of that kind of temperament. After his body in this world grew up slowly, Dwanmu Hwai took out another big killer. That's fighting scenes. That's right, as a judge, Dwanmu Hwai is a fighting master, and performing fighting scenes is easy for him. In the Japanese film industry, being able to fight scenes is simply a death-free gold medal. In particular, Dwanmu Hwai's fighting performance is full of courage, far beyond the comparison of those pretty boys who only show off their skills, and therefore Dwanmu Hwai has successfully occupied a place at the film festival. He has even been nominated for several foreign film awards. There are even many big-name directors who specially invite Dwanmu Hwai to be the fighting director of their films. At this point, except for his young age, Dwanmu Hwai's status in the film industry is not low at all. Even many movie stars who are older than him have to bow their heads and call him senior when they see him. After all, although Dwanmu Hwai is only 15 years old, he has been acting since he was 4 years old, and it has been more than 10 years now. A true senior in the film industry. Do you understand what the value of age equals career is? So in the final analysis, in addition to hard work, it is also important for child stars to not have bad teammates. For example, Aramaka Na was the one who was pitted. Because she was famous for acting, she went to release an album, and the result was, both sides collapsed. It was really unlucky. If it were Dwanmu Hwai, he would never do it. But ordinary children can't have such a sense of risk. And Dwanmu Hwai, such a Dwanmu Hwai, naturally attracted a lot of attention as soon as he entered school. Of course, everyone only dared to look at him from a distance, and didn't dare to get close. After all, in this school, Dwanmu Hwai's status is a superstar. And except for him, the best achievement of others is to be an actor in a primetime TV series at 8 o'clock, which is a level lower than a movie actor. If you rashly approach and talk to him, it might be regarded as rude. If Dwanmu Hwai hates you, it will be difficult to survive in the film and television industry in the future. H.A. In the crowd, a red-haired girl wearing a hat looked at the white-haired girl sitting in the classroom with a complicated expression, and sighed silently, with a complicated expression. Although I had guessed that she would come, I didn't expect that I would feel so complicated when I really saw her. The red-haired girl lowered her head and stared at the ground. She was none other than Arima Kana. For Arima Kana, she always regarded Dwanmu Hwai as her opponent, especially that unique temperament performance method. Later, Arima Kana also cooperated with Dwanmu Hwai several times. For Arima Kana, unlike others, Dwanmu Hwai was always able to point out some of her problems, which also benefited her a lot. Unfortunately, the two sides only had 2 or 3 opportunities to meet, and each time Arima Kana hoped to contact Dwanmu Hwai privately, but was too embarrassed to speak up because of face. At that time, Arima Kana thought that the next time they met, she would definitely be able to become an actor competing with her on the same stage, and then she would ask for her contact information as if nothing had happened. Unexpectedly, things went against her wishes. After that, Arima Kana began to go downhill. Unlike Dwanmu Hwai, she is now just a former genius child star. Because of this, when she saw Dwanmu Hwai again, Arima Kana's mood was quite complicated. She read a lot of discussions on the internet. On the internet, many people compared the two genius child stars Dwanmu Hwai, stage name, and Arima Kana as two positive and negative examples. One was steady, and gradually opened up a new path in the film industry. Although he did not shoot many works, he was able to ensure quality and quantity. The other one was mediocre after that, and it is even difficult for him to play a supporting role now. Aramaka Kanai has also watched all the works performed by Dwanmu Hwai, and she has to admit that Dwanmu Hwai's performance has always been very focused. He never goes beyond his ability to choose and shoot any role. And based on this, he gradually improves. For example, at the beginning, Dwanmu Hwai played some children who were possessed by ghosts or ghosts. Then when he grew up, he began to play some villain roles on this basis. After all, evil and charming villain roles are still very popular. When she grew up and played a villain who needed to fight against the protagonist, Dwanmu Hwai showed her fighting skills and established her position. Even now, Dwanmu Hwai has begun to take on some roles that are both good and evil, so that many times, the audience can't figure out whether he is playing a good guy or a bad guy, which further adds to the suspense of the plot, which makes many directors very happy to invite Dwanmu Hwai to cooperate. Therefore, it can be seen from Magana that Dwanmu Hwai has been determined to take the villain route from the beginning. Although some viewers will complain that they know what role she will play as long as they see this face, some people will say that it is really enjoyable to watch her evil performances and violent martial arts scenes every time. In addition, the roles that Dwanmu Hwai takes now are neither good nor evil, so it is more interesting. Until now, Arima Kana realized how correct Dwanmu Hwai's decision was. This reminded her that it was not the case when she was young. At that time, her agent was her mother, and her mother would let her play any role as long as it was the protagonist. Arima Kana was unable to leave a deep impression on everyone. As a result, when she grew up, she lost the only mark of a child star, and she did not have the mark of specialization in horror and evil like Dwanmu Hwai, so she was abandoned. Unfortunately, it is too late to regret now. If she could be firm in her ideas and future plans when her career was at its peak, it would be useless. After all, she was just a child at that time, and her agent was her mother. No matter how much Kana protested, it would probably be regarded as a child's willfulness. Thinking of this, Arima Kana sighed again, then looked at Dwanmu Hwai deeply, and then turned and left. I'm afraid that the other party has long forgotten about this former child star who has passed his prime. However, Arima Kana didn't expect that he would meet Dwanmu Hwai again soon. For Dwanmu Hwai, the first day of school was actually quite boring. Apart from saying hello to his classmates at the beginning, he didn't do much. By the way, Ruby also specifically reminded Dwanmu Hwai not to take the initiative to talk to her in school. Because she didn't want to be regarded as the sister of a big movie star. Well, I have to say, it's pretty cute. But in this way, I'm bored, going to pick up girls. It doesn't seem to work. Forget it, if it doesn't work, just join a club, and then go to the locker room to take care of your eyes. After all, this is a performing arts college, and there are beauties everywhere. Just watching them change clothes is enough to kill time. Anyway, my body is also female, so I won't be scolded if I enter the locker room. What? You mean handsome guys? Aren't they all vegetables that can walk? Dwanmu Hwai showed mercy by not killing them all. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Dwanmu Hwai was thinking about whether to go to the locker room for a wonderful encounter of sorry, I went to the wrong place. His cell phone rang, and then Dwanmu Hwai picked up the phone, and soon the voice of a professional manager came from it. President, you've worked hard in class. Not hard. It's quite nice to sleep in class openly. What's the matter? It's like this. The budget approval items for this quarter have been determined, and I've sent them all to the mailbox. Please take a look. Oh, wait a minute. As Dwanmu Hwai spoke, he opened his cell phone mailbox, and then glanced at the budgets of the approved film and television drama projects. But when he saw one of them, he raised his eyebrows. Jean Tion? Yes, this project is part of the network TV's foray, because the original work is very popular among young people, so we think it will be more popular to relax through network TV. I know, my sister is quite fascinated by this. Dwanmu Hwai is not interested in girls' comics, but Ruby still likes to read them. She always catches him to talk about the plot, although in Dwanmu Hwai's opinion, these girls' comics are quite boring. I plan to go to the set to see when it starts? Tomorrow. Okay, I go and see how it's performed tomorrow. After all, it's the comic that his sister likes, and she should like it if it's made into a TV series. Chapter 1585. Today is a little sweet, or Jean Tion for short. It is a girl comic, telling the story of a traumatized heroine who is healed after meeting the hero and his friends. Dwanmu Hwai remembers this very clearly because every day when he goes home for dinner, Ruby will tell him the story with great interest, sometimes excitedly, sometimes gnashing teeth, and sometimes crying bitterly. It's like being possessed by a demon. I guess that's how young people's parents felt when they watched those idol dramas. Something like, "You are the wind and I am the sand, lingering to the end of the world." Dwanmu Hwai also read it under Ruby's strong recommendation. How can I say it? I can only say that the plot is indeed very touching, but Dwanmu Hwai didn't have as rich emotions as Ruby. If I have to say it, it's that he can live so long just on bread and nutrients. The human body is really amazing. Ruby was so angry that she didn't talk to him for 2 days. But Dwanmu Hwai felt that his doubt was normal. Anyway, at least Dwanmu Hwai knew that this comic was still very popular among girls. Since it was adapted into a TV series, it should be more popular. However, After watching the shooting scene and sample of the first episode, Dwanmu Hwai made a phone call directly. Sakura, get out of here and come to the office. After a while, the professional manager rushed into the office panting, but what greeted him was Dwanmu Hwai's roar. What a stupid thing! Dwanmu Hwai slapped the heavy mahogany desk with a slap, and the desk was cracked directly. Are you sure this is Jean Tion's sample? This is indeed Jean Tion's sample. The director gave it to me personally. Then tell me, what the hell is this stupid thing? Dwanmu Hwai slapped the desk again and pointed angrily at the screen next to him. I remember that Jean Tion is a girl's comic, and aren't the heroine and her friends the first to appear in it? Her friends should be girls. But what's the matter with so many stupid handsome guys in it? Dwanmu Hwai almost poked his finger into the screen. Isn't the heroine a Angel girl who doesn't trust others? What the hell is she surrounded by so many handsome guys? What kind of face control bitch is this? Also, these lines. Dwanmu Hwai said, as he pressed the play button, and then saw the boy who played the male lead in it looking at the heroine and speaking. Are you happy with that expression all day long? Great reading. The drama club in junior high school is not that bad. Dwanmu Hwai threw the remote control at the screen, and heard a bang. The next moment, the 64-inch large-screen color TV died on the spot. Our company invested in this thing? Although I am not a fan of Jean Tion, I also know that this thing will only be criticized after it is broadcast. Why did they invite these rubbish actors? Why? Did our company not pay enough? Faced with Dwanmu Hwai's fierce scolding, the manager was also trembling with fear. I will contact the director and producer immediately. Go find out what's going on. If they don't want to shoot, they can get out of here. Do you want me to listen to people scolding this bad movie every day in class? Yes. The manager, who was as if he had been pardoned, walked out like the wind, while Dwanmu Hwai sat down on the boss chair, snorted unhappily, and then picked up the cast list at hand again. By the way, how could Kana's acting be so bad? That's right, the heroine of today's suite is none other than Kana Arima, who has not been seen for a long time. He originally wanted to see if Kana Arima had made any progress after not seeing her for a few years, but he was so angry at these idiot young actors that he wanted to hang them directly. Although he only watched the beginning, Dwanmu Hwai felt that Kana Arima's acting skills should not be so bad. On the other hand, under the threat of Dwanmu Hwai's death, the manager, who was fully capable, quickly found out the situation and reported it. Tell me, what's going on? Yes, it's like this. President. Looking at the girl sitting behind the desk, with white hair and red eyes, who looked like she wanted to eat someone. The manager swallowed his saliva and spoke tremblingly. Because network TV is a new product, they are not sure whether it can get the expected response, so they just want to test the waters. Test the waters with a popular comic? Damn, the license is free. Go on. Yes. Because the 14 volumes of the comics have too much content and the production cycle is too long, so they decided to compress it to 6 episodes. Of course, they also know that compressing too much will cause the plot to collapse, so they plan to use the fact that Jean Tion's fans are all women and use a large number of models to play the role. After all, for women, as long as there are enough handsome guys, you don't have to care about the plot, right? Then what kind of TV series are you shooting? Why don't you open a gigolo parlor? Dwanmu Hwai slapped him again, and this time he finally broke the heavy mahogany desk in half with a click. Our company is in the film and television business. If we open a gigolo parlor, let these idiots turn right and go to the custom street. This is the difference between actors and bosses. For actors, no matter how unreasonable the plot is, they have to bite the bullet and shoot. And if the investors are not satisfied, they can point at the director and scold him. The latter must swallow their anger. It can be seen that money is the boss. The manager stood there trembling, not daring to speak, but he also knew that Dwanmu Hwai's anger was not directed at him, but the unlucky ones were the director and producer. They were really doomed. Sure enough, Dwanmu Hwai gave instructions soon. Return this stupid thing to me, tell them to shoot it according to the original work, and stop adding those messed up characters. And those models, damn, what stupid things are they? Is Jean Tion more famous, or are these models more famous? I don't know where these idiots came from. We actually have to pay them for such idiots? Even if they beg me for money, I won't let them act. Yes. Fire them all. Hey, but this requires a penalty. Why? Can't our company afford this money? That's not the case. Money can't buy me happiness. Watching these idiots on TV is more painful than losing money. Yes. By the way, there is Magana. Dwanmu Hwai took a breath. Tell her that the heroine in Jean Tion is the protagonist. Don't act like a keychain hanging on a school bag. Give her another chance. If it doesn't work, change her. Yes, this, but... anything else? Actually, the director has his reasons. After all, high school students with acting skills are rare. Magana is already very hard to find. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was speechless. Indeed, if it is an adult, there are as many actors as you want, but to find a few good acting skills among child stars and teenagers in junior and high schools. In short, let him find them. We are not without money. Finally, Duanmu Huai gave a simple and rough order. This is the good thing about being a boss. I just want to get married. As for the result, I don't care about the rest. Besides, can a problem that can be solved with money be called a problem? As for the fact that it still can't be found, that's the producer's problem. Let's change the producer. For office slaves, the most annoying thing is that the boss opens his mouth and the office slaves run around. Duanmu Huai is the boss, so he doesn't care about the office slaves' ideas at all, but office slaves. What a joke. Fire them all. The producer clenched his fists and stared at the manager. You know, I spent a lot of effort to find them. But no one asked you to find such a show-off with no acting skills. Although the producer's roar was scary, the manager was very calm. Just kidding, after experiencing Duanmu Huai's terrifying pressure like a beast about to eat people, this level of shouting is just a gentle kitten. Moreover, he didn't like this kind of producer who did what he wanted. Our company funded you to shoot the TV series Today's Sweetness, not some idle promotional film. Don't you even understand this? But they are all promising newcomers. As long as we can take this opportunity to build a good relationship. This is what the boss said. If you want to open a gigolo shop, you can turn right to the custom street. Our company is not interested in this. You? I have brought the message to you. How to choose is your problem, producer Kaburaji. After saying this, the manager turned and left, and behind him, Kaburaji clenched his fists. Is there such a thing? Kaburaji felt that he had done nothing wrong. Today's Sweetness was indeed a popular comic, but because of this, he hoped to use it to make the new model popular. In the eyes of Demu, this is a very correct choice. He relies on building a good relationship with the models to gain popularity. As for word of mouth, he only needs to use the water army. In fact, the reason why he does this is also based on his experience. After all, for investors, popularity and connections are generally more important. Although Today's Sweet is a popular comic, it has been completed and has no subsequent development value. And these new models have just started, and there is still great potential in the future. A qualified investor cannot not understand these. Could it be that the investor is a fan of Today's Sweet? In any case, the next thing is a headache. Thinking of what to do next, Demu producer only feels a headache. Although in the eyes of Duanmu Huai, they are just little white faces with no acting skills and only good looks, they are indeed very popular in the modeling industry. Unfortunately, for Duanmu Huai, who is at the top of the entertainment industry, and is both a player and a referee, he really doesn't care about a few popular models. But in order to ask these models to take time out for the shooting, the producer of Kazuki spent a lot of effort. Think about it, he invited them to perform with great confidence, and now he has to tell them that they will be kicked out of the crew because of their poor acting skills. Hey, isn't this a joke? But unfortunately, investing in talents is God. So soon, Duanmu Huai got the second cast list. This time, the heroine is still Aramaka, and her two friends are played by Kurikawa Akane and Sakurajima Mai, both of whom are actresses, but the former is a stage actor and the latter is a TV actor. The ages are all here. If you want to say suitable, they are definitely suitable. Well, they both have good looks and good experience. The rest depends on their performance. What about the male lead? Should we kick out those gigolos? However, the manager seemed a little embarrassed at this time. What's wrong? In fact, the male lead hasn't been confirmed yet. It shouldn't be hard to find a male actor, right? But because these two are currently famous stars, their agencies don't want to work with male actors who may have scandals, after all. Isn't there an ambiguous scene between the two in the comics? Oh, that's right. Duanmu Huai flipped through the comics and remembered a section where the male lead wanted to prepare a birthday gift for the female lead, but didn't know what she liked. So he went to ask her friend A, and then the two went to the street to buy gifts together. They happened to be seen by the female lead, so the female lead began to have her usual wild thoughts. Speaking of this kind of girl comics, if the female lead doesn't have wild thoughts, there is no way to advance the plot at all. Then go find someone else. Any other questions? Actually, The director of Jin Tian said that he hopes to invite you to participate in this filming. Let me play the stalker? That's fine with me, as long as I don't show my face. Duanmu Huai remembered that there seemed to be only one villain in this comic. No, the director said that the male protagonist of Jin Tian is a sharp-tongued character who likes to mock others, and he will die in the end. Because it's a terminal illness, it's all this kind of inexplicable disease that can't be cured, so what? After communicating with the comic author, he hopes to find a protagonist with a broad personality, good at sharp tongue and mockery, and looks very thin. After all, if you find a strong protagonist and insist that he will die soon, no one will believe it. That's right, so what? So, as he spoke, the manager handed over the invitation. You are invited to play the leading male role. Duanmu Huai looked at the leading male character in the comic, then looked at his own frail body, and then looked at his manager. Huh? Chapter 1586. Strictly speaking, Duanmu Huai's body in this world is very deceptive. If he doesn't speak and sits there, he is a standard sickly beauty, looking thin and weak, as if he will fall down if the wind blows. If he makes a melancholy expression similar to Lin Daiyu, he will be a very lovable character. It is impossible to imagine that he is a terrifying monster that can lift the steamroller Ola Ola. Of course, as a woman, there is almost no growth, which is a good thing for Duanmu Huai. After all, he doesn't have to worry about buying cup sizes and other issues. As for playing male roles, Duanmu Huai, well, he has done it quite a few times. It is rare to see men dressed as women in movies, but it is not uncommon for women to dress as men. Duanmu Huai's body is not very tall, but not short either. It is reasonable to say that he has a teenager's body. As long as he changes his hairstyle, puts on makeup, changes clothes, and wears colored contact lenses, he can indeed play a beautiful boy. Duanmu Huai has indeed played similar roles, and even quite a few times. After all, many of the popular Japanese comic and animation adaptations are set in school, and there are also superpower battles. The problem is that if you say it is difficult to find high school students who can act, then it is even more difficult to find high school students who can play fighting scenes. Therefore, Duanmu Huai has been asked by big directors several times to reluctantly go into battle himself, and also act as a stuntman. But that is also a fighting scene. Acting in a love scene, that's a bit. Can't handle it? I'm not playing this kind of youth campus love comedy. Duanmu Huai was speechless, saying that it was impossible. How could he act in this? He has never been interested in romantic comedies. Oh, correction, the male lead died in the end. So this is not a comedy? Anyway, Duanmu Huai thinks this is quite fun, and it can be considered a comedy. The director said that he has seen you play similar roles in other movies, and thinks it fits the characteristics of the protagonist. Moreover, if it is played by a woman, others will feel more at ease, and the performance will be more natural. Anyway, let me take a look at the script first. As an investor and a big shot, Duanmu Huai is naturally qualified. Soon, a new script was given again. Duanmu Huai flipped through it. Compared with the previous compression of the content of 14 volumes into 6 episodes, the length of this script is much more reasonable. Because there is no need to force those boring gigolo models, the story follows the comic plot in a disciplined manner, and some sidelines are deleted. The story starts from the situation of the heroine at the beginning of the comic, and then the hero transfers to school, the two meet, and the heroine slowly makes friends and walks out of the shadow. Then she gradually developed feelings for the hero, and the hero also used his own way to love her. The final plot is 1/3 of the comic. The hero defeated the stalker, who was tracking the heroine, and then the heroine found that she fell in love with the hero, and that was the end. It can be regarded as leaving a suspense for the public. The usual method used in TV dramas is more convenient for filming the second season. After reading the script, Duanmu Huai pondered. If it was an ordinary love drama, he would not accept it. However, the hero of this today's suite is actually a little different. First of all, the girls' comics are all explained from the perspective of the heroine, so strictly speaking, this is a female-led drama. As for the setting of the male protagonist, he wants to live a meaningful life in the end because he is dying, and he wants to help and save the female protagonist. At the same time, because he knows that he will die sooner or later, he does not deliberately fall in love with the female protagonist, unlike those stupid characters in TV dramas. You just lost a leg, but he lost love. So strictly speaking, the story of today's sweetness is more like a story about the female protagonist sinking into darkness, then being saved, and finally becoming self-reliant. Most of the narrative focus is actually on the female protagonist, and the male protagonist is more of a more important tool. After all, they will die in the end, so they will not be as greasy as ordinary campus lovers. Well, if you look at it this way, it seems that it is not unacceptable. Okay, I give it a try. Now Dwanmu Hwai is very glad for his decision. Although he starred in the movie, he mostly played the first-line supporting role in the movie, so he would be freer to choose the works he shoots. If he was a superstar or a popular protagonist in the film industry, it would be different. After all, actors have their own value. For Dwanmu Hwai, who mainly plays supporting roles, he doesn't have too much celebrity baggage, so it's okay to go around in circles. But if you replace those who play the leading male role with such a nameless online TV series, it's another matter. And although he is the male lead, he is actually a supporting role from the story itself. The most important thing in this drama is Kana Arima, who plays the female lead. As long as she plays well, it's fine. In short, give it a try. Compared with the previous minor events, this time the shooting was more formal. The most important thing before the shooting was naturally the script reading. Mainly, before the shooting, the director, screenwriter, actors and others gathered together to comprehensively sort out the script, read the lines of each character, and make modifications and understandings. This was also the first round of the crew members meeting together before the start of the shooting. When Dwanmu Hwai pushed open the door of the conference room and walked into the conference room, he saw the scene. Basically, except for the few adults sitting upstairs, the rest were young men and women. After all, it was a youth campus romance film. It was impossible to choose a 25-year-old woman to play JK. Shouldn't it be? Hey! That's Dwanmu Hwai? Lie, why would she come to such a small studio? Seeing Dwanmu Hwai, the young actors were stunned, and many of them even exclaimed. You know, although many of them are older than Dwanmu Hwai, in terms of artistic experience and achievements, they can't compare to this famous actor who debuted at the age of 4, continued to act until the age of 15, won various awards, and starred in many first-line movies. Hello. Dwanmu Hwai nodded to everyone as a greeting, and then sat in the first seat next to the director. With his status, it was almost natural for him to sit here. Well, everyone is here, let's start. First let me explain. The director also greeted Dwanmu Hwai, then coughed, looked at everyone and began to explain. First of all, of course, the role was explained. The heroine was still played by Arima Kana. It seems that she did well in the second selection. At least the director recognized that she still had the ability to play the heroine. The actress who plays the heroine's friend A is. I am Kurikawa Akane from the theater troupe Lalilai. Please give me your advice. The first person to stand up was a tall black-haired girl who looked a little timid and introverted. However, Dwanmu Hwai was not surprised by this. He had been to many film sets and met many actors. He also knew that many actors were schizophrenic both on and off the stage, and they looked completely different. Although her current reaction was a little different from the lively friend A she was going to play, since the director was sure that she could do it, it should mean that she had the acting skills in this area. I am Sakurajima Mai. Please give me your advice. Compared to the timid Kurikawa Akane, Sakurajima Mai, who played friend B, looked very confident and full of momentum. She was a girl with waist-length hair and a good figure. I heard that she had acted in TV dramas before, so she was considered a very experienced actor. For Sakurajima Mai, this level of TV drama should be no problem at all. As for the next one, it's the actor who plays the villain. Ashimi Yuyuki, please give me your advice. Ashimi Yuyuki plays the kind of scheming bitch that often appears in girls' comics. In the early stage of the comics, she seems to be very enthusiastic about taking care of the heroine, but in fact, she is a green tea who wants to get close to the hero through the heroine. There are always similar characters in girls' comics who are on the surface like sisters, but in private, they want to sell you out. This is also a character that often appears in girls' comics. Although I don't know how good her acting is, at least she looks pretty pure and cute. Hello everyone, I'm M.M. Thank you for giving me this opportunity this time. I will work hard. After Washimi Yushua, the blonde girl who plays the supporting role C appeared. According to the information in the newspaper, she is a very famous YouTuber host, which is very suitable for this online TV, so the crew invited her. In fact, in this crew, including Dwanmu Hwai, only Magana, Kurikawa Akane and Sakurajima Mai are regular actors, and the other supporting roles are models, YouTuber hosts or idols. However, these people don't have many roles, and it is indeed difficult to find good actors of this age, so the crew had to consider it from other aspects. For example, Washimi Yushua, who was a model, was invited because she and the gigolo, who was kicked out by Dwanmu Hwai, were from the same agency, and in order to compensate, They had to leave such a role for the other party. As for MEM, it goes without saying that online TV series can maximize the topic by using online anchors. Of course, Dwanmu Hwai is not completely intolerant of the injustice. You can pick a few topical supporting roles at random, and he won't bother to care. But you can't even use the main character to fool people. This is nonsense. In fact, Ruby was also stuffed into the crew by Dwanmu Hwai, but she was just an ordinary passerby actor, the kind of classmate A who chats in the class when the heroine goes to school. Dwanmu Hwai said that he just wanted Ruby to experience the atmosphere of the crew. Anyway, a passerby actor is insignificant and will not hinder the overall situation. By the way, Ruby was very excited when she learned that she could participate in today's Sweetness. Soon, this circle was introduced. Most of them were girls. There was actually only one male role, which was a relative of the heroine. So that idiot stuffed so many handsome guys in, which was a completely crazy operation, and it didn't match the character of the heroine. The heroine was poisoned by her mother, so she has never trusted anyone since she was a child. How could she be so proud of herself when surrounded by a few handsome guys? That would be a complete loss. That, director? After the introduction, the script reading began, and at this moment, Mai Sakurajima raised her hand curiously. Excuse me, who is the actor of the male lead? Ah. Dwanmu Hwai sighed silently, and then stood up. Dwanmu I will play the male lead. Hey! Hey hey hey! At this moment, the one who made the most surprised cry was none other than Kana Arima. Chapter 1587. Wow, acting opposite Dwanmu. Sitting on a chair, holding the script, Arima Kana was panicking. She still remembered the first time she acted with Dwanmu Hwai. Unfortunately, it was only in that movie. At that time, Arima Kana was suppressed by Dwanmu Hwai's momentum. She felt that she didn't give full play to her performance from beginning to end. After that, Arima Kana always wanted to avenge the previous shame and let Dwanmu Hwai see her acting skills, but unfortunately, fate played tricks on her. After that, Dwanmu Hwai's status became higher and higher, and her status became lower and lower. The two sides only met a few times on the set, and never had the opportunity to perform on the same stage again. And this time, she actually had to act opposite Dwanmu Hwai. I must let him see my real ability. Thinking of this, Arima Kana also made up her mind, and at this time, Dwanmu Hwai also came out. Well, I think this is enough for the outfit. Dwanmu Hwai looked at his clothes. It was a men's uniform. It looked ordinary and nothing special. Male characters are basically like this. After all, they are students. If you dye your hair colorfully and wear earrings, it will be off the mark. So all Dwanmu Hwai has to do is wear a wig, change into a uniform, and then hang headphones around his neck. In terms of height, Dwanmu Hwai is actually a little shorter than Arima Kana, but the height problem can be solved by padding shoes and shooting lenses. In addition, this face is already very beautiful. With a little dressing up, it can be the image of a beautiful boy. So when Arima Kana saw Dwanmu Hwai after changing into the costume, she couldn't help but be stunned. Then Arima Kana saw Dwanmu Hwai with his hands in his pockets, walking towards her, walking in front of her, and then staring at her, looking her up and down. What's wrong? Being looked at like this by Dwanmu Hwai made Arima Kana a little flustered, and Dwanmu Hwai snorted coldly. You have that expression all day long, are you happy? Huh? What are you talking about? Halfway through, Arima Kana also came back to her senses. This is exactly what the male and female protagonists said when they first met in today's Sweetness. Then she also snorted coldly, and turned her head away. What's up? Nothing, I was just chasing cats all the way here, and I happened to see a big cat here, so I came to say hello. What are you talking about? Nothing, I just said what I wanted to say. Watching the two people's impromptu performance, the people on the set widened their eyes in surprise. Since they came to participate in the performance, they naturally watched today's Sweetness, and were very familiar with the beginning of this comic. Looking at the two people now, it doesn't look like they are acting at all, but it seems like they are really meeting for the first time. Amazing. While acting with Dwanmu Hwai, Arima Kana also sighed in her heart. In fact, the story of today's Sweetness is very old-fashioned, and the reason why it is so popular is because of the excellent character creation. Take the male protagonist, for example. Although he is an important tool in the story, it is actually quite difficult to play him well. First of all, he is not a simple overbearing president or a gangster-like character, because he knows that he has not much time left, so he behaves very freely and comfortably, and does not take the rules of daily life into consideration at all. It's like a person knows that he only has 2 months to live, so the laws and regulations are naturally useless to him. Therefore, it is important that the male protagonist shows this kind of free and easy, but this degree is difficult to grasp. If you overdo it, you will become the kind of rebellious teenager who says, I want to be the enemy of the world, or the narcissist who says I am the best in the world. Although the gigolo model had no acting skills, he also didn't study the male lead well enough. When he acted opposite him, he acted like I am the best in the world. People who didn't know him would think he was acting a domineering CO. But in fact, in the comics, the male lead had already accepted his fate from the beginning, so he wouldn't act too intensely. Dwanmu Hwai acted very well, with the kind of carefree attitude of not taking everything seriously, but at the same time, he wasn't too intense to become a narcissist. This is also the reason why Dwanmu Hwai was willing to take on this role. Although he was dissatisfied with the male lead's handsome appearance, other than that, their personalities were similar. After all, as a judge, Dwanmu Hwai said, I am the rule, and the others can go away. As the two of them went back and forth, the other people on the set also stared blankly. After all, the performance of the two was too smooth. So much so that the others felt as if they had really come to the world of today's sweetness, and witnessed the first encounter between the hero and heroine. Humph, I'm leaving. After saying this, Arima Kana stood up and turned around, while Dwanmu Hwai looked at Arima Kana's back and stretched out his hand to scratch his head. Oh, what a bad-tempered kitten. As he spoke, Dwanmu Hwai spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Then, Arima Kana turned around again, looked at Dwanmu Hwai, and then smiled and stretched out his hand. Good performance. You too. Dwanmu Hwai held Arima Kana's hand and laughed. It was not until then that the others on the sidelines began to applaud. In any case, seeing the hero and heroine so tacitly in acting was a good start for the entire crew. After this impromptu rivalry, the atmosphere of the crew was also relaxed a lot. After all, everyone was a little worried about whether there would be problems at the beginning. Now it seems that if there will be no problems with the male and female protagonists, then there will be no big problems for others. After the startup, Dwanmu Hwai, who had returned to his original appearance, also found Arima Kana, and the two went to the cafe to chat together. Because they were all underage actors, they were not allowed to work after 9 o'clock in the evening, so they could not stay up late to work like adults. I knew you acted well, but I didn't expect you to act so well. It's just that this role is more suitable for my personality. If it was replaced by a pretty boy with oily hair and powdered face, I would not accept it. Facing Arima Kana's praise, Dwanmu Hwai seemed very calm, and what he said was also true. Dwanmu Hwai doesn't have the acting skills of other actors, so he usually only takes roles that are similar to his own personality. This is more convenient, so strictly speaking, Dwanmu Hwai is not a qualified actor, but he doesn't care. Now that you mention it, I remember that some critics on the internet did say that you can only play stereotyped roles with fixed plots. I guess those idiots would say that, but I don't care about their nonsense. After all, no matter how much they say, it won't affect me at all. Dwanmu Hwai sneered at this while drinking coffee. Hey, don't you care? After all, it would be very uncomfortable to see those people criticizing you online. I hardly go online. Come to think of it, you don't even have a line number. You really don't search for yourself at all? Aramaka Nai has also read some interviews about Dwanmu Hwai, and knows that Dwanmu Hwai has no interest in the internet. You know, in the internet age, whether it is an idol star or a model artist, they will open a line account, on the one hand to serve fans, on the other hand to have their own voice and communication channels. However, Dwanmu Hwai is a rare star who does not have a line account, and he doesn't even have his own website. He only has an email address used by an office. It can be said to be very old-fashioned. There is no need to care about the nonsense of those people on the internet. Dwanmu Hwai waved his hand. Those idiots on the internet are just loud, but they don't mean there are many people. I don't care how they look at me. Anyway, they hate me, and it doesn't affect my making money. Wow. If you post this on the internet, you will definitely be criticized. It's really the right choice for you not to go online. Hearing Dwanmu Hwai's remarks that he didn't take those people seriously, Arima Kana also took a breath of cold air. She could imagine that if Dwanmu Hwai said this on his line account, he would be criticized by the whole network. I advise you to watch less of those nonsense. If you have time, you might as well watch more videos of cats and dogs. It's better than watching others scold you. As Dwanmu Hwai said this, he looked at Arima Kana carefully. On the contrary, when I watched the sample before, I thought you hadn't acted for a long time, and had regressed to the point that you couldn't watch it anymore. Huh? You watched the sample. Hearing this, Arima Kana leaned back as if someone stabbed her in the chest. For the sake of my reputation, I have to make it clear that this is not my true level. After all, the people who acted opposite me were all terrible, right? If I hadn't cooperated with them, I would have been the only one to be replaced. After all, the goal of this TV series was to make those models famous, not me. That's right. Dwanmu also understood what Yumagana meant. As an actor without power and influence, Yumagana was really miserable. By the way, you don't seem to have an agency now? Dwanmu remembered clearly that when introducing themselves today, everyone else said that they were from XX agency, but Yumagana just briefly introduced herself, and then nothing happened. Your agent is your mother, right? I don't think I saw her today. My mother has gone back to her hometown. Aramagana interrupted Dwanmu's question lightly. She stared at the coffee in her hand, and kept turning the cup. Now I am the only one left here. Ah, but don't worry about money. After all, I made a lot of money when I was a child star. Then do you want to come to Make Pro? Hey! It must be said that when Aramagana heard Dwanmu's invitation, she was also stunned. Make Pro? I remember it was your agency? Yes. Let me go! Yes. Why? Do you want to pity me? If so, I won't accept it. I also have self-esteem. After this movie is finished, you will definitely be popular. Dwanmu didn't care about Yumagana's excuse at all, and just talked to himself. If they know that you don't have an agency, many people will come to you, so I think I should just take the initiative and sign you while the filming of this play is not finished yet. Faced with Dwanmu's frank answer, Yumagana didn't know what to say for a while. Are you so sure that I won't mess up this play? How should I know? But didn't the director choose you? Since the director thinks you won't, then you shouldn't. So, Yumagana reached out and scratched his cheek, turning his head away a little embarrassedly. Since you have decided, let's go sign the contract now. Wait, I haven't said I have decided yet. I just said I need to think about it. Okay, it's not too late to think about it on the way there. What do you mean by think about it on the way there? This is a major event in my life. I need to think about it for a few days at least. Anyway, I won't sign it. No matter what you say, I won't nod so easily. Arima Kana's determination is very firm. Although she is indeed a free agent now, she can't just be taken to sign a contract. Even if she is not popular now, she is still a former child star, and she should have some reserve of a genius child star. Bo. Welcome to Join Make Pro, Arima Kana. Looking at the signed contract in front of her, Arima Kana was stunned, and then she squatted on the ground with her head in her hands. I clearly thought I would never sign it. Why doesn't my body obey me? So I said it. Looking at Arima Kana squatting in front of him, Dwanmu shook his head silently. It's so easy to deceive. Chapter 1588. Generally speaking, in Japan, this kind of series is shot and broadcast one episode at a time, which is easier to adjust, and if there is any problem, it is also easier to stop the loss. However, Dwanmu actually prefers the domestic method of shooting and broadcasting in one go. Not broadcasting one episode every week, but broadcasting one episode every day. If it were a TV station, this would be impossible. After all, Japan is a big country with the most rules, but online TV stations don't have so many rules. In addition, Dwanmu is an investor. He says how to shoot and broadcast, who cares? So, in the entertainment industry, money is the most important. In fact, from the perspective of the director, they do not reject this method, because if they follow the method of shooting one episode a week, if an actor in it becomes popular, they may receive a lot of notices, which will affect her shooting status. After all, the crew can't say that in order to maintain the actor's status, you can't accept notices, and if you shoot it all at once, it will be much smoother. Dwanmu and Arima Kana performed well. Kurikawa Akane and Sakurajima Mai are also professional actors. They have no problem. Plus the crew is also of a high standard. As long as they have no problem, then other people have some minor problems. Therefore, the shooting went very smoothly. After all, this series has only 12 episodes. If luck is good, it should be finished within a month. Of course, it is not enough to just shoot blindly. After all, good wine will not be known to the deep alley. Especially Dwanmu's request is not to release one episode at a time, but to shoot all at once. So in order to attract the audience's enthusiasm in the early stage, publicity is also necessary. But this promotion. The linkage between Xianlian and Jin Tian, what the hell is this? Dwanmu stared at the plan and frowned. What is Xianlian? Hey, President, don't you know? This is a popular reality show recently. High school students who are performing arts participate in various activities to deepen their exchanges and eventually pair up. This is really. Duanmu Huai looked at the plan and was speechless. In China, this is a blatant and open promotion of premature love. After all, they are all high school students aged 15, 16, 17 or 18. If they were dating and appearing on variety shows, they would have been reported hundreds of times in China. I can only say that the Japanese still know how to play. In other words, the other party wants to take advantage of Jin Tian's popularity to hype up a wave. That's about it. Of course, the male and female protagonists will not appear in this. After all, it will ruin the character setting. But it's different for the others. Through the interaction of the actors during the filming, we can see if there is a possibility of dating each other. And from another perspective, besides the male and female protagonists, the partners of other people in Jin Tian have not been determined yet, right? The producer means that if we can start from this aspect, it will be like filming a special episode of Jin Tian. I see. Duanmu Huai nodded. It is true that the main characters in Jin Tian are the male and female protagonists. Other tools are all around the male and female protagonists, such as the two best friends of the female protagonist, and the male protagonist's classmates and other supporting roles. The author did not describe too much about their emotional life. This is also very simple. After all, this is not a group portrait drama. If the writing is wrong and the main characters are overshadowed, the whole story will collapse. If it is through this kind of love reality show, it will be much simpler. Just treat it as a side story of the supporting role. After all, today's suite is adapted from a comic book, and everyone has basically seen the plot. There is no need to be too secretive like a movie. On the contrary, this kind of side story, which is also a reality show, is very topical. It is very likely to attract the attention of many fans, so that the attention can be maintained. What did the original author say? The teacher has no objection. The teacher had no objection to such a bad adaptation before, so I guessed it would be like this. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes speechlessly. The other party didn't say anything on the scene during the first shooting. If it was him, it would be strange if he didn't overturn the entire set. Okay, as long as it doesn't hinder the crew shooting, I have no objection. But pay attention to the selection of characters, don't bring up things that will ruin the original work. Yes. After all, this reality show is for the promotion of TV series, and putting the cart before the horse is another matter. The other party's actions were not slow either. Soon, during the next filming, Duanmu Huai saw the crew of his current lover coming in. It's so boring. After the filming came to an end, Duanmu Huai also found a place to sit down, and muttered silently. To be honest, Duanmu Huai still doesn't know what he wants to do in this world. After all, the goal in the previous world was very clear, but this world is a bit strange. It's said to be happy. GM also said that it's not necessarily happiness to be happy yourself. Making others feel happy is also a kind of happiness. In addition, this time he was born as an idol's child, so Duanmu Huai thought that he should be an actor like Charlie Chaplin and Stephen Chow, so he took this route. But how can we pass the level? Duanmu Huai really has no idea about this. What's wrong? You look so sad. Just when Duanmu Huai was staring at the surroundings in a daze, he saw Aramakanai came over with a smile and handed Duanmu Huai a bottle of mineral water. Wasn't the previous filming very good? No, I was just thinking, what on earth am I doing in this world? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Aramakanai's smiling face froze. You are thinking about such a philosophical question. I think it's a very realistic question, but it doesn't matter. Duanmu Huai opened the bottle and drank a sip of water. Anyway, we know when the time comes. While talking, Duanmu Huai looked at the filming site of Current Love next to him, where they mainly filmed some behind-the-scenes stories of the actors, such as chatting and interacting. Why, do you want to go there too? I'm not interested in that. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. To be honest, I thought these reality shows were just scripts at first, but I didn't expect them to be surprisingly real. Duanmu Huai was right. He had watched those variety shows online before, and they all said that everything in them was scripted. But this time, Xianlian was different. The selected people didn't have a script and acted completely by themselves. So some people's performances were very similar to the characters, but some people's performances were completely different from the characters. Duanmu Huai also watched a few episodes after that, and felt that it was okay. The online reviews were also very good, which was considered to have achieved the original purpose of the promotion. Especially for Sumiyushua, her devilish words and deeds, and the triangle relationship between her and the two boys, became the focus of the filming. In fact, Duanmu Huai felt that this had both advantages and disadvantages. On the one hand, Sumi Ushua played this kind of role, and the audience did not feel uncomfortable, but on the other hand, this was a villain after all. It would be fine if she was acting, but if she played this kind of role in a reality show, the audience might think that she was a green tea. However, since she decided to act like this, Dwanmu Hwai would not say much. On the contrary, Kurikawa Akane. How should I put it? It's completely different from the feeling she gave when filming. Staring at the little transparent person on the side, Dwanmu Hwai couldn't help shaking his head. In today's sweetness, Kurikawa Akane played a very lively and cheerful best friend, and therefore became the redemption of the heroine. But in current love, she seemed to have little presence. That kid is just a stubborn person, huh? But it's quite interesting to see her panic like this. Unlike Dwanmu Hwai, Arima Kana looked like she was gloating at the moment. Do you know each other? Ah, you don't know? By the way, you are a screen actor, so maybe you don't know. Speaking of Kurikawa Akane of the theater troupe Lalai, she is very well known in the industry as a talented actor. Aren't you also a talented child star? It feels like sarcasm when you say this. Arima Kana glared at Dwanmu Hwai fiercely. She is a former talented child star, forget it. Anyway, the theater troupe Lalai is a theater troupe that claims to have only first-class actors as its members, and Kurikawa Akane is the top star in that theater troupe. She can completely integrate into the role, conduct in-depth research and investigation on the role she needs to play, and finally have a thorough understanding of it. Then she uses her natural sense of drama to perfectly perform everything she has learned. Speaking of this, Arima Kana then spread her hands. However, reality shows are different. If she can't play the role, Kurikawa Akane is just an introverted little girl. I see. Dwanmu Hwai stared at Kurikawa Akane, who looked timid in the corner of the filming. In other words, because she didn't get her own character setting, she didn't know how to act. Yes, that's how actors are. Of course, if it were me, I would be able to handle reality shows with ease. As she spoke, Arima Kana stretched. It's a pity. As the heroine, I must concentrate on it. That's right. At this moment, Dwanmu Hwai suddenly stretched out his hand, pressed against Arima Kana's chin, and stared at her. You are my woman, remember this well, I won't allow you to think about other men. Hey. Ah? Faced with Dwanmu Hwai's sudden action, Arima Kana was frozen there. She stared at Dwanmu Hwai in front of her blankly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Dwanmu Hwai just laughed, then let go of her hand and turned away. That's nothing. Until Dwanmu Hwai left, Arima Kana seemed to come back to her senses from the immobilization technique, and felt that she was sweating all over. That kind of oppressive feeling, that kind of expression that makes people unable to look away. After all, the male protagonist is not that kind of character at all. Ah, really? There should be a limit to teasing people. There is Maganai holding his head, and crouching to defend, and Dwanmu Hwai here. It seems that this trick is quite useful. Let's go back and use it on other people. Maybe it will be quite interesting. Although Otis will definitely not react, if it is and or Mary, Irisville and Medea can also try it. Maybe it will be quite interesting. Just when Dwanmu Hwai was thinking about whether to use the skills he learned here to play a prank after returning, he had unknowingly wandered to the filming site of Current Love. At this moment, the filming over there has also come to an end. I saw a few girls gathered there, and I don't know what they are doing. What are you doing? Dwanmu Hwai asked curiously, and everyone was stunned when they saw Dwanmu Hwai. Ah, senior. Shishua is doing manicures for us. Manicure? Yes. As he spoke, one of the girls raised her hand and showed her nails to Dwanmu Hwai. Dwanmu Hwai narrowed his eyes and looked at the nail art in front of him carefully. Will this be interesting? Yes, it's very beautiful, don't you think so, senior? I don't know much about this kind of popular things, but I think it would be uncomfortable to get those weird things on my nails. If it was just nail polish, Dwanmu Hwai would understand it. After all, there are a lot of girls in the trial court who also need to wear makeup. Lipstick, blush, nail polish and other things are not uncommon in their offices and rooms. But those bulging, small diamonds or stars and moons on the nails, Dwanmu Hwai can't understand. To be honest, Dwanmu Hwai only has the urge to remove such things on the nails. Girls can tolerate this level of endurance for dressing up. Oh. Looking at the aggressive girl in front of him, Dwanmu Hwai didn't know what to say. He actually couldn't understand the logic of some girls dressing. Forget it, just do what they like. However, Dwanmu Hwai didn't expect that such a small thing would cause a big commotion afterwards. Chapter 1589. The streets where cherry blossoms are flying. Do you know? the speed of cherry blossoms falling is 5 centimeters per second. The girl turned her head and looked at the boy who was close to her. He had black hair and a headset hanging around his neck, and he just smiled at her. Just feeling the boy's gaze, the girl felt weak all over, without any strength. The girl only felt her heart start to pound. She watched the boy reach out his hand, gently stroke her cheek, then hold her chin and raise her head. The girl knew what was going to happen next, but she was like a possessed person and couldn't move. She just stood there, watching the other person get closer and closer to her. Waha! Arimakana jumped up from the bed, sweating coldly. What kind of dream is that? She sat on the bed, holding her head and twisting it constantly, like a maggot. Why do I have such a dream? Are you too tired from filming recently? Or have you read too many comics? Anyway, it's just a dream. It's just a performance. Why do I have such a dream? I don't want it. It's normal for Arimakana to be so entangled. If the other party is really a boy, it's fine. After all, she can consider dating him. But the problem is that the other party is just a character dressed as a man. What should I do if I am obsessed with this character? Really, I must be too tired. While mumbling, Arimakana pulled the quilt, rolled herself in it again, and closed her eyes. A street full of cherry blossoms. Do you know? Cherry blossoms fall at a speed of 5 centimeters per second. Waha! Arimakana jumped up from the bed again, holding her head and twisting like a maggot. Arimakana covered herself in the quilt again and screamed, then she poked her head out of the quilt, like a turtle sticking its head out of its shell, and sighed. Just don't sleep. No, I still have to shoot tomorrow. Oh, I hope I don't have this weird dream again. While praying, the girl closed her eyes again. A broken, decaying street. There was a noise in her ears, which sounded like a human voice, but also like some kind of noise. The girl turned her head, and saw that standing next to her was an indescribable, black and tall monster. It had a hideous face, and countless tentacles stretched out from below. The monster turned its head, and looked down at her. Just by feeling that gaze, the girl felt weak all over, without any strength. She could only stand there, watching the twisted tentacles of the monster reach out to her, and wrap around her body. A fishy, sticky feeling emerged from her skin. The tentacles coiled up along the girl's neck, pressed against her chin, and then lifted the girl's head. The girl knew what was going to happen next, but she was like a possessed person and couldn't move. She could only stare at the indescribable, hideous and twisted monster opposite. Watching it open its mouth, a tongue like a skin snake came out from deep inside and reached towards her. Getting closer and closer. Arimakana silently opened her eyes, and silently picked up the phone next to her. It's better not to sleep. While whispering to herself, Arimakana turned on her phone. She couldn't sleep anyway, so she might as well check her phone. Looking at her phone, Arimakana subconsciously wanted to search for herself, but soon gave up. Forget it, there's nothing good about my own news. By the way, let's check that guy's. While talking, Arimakana entered Dwanmu AI's name and clicked on the search. Well, it's the same as before, not more or less, not good or bad. Maybe her strategy is quite correct. Looking at the news about Dwanmu AI that came out of the search, Arimakana couldn't help but sigh. Generally speaking, beautiful actresses are easy to attract attention, but perhaps because of the style they follow. In the discussion posts about Dwanmu AI, there are rarely topics like why don't you take off your clothes or this actress's scandals. On the contrary, most of them are. Look at her eyes, she must have killed someone. I don't think that perverted killer before was acting. Will the police really not investigate? I couldn't sleep for several days after watching it. She looks so cute and beautiful, but why does she always play such roles? Most people would never think of smashing a bottle of wine and stuffing it into someone's mouth. Isn't this a personal experience? Is it really okay for you to be fans of this kind of actress? We also think it's very problematic. I am a member of the Bosuzoku, but to be honest, I think she is much more fierce than our big sister. Don't tell me, even a gangster like me gets chills just by looking at her eyes. That look of not treating people as human beings is really great. I really want to be scorned and insulted by her in person. Just seeing her expression makes me so excited that I want to burst. Pervert. But aren't all fans of this actress perverts? Don't tell me, every role she plays is still quite impressive. Please call it a childhood shadow. Even if it's an adult, it's still a shadow. She's a high school student now, right? Do you think she will make a love movie? The kind of love that kills him? It's easy for me to imagine her in the kitchen with a smile on her face, while cutting up a body with a knife. Don't tell me, I can imagine that kind of chilling scene. If there really is one, the one who dares to date her must be a hero. Don't go too far, maybe she is a weak, kind, considerate, and caring girl in real life. Don't confuse the role with the actor. But look at the role she plays every time. You said she is kind and gentle. I can't imagine it. So, if you have the opportunity to date her, are you willing? I want to live a few more days. I always feel that if I cheat, she will definitely kill me. And it will be a very miserable death. Don't forget that she has served as the martial arts instructor for several movies. It is more than enough to beat us to death. And do you think she dares to do it? I can't imagine that she doesn't dare. +1 above. Ha ha ha. Seeing these discussions, Yumagana couldn't help but laugh out loud. Every time she was bored, she would search for discussion posts about Duanmu Hui for fun. After all, because Duanmu Hui herself didn't have a line account, didn't interact with others, and didn't appear on variety shows at all, she only appeared in some movie or TV show promotional talk shows, so there wasn't much news about her on the internet. Because of this, there were very few people who liked her very much and those who hated her very much. After all, few fans wanted their favorite stars to play the role of a murderer or a big boss. Even if such a role was played by Duanmu Hui, no fans would complain that he took the position of the star they liked. If I could be like this. Seeing this, Yumagana couldn't help but sigh. Duanmu Hui didn't have many fans, but they were all very stable. Being able to continue like this for more than 10 years, he was already an evergreen in the entertainment industry. After all, there are more actors like Kana Arima, who were once famous, but then gradually lost their fame and were forgotten. Just like now, even if some people still remember her, the discussion threads are all about comparing Kana Arima's past and present acting skills, and then lamenting the fall of child stars. I wonder what everyone will think of her after the TV series is broadcast. Thinking of this, Kana Arima also chuckled. For publicity considerations, although the crew announced in the early stage that Duanmu Hui joined the Today's Sweet crew, they did not specify the role he would play. This has caused a lot of discussion online. Of course, most fans of the original work think that Duanmu Hui may play the annoying and scary stalker. So the crew means that after the first episode is broadcast, the true identity will be revealed in the cast list, which will definitely attract a lot of attention. After all, the crew has only released who has joined the crew, and has not stated the roles they are filming. It can be regarded as attracting attention to a certain extent by keeping it secret. By the way, let's take a look at the discussion about Today's Sweetness. After all, it is a rare TV series that she starred in, and Arima Kana is also very concerned, so she quickly searched, and then, what is this? Looking at the content that appeared on the phone, Arima Kana widened her eyes in surprise. Ding-ling-ling. When the phone rang, Duanmu Hui was still sleeping. He picked up the phone in a daze, and took a look, then answered the call. Hello, Kana, what time is it? What's the matter? It's a little troublesome. Look at the link I sent you. The link is in the mailbox. I didn't expect this to happen. What kind of thing? Duanmu Hui hung up the phone, opened his mailbox, clicked on the link sent by Magana, and then a new episode of Xian Lian appeared. Is there something wrong with this program? Seeing this, Duanmu Hui frowned. Xian Lian was allowed to be filmed in conjunction with the crew for the purpose of promoting Jin Tian. Could there be any problem? Out of curiosity, Duanmu Hui clicked on this episode and started watching. Oh, Kiriko is here. Halfway through the show, Duanmu Hui discovered the difference between this episode and the previous ones. At the beginning, the triangle relationship between Jiji and Shishua and the other two boys was the focus, but in this episode, Kiriko Akane, who had been a little transparent before, launched an offensive against one of the boys, but perhaps because she was an introverted and honest child, the so-called offensive was just to muster up the courage to ask the other party to chat with her, or invite the other party to have dinner together, etc., which seemed to be nothing big. However, the plot development appeared at the end. Jiji and Shishua came to play with the boy, and then Kiriko Akane seemed to be planning to compete with the other party, and then wanted to keep Jiji and Shishua away from the boy, but in the process, she scratched Jiji and Shishua's face. At the end of the show, Jiji and Shishua was shown with a scratched cheek, and the following was matched with, what exactly is Akane who suddenly attacked Shishua? As the ending. It must be said that from the perspective of a variety show, it is indeed a very gimmicky ending. But the problem is that most of the comments below the show are accusing Kiriko Akane of wanting to steal the show for no reason, and finally getting angry and hurting Jiji and Shishua, scolding her for being a shameless woman. If it was just like this, it would just be a simple rant, but the subsequent development became, this kind of woman is not qualified to play Today's Sweet. She should get out of the crew. That's right, Letting this kind of woman play today's suite is an insult to today's suite. Let's protest together, and let the crew drive Kiriko Akane away. We can't let this bad woman play today's suite. Looking at the comments below, Dwonmu Hwai's face sank slightly, and then he looked at the comments under the official account, and then picked up the phone to make a call. "Ah, President, it's so late. What's the matter? Have you watched this episode of Xianlian? Hey, this." The manager was obviously a little surprised by Dwonmu Hwai's question, and didn't know what Dwonmu Hwai was talking about. Dwonmu Hwai didn't waste time, and gave instructions directly. "Go and see it, then report to me, and give me the live video of the day," Dwonmu Hwai said coldly, then hung up the phone, and shook his head helplessly. "It's just a TV show, what a mess." Chapter 1590. The next day, Kiriko Akane asked for leave, and did not come to the filming. So the director had to adjust the filming plan, and film the rivalry between Dwonmu Hwai and Arima Kana first. As for the other parts, they had to postpone the filming. Fortunately, this was filmed in one go. If it was a TV series that was updated weekly, it would not be so easy to adjust the filming. After the filming, Arima Kana sat next to Dwonmu Hwai with a bottle of mineral water in one hand, and a mobile phone in the other hand, and complained. "In fact, I quite like this kind of filming format. It's like camping when everyone is together. There are not so many things to do after filming in one go. Of course, from the perspective of the TV station, it is impossible. Are you still watching that?" Looking at Arima Kana browsing her phone, Dwonmu Hwai asked curiously. "After all, this matter may also affect us. Aren't there a lot of messages under the official account asking Kiriko Akane to withdraw from the filming of today's Sweetness? She is the third character. If she really withdraws, will we have to reshoot?" What Arima Kana said is also correct. Kiriko Akane plays the relative of the heroine in today's Sweetness. Although she is ruthless in her words, she cares about the heroine very much and plays a considerable role in the advancement of the story. In this case, if Kiriko Akane really can't bear it and wants to withdraw, not only will we have to find a new actor, but the filming plan will also be greatly extended and modified. Although for me personally, it doesn't matter if she suffers a little, but when it comes to filming, I still hope that it can be completed smoothly and there will be no more trouble. At this point, Arima Kana frowned. Not to mention, that idiot even apologized, so stupid. Will he? Of course, senior, you don't go online, so you don't know the ins and outs of this. At this time, Imium also came over and said, "On the internet, people will be attracted by apologies and flock to them. Because an apology means admitting that you have done something bad, and since you have done something bad, you can punish her." At this juncture, Sheen chose to apologize, which is just like saying to others, "Please come and bully me." I see. I haven't thought about this situation. It must be said that after listening to Imium's explanation, Dwonmu Hwai also suddenly realized that he had always been indifferent to the Japanese style of apology, always thinking that just apologizing would not solve any problems at all. Unexpectedly, in Japanese society, apologizing is actually equated with actively asking others to kill you. In other words, according to the Japanese, you know you are wrong, so how I deal with you is right. Thinking about it this way, it seems that I can understand why the Japanese refuse to admit their mistakes. By the way, I'm quite curious, what would happen if Xiaoyai and I encountered this situation? Arima Kana looked at Dwonmu Hwai curiously. Me. Actually, it's quite simple. Dwonmu Hwai said, as he stretched out his hand to point at Arima Kana's phone, and swiped it. Just sue everyone who scolded me. Huh? It must be said that Dwonmu Hwai's answer really stunned the two. All? There are tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people who are angry online. So what? Isn't it all about money? Even if I did something wrong, it's not the turn of these irrelevant idiots to criticize me. Anyway, I have plenty of money. Even if all the netizens in Japan are angry with me, I'm not afraid. It's just a matter of suing them all in court. It's not a big deal. But freedom of speech. Insults, slander and abuse do not belong to freedom of speech. Dwonmu Hwai shrugged. If these idiots don't know how to restrain themselves, I don't mind purifying the internet environment myself. Even if I sue all the netizens, it will only be a few billion at most. I can still afford a few billion yen. Wow. Xiao Ai is really cruel. Hearing this, Yumagana and MEM were trembling with fear. Most actors don't dare to do this, because doing so is simply a fight to the death with netizens. Indeed, people who say the wrong things online will be bullied, but the defendants who are really sued in court will also be labeled as criminals. In Japanese society, this is not just being bullied online, but also losing their jobs, not being able to go to school, and being ostracized by neighbors. They dare not imagine that if Dwanmu Hwai really did this, I don't know how terrible a sensation it would cause in Japan. And they don't think Dwanmu Hwai is joking at all. It's really the right decision for you not to go online. I still want to live a peaceful life. Arima Kana reached out and patted her chest, and took a long breath, although she also knew that if Dwanmu Hwai did this, it would definitely cause a huge shock to the internet. But, well, she still wants to live a few more years. She has Maganai, but not Dwanmu Hwai's strong heart and ability. Ordinary people can't think of such a terrible countermeasure at all. This is natural. After all, as a judge, Dwanmu Hwai's first reaction, when he sees someone blocking his way, is to kill them all. No matter how many there are, just kill them all. I hope Chi-in won't be affected too much. Emium looked at the phone and sighed silently. The so-called flame, the more serious the child, the greater the harm at this time. Obviously, it's better not to read those critical opinions, but serious children will want to sincerely bear all the opinions from the front. Children who have not been beaten by society are like this. Dwanmu Hwai also shrugged his shoulders. You should know that not everyone will look at you positively. Some people are born to make trouble. The more sincere you are, the easier it is to be attacked. But this is the good thing about children. They are innocent and stupid without being beaten by society. They are quite cute. Yes, yes. After entering society, it will be difficult to see such a sincere attitude. Why do you two sound old-fashioned? Watching Dwanmu Hwai and Emium chatting, Arima Kana next to them couldn't help but complain. You two are not very old, but you talk like uncles and aunts. Get ready for filming. Yeah, yes. Of course, even though he complained privately, Dwanmu Hwai still asked the production team of Current Love to respond to this through the crew. After all, the original intention of allowing Genkoi to be filmed was to promote today's sweetness in conjunction with it, not to let you create negative public opinion. With the current situation, Genkoi naturally has to make a statement. However, the next issue of Genkoi did not change in this regard, but only gave a statement that Kurikawa Akane has suspended participation due to physical discomfort. As a result, the internet became more and more excited, and even began to insult her family. Many people found the account of the original author of the comics, and wanted her to come forward and ask the production team to fire Kurikawa Akane. Wow, I didn't expect that this matter would become more and more exaggerated. Ruby, who stayed at home and curled up on the sofa, was also browsing her mobile phone, and couldn't help sighing. What do you think about this? Dwanmu Hwai asked casually while looking at the computer. Generally speaking, after filming for a period of time, the crew will naturally split into several small groups. For example, the main character group with the protagonist as the main character, the supporting role group, and the passerby group. Although Ruby participated in the show, she was just a passerby actor, but she also had her own small circle. What about us? Everyone is a little worried about whether the filming of this TV series can proceed smoothly. After all, the current situation is indeed a bit unexpected. Some people think that Kurikawa-san has caused trouble for everyone, and some people think that Kurikawa-san is just unlucky. While talking, Ruby walked over from the sofa and looked at the computer screen curiously. By the way, sister, what are you watching? The live recording of Genkoi on the day. On-site video? Yes, every time Genkoi is filmed, the crew will simultaneously film a record. One is for behind-the-scenes footage, and the other is to preserve evidence. Preserve evidence? You see when you see it. Hearing Dwanmu Hwai's words, Ruby stared at the screen curiously. The screen was showing the video of the day's filming. Soon, the scene of Kurikawa Akane trying to pull away Jijin Yushua, but hurting her face, appeared. At that time, there was also chaos over there, and Kurikawa Akane was so scared that he stood there motionless, and the others were also panicking. But Jijin Yushua was not so panicked. On the contrary, she hugged Kurikawa Akane and comforted her softly. Kurikawa Akane also cried and apologized to Jijin Yushua after that, and Jijin Yushua also forgave her. It seems that it's not a big deal. After watching the entire on-set record, Ruby also expressed her opinion. From this recorded video, it was simply an accident that happened on the set. And after that, Kurikawa Akane also apologized to Washimi Yushua, and Washimi Yushua also forgave Kurikawa Akane. If the Genkoi program team had played this segment in full, then the matter would have ended long ago. After all, the parties involved have forgiven, so it is naturally difficult for others to say anything, right? However, Humph, this is what you learn from studying journalism. Dwanmu Hwai snorted coldly. You must also remember in the future that these guys in the media like to take things out of context the most. Otherwise, Why do you think I prepare my own recordings every time I accept an interview? Ah, so that's how it is? After hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Ruby suddenly realized that when her sister was interviewed, she would always use her mobile phone to shoot and record the entire interview process. At that time, Ruby thought that this was just her sister's quirk. If you don't have a complete record of the shooting, you will have no way to defend yourself no matter how the other party edits it later. For example, while speaking, Duanmu Huai picked up his mobile phone and turned on the camera for Ruby. Come on, treat it as an entertainment interview, and I will ask you a few questions. Oh, okay. Although she didn't know what Duanmu Huai was going to do, Ruby nodded, and then Duanmu Huai asked a few common questions, then operated on the phone, and then clicked to play again. However, the content. What is this? Looking at her own irrelevant answer in the video, Ruby was completely confused. That's not what I said. That's right, but if you don't have evidence, there's no truth. Even if you protest, the public will only believe what they see. Duanmu Huai put away his phone. If you want to be an idol, you have to remember this. Truth is the least valuable thing in the entertainment industry. Why do you think those media reporters report my interviews honestly? Is it because they like me? No, it's because I have evidence. If they dare to take my words out of context, I will take out the recorded video and slap them in the face. By that time, the so-called media's credibility will not be as good as a piece of toilet paper. At this point, Duanmu Huai took back his phone and dialed the number. And now, this will come in handy. Hello, Sakura. It's me, organize the on-site footage and post it to the official account. No editing, one shot, you know how to do it. Will there be conflicts with the current Love production team? Damn, these bastards made things like this. I can directly sue them for breach of contract. Tell them that since they are unwilling to remedy the situation, then we will remedy it. If they dare to have any objections again, we will see you in court. After saying this, Duanmu Huai hung up the phone directly and made another call. Hello, it's me. Keep an eye on the shares of NKH TV station for me. If there are any for sale, buy them all. Almost, it will be a matter of 1 or 2 days. That's right, these bastards made trouble on my head. If I don't give them a good beating, they won't know why the flowers are so red. Duanmu Huai made several calls in a row, and then stopped, and then he silently breathed a sigh of relief. Ruby, who was standing next to him, had her eyes wide open, not understanding what Duanmu Huai was doing. Just be your idol. You won't understand even if I tell you about this. Looking at his sister's clear and stupid eyes, Duanmu Huai silently reached out and touched her head. He no longer doubted whether this guy was reborn. With this stupid look, no one would believe that she was reborn. Some 16-year-old high school girls on the set were more mature than her. You were probably a 10-year-old girl before you were reborn, right? Ding-ling-ling. Just then, the phone rang, and Duanmu Huai picked up the phone, took a look, and answered the call. Hello, MEM? What's up? Aw, sorry to bother you, senior. Have you seen Chi-in? No, what's wrong? It's like this. I wanted to talk to Chi-in, but when I got to her house, her mother said she went out to buy food. What's the weather like this? Duanmu Huai said, glancing out the window at the dark clouds and the storm. It was said that the filming was suspended because of the typhoon. We've been waiting for her for a long time and haven't seen her. Now everyone is looking for her everywhere. I wonder if she's gone to the senior's place. No, I go look for her too. Duanmu Huai said as he stood up. If something goes wrong, it will be even more troublesome. Chapter 1591. The rain was pouring and the wind was howling. When Duanmu Huai came to the vicinity of Kurikawa's house, he also met MEM, who was looking for Kurikawa Akane there. Ah, Xiao Ai is here. Have you seen Akane? No, have you called her? Her cell phone was left at home, so there was no way to contact her. I asked her mother, and I heard that this road leads to the convenience store. Let's go and look for it. To be honest, the weather is very bad now, and I always have a bad feeling. The two of them talked briefly, and then Duanmu Huai and MEM went forward along this road. It must be said that this was not an easy task. It was stormy outside, and almost no one could be seen. The whole sky was as dark as night, and even the light of the street lamps seemed dim. Ah! Just as the two walked near the overpass, MEM suddenly screamed, grabbed Duanmu Huai, and pointed to the overpass. Look over there, isn't that Chi-in? Duanmu Huai looked in the direction of MEM's finger, and saw a figure standing on the railing of the overpass, shaking constantly. And below her, there was a whirring traffic and highway. No matter how you look at it, this person doesn't look like a normal person. I have to go and see. Just when MEM was about to rush onto the overpass, she saw the figure leaning forward, and then fell headfirst down. Wow! Seeing this scene, MEM screamed out, and at the same time, a gust of wind suddenly flashed past her ears. Duanmu Huai suddenly accelerated, stepped on the roof of a speeding car, and then jumped up and pounced on the figure. It was almost in the blink of an eye. Duanmu Huai hugged the falling figure like a flying arrow, and then continued to move forward, flying directly across the entire lane, and then hit the opposite wall with a bang, and then stopped. Oh my god! That was close. Duanmu Huai sat up and looked at the girl in his arms. At this moment, Kurikawa Akane was still dazed, looking at Duanmu Huai blankly, as if he had no reaction to what happened. This is also normal. For anyone who has decided to commit suicide, such a dramatic development is obviously not within her expectation. But anyway, the person was finally saved. After that, MEM and the police also rushed to the hospital, and then sent Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane to the hospital. Then Kurikawa Akane's mother also rushed over after hearing the news. It was not until then that Kurikawa Akane finally showed a side that was in line with his peers. Wow, Mom! Huh? Listening to the crying in the ward, Duanmu Huai also shook his head, then stretched and walked away. Sure enough, she's still a little girl. Huh? I was so scared that my heart almost jumped out of my chest at that time. MEM was pale and frightened at this moment. By the way, Xiaoai, are you really okay? Didn't the doctor check it? I'm very healthy. That's what I said, but the scene just now was really... Even in the movies, I haven't seen such a thrilling scene. It's amazing that you dared to rush over. It may be unimaginable for you, but it's not impossible for me. Duanmu Huai stretched himself, and at this moment the door of the ward opened, and then Kurikawa Akane came out accompanied by his mother, bowing his head to Duanmu Huai and MEM. I'm very sorry to have worried you. I'm glad you're okay. Duanmu Huai waved his hand indifferently, and MEM breathed a sigh of relief. Huh? I was scared at the time. If it weren't for Xiaoai, I wouldn't dare to imagine what would happen. Really, thank you so much. Kurikawa Akane's mother also bowed her head to Duanmu Huai with tears in her eyes, and bowed solemnly. Although I also noticed that this child was a little strange, I didn't expect that she would actually bear this kind of. When I thought about how I almost lost my daughter, I really thank you so much. Chin. At this moment, from the end of the corridor, Jiujian Shishua and several other actors, who starred in Xinlian also rushed over. Jiujian Shishua, who was the leader, looked uneasy. She rushed to Chin, stretched out her hand, slapped her hard, and then hugged her tightly in her arms. You idiot! Why did you do this? When I learned that you were sent to the hospital, I was worried to death. Really, why didn't you discuss it with me? I'm sorry. Looking at the two people crying and hugging each other, Duanmu Huai shook his head and turned to leave. He walked out of the hospital, picked up his mobile phone, and dialed a number. You know the matter, I think it has been spread on the internet. The timing is right, do it. Then, Duanmu Huai gave an order coldly. With Duanmu Huai's words, a turbulent war unfolded on the internet. The news of Kurikawa Akane's failed suicide quickly spread throughout the internet, and netizens who saw this news were also quite stunned. Of course, if it was just like this, it would probably only become the headline of the entertainment section. But it was different with another piece of news. At that time, Akane chose to jump off the overpass on the highway, and there were vehicles coming and going everywhere below. Because of this, the dashcams of several cars captured the scene of Akane standing on the overpass and jumping off, and then being hugged by a person who suddenly flew out from the side. Because this scene was too shocking, it was like a scene in a movie, and it quickly spread on major video websites. Although some people also asked whether this was a show, they were soon criticized by others. After all, this scene was too thrilling, and there was a busy highway below, and if you accidentally fell down, you would die. Even if you were tied with a safety rope, no one dared to act like this. It's a typhoon day, aren't you afraid that the wind will blow back and forth and hit the bridge? So far, many netizens have begun to feel that the attack on Kurikawa Akane is a bit excessive. After all, judging from the footage captured by the dashcam, she really wanted to commit suicide. It seems too inhumane to continue to force her after it has come to this. However, this is not over yet. Just when this news was spreading like wildfire, the official account of the Today's Sweet crew, which had been silent, released a behind-the-scenes video, which clearly recorded what happened on the set at that time. In the end, the official of Today's Sweetness stated that the production team of Current Love violated the contract, maliciously distorted the facts in order to create a gimmick to attract the audience, and did not take any remedial measures, causing serious physical and mental harm to the actors of the crew. Therefore, the crew of Today's Sweetness will file a lawsuit against the production team of Current Love, demanding compensation and apology from the other party, and at the same time hold the relevant personnel accountable. As soon as this news came out, it immediately added fuel to the fire on the already boiling network. Originally, after watching the behind-the-scenes footage, everyone could see that it was just a small accident on the set, and Kurikawa Akane also apologized later, and Sumi Ushio also forgave her, and everyone laughed together, and the matter was over. And from the behind-the-scenes footage, the relationship between these people is pretty good, and there is no special conflict. However, the Current Love program team deliberately cut out the last clip of the two people apologizing and reconciling, and in the next episode, it simply said that Kurikawa Akane asked for leave without any explanation. If you say it wasn't intentional, no one would believe it. So soon, Yin Shang's direction turned from Kurikawa Akane to the program production team. In this case, the production team of Jinkoi and its supervisory department NKH-TV had to hold a press conference and issue a statement, saying that Jinkoi had a technical problem in the review, which was caused by human error. To express apology, they will stop the further production and broadcast of Jinkoi and fire the staff who were responsible for reviewing this episode at the time. Well, they didn't let the temporary workers take the blame, which is still a bit sincere. As for the suspension of Jinkoi, there was nothing that could be done. The variety show almost forced the actors to death. If this kind of thing got out, who in the entertainment industry would dare to come to this show in the future? You can cut Kurikawa Akane like this today. Can you cut me like this tomorrow? So the whole show had to be stopped. Of course, this is not the kindness of the TV station, but a sacrifice of pawns to save the car. After all, if they take the initiative to apologize and make compensation and express their opinions, then the situation is still within the controllable range. But if they are really sued in court, with the popularity of the news of causing the actor to attempt suicide, who knows what will be revealed at that time? Which TV station doesn't have some dirty things? If it is really exposed in court, the top executives of NKH will jump off the building. The other party is so tactful. Dwanmu Hwai also stopped when he saw the good. He didn't intend to let NKH TV go. In fact, after the incident was exposed, the stock of NKH TV fell sharply, and Dwanmu Hwai also ordered people to buy a lot of it. Now he is also one of the major shareholders of NKH. Well, it is a very cost-effective deal. And NKH has already contacted Dwanmu Hwai's company and expressed its willingness to broadcast the TV series of Today's Sweetness simultaneously with the internet as compensation. Dwanmu Hwai did not refuse this. After all, not everyone likes to watch online. Some people watch TV. NKH TV is also one of the TV stations with a high coverage rate. Being able to show these sincerity can be regarded as achieving the goal. 2 days later, Kurikawa Akane also successfully returned to the crew and said that he would continue to work hard. Well, this can be regarded as completely calming the storm. It's finally settled, but it took so long. This is what Kana Arima said the first time she saw Akane Kurikawa coming back. To be honest, I wonder if this crew is cursed. Why do things happen all the time? It's just bad luck. Hearing Kana Arima's complaints, Dwanmu Hwai just chuckled. Indeed, from Kana Arima's perspective, this TV series is simply a disaster. At the beginning, the producers invited models who had no acting skills at all. Later, they changed people and finally managed to shoot a normal and interesting TV series smoothly. As a result, the Current Love incident happened halfway through, and it almost died again. But, by the way, are you really okay? Kana Arima turned around and looked at Dwanmu Hwai carefully, and Dwanmu Hwai shrugged his shoulders. Do you think I'm in trouble? Didn't Emium say you hit the wall? I thought you'd need to rest for a few days. It may be hard for you to imagine, but I've practiced Kung Fu, so I do have some ability. Dwanmu Hwai said Kung Fu is a basket, and you can put anything unreasonable into it. Anyway, it's natural for people in the martial arts world to fly over rooftops and walls and break rocks with their chests. Lifting a steamroller with bare hands is a piece of cake. Kung Fu. I still feel a little bit unbelievable. While muttering, Arima Kana circled around Dwanmu Hwai. I can't understand how you can have such great strength in such a thin body. The essence is the essence. Just as Dwanmu Hwai and Arima Kana were chatting, Kurikawa Akane, who was not far away, was also staring at them. To be exact, it was Dwanmu Hwai. If it weren't for Xiao Ai, I'm afraid I would be dead now. People who have died once can best understand the value of life, and Kurikawa Akane is the same. She still remembers everything she felt at that time. Walking alone on the windy overpass, even the umbrella in her hand was blown away. At that time, Kurikawa Akane was completely desperate. Just thinking of the insulting messages on the internet about herself and her family, she felt that there was no need for her to stay in this world. So at that time, Kurikawa Akane decisively climbed over the railing and jumped directly off the overpass. At that time, she only remembered the whistling wind, the cold raindrops hitting her body, and the gravity seemed to be an invisible big hand grabbing her and dragging her to the ground. At that time, she only felt that she seemed to be the only one in the world, and she was extremely lonely. Then, a wave of warmth enveloped her. When Kurikawa Akane opened her eyes again, she saw those bright red eyes, and that delicate face that looked like a doll, with long white hair hanging down. But in Kurikawa Akane's eyes, it was just like the wings of an angel. She could feel the body temperature coming from that thin body, and the slender and strong arms holding her. Boom boom! Thinking of this, Kurikawa Akane suddenly felt her heart beating violently, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. This made her reach out her hand to press her chest, trying to feel that kind of. "Akayan, are you okay?" The voice of Jijin Shishua came to her ears, and Kurikawa Akane turned her head, as if she had just woken up from a dream, only to see her looking at her anxiously. "Ah, it's okay. That's good. If there is anything you must tell me." "Well, actually..." Kurikawa Akane hesitated. "Actually, I was thinking about how to thank Xiaoi better." "Ah, it's true. I also watched that video. It was really close, if Senior Duanmu didn't catch you." Speaking of this, Jijin Shishua's face was pale, and she shuddered. "It's all my fault. I'm sorry, Akin, if I didn't do that manicure for you at that time." "It's not your fault, Shishua. Haven't we already said it? This matter is over." "Well?" Jijin Shishua nodded, and then looked at Duanmu Huai with Kurikawa Akin. "By the way, if Senior is really a boy, I might fall in love with her. She is cute, beautiful, strong, and masculine. Well, it seems a little wrong to say this, but I always feel that she can give people a very reassuring sense of security." Kurikawa Akane nodded. "Come to think of it, Xiaoi does not seem to talk to boys very much. Could she, like girls?" Thinking of this, Kurikawa Akane suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. Chapter 1592. After that, Today's Sweetness finally encountered no more problems, and the filming was completed smoothly, and it was released simultaneously on NKH and online TV stations. Because the Today's Sweetness comics are very popular, and the previous news of underage actors were forced to commit suicide broke the circle, many people who did not read comics originally also paid attention to this TV series. Because the plot of the comics itself is great, and the crew and actors have performed very well, and the continuous broadcast method of one episode per day instead of one episode per week makes everyone very happy to watch. Therefore, after the broadcast, the TV series of Today's Sweetness became a hit and a great success. And the comics were reprinted and even sold out. It received unanimous praise from the audience and critics. Especially for the original fans. Because of the previous events, they were prepared for the TV series to be terrible, but they didn't expect it to be so good. They were even more happy, claiming that this was simply the best live-action TV series. And with the explosion of the TV series, several leading actors also became popular. Kana Arima completely got rid of the label of a child star with her superb acting skills, and once again won unanimous praise from the public. Akane Kurikawa was also sought after by many people for her wonderful performance in the TV series, especially the news that she was forced to commit suicide, which made people feel that this girl was serious and strong. So many people also liked her. Even Yuyuki Washimi, who played the villain, gained a lot of fans because of her friendship with Akane Kurikawa in the behind-the-scenes footage and her wonderful performance in the TV series. Mai Sakurajima also performed well, and Emyam also got a wave of attention as it wished, which brought a lot of traffic to its channel. However, the most popular one is Duanmu Huai. Because of his request, the crew did not release the name of the male lead in the first 11 episodes. So many people were guessing who played the male lead of Today's Sweetness. Some people think it is a newly debuted actor, some people think he is likely to be a model, and some people think that his acting skills are so proficient that it may be a previously unknown little actor who turned over to become the protagonist. Of course, most people still think that keeping the protagonist secret is probably just a gimmick of the crew. So naturally, when the name of Duanmu Ai was released at the end of the 12th episode, almost everyone's brain crashed. First reaction, it's her? Second reaction, no wonder I don't want to talk about it. After all, Duanmu Huai plays villains in movies. If you say he plays the role directly, most people will subconsciously see the male lead as the villain. Just like Rong Mama, everyone is used to Rong Mama. Even if you play a kind and considerate mother-in-law, the audience will subconsciously think that you will take out a needle when you turn around. In addition, there is another interesting point. The stalker in the last episode was also played by Dwanmu Hwai. In fact, the stalker was played by another actor at the beginning, but he always couldn't let go in front of Dwanmu Hwai. Can you imagine a stalker holding a knife and tremblingly saying to the male lead, "Get out"? Is that a threat or a begging? After filming several times in a row, it didn't work. Dwanmu Hwai had no choice but to play two roles by himself. As for the person who was beaten by the male lead in the end, he just used a stand-in. So Dwanmu Hwai played two male roles in this drama, one sunny and cheerful, the other dark and obscene, and both were excellent. Therefore, after the series was broadcast, Dwanmu Hwai was once again well received, and even many girls were fascinated by him. However, unlike other people who were busy taking notices to shoot advertisements and variety shows after becoming famous, Dwanmu Hwai didn't care about this matter after filming. Although after he played the male lead in Today's Sweetness, many TV series, and even movies invited him to play the male lead, but Dwanmu Hwai refused, and even those variety shows, he didn't participate much. Everyone. Well, in fact, everyone is used to it. After all, Dwanmu Hwai has been filming for 10 years, and everyone has long known that his habit is to only shoot one film a year. Except for appearing on talk shows before, and after filming because of contracts, he basically doesn't appear on variety shows. As for advertisements, Dwanmu Hwai only took one or two. So according to his habit, he has already filmed Today's Sweetness this year, and the work for this year is considered completed, so don't ask him for other things. If it were any other actor, this would definitely not work, but Dwanmu Hwai was both a player and a referee, so of course, he could do whatever he wanted. Of course, there was one more thing besides that is, I am Kurikawa Akane, and I will join Buried Pro from today. Please give me your guidance. Standing in the office, Kurikawa Akane bowed her head deeply and greeted everyone. Kurikawa Akane had her own reasons for joining Buried Pro. After all, during the previous turmoil, Kurikawa Akane's agency did not help with public relations at all, and even covered its head and pretended to be dead, which made Kurikawa Akane's mother very angry and disappointed. After that, she took Kurikawa Akane's agency to court and eventually terminated the contract. Kurikawa Akane chose to join Buried Pro, where Dwanmu Hwai belongs. Wow, Kurikawa Akane actually joined our agency. It's really unexpected. Ruby looked at Kurikawa Akane with shining eyes, very excited, while Arima Kana next to her looked at her with a sly smile of hee hee hee. Why are you looking at me like that? Looking at Arima Kana's malicious look, Kurikawa Akane asked somewhat unhappily. That's easy, because from now on you are my junior, right? Come on, go get a glass of water for your senior. Wow, Kana, you are really ruthless to Kurikawa classmate. Seeing this, Ruby couldn't help but complain, and Kurikawa Akane glared at Arima Kana. She is like this from the beginning, arrogant, conceited and rude. Compared to Xiao Ai, she is so far behind. There are so many people who are better than you, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a genius child star. Woo! Hearing this, Arima Kana's face suddenly changed, as if she was stabbed. You are not much better. Just because of a little thing on the internet, you cried and shouted that you wanted to commit suicide. In the final analysis, it is because you are too stupid to do such a stupid thing. Woo! Kurikawa Akane's expression also twitched at this moment. You have become unknown after the green pepper gymnastics, haven't you? Not acting well and blindly expanding your own path. This is the end. Woo! How dare you say that to me? Looking at the two people arguing endlessly, Ruby next to them was confused and quietly approached Dwanmu Hwai, who was watching the show on the other side. Sister, are they not on good terms? I think they are on good terms. After all, if they are not on good terms, they should just ignore each other. Let's not talk about Makana first. Kurikawa Akane is usually an introverted and well-behaved child. I'm afraid that only Kana can make her show this side. Although I don't know what happened between them, there is a saying that goes, "What? Red and blue have always been a perfect couple." Dwanmu Hwai shrugged. Anyway, they have quarreled more than once or twice on the set, and everyone is used to it. This is the way they get along. Is that so? Ruby nodded as if she understood, but soon she grabbed Dwanmu Hwai. Speaking of sister, when can I debut as an idol? Do you really think so? Of course, I must be an idol, and look. As she spoke, Ruby took out her phone with a smile and pointed to the discussion column. Some viewers also said in the discussion thread of Today's Sweetness that this child is quite cute. Is he an idol? Thanks to this TV series, I have gained some fame. That being said, do you want to debut alone? I still hope to revive Bikamachi. That means you have to find someone to team up with you. Dwanmu Huai completely ignored the two people who were arguing over there, and thought about it. Although Aramaka and Kurikawa Akane are also very suitable, they can't do it. Even Dwanmu Huai can't. Because the three of them are already at the top of the entertainment industry's contempt chain, and even in the actor circle, the first-tier stage actor Kurikawa Akane, the second-tier movie actor Dwanmu Huai, and the third-tier TV actor Aramaka are all quite famous actors. Especially now that today's suite is so popular, it's simply impossible for them to form an idol group. When you were playing a passerby actor, did you find any more suitable candidates? Ruby thought for a while, then clapped her hands. Ah, there is indeed this child. I can go and talk to her. I must state in advance that it won't work if she has an agency. I know, but she said she has been in a theater troupe and is honing her acting skills. Is that so? Then you can ask her, and bring her to try if she is willing. Of course, idols nowadays naturally cannot do without the bonus of the internet, so Dwanmu Huai went to find another person who is good at this to ask. Idol? Hearing Dwanmu Huai's question, Miam blinked in surprise. Yes, are you interested? Our agency is going to form an idol group and is recruiting new members. Let me go! Miam stretched out his hand and pointed to himself, and Dwanmu Huai nodded. Idols need people with a strong sense of variety, right? I see you've done pretty well before. Didn't you care about Chi-in on the set? You're not a problem with your personality either, and unlike us, you're a webcaster, right? You don't have that burden. Do you want to try to join the idol? After all, unlike others, Miam originally participated more for her topicality, so after the TV series ended, Miam's YouTube channel did have a lot of subscriptions, but other than that, she didn't receive any work from the entertainment industry like others. After all, idols can still be said to be people in the entertainment industry, and webcasters. It's not certain whether it can be considered a profession. I want to do it. Miam answered immediately without hesitation. Please let me participate. Chapter 1593. Popular YouTuber and TikToker, Miam, I didn't expect you to be interested in idols. Looking at the nervous Miam in front of her, May Pro President Saito Kyoko couldn't help but sigh, and then she looked at Dwanmu Huai. Are you sure you want her to join? Now is the internet age. I think it would be more convenient in all aspects for someone with internet experience to join the idol group. And after the previous incident, I also think Miam is at least a good person, and can be regarded as trustworthy. Is that so? Since you said so, there should be no problem. But, while talking, Saito Kyoko stared at Miam. From your appearance, it seems that there is something hidden. Hidden? Dwanmu Huai was a little surprised to hear Saito Kyoko's words. Everyone has things that are inconvenient to explain, but it's no big deal. Yes, sometimes it's like this. But sometimes it's different. By the way, how old do you think she is? Faced with this sudden question, Dwanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. Isn't she 18 years old? I remember she said so. Indeed. Although her bones are very young, I can't hide it from her eyes. Saito Kyoko chuckled and stared at Miam. Your age should be false. But you don't have to be so scared. It's common for girls, who act as individuals, to overstate their age. I don't mind it that much. Really? That's great. Faced with Saito Kyoko's answer, Miam, who had been standing there frozen for a while, also breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, how old are you actually? This? Miam hesitated for a moment, then leaned close to Saito Kyoko's ear. Then, Dwanmu Huai saw Saito Kyoko's face suddenly change. You are too far off. At this age, you dare to claim to be 18 years old. How much did you lie? 3 years old. Twice 3. How to say it? Even Dwanmu Huai was a little speechless at this moment. But he could understand girls' obsession with age, such as Mary. Although Mary's growth had been fixed at that stage after she became Dwanmu Huai's dependent. But Mary still insisted on one thing, that is, only when she spent a year in her own world, she would be considered 1 year older. So in other worlds, no matter how many years I spent with Dwanmu Huai, it doesn't count. Mary insisted on this point. Although Dwanmu Huai didn't care much about such trivial matters, for women, it might not be a trivial matter. As for Miam, well, Dwanmu Huai had seen such people before. There were even some high school teachers, who looked like elementary school students. In comparison, Miam was relatively normal. Actually, I have my reasons. Miam also hurriedly explained. I dreamed of becoming an idol since I was a child. But my family is a single-parent family. When I was in my 3rd year of high school, my mother fell ill due to overwork. My two younger brothers also needed money because they had to go to college. So I could only do odd jobs and part-time jobs, and finally my brothers went to college and my mother recovered. But I was already 23 years old at that time. At this point, M.M. also sighed. For idols, 20 years old is already an old woman, right? So even if I had the energy to be an idol at this time, others would not want me. So I had to be YouTuber. Anyway, I was on leave from high school at that time, so strictly speaking, I was still an active JK, so I just did it with that feeling. The result was unexpectedly popular, and the number of fans increased rapidly, and it was difficult to save face. It was a common thing. After all, YouTubers set up a persona for itself. It would be troublesome if it failed. In addition, this appearance did not look like an adult, so she really got away with it. What do you think? Looking at the frustrated M.M., Saito Kyoko looked at Dwanmu Hwai and asked. Although she was the president of Make Pro, this agency had long been a subsidiary of Dwanmu Hwai's film and television company. In addition, the person was brought by Dwanmu Hwai, so Saito Kyoko naturally asked him what he thought. Isn't this good? Dwanmu Hwai didn't care much. She is very passionate about idols, and even if she looks young, she is at least a reliable adult. I feel more at ease with her in the team. Dwanmu Hwai was speaking from his heart. It was indeed like what M.M. said. Most idol groups are composed of girls between 14 and 20 years old. These little girls are inexperienced, and have not been through the hardships of society. To put it bluntly, they are easier to deceive. In addition, children are easily impulsive and can easily cause trouble. But with a reliable adult like M.M. in the group, there is no need to worry about the whole team making some brainless moves because they are too young. And as a famous YouTuber, M.M. has rich experience in dealing with things on the internet. Although it is indeed a bit beyond the age limit, there is a saying that goes, "An old man in the family is like a treasure." Of course, Dwanmu Hwai would not say this in front of M.M. Can I really do it, even if I am already 25 years old? Hearing Dwanmu Hwai's words, M.M. raised his head with tears in his eyes, and looked at the two of them. By the way, this is not twice 3, it should be 3.5. Of course, as I said, your appearance is qualified, and you have rich experience as a YouTuber, plus you are an adult who can do things reliably, and you are also a good person. In my opinion, it is the best I can ask for. As he spoke, Dwanmu Hwai stretched out his hand to M.M. Welcome to join us. In this way, the second member of the idol group was determined. As for the third person, sister, the third person has passed Aunt Jingxi's assessment. From now on, our 3-person idol group is established. Ruby handed the tablet over excitedly, and she seemed to be jumping, very happy. Speaking of the third person, Dwanmu Hwai took the tablet and looked at it. On it was a girl with dyed blonde hair and dressed quite fashionably. Her dyed blonde hair was tied into a side ponytail on the left side. She was quite slim, and looked lively and healthy. She didn't have the delicate feeling of other girls. At this moment, she was also full of energy to introduce herself. Fo Bin Hixiang? Yes, she has been trained in the troupe since she was a child, and has dabbled in dance, singing, and acting. If you think it's good, then okay. Dwanmu Hwai looked at the other party's information, and there was nothing particularly worth paying attention to, so he put it aside and looked at Ruby. But you must remember that your relationship with me must be kept secret outside. Of course, I don't want people to say that I became famous because of my sister's relationship. Ruby nodded vigorously. Although the two sisters have a good relationship, Dwanmu Hwai and Ruby basically do their own things outside and rarely contact each other. Because Dwanmu Hwai's appearance and stage name are completely different from Ruby, except for a few people who know their situation, others don't know that Dwanmu Hwai and Ruby are sisters. Of course, this was first proposed by Ruby, because she didn't want to rely on Dwanmu Hwai's power to become famous. Dwanmu Hwai was not surprised by this. After all, children have this kind of drive. They don't want to rely on relationships, but only want to prove their own strength. So Dwanmu Hwai did not refuse. Of course, he could not really be indifferent. At most, he would not give Ruby a backdoor. But if someone wanted to take advantage of Ruby, Dwanmu Hwai would not be polite. But then again, this is really dazzling. Dwanmu Hwai looked at Fo Bin and Xiang dancing on the tablet again, and couldn't help but sigh. Ruby is blonde, M.M. is blonde, Fo Bin and Xiang are blonde. What is this? You might as well just call it the golden combination. Anyway, it's all golden. No, I decided, let's call it Bikamachi. It's fine if you like it. Ruby seems to have some kind of obsession with Bikamachi. After deciding to become an idol, her goal is to revive the idol group that was disbanded because her mother was assassinated. Although in Dwanmu Hwai's opinion, this is somewhat unlucky. As for the copyright issue, there is no need to worry. Bikomachi was originally operated by MatePro, and their copyright and song copyright are in the hands of the agency. As for how the reborn Bikomachi will be active, it is not Dwanmu Hwai's concern, and he is not good at the management and operation of idols. In short, this is all I can say. As for whether you can lead the new Bikomachi to the dome, that is... Huh? Huh? Hearing Dwanmu Hwai suddenly make a strange sound, Ruby also looked at her sister curiously. What's wrong, sister? I don't know why, but I suddenly felt a chill on my back just now. As if someone was thinking about me. Aren't you a fan of yours, sister? I don't think so. What kind of fan would think about me like this? Maybe it's an illusion. Dwanmu Hwai shook his head and put the matter behind him. However, at this moment, in a place that Dwanmu Hwai didn't know, it was a different scene. A dark, dim room. Kurikawa Akane sat on a chair, staring at the computer screen in front of her, and on the wall next to her, there were many photos. If Dwanmu Hwai was here, he would definitely be shocked. Because those were nothing else, they were photos of the movies he starred in. Of course, if that were the case, then Kurikawa Akane would be nothing more than a fanatical fan. But the problem is that it is not the case. Huh? The public information is about the same as what has been collected. Kurikawa Akane took her hands off the keyboard and breathed a sigh of relief. She did this not simply to chase stars. In fact, since she was rescued by Dwanmu Hwai, Kurikawa Akane has always hoped to repay the other party for saving her life. But Kurikawa Akane didn't know what to do, such as what Dwanmu Hwai liked and how to make him happy. Kurikawa Akane didn't know such things. This is also normal. Although Dwanmu Hwai has been famous for a long time, he focuses on the screen and does not take the stage route, so he has never met Kurikawa Akane. So Kurikawa Akane didn't know about Dwanmu Hwai. If it is said that she and Arima Kana are still a bad fate, then Dwanmu Hwai is just something Kurikawa Akane has heard of. But she also has her own way. As an actor, Kurikawa Akane has her own way of playing a role, which is to investigate the character's information, profile it, and then add various settings to make herself the character itself. In this way, she can understand the character's way of thinking and the character's preferences. And now, Kurikawa Akane plans to use this method to understand Dwanmu Hwai. After watching the movie, I found that Xiao Ai's biggest feature is momentum. That kind of thing can't be acted out simply by acting, that is, she has it, but even the most outstanding actors are unlikely to perform something as ethereal as momentum. Staring at the movie clips on the screen, Kurikawa Akane whispered to herself while writing and drawing in her notebook. She rarely participates in entertainment activities, and doesn't seem to take the entertainment industry very seriously. She is relatively indifferent to making friends. Speaking of which, Xiao Ai does not have many friends. She is not good at expressing intimacy, and tends to show herself as a man. Is it gender dislocation? No, but judging from her dress, it is better to say that Xiao Ai is playing the role of a girl in the minds of men rather than a girl. Kurikawa Akane muttered to herself, and as she spoke, notes were torn off and pasted on the wall next to her. She is determined, and will do what she decides to do. She doesn't pay much attention to fashion, and her way of thinking tends to solve problems with violence. Is it a family factor or a social factor? There has been almost no big change since she started acting in movies. She seems to be confused and worried about the future. Kurikawa Akane's voice became smaller and smaller, and the notes in her hand became faster and faster, and her eyes began to become dark and deep unconsciously. What is she thinking about? What is she preparing for? What is the tribunal? Extermination order? Chaos? Destruction? Kurikawa Akane threw away her notebook and held her head tightly with both hands. At this moment, she felt as if her head was about to explode. An endless stream of completely incomprehensible knowledge was pouring into her brain like a flood. Kurikawa Akane felt that her head could not think at all. The knowledge that came from nowhere poured into her mind without any scruples. She couldn't even perceive what this knowledge was. Bang! The impact from the back of her head was like a huge hammer, bringing Kurikawa Akane back to her senses. She stared at the dim ceiling with wide eyes. It was not until then that Kurikawa Akane realized that she had fallen off the chair and fell to the ground. Perhaps it was because of this that she got out of that weird state. What's going on? Kurikawa Akane pressed her forehead and slowly stood up. She felt her head swelling. Did she say something strange just now? But at this moment, Kurikawa Akane had completely forgotten what she had just said. The knowledge that had just come from nowhere and poured into her brain was now blurred. It was like reading a book in one breath, but when she came to her senses, she found that she couldn't even remember the general content of the book. At this moment, the only thing that Kurikawa Akane could think of in her mind was a tall, terrifying, dark, indescribable figure. What on earth was that? Chapter 1594. For Kana Arima and Akane Kurikawa, the days ahead are busy. With the great success of today's suite, they have also received many notices and are busy every day. Even Ruby, MEM and Kazuka Toyohama, after forming the idol group Bikamichi, spent most of their time on training courses, and in addition, they broadcast live on the internet to accumulate popularity. It can be said that everyone is busy and fulfilled. Except Dwanmu Hwai. Ah, I'm so angry when I see you like this. Back at the office, Kana Arima, who was tired like a dog, looked at Dwanmu Hwai lying on the sofa, leisurely patting the tablet, and the whole person was not good. President, is this okay? Someone is just eating and waiting to die. What does it matter? Anyway, I have done what I should do. Dwanmu Hwai yawned and glanced at Kana Arima, who was furious. It was you who decided to be so busy, wasn't it? When I joined the firm, I was told that I should plan my schedule properly. If I couldn't handle it, I could refuse some work. After all, there is no end to the work, and your health is the most important thing. You are only 15 years old. Why do you talk like you are 50? Aramikana put her hands on her hips, and looked at Dwanmu Hwai speechlessly. Isn't it right? I have been doing this for more than 10 years, and it's fine, isn't it? No, this is a completely bad example. Hearing Dwanmu Hwai's shameless answer, Aramikana pressed her forehead speechlessly, and Kurikawa Akane beside her also smiled bitterly. Logically speaking, with the TV series now so popular, everyone should work harder and take advantage of this favorable wind to move to a higher level. As a result, Dwanmu Hwai, the protagonist, was in a state of disarray. Every day, he was seen either slacking off in class or slacking off in the office. At best, he would play the male lead and shoot 1 or 2 joint commercials. He was not as busy as Yamagana and Kurikawa Akane. Of course, for Dwanmu Hwai, the reason why these two were so busy was because they were competitors, and neither of them wanted to show weakness. So if Yamagana took a notice, Kurikawa Akane would also take one. You have a magazine interview, then I will go on a radio show. But young people are like this. As long as it is healthy competition, Dwanmu Hwai will not worry too much. At least it is much healthier than pulling each other's legs and making trouble behind their backs. But for Dwanmu Hwai, if he has this time, he still likes to slack off more. If you say so, there is a relatively large plan next. Saito Kyoko opened her mobile phone while speaking. Do you know Tokyo Blade? Yes, it's a popular manga, and the animated film is also a big hit. Aramaka Kane obviously wouldn't miss this information, and Kurikawa Akane nodded. I heard it's very popular recently. The production department over there has invited us, hoping that the 3 of you can participate in the stage play of Tokyo Blade. This is also natural. Hearing this, Arima Kane raised her head proudly. After all, Con Suite is the ceiling of manga adaptation. If you want to achieve that level of live action, it will definitely not work without my acting skills. Although the statement of Arima Kana is a bit narcissistic, we have to admit that it is indeed true. The TV series of today's Sweetness is indeed regarded as the pinnacle of comic adaptations, and Arima Kana, as the heroine, naturally deserves great credit. As Dwanmu Hwai said before, today's Sweetness is ultimately a female-led drama, and the male lead can only be regarded as the most important tool in it. Therefore, Arima Kana has indeed made great contributions to the current height of today's Sweetness, and it is not an exaggeration to say that her acting skills account for half of it. It's just, you are always like this, getting carried away by something. Isn't it because of this that you became an outdated child star before? You really don't learn from your mistakes. Kurikawa Akane complained viciously beside him, while Arima Kana turned her head away. Oh, the supporting actor over there seems to be saying something. I can't hear it at all. By the way, the second season of today's suite will be broadcast during the new year, right? Do we really have to rush to work like this? Dwanmu Hwai looked very reluctant. The TV series Today's Suite was a great success, so of course, the subsequent episodes should also be moved up. The plot of the first season was just when the heroine was finally willing to open her heart to the hero, and the subsequent second season was the famous plot that the hero was actually suffering from a terminal illness and died in the end. Because it was to be broadcast during the new year, the crew planned to shoot the plot of the second season during the holiday after the end of the second semester, which was already in autumn. Originally, Dwanmu Hwai wanted to have a good rest this summer, but he encountered this damn stage play again, This kind of non-stop work is really too much for Duanmu Huai to refuse. This is a job you've been looking for. Don't you want to act? I really don't want to. It's more important for me to take a break and stay healthy. But the stage play. While muttering to himself, Duanmu Huai recalled the time when he and Lumiel went to the future cyberpunk world together. At that time, Duanmu Huai also performed a stage play with Kajiko Arisa. Thinking about it now, it's quite nostalgic. Forget it, let me take a look at the script. Anyway, I'm free anyway. Huh? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Kurikawa Akane, who had been paying attention to Duanmu Huai, breathed a sigh of relief. Although Kurikawa Akane didn't say anything, she actually hoped to perform Tokyo Blade with Duanmu Huai, just like Arima Kana. After all, stage play is Kurikawa Akane's professional direction. If he can cooperate with Duanmu Huai in the field he is good at, maybe he can understand each other better. It's just that Kurikawa Akane is introverted by nature, not as extroverted as Yumagana, so when Yumagana persuaded Duanmu Huai, all she could do was watch from the side. She looked like a little girl who wanted her father to take her to the amusement park, but was too embarrassed to say so, and could only watch eagerly. By the way, Shiai, they really want you to join. Kyoko Saito also spoke to Duanmu Huai at this time. Because there are many battle scenes in Tokyo Blade, they hope you can be the action director. If you are willing to give me 2 salaries, then I have no problem. Duanmu Huai didn't care about this. Anyway, when he was filming a movie, he also got 2 salaries at the same time as an action director and an actor. Tokyo Blade. This is a classic fighting manga serialized in Shonen Weekly, telling the story of the Shinjuku group, where the male protagonist belongs, fighting against other groups. The part to be performed this time is the Shibuya fight, where the Shinjuku group and the Shibuya group fight each other. Well, it sounds grand, but in Duanmu Huai's opinion, it is actually just 2 underworld gangs fighting for territory. However, Japanese comics are all like this. Take Naruto for example. It seems that there are always things like the world and hegemony hanging on the lips, but if you count the number of people, it is at most the scale of a village-level fight. It is quite talented to write about the epic feeling of hundreds of thousands of troops fighting for the world, with just a few hundred people fighting for territory. Although in the final analysis, it is just the underworld fighting for territory. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, this is actually the Shinjuku group coming to the territory of the Shibuya group, and then the 2 sides fought a black-eating-black war, and the Shinjuku group defeated the Shibuya group and grabbed the territory. It's that simple. It's just that the gangsters wearing black suits, black sunglasses, and guns were replaced by teenagers wearing ancient warrior costumes and holding swords. As an action director, Duanmu Huai naturally has the power to intervene in the script creation, and at the first meeting, he quickly raised his questions. Why were all the scenes of Baigui deleted? The Baigui that Duanmu Huai mentioned is the behind-the-scenes boss of the Shibuya fight. In fact, the story of the entire Shibuya fight is very simple. The Shinjuku group came to the Shibuya group with the purpose of friendly negotiation, but because of a series of misunderstandings and attacks, the 2 sides eventually turned against each other, with an important character being slashed as a node, and then the 2 sides started fighting. Just when they were exhausted from fighting each other, Baigui appeared. It turned out that all this was Baigui's conspiracy. She deliberately provoked the fight between the 2 sides, and then tried to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, eliminating the Shinjuku group and the Shibuya group at the same time, so that her Baigui group could win. In the end, it was the old-fashioned process. After discovering the real enemy, the Shinjuku group and the Shibuya group put aside their past grudges, shouted about friendship and bond, and rushed up to fight Baigui. In the end, they defeated Baigui and thwarted the other party's ambitions and conspiracies. In the comics, Baigui is a petite little loli with white hair and red eyes. This is also the main reason why Duanmu Huai asked. After all, after he first read the comics, he felt that this role was tailor-made for him. As a result, the boss part was deleted from the script. Now it just became a battle between 2 gangs for territory, right? But what made Duanmu Huai even more curious was why Baigui was deleted. You know, this character is quite popular in the comics, ranked in the top 3, so why was it deleted? Oh, actually we can't do anything about it. Faced with Duanmu Huai's inquiry, Gioe, who was in charge of the script, smiled bitterly. I also think that the story after deleting Baigui lacks foreshadowing, but we also have difficulties. Difficulties? Baigui's weapon. It's hard to make it in a stage play. Oh. Duanmu Huai flipped through the comics, and immediately understood what Gioe meant. Baigui's weapon was a huge mace, which also matched the ghost. After all, in Japanese culture, ghosts basically hold maces. Not only that, Bai Gui was holding a 2-meter-long, huge and thick mace. When Bai Gui first participated in the battle, he threw a mace down from above and sat on it. In the comics, this scene looks shocking. The petite lowly holding the huge mace is full of courage. But in reality, even if it is made of lightweight materials, ordinary people can't swing such a long weapon, let alone inertia, and to reflect the contrast between the soft little lowly and the hard big iron block, you can't use that kind of particularly light and soft material, otherwise if you use plastic, that kind of thing will look fake on the stage, which can be said to be a dog instead of a tiger. If it is a TV series, it can be rendered with CG or post-production, but it can't be watched live in a stage play, so GOA teacher finally decided to delete this character and change the whole plot. But for Duanmu Huai, I can play this role. Hey! I mean, just do it like this. Duanmu Huai reached out and pointed at the little Lolita sitting on the mace in the comic. Just do it like a normal weapon, I guarantee you can swing it. Are you sure? It has to be said that GOA teacher was quite surprised to hear Duanmu Huai's answer. You know, even if it is made of wood, considering the size and weight, it is not something that ordinary people can swing at will. Just do it. Duanmu Huai gave a decisive answer. As for whether it can be used, you will know when the time comes. Chapter 1595. Actually, Duanmu Huai doesn't really like to perform in stage plays. The reason is very simple. Stage plays are different from movies. In movies, the psychological characteristics of characters can be shown by close-ups or small props. But on stage, because the audience can only see a limited amount, the emotions must be expressed in an exaggerated way. Otherwise, the people behind the stage can't figure out what the actors on the stage are performing. Well, to put it bluntly, this kind of performance feels a bit like a patient in a mental hospital coming out for a walk, which is a bit awkward. However, since I accepted it, I still have to do what I have to do. A week later, the meeting of the Tokyo Blade stage play was finally about to begin, and Duanmu Huai naturally followed Arima Kana and Kurikawa Akane to the venue. At this time, the venue was full of people, and the two sides quickly greeted each other. Basically, the cast this time was divided into two factions. One part was members of the troupe Lalilai, and the other part was joined from outside. Duanmu Huai and Arima Kana belonged to this kind of faction. In addition, there are the person in charge of the stage play company, the script, the director, and Kichijoji-sensei, long time no see. Looking at the woman wearing glasses in front of her, Arima Kana also greeted her enthusiastically. This woman wearing glasses was none other than the original author of Kichijoji Reiko. Because the TV series of Kichijoji was a great success, the original comics of Kichijoji-sensei were also sold out. As the original author, Kichijoji obviously also liked this kind of faithful adaptation of the original, so he had a good relationship with the leading actors. Even invited them to dinner at home. "Hello, Ms. Arima." Kichijoji sang and clapped his hands with Arima Kana, and then greeted Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane. "It's been a long time since we last met, Miss Shiai and Miss Kurikawa." "Ah, hello." "Hello, Mr. Kichijoji. By the way, why are you here today?" "Ah. Hearing Kurikawa Akane's puzzled question, Mr. Kichijoji smiled bitterly, then reached out and pulled a petite woman hiding behind him. "Actually, I came with her. This is Ms. Abiko, the author of Tokyo Blade." "Hello, you guys." Although she is a popular cartoonist, Abiko gives people the feeling of being a shut-in who is not good at speaking. She stared at the ground with her eyes wandering, said hello to everyone in a voice that was almost like a mosquito's cry, and then hid behind Mr. Kichijoji again. How should I put it? Cartoonists are really unique. Actually, Teacher Abiko came here today for something important. Teacher Kichijoji also whispered to Duanmu Huai, Arima Kana and others. She read the script of Tokyo Blade before, and heard that the White Ghost would appear, so she came to see who would play the White Ghost. Is there really someone who wants to play it? Ah. When Arima Kana and Kurikawa Akane heard this, they suddenly realized it. Then, they looked at Duanmu Huai with a wry smile, and Teacher Kichijoji also cast his eyes on Duanmu Huai and was stunned. Wait, Miss Xiao Ai, you're going to play the White Ghost? Well, your image is indeed very similar to the White Ghost, but that... You know, the White Ghost's weapon is a little special. Teacher Abi is the kind of person who is particularly picky about this. Don't worry, Teacher Kichijoji. Duanmu Huai gave Teacher Kichijoji a thumbs up. I guarantee it's fine, just watch it. Ah, well. Since you said so, then I'm looking forward to your performance. Although Teacher Kichijoji was still a little worried, but since Duanmu Huai said so, she could only wait and see. After the self-introduction, the script was distributed to everyone, and the roles were defined, and the director also explained to everyone. This is the specific situation. Do you have any comments? I do. Just then, a man with glasses who looked sleepy raised his hand. His appearance did not look impressive, but as the saying goes, you can't judge a person by his appearance. This young man who looks like he just came back from an all-night internet cafe and is still catching up on some sleep is the ace actor of the theater troupe Lalali, starring in the film 9 and winning the Imperial Drama Award for Best Actor, Himkawa Daiki. This time, he is responsible for playing the leading role in Tokyo Blade. Hey Daiki, what's the problem? The last scene is based on the comics, with both of us fighting against the White Ghost, right? I doubt whether this effect can be achieved. Sure enough, not only the original author, but even the actors have the same idea in their hearts. After all, the setting of the White Ghost is too exaggerated, and it is impossible for ordinary people to do it. When the director heard Himkawa Daiki's question, he chuckled. I guessed you would ask this. Hey, bring the things up. At the director's call, 2 staff members pushed a flatbed cart into the venue, and on the flatbed cart was a 2-meter-long, extremely thick mace. This is the White Ghost's weapon, the Ghost Tooth. This is the White Ghost's weapon. It's really powerful when you look at it up close. At this moment, other actors also gathered around, looking at the mace curiously. One of them reached out, grabbed the handle, and lifted it up. Ouch, it's so heavy, I can't lift it at all. Move aside, let me try. Then a muscular actor walked forward, stretched his body, reached out to grab the handle, and lifted it up. Ouch. Oh. Then everyone saw that the huge mace barely left the flatbed truck by a few centimeters, and then, bang. It fell down again. No, director, this thing can't be used at all. Ha ha ha. Seeing everyone looking at him, the director laughed and turned to look at Duan Muhui. Leave it to you. Oh. Duan Muhui nodded, and then came to the flatbed truck. Seeing Duan Muhui come out, everyone was a little surprised. After all, Duan Muhui's body in this world was really fragile, and at first glance, it was the kind that would fall down with a gust of wind. Moreover, this mace was taller than her. Even the strongest person in the troupe couldn't lift it. Could Duan Muhui lift it? So they watched Duan Muhui walk out of the crowd, stretch out his right hand, grab the handle of the mace, and then lift it up easily. Seeing this, everyone's first reaction was to rub their eyes subconsciously, as if they were collectively dazzled. However, no matter how much they rubbed their eyes and blinked, they could still see Duan Muhui carrying the mace easily, as if the latter was made of plastic foam and had no weight at all. Wait, how is this possible? Are you wrong? The muscular actor also came over and stretched out his hand to grab the mace in surprise. Wow, no, I can't lift it at all. How can you have so much strength? I know a little bit of Kung Fu. Hey, it's amazing, Kung Fu can do this kind of thing. Of course, not only that. As he spoke, Duan Muhui suddenly raised his hand, and saw that the mace that everyone had tried so hard to lift just now was thrown into the air by him. Seeing the scene, everyone was frightened and retreated. At the same time, Duan Muhui jumped into the air. Then he rushed to the ground with the mace. Bang! With a tinnitus-like impact, the huge mace fell vertically to the ground, and Duan Muhui stood on it. At this moment, everyone could only see the petite girl standing on the mace slowly opening her eyes, revealing her scarlet eyes. At this moment, a kind of unspeakable tension and pressure suddenly broke out, sweeping the entire venue. Woo! At this moment, the actors who felt Duan Muhui's gaze had solemn faces and tense bodies, as if they were not in a performance venue at this moment, but in a battlefield full of killing. What they held in their hands was no longer a script, but a real sword. In front of them was the most powerful enemy they had ever encountered. So powerful. Feeling this terrifying pressure, Yuma Ganai trembled with excitement. Although she had played against Duan Muhui in today's sweetness before, Duan Muhui did not show such power at that time. And now, she finally felt the terrifying momentum exuded by Duan Muhui, which even made people feel cold all over. Is this Xiao Ai's true momentum? At the same time, not far away, Kurikawa Akane also clenched his hands and placed them on his chest. She could feel her heart beating violently. Unlike the previous TV series, this time, Kurikawa Akane finally felt Duan Muhui's violent, surging, and incomparable aura of pressure. The flashing sight in those scarlet eyes was staring at everyone present like a substance. Even if she didn't pay special attention to someone, Kurikawa Akane could feel a sense of crisis, as if she was waiting for death in despair and fear in front of the bloody mouth of a beast. Not only that. Woo! Suddenly, there was a noise in her ears, and everything she saw flashed in Kurikawa Akane's eyes. The next moment, The person who appeared in front of Kurikawa Akane was no longer the petite girl standing on the mace, but a taller and terrifying man wearing black armor. In the backlight, Kurikawa Akane couldn't see his face clearly, but even so, the tension that came from nowhere still bound Kurikawa Akane's body tightly. Splash. There was a sound of water at her feet. Kurikawa Akane looked down and was surprised to find that under her feet, it was not a smooth floor, but a mirror-like surface of water. Under the dark water, something was surging and circling below. Then she saw it. Hidden in the dim water, the pressure that almost froze her soul dissipated instantly, and Kurikawa Akane suddenly raised her head. At this moment, she was like a drowning person who was about to suffocate and finally poked her head out of the water, gasping for breath. When she raised her head, she saw Duanmu Huai had jumped off the mace and gestured to everyone. "How is it? No problem, right?" "Great, really great. Just act like this. It's decided, just act like this." The director clapped his hands desperately, his face flushed with excitement. "You should also remember this feeling. Get it?" "Yes. Yes." Kurikawa Akane also responded, but at this moment, her mind was not on acting at all. What happened just now? Is it an illusion, or something else? Chapter 1596. In the story, Bai Gui, played by Duanmu Huai, and Xiao Ji, played by Kurikawa Akane, are the characters who interact the most. In the comics, Bai Gui is Xiao Ji's sister, but Xiao Ji is really introverted and gentle, a typical Yamato Nadeshiko image. While Bai Gui only looks lively and innocent, she is actually crazy. Because comics and stage plays are different, the latter needs to tell the whole story in just a few hours, so the scriptwriter also modified the plot of the relationship between the two. That is to say, in the opening stage, Xiao Ji needs to show that she is very hesitant about starting a war, while Bai Gui needs to show her warlike side. Pointing at the script, the director spoke to Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane. Xiao Ji needs to struggle to show her disgust for war. Is there only one way to fight? And Bai Gui needs to answer, "Sister, don't worry, just leave everything to me." At this point, the director looked at Duanmu Huai. Of course, the focus of this scene is Bai Gui. We need to use Bai Gui's madness to highlight the gentleness of Xiao Ji. In the comics, we can use background or shadows and dark lights to do this, but in real performances, well, it depends on your acting skills. In the comics, this scene is Xiao Ji slumped on the ground, whispering to herself. Then Bai Gui appeared from the side, reached out to touch Xiao Ji's face, and at the same time needed to use his momentum to highlight the similar yet completely different temperaments of the two. I understand. Shall I? Let's try it. Kurikawa Akane stared at the script, then closed his eyes, and thought for a moment, then looked at Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai flipped through the script and nodded. Well, this is not impossible to act. I give it a try. Then, start. Following the director's order, Kurikawa Akane collapsed on the ground, looking down at the ground. Do we have to fight? Is that the only way? Kurikawa Akane said, hugging himself with both hands, trembling slightly. At this moment, Duanmu Huai walked to Kurikawa Akane's side, then squatted down and looked at Kurikawa Akane. Don't worry, sister. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai reached out and gently stroked Kurikawa Akane's face, forcing her to look at him. Just leave everything to me with peace of mind. I will kill all those guys who invaded Shibuya. Although Duanmu Huai's voice was very lively and cheerful, it made the listener's hair stand on end, as if he was speaking without any emotion. Kurikawa Akane just stared at Duanmu Huai blankly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Well, that's it. The director's voice sounded. The next scene will be accompanied by the rotation of the stage, and the protagonist will appear and go to Shibuya. While speaking, the director turned around to instruct others, and Kurikawa Akane and Duanmu Huai stood up. Huh? You've worked hard, Xiaoi. Well, you too. By the way, Xiaoi, you really acted like a real person just now. While speaking, Kurikawa Akane looked at Duanmu Huai carefully. The reason why she paused just now was partly because of the performance of the characters in the plot, and partly because of Duanmu Huai's eyes. The strange look that was clearly staring at her, but not at all like she was looking at her, made Kurikawa Akane freeze in place. It can be said that at that moment, she seemed to understand very well why Meiji would show such an uneasy expression to her sister. Well, because I know someone who is like this, it is relatively easy to imitate. Duanmu Huai looked at the script and curled his lips. Are you saying it's the same as Bai Gui? Yes, just looking at her appearance, you will think she is just more lively. But when she goes crazy, it's seamless. Duanmu Huai was talking about no one else, naturally Neem Sanaorai. She switches between cheerfulness and madness smoothly and freely. She greets you with a smile in the last second, and draws her sword to chop you without hesitation in the next second. She is the kind of perverted character who uses a big move without a pre-shake. And she still smiles happily when she chops you. It sounds like she's an interesting person. Can you introduce her to me? I don't mind, but I don't think I can do it. Huh? Why? Because she's not in this world. Ah. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Kurikawa Akane was stunned for a moment and lowered his head hastily. I'm sorry. It's okay. Looking at Kurikawa Akane's apologetic look, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment, and then decided. Forget it, don't say it. Let's just leave it at that. Forget it, let's change the subject, Akane. What do you think pleasure is for you? Duanmu Huai didn't want to waste time on something that couldn't be explained, so he decisively changed the subject. Joy. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Kurikawa Akane was stunned for a moment. Does it mean to make the audience feel happy? This is what I think. I will perform hard and make the audience feel happy for my performance, and then I will feel satisfied. Do you like acting very much? Of course, I can talk about acting all the time. After all, actors in stage plays are all passionate about acting. Kana is the same. Hearing Kurikawa Akane's answer, Duanmu Huai looked at Arima Kana, who was acting with Imkawa Daiki not far away. Contrary to her usual foul mouth, Arima Kana was waving her hands at this moment, looking energetic. Don't you love me? I don't really like acting, or rather, it's a little interesting to me, but I won't devote myself to it. Why? I think it's a great thing to devote myself to acting. I think it will be miserable. Duanmu Huai looked at the script. If you are too involved, won't you blur the boundary between yourself and the role? You won't even know who you are, and even lose your true self. Duanmu Huai knows this kind of person. There is one person in the champion of the obsession. He is such an entertainment star, and has filmed many movies and dramas. But because he filmed too many times, and was involved in too many roles, he ended up with schizophrenia. Duanmu Huai still remembers the mission. At the beginning, the NPC hoped that they could find the true self of the boss and awaken it. However, the players found out at the end that this God-chosen champion had no real self at all. The image he showed to the players was all part of the character. Even the NPC who gave the players the task, and the shop owner he met on the road were all played by him. In other words, after entering this task dungeon, all the people the players met were the boss itself. As for the real self, it had long disappeared from him. Even during the boss battle, he would imitate the player's character, so that the player could not figure out who was the enemy, and who was the friend, and it was so painful to fight. Later, this task was selected by players, as one of the top 10 most painful dungeons. Not only was the task itself like a thriller, but the final battle with the boss was even more painful. Sometimes you saw your companions running out of blood, and then you added blood. Oh my god, the boss pretended to be him, and filled up the boss's blood directly. I had the idea of hitting a hammer and flipping the table. This mission was very painful for Duanmu Huai, and he really had PTSD. So after coming to this world, he only took roles that were close to his own personality, and refused to play any other roles. He didn't want to become a schizophrenic patient who completely lost himself like the God-chosen champion. Just think about it, a God-chosen champion who was obsessed with evil, pretending to be an NPC grandfather who gave you the mission, and then turned into a pure village girl lying in your arms, and at the same time he could distract himself to play a pole dancer or even a big yellow dog snatching food at the village head. He is too schizophrenic to be saved, so let's kill him. I feel like I understand Xiao Ai a little bit. Looking at Duanmu Huai, who was lost in thought, Kurikawa Akane blinked. As a talented actor, Kurikawa Akane had long discovered that when Duanmu Huai was performing, no matter what role he played, she felt that Duanmu Huai was not fully committed. How to say it, it's like the player who controls the protagonist in an RPG game. The protagonist crying and shouting is the protagonist's business, and the player is just an emotionless control machine. Duanmu Huai is the same. Although his performance is full of momentum, Kurikawa Akane can feel that deep in Duanmu Huai's heart, he is cold and ruthless. It's like completely separating himself from the role. Generally speaking, few actors are separated to this extent. After all, even acting is just a means of performing momentum. Since Duanmu Huai can perform momentum, he doesn't need to care too much about acting. But, even if they are worried about confusing roles, will most people split themselves to this extent? And, thinking of this, H1 Akane looked at Duanmu Huai beside him again, but this time, The one who appeared in H1 Akane's eyes was no longer the petite girl with white hair and red eyes, but a tall man with an imposing temperament. Although he couldn't see his appearance clearly, H1 Akane could feel that he exuded the same aura as Shiai. At the same time, the sound of water came from under his feet again. H1 Akane looked down, and saw that the smooth mirror-like water surface appeared again at his feet, and then under the water surface, a tentacle slowly emerged from it, and reached out to H1 Akane. Looking at this tentacle, H1 Akane seemed to be hypnotized. She stretched out her right hand, and tried to touch the tentacle. At the moment when H1 Akane's fingers touched the tentacle, suddenly the tentacle stretched forward and tightly wrapped around H1 Akane's wrist. At the same time, Kurikawa Akane was horrified to see cracks appear on the tentacle's skin, and then countless eyeballs squeezed out of it, staring at her. What's wrong, Akane? Just then, Duanmu Huai's voice sounded, and the strange illusion in front of Kurikawa Akane disappeared again, and what appeared in front of her was Duanmu Huai, who was curiously looking at her. "Aw, nothing, I was just in a daze." "Is that so? Pay attention, the practice of the second act is about to begin." "Well, okay, I know. Sorry, I go to the bathroom." After saying this, Kurikawa Akane left the practice room and trotted to the bathroom. Then she carefully pulled up her sleeves. On the white and slender wrist, a bright red mark, as if it had been entangled by something, was clearly visible. Is this more than just an illusion? Chapter 1597. The 21 swords gathered in the Far East are alliance swords that can give their holders various powers. The strongest person recognized by all the alliance swords will gain the power to take the entire country into his hands. The story of the protagonist of Tokyo Blade begins with obtaining one of the alliance swords. After that, he wants to fight for the world with the alliance sword and defeats the other alliance sword holders, who stand in front of him one by one. Some of them died in the battle, but most of them will join the protagonist after being defeated. Well, it is a very orthodox youth and blood story. However, Baigui is completely opposite to the protagonist. She has a strong spirit and strength, but she has not been recognized by the alliance swords. Even the indecisive sister has obtained the alliance sword, and she has lost the opportunity to dominate the world. However, Baigui did not become depressed. Even without the alliance sword, I can defeat others and rule this country. So, with this belief, Baigui began to act. To be honest, I think it would be more interesting if Baigui won. Looking at the script in his hand, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but complain. And Aramikana sat next to Duanmu Huai, looking at him curiously. Really? Yes, in the final analysis, the protagonist is still a defender of the old system. He wants to dominate the world because he got the alliance sword. Then on the other hand, if he didn't get the alliance sword, wouldn't the protagonist be an ordinary person who is willing to be ordinary? It's just because he accidentally got a powerful force that he embarked on this path. In the final analysis, he still agrees with this alliance sword system. Duanmu Huai patted the script and curled his lips. So I think Baigui is more to my liking, even if she is not qualified. The battle for world domination is fought for. The idea that you are not qualified without the alliance sword is simply nonsense. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, Baigui's idea is closer to his way of thinking. Of course, the Japanese don't have this idea. I guess the author gave Baigui this background just to subconsciously add drama to her. After all, at the end of the comics, Baigui was still killed, and did not surrender to the protagonist like other defeated people. I guess it was because the author felt that such an alien without an alliance sword, but stronger than those with an alliance sword, would be annoying in the protagonist's team, so he just let her go. But overthrowing the old order is a dangerous and thankless task, so Baigui's end is expected. By the way, if you were Baigui, what would you do? Me? Faced with Aramikana's curious question, Duanmu Huai thought for a while. It's very simple. I will kill all the people who hold the alliance swords, and smash them all to pieces. Huh? Why? It's very simple. Because only those who hold the alliance swords are qualified to dominate the world, right? In other words, the alliance swords limit the qualifications, so as long as all these broken swords are smashed to pieces, there will be no such boring things as who is qualified and who is not qualified. Everyone can rely on their own abilities to decide the winner. How should I put it? It really seems like your style. So in my opinion, it is unnecessary to depict Baigui using conspiracy and trickery in the plot. With her strength, she would have a high probability of winning if she fought those alliance sword holders in an open and square battle. But after all, it is about reality. From the perspective of the story, if a person without an alliance sword is stronger than those alliance sword holders, then the foundation of the whole story will be shaken. So from the author's perspective, letting Baigui weaken others with small tricks, and then fight with them, is also a compromise. After all, in this way, the audience is more likely to accept that Baigui can defeat the alliance sword holder. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai turned the wooden stick in his hand. Of course, he would not use that heavy thing during practice. This thing is mainly for Duanmu Huai and other actors to pay attention to the distance when fighting, so that Duanmu Huai would not accidentally knock them away. That would not be a performance effect, but a performance accident. It might turn into a stage murder incident. Who knows? By the way, Shi-in didn't come today either. Aramikana held up the script and looked at the practice room in front of him. For that drama fanatic, this is really rare. I remember she said she was not feeling well. It should be in the past few days, right? For girls, this seems to be quite hard. Duanmu Huai remembered that everyone in the court said that the biggest benefit of becoming a dependent is that they don't have to worry about such things anymore. Of course, he couldn't understand it. After all, this body now seems to have no secondary sexual characteristics. Why do I remember her date is not these days? You even know this? It has to be said that Duanmu Huai was shocked when he heard Yamaganai's words. It's not strange to remember his own, but can he remember others so clearly? Why can't I? Perhaps sensing Duanmu Huai's surprise, Yamaganai glared at him fiercely. Once before, she almost couldn't make an appearance because of this, but it disrupted the interview plan. If I hadn't stepped in, I don't know what kind of trouble would have been caused. That's why I remember it so clearly. Well, it shouldn't be these days. Is that so? By the way, don't you have this kind of trouble? I see that you are in good spirits recently. This? It's really good, because you had a good dream. Good dream? Ha ha ha. Faced with Yamaganai's question, Duanmu Huai laughed. In fact, he has been dreaming every night these days. And in the dream, Duanmu Huai was also kissing a woman. Although it was a dream, Duanmu Huai didn't remember who the other person was, but he vaguely remembered that she was a woman with a good figure and long hair. The touch was also very real, and I felt refreshed every morning when I woke up. How should I put it? Having such a dream is better than dreaming of being pushed down by a man. The latter is a real nightmare for Duanmu Huai. The former, of course, is a good dream. And since it is a dream, then nothing counts, right? There is nothing more enjoyable than this. No need to practice tomorrow. Go see Kurikawa Akane. Meanwhile, in the dim bedroom, Kurikawa Akane curled up and stared at the ceiling silently. Am I awake, or am I still dreaming? While muttering to himself, Kurikawa Akane picked up his phone to check the time, then sighed. It's already night. The practice should be over. Why is this happening? Kurikawa Akane tightly grasped the quilt, covering himself with it, with a depressed look on his face. Since the day when marks inexplicably appeared on his arm, Kurikawa Akane would have strange dreams every night, with different contents and uncertain scenes, sometimes in the classroom, and sometimes in a strange hotel room. But there is only one thing that is certain, that is, someone will appear in it, and play with himself. Although Kurikawa Akane basically couldn't remember the content of the dream after waking up, and could only vaguely recall some unclear situations at most, Kurikawa Akane could still remember what he and that person did in the dream. What is going on? Why did this happen? Kurikawa Akane was puzzled. She also thought that it might be some kind of evil spirit, and even went to the shrine to ask for a talisman. But it was useless. The only lucky thing was that she would not dream when she slept during the day, but only when she fell asleep at night. In theory, if this is the case, then she just needs to stay awake at night. But the problem is that this is not under Kurikawa Akane's control. She has tried drinking energy drinks or black coffee, but it didn't work. As long as it is a certain time in the middle of the night, Kurikawa Akane will fall asleep uncontrollably. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't resist the sleepiness. What should she do? Kurikawa Akane had no idea. Here it comes again. Suddenly, a sudden feeling of sleepiness came over her, startling Kurikawa Akane. She had just slept for a day, and had just woken up not long ago. No, she had to cheer up. Had to. However, her heavy eyelids fell slowly without listening to Kurikawa Akane's thoughts. The next moment, there was only darkness in front of Kurikawa Akane's eyes. Bang, bang, bang. A rhythmic track sound came to her ears, and Kurikawa Akane opened her eyes, and could see the scenery speeding outside the window in front of her. Turning her head, she saw that she was wearing a school uniform and standing in a crowded tram. Judging from the sunset outside, it should be time to go home from school. A tight touch came from behind, which made Kurikawa Akane tense her body. She could feel that someone was reaching out, pressing her waist, and slowly moving down. It was that person. Kurikawa Akane knew who it was, that mysterious, dark figure, standing behind her at this moment. She was already familiar with his movements, including his fingers, which slid to Kurikawa Akane's weakest defense every time, easily defeating her resistance. Don't. Kurikawa Akane held the handrail tightly and protested in a low voice. The voices of the passengers in the car could be heard all around. Although she knew she was dreaming, she felt extremely ashamed when she thought about doing such a thing in a dense crowd. At the same time, it was a little stimulating. Don't. Here. Kurikawa Akane protested in a low voice, and then she heard a vague whisper in her ear. What does it matter? It's the same here, isn't it? But other people will see it. Although she knew she was dreaming, the thought of herself as a famous actor doing this in a crowded carriage, the tension brought by being discovered, made Kurikawa Akane tense all over, and even a kind of impatient expectation emerged in her heart. Her sense of touch became more and more acute at this moment. She could clearly feel the exhalation of the person leaning against her ear, and the sight of the people around her. Unlike standing on the stage, Kurikawa Akane felt hot all over at this time. Sure enough, you like being watched, don't you? That's not the case. Is it my fault? Squeak. Suddenly, the train turned sharply, and Kurikawa Akane was caught off guard, and the whole person fell in front of the window. At this time, she realized that the buttons of her uniform had been unbuttoned one by one, and even her shirt was lifted up. Wait, we will be seen like this. This is no different from when you were on the stage. Don't you want others to see you like this? No, I don't want to. Kurikawa Akane shook her head desperately, and her black hair danced back and forth. Then you have to hold it in. If you scream, you should know what will happen. Huh? Hearing the voice in her ear, Kurikawa Akane was stunned for a moment, but the next moment, she suddenly widened her eyes. The huge impact from behind made Kurikawa Akane stick tightly to the window, and even the round outline was squeezed and deformed. Kurikawa Akane's lips pressed against the window, and saliva slowly flowed down the glass. For Kurikawa Akane, she knew very well that this dream was just the beginning. Chapter 1598. Today is a day off. For students, it is like this. Well, most students. But Ruby is not one of them. After all, as an idol, she has much more to do than Douanmuhuai. There is a live this afternoon. Will you come to watch it? It depends. I will go as long as I am free. Aren't you free all day, sister? Looking at Douanmuhuai lying on the sofa watching the news, Ruby couldn't help but complain. Unlike me, I am busy with work every day. I either go to class or go to a concert. If you have nothing to do, you can bite a lighter. It was you who said you wanted to revive Bikomachi. Keep working hard. Douanmuhuai waved his hand. I'm going to go see Kurikawa Akane later. I haven't seen Akane-san in the office these past 2 days. Is she sick? I think so I'm going to go see her. Please say hello to Akane-san for me. While busy putting on makeup, Ruby also spoke up. She and Kurikawa Akane have a pretty good relationship. I will. It's already this late, I go first. Accompanied by the sound of ping-pong, Ruby rushed out of the house in a hurry, while Douanmuhuai shook his head helplessly and looked at the TV news in front of him again. Coincidentally, the TV was broadcasting the love affair of a popular idol. As an idol, I was photographed like this. It was because I was not careful. I apologize to everyone here. On the TV screen, a girl lowered her head and apologized to everyone, and at the same time, flashes of light were flashing one after another. Then, the screen switched to an interview with a passerby. On the screen, a fat guy wearing a plain shirt, holding a light stick and a headscarf was crying while being interviewed. CZ, be happy. Although you have graduated, you are still my lifelong supporter. When faced with the exposure of idols' love affairs, some people will offer blessings, while others will have different opinions. This is a betrayal of fans. A fan as thin as a monkey faced the camera, indignant. I still remember that when the photo was first taken, she said that it was not her at all. That was a year ago. Now that she was photographed entering the hotel, she finally admitted it. Right. I am so angry. We spent so much money for her, but she turned around and threw herself into the arms of another man. Is this forgivable? Absolutely unforgivable. Looking at the interview on the screen, Douanmuhuai shrugged his shoulders. Idols are like this. Of course, it doesn't mean that idols can't fall in love. After all, free love is a human right. But the problem lies in this mechanism. The Japanese idol mechanism is to sell girlfriends in the final analysis. In order to make money, idols are made into fans' dream lovers. In this case, what fans spend money on is possession. Isn't that what is called promotion? It is natural to promote an idol and regard him as your woman. It is natural to spend money on your woman. But because of this, betrayal is even more unforgivable. In comparison, actors are much better. Even if there are any love scandals, as long as it does not violate social morality, no one will mind too much. But it is not the same for idols. Once a love scandal breaks out, it is almost a fatal blow to their career. From a certain perspective, this can only be blamed on the system. After all, the idol system sells boyfriend fans and girlfriend fans, because this is the fastest way to make money. But at the same time, the backlash is also serious. The good result is just graduation, and then being lost in the crowd. The bad result? Just look at Hoshino AI. Ruby is still a little girl now. She has never thought about falling in love. Who knows what will happen in the future? But with the example of her ex-mother, she should know how to keep a distance from this. Thinking of this, Dwanmu Hwai retracted his thoughts and turned off the TV. Let's go see Kurikawa Akane. The Kurikawa family is not unfamiliar to Dwanmu Hwai. After all, he has been there once during the previous commotion. So this time Dwanmu Hwai also went up to the door, as if he was familiar with it, then pressed the doorbell, and then heard Kurikawa Akane's voice coming from the intercom. Hello, who is this? It's me. Hey, Xiao Ai, wait a minute, I opened the door right away. Hearing Dwanmu Hwai's answer, Kurikawa Akane couldn't help but get a little nervous. She hurriedly opened the door and welcomed Dwanmu Hwai into the house. Kurikawa Akane was only wearing pajamas at home, and she looked quite energetic. Dwanmu Hwai looked at her carefully, and didn't see that she looked sick. How do you feel? It's okay. Is the rehearsal going well? It's going well, but you look like this now. Ah, I've already told the director. Fortunately, there aren't many scenes for Xiaoji, but... After pouring a cup of tea for Dwanmu Hwai, H1 Akane sat opposite him. To be honest, I haven't slept well these days, and I'm in a bad mood. Is it because of the tension of the stage play? Dwanmu Hwai asked curiously, and H1 Akane shook his head. That's not the case, it's just a little. Some? No, nothing. H1 Akane looked at Dwanmu Hwai, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't. She looked up carefully, and looked at Dwanmu Hwai. Xiao Ai, do you sleep well at night? I sleep well every day, and I've been having good dreams these days. Is that so? Hearing Dwanmu Hwai's casual answer, H1 Akane sighed inwardly. She originally thought that Dwanmu Hwai was cursed, and she was also infected. Although this sounds very fantastic, considering that the dreams she had every night these days were very unscientific, it was not particularly strange. But now it seems that this is not the case. At least from Dwanmu Hwai's expression, he doesn't look like he is troubled like himself. So you are not feeling unwell physically, but mentally? Well, it is indeed a mental problem. Physically, I went to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said there is nothing wrong. Is that so? Dwanmu Hwai felt that Kurikawa Akane was a little listless, and seemed very tired. How should I put it? This look is a little familiar. For example, Irisville, Medea, Freya, Norn, Xialongnu, etc. sometimes can't get up the next day, and they will look like this. But Kurikawa Akane doesn't seem to have a boyfriend, right? I haven't heard that she's dating anyone. Then, do you want to go out for a walk? Dwanmu Hwai withdrew his gaze from Kurikawa Akane and suggested. Go out for a walk. Yes, Ruby and the others are going to participate in JIF today, and perform as an idol group. Ah, speaking of which. I did see some news about Ruby, and the others recently, and Bikamachi is working very hard. Kurikawa Akane was also suddenly enlightened when he heard this. As Kurikawa Akane said, Ruby's Bikamachi is still very popular on the internet. On the one hand, because of Dwanmu Hwai's rigorous training, Ruby's singing and dancing are all professional, much better than those ordinary idols, and MEM is also a master at manipulating network traffic, and Fomen Kazuka is also a healthy girl full of cheerfulness and vitality. In addition, Bikamachi was also considered a legend of the idol group back then. With this name, it reappeared in people's vision, and the performance was not bad, which naturally attracted a lot of attention. I heard from MEM that Bikamachi's subscription has exceeded 50,000, and JIF invited Bikamachi because of their fame. Indeed, Ruby's performance is good. It is quite successful to have such a result just starting out. Dwanmu Hwai nodded. So, do you want to go and see it together? I think it would be much better to go out than to stay in the house. That's true. Facing Dwanmu Hwai's invitation, Kurikawa Akane hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. It just so happens that I also want to go out and relax. Just like that, the two decided to go to the GIF venue to watch the idol performance together. But soon, Duanmu Huai regretted it. Although I invited you, I still want to ask, is it too late to go back now? Looking at the huge crowd in front of him, Duanmu Huai's face turned pale. Xiaoai doesn't like crowded places? I hate it very much. Duanmu Huai was speaking the truth. What bothered him most was the noisy and crowded places. For example, at the previous concert of Robin and Xianzhou, Duanmu Huai slept all the way from the beginning to the end. One of the reasons was that he really couldn't stand the environment with too many people. Fortunately, he had a VIP room to slack off at that time. But here, wow, I can't see anything from so far away. Kurikawa Akane raised his hand, put it on his forehead, and looked at the stage in front of him. Under the lights, he could only barely see the clothes others were wearing, but he couldn't even see their faces. Although it's the same with drama, it's not that noisy after all. Of course, if they're shouting while the show is going on, it's a nightmare. Duanmu Huai tiptoed. With his current height, he couldn't even see what was in front of him in the crowd. Seeing this, Kurikawa Akane couldn't help but chuckle. Do you want my help? No, let's find a place with fewer people. It's impossible to squeeze in now. What Kurikawa Akane said was right. There was already a huge crowd of people under the stage. Even if they wanted to squeeze in, it was impossible. No, I have a better way. Duanmu Huai said, looking around, then stretched out his hand and hugged Kurikawa Akane's waist. Close your eyes. Hey, oh. Although she didn't know what Duanmu Huai was going to do, H1 Akane still closed her eyes obediently. The next moment, she heard a sudden gust of wind in her ears. At the same time, her whole body became lighter, as if floating in the air, but only for a moment, she felt the ground under her feet again. At the same time, Duanmu Huai's voice sounded. Okay. Kurikawa Akane opened her eyes curiously, and then, woo! No wonder Kurikawa Akane screamed, because now she was no longer standing on the ground in the crowd, but in midair. Strictly speaking, it was not in midair, but in the gap on a large billboard in front of the venue. From here, you can clearly see the stage, which can be regarded as a special seat. Xiao Xiaoai, what's going on? How did you bring me here? It's simple, I jumped up. Jumped up? Faced with Kurikawa Akane's question, Duanmu Huai did not answer. Kurikawa Akane only saw her jump, and instantly jumped down from the more than 4-meter-high billboard. Before Kurikawa Akane screamed again, the petite figure disappeared in the crowd below. Then the next moment, a white light and shadow flew up along the billboard pole 2 or 3 times, and then Duanmu Huai flipped in the air and stood steadily in front of Kurikawa Akane. Look, it's like this. Wow! Seeing this scene, Kurikawa Akane was completely confused, although actors would also make similar movements on stage. But that is done by hanging steel wires, and there is definitely no such device here. How did Xiaoai do it? Kung Fu. Can Kung Fu do such a thing? Of course, if you are a strong person, flying over the eaves and walking on the walls are basic operations, and it is not a problem for me to go up and down like this. Duanmu Huai is not lying. In the world of martial arts, people with good light skills can move faster than those riding horses. So amazing, I want to learn it too. This needs to be trained from a young age, and it is too late for you at your age now. Wow, Xiaoai, what you said is too much. I am only 16 years old. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Kurikawa Akane looked at him angrily with a puffy face. However, Duanmu Huai did not respond to Kurikawa Akane at all, but just looked at the stage in front. Oh, just in time, Ruby and the others are on stage. Forget it, I will settle the score with you later. Kurikawa Akane turned his head and looked at the stage not far away. At this moment, Ruby, Emiem, Fonbin and Xian also came out and waved happily to the audience below. As they moved, the sea of light sticks below also danced, and the cheers were deafening. They are really popular. Looking at the reaction at the venue, Kurikawa Akane couldn't help but sigh, while Duanmu Huai didn't say anything, just staring at Ruby. At this moment, she was singing and dancing to her heart's content under the spotlight, and she looked very happy. To be honest, Duanmu Huai no longer regards this sister as a reborn after all. Sometimes she even behaves younger than her current age. But this love for idols has never changed. Ruby is really dazzling. Standing next to Duanmu Huai at this moment, Kurikawa Akane couldn't help but sigh. Although Emiem and Fonbin Kazuka are both very cute, Ruby is the most dazzling one. The way she enjoys everything makes people feel better just by looking at her. Staring at Ruby, Duanmu Huai was silent for a long time. A girl I knew before also had similar ideas to Ruby. To become an idol? No, She wants to be the cutest girl in the world. Dwanmu Huai couldn't help but chuckle when he said this. I still remember what she said. Cuteness is buried in everyone's heart. A dazzling light that can be blessed by anyone. A dream that will always be pursued. And the love she conveys to everyone. I hope everyone's life can be filled with cuteness, so she will stand on the stage. Well, Ruby now has that feeling. Of course, if Dwanmu Huai said, Ruby is still slightly inferior in terms of cuteness. After all, Karen-chan is the cutest in the world. Dwanmu Huai stared at Ruby, and didn't notice that Kurikawa Akane was staring at him curiously at this moment. Who is Xiao Ai talking about? The longer she knew Dwanmu Huai, the more incredible Kurikawa Akane found it. She had talked to Ruby privately, and Ruby told Kurikawa Akane that Dwanmu Huai had almost no friends since he was a child. Sometimes even she, the younger sister, was worried that her sister would be isolated. However, from every casual talk of Dwanmu Huai, it can be detected that he does have friends, and the relationship is not ordinary. But, with such a close friend, how could even his sister not know about it? And Kurikawa Akane was sure that the girl Dwanmu Huai was talking about now was definitely not the one he talked about when he chatted with her before, because the tone was different. When he talked about the girl who changed her face as quickly as turning a page, his tone was a bit helpless and speechless intimacy. And when he talked about this lovely girl, he was a bit cheerful and happy. At least it was certain that the other party left a very happy impression in Dwanmu Huai's heart. But Kurikawa Akane did not ask, because she had a feeling that even if she asked, she would not get an answer. The resurrected Bikamachi's performance on the stage was very successful, which could be heard from the thunderous encores when they left the stage. After watching the performance, Dwanmu Huai also took Kurikawa Akane to evacuate decisively. After all, if someone found out that they were watching a show on a billboard, it would be troublesome. After that, the two got on the train back. Bang, bang, bang. Holding the handrail, looking at the sunset outside the window, and hearing the crowded and noisy voices of the crowd around her, Kurikawa Akane couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She felt that this scene seemed familiar, as if she had encountered something similar not long ago. But when Kurikawa Akane thought about it carefully, the scene quietly disappeared from her mind, and she couldn't remember what happened at all. However, even if she couldn't remember it, her body seemed to still remember it. At this moment, Kurikawa Akane could feel that her body was tense. Just like when she was given an injection, she would unconsciously tense up just by looking at the needle. Like waiting, no, expecting something. Her heart was pounding, nervous, expectant, uneasy, ashamed, all kinds of emotions mixed together, making Kurikawa Akane's brain blurry. What's wrong? Akane? Looking at Kurikawa Akane, Dwanmu Huai was somewhat surprised. Your face is a little red. Hey! Hearing Dwanmu Huai's explanation, Kurikawa Akane couldn't help but reach out and cover his face. Isn't it the setting sun? Maybe, but you do look a little weird now. Squeak! At this moment, the train suddenly turned sharply, and Kurikawa Akane was completely unprepared at this moment, falling straight towards the window. Be careful! At this time, Dwanmu Huai, who was standing next to Kurikawa Akane, also hurriedly stretched out a hand and wrapped it around Kurikawa Akane's waist, pulling her at the last moment, avoiding the close contact between Kurikawa Akane's head and the window. However, even so, because of the overcrowding, Kurikawa Akane's chest was still pressed tightly against the car window, and Dwanmu Huai was squeezed behind her. At this moment, Kurikawa Akane felt it. The same feeling as in the dream, at this moment, was like a fire, igniting the urge in the body. I had a dream today. The first dream was similar to exploring the ruins in the Elder Scrolls. Then I met a person in the ruins. He said that he was abandoned and had been trapped in the ruins for 10 years. Then I took out my mobile phone to call for help, and then I turned around and saw a group of tourists climbing the mountain on the other side of the window. There was even a hotel at the foot of the mountain. The atmosphere was so awkward that it almost froze. Why did I have such a weird dream? The first half was obviously very Tomb Raider, but the second half became completely indescribable. Chapter 1599. Thank you for your hard work. When they walked out of the JIF venue, it was already evening. Ruby raised her hands and stretched hard. Did you see that? There are so many people cheering for us today. Yeah, although I expected it, I am still very happy to see so many people willing to show their support. Emiam also nodded with empathy. My mother and brothers also came to see today. My mother even cried when she met them just now. Oh, I am a little embarrassed. After all, I am already 25 years old. My mother is here too. She is also very happy. Toyohama Kazuka also smiled, although it was a little reluctant. What about you, Ruby? Oh, by the way, the president is your mother. She has been watching from the backstage. Ah ha ha ha, that's right, but my sister is here too. I saw it. Huh? Does Ruby have a sister? Toyohama Kazuka was a little surprised to hear Ruby's answer. Yeah. Ruby nodded vigorously. Standing on the stage, how could she not see the white hair fluttering on the top of the tall billboard? The person next to her should be Sister Akane. How should I put it? With Ruby's understanding of her sister, this really didn't surprise her at all. After all, they have lived together for so long, and she has long been accustomed to her sister's outrageous behavior. Ruby, do you like your sister? Not bad. Faced with a question suddenly raised by Feng and Hexiang, Ruby was a little surprised. She tilted her head and thought for a while. Well, rather than saying that I like her, it's better to say that I'm a little afraid of her. Afraid? Is she not nice to you? That's not the case. Ruby smiled and waved her hand. My sister is still very caring to me, but sometimes, how should I put it? She gives people the feeling of a strict father. Whenever I do something out of line, she will scold me harshly. But it's really a pity that you are willing to listen. Emium was surprised to hear Ruby say this. I can understand that feeling. In fact, when my younger brothers are naughty, I will scold them. But they don't listen to me at all, and they always say that I am only a few years older than them and have no right to teach them. Ah ha ha ha, I thought so at first, but... My sister is very scary. Recalling her childhood, Ruby trembled all over. She used to be willful, and do out of line as Emium said. Every time this happened, Duanmu Huai would scold her. Ruby was really annoyed with Duanmu Huai at first. They were just born and raised together. She would not accept him scolding her just because she was his elder sister. After all, she was a reborn genius child. Then Duanmu Huai grabbed her and spanked her, making Ruby scream. Even if she wanted to talk back, she would shut up when she saw Duanmu Huai's murderous eyes. However, as long as Ruby was obedient, Duanmu Huai would not punish her, and Ruby was able to grow up smoothly. Well, sugar and whips are part of family education. In fact, because Saito Kyoko was busy with the work of Mate Pro, Duanmu Huai took care of Ruby most of the time. Every time I did something wrong, she would scold me seriously. If I dared to talk back, she would catch me and spank me. I have never experienced such humiliation before. But my sister doesn't scold me every time. As long as I don't do anything out of line, she is still quite gentle to me. Is that so? Hearing Ruby's words, Emium and Feng and Kazuka's expressions were a bit complicated. Although Ruby said that her sister often spanked her, Ruby didn't seem to be disgusted at all. By the way, what were you spanked for? The last time I remember was when I was in elementary school. I was halfway through making curry and went to watch TV. When my sister came back, I found the whole kitchen was filled with black smoke. My sister came back and turned off the fire, then she pressed me on the sofa and spanked me. It still hurts when I think about it now. Why did you go to watch TV halfway through cooking? Because I suddenly remembered that I had an idol variety show to watch, but I forgot about it while watching it. Ah ha ha ha. How should I put it? If you say that he deserved to be spanked, he really deserved it. Okay, you guys get ready too, we're going back to the office. At this time, Kyoko Saito also finished packing and came over to speak. The three of them followed her out of the venue and walked towards the parking lot. But then again, I've never seen my sister act like a spoiled child to others. Walking at the back, Ruby, who was carrying a suitcase, was enjoying the evening breeze while looking at the night sky in front of her, and this thought suddenly popped up in her mind. Whether in love or with Kyoko, Ruby would act like a spoiled child to them, and sometimes she would be willful. But her sister never did that. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that when she was a baby, she was a person who was alienated from others. At that time, she didn't interact with her much. At that time, Ruby thought that her sister was developmentally retarded. In fact, Duanmu Huai just hated her. Later, when she grew up, her sister gave Ruby the feeling of a lonely child who didn't like to talk and communicate, and was always alone. For example, when she was in kindergarten, she rarely interacted with other children, just sitting quietly aside. Even when facing her mother, she didn't get close to her. But she wasn't the kind of lonely person who hated everything, or she gave Ruby the feeling of being strong enough to survive even if she was alone. Thinking of this, Ruby always felt a little sorry for her sister. Although she had encountered a lot of things over the years, Aunt Kyoko and her sister also cared about her and had good friends. But her sister didn't seem to have a similar object. It was only recently that I saw her talking to Arima Kana and Kurikawa Akane in the office, but are they good friends? It's a bit subtle. Why not go back and ask? Thinking of this, Ruby also made a decision and got on the car back to the office. However, Duanmu Huai did not go home that night. Duanmu Huai stood up, facing the sunlight outside the window, and stretched. I didn't expect it to turn out like this, ah. While muttering to himself, Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw that Kurikawa Akane was sleeping soundly on the bed behind him. Judging from the messy traces on the bed, it is not difficult to imagine how fierce the battle had been here. By the way, this is really a bit unexpected. Last night, when Duanmu Huai took the tram to send Kurikawa Akane home, the latter suddenly looked very uncomfortable, with a flushed face and rapid breathing. So Duanmu Huai hurriedly sent Kurikawa Akane home to rest. But what Duanmu Huai didn't expect was that when he helped Kurikawa Akane into the bedroom, this little girl actually pushed him down. At that time, Duanmu Huai was confused. What's going on? At that time, Kurikawa Akane was panting and staring at him, which made Duanmu Huai wonder if someone had given her the I love a stick. But soon, when Duanmu Huai saw the strange tentacle mark on Kurikawa Akane's arm, he immediately understood what was going on. Indeed, people who are engaged in art are very easy to connect with the spirit of the old ones, and those who are easy to be in tune with the spirit of Cthulhu are also painters, singers, writers, and the like. Actors are also in this line, and naturally they are also easily influenced. But it's not that they will be influenced inexplicably. There are always opportunities. Even those who are polluted by the spirit of Cthulhu are not inexplicably connected with Cthulhu. They either read the story of Cthulhu, or got the statue of Cthulhu. After all, gods are this kind of thing, and they need some kind of opportunity to connect with others. But I don't have this kind of connection with Kurikawa Akane. Although Duanmu Huai didn't know what was going on, he couldn't let Kurikawa Akane succeed. After all, she was just a little girl with no skills, and Duanmu Huai could easily make her obedient with one hand. Of course, the price was that the whole bed sheet seemed to be soaked. Well, it shouldn't be dehydrated. It shouldn't be. Hey. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. At this time, he really wanted to have a cigarette, but unfortunately, he only had a mobile phone in his hand. Opening the phone, he saw a series of missed calls, so Duanmu Huai had to call back. Sister, where have you been? As expected, Ruby's roar came from the phone the next moment. Didn't I leave a message saying that Akane was not feeling well, so I took care of her at her home? Duanmu Huai said that he was not lying. Everything was true. As for why she was not feeling well, and how he took care of her, there was no need to delve into these details. But you wouldn't just ignore a single call. I forgot. Ah. Faced with Duanmu Huai's straightforward answer, Ruby was completely speechless. Anyway, it's a good thing you called back, otherwise Aunt Jingzi would have called the police if it was a little later. Sorry to make you worry. I need to check the situation today. Please ask for leave for rehearsal. Okay, I know, sister. Oh, by the way, Ruby. I saw your performance yesterday. You did a good job. Hee hee. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Ruby laughed proudly. I knew you would say that, sister. After praising Ruby a few more times and petting the cat, Duanmu Huai hung up the phone. At this moment, the voice of Kurikawa Akane came from behind Duanmu Huai. Is it morning already? Yawning, Kurikawa Akane sat up, but when she saw Duanmu Huai standing in front of the window, the next moment, she froze. Shall I? At this moment, everything that happened last night came back to Kurikawa Akane's mind. She remembered very clearly that at that time, when she encountered that scene in the tram, it seemed to awaken the hidden memories in her body, and all her rationality was almost burned out in the blazing flames. When Xiao Ai helped him back home, and he felt her breath and petite body, Kurikawa Akane's last bit of rationality was broken, and then... Ah, what did I do? At this moment, Kurikawa Akane's face flushed, and he almost wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. Anyway, I go get something to eat first. Duanmu Huai didn't even look at the panicked Kurikawa Akane, and walked out of the room, while Kurikawa Akane lowered her head and couldn't say anything. Or, she didn't know what to say at all. Chapter 1600. The breakfast prepared by Duanmu Huai was very simple: bread, fried eggs plus milk. Logically speaking, it would not take more than a few minutes to eat such a breakfast. But for H1 Akane, this was the longest breakfast she had ever eaten in her life. She lowered her head and stared at the fried eggs in front of her, but she had no appetite at all. On the contrary, Duanmu Huai finished her breakfast in 2 or 3 bites, then gulped down the milk in one breath, and then, dong, put the cup on the table. Hearing this light sound, H1 Akane's body trembled slightly, as if a prisoner standing in court was as nervous as before accepting the verdict. Okay, Akane, you don't have to be so nervous. Seeing that H1 Akane looked like he was about to commit suicide to apologize, Guanmu Huai had to speak up. They are all girls, and they won't get pregnant, so why are you nervous? Then, isn't Xiaoyai angry? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, H1 Akane raised his head carefully and looked at the girl in front of him. No, although it was a little unexpected at the beginning, you also know that your situation was not normal at that time. Besides, it's not me who suffered anyway. Woo. Hearing this, Kuriko Akane suddenly recalled the scene of herself being toyed with by the other party like a chicken to be slaughtered on the bed last night. Although she was too excited at the time and her memory was not very clear, even if it was a vague memory, well, she was indeed only brave at the beginning, and then she was completely pressed on the bed and conquered. Little love you. Is it really? Over there? Recalling what happened last night, Kuriko Akane asked with some trepidation. After all, the other party's technique last night was too skillful, and it didn't look like the first time. If I have to say, I definitely like girls, and there is no way I like men. Duanmu Huai said that if he liked men, it would be a real problem, and he was not the kind of crazy person who didn't care about meat or vegetables. But Sheen shouldn't worry. What happened yesterday should be something like a curse. It should be fine now, and I think there should be no problem in the future. Really? Hearing this, H1 Sheen looked at his wrist tremblingly, and then he found that the tentacle mark that was originally there had disappeared. Not only that, the feeling of half-sleep and half-wakefulness that had been entangled with him in the past 2 days also disappeared, and the whole person felt much more awake. That's it anyway. Just treat yesterday's incident as a drunken mistake. Then, ring ring ring. Before Duanmu Huai finished his words, he was interrupted by the sudden ringing of his cell phone. He picked up the phone and took a look. Then his face darkened, and he stood up. Sheen, take a good rest today, or go to training. Oh, what about Xiai and I? I have something important to do, and I have to leave first. After saying this, Duanmu Huai shook his cell phone at Kuriko Akane. Then, see you later. After leaving this sentence, Duanmu Huai turned and walked out of the room, leaving Kuriko Akane sitting there alone, not knowing how to react. And on this side. Wow, I finally got through it. After walking out of the room, Duanmu Huai also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if you think about it carefully, this is actually no different from the martial arts novels where the heroine is drugged and then forced to have sex. Fortunately, Kuriko Akane is an honest child, and the stimulation was too great for him to react for a while. If it were someone else, it would not be so easy for him to get away with it. However, Akane's figure is really good, and because she is a stage actor, her body is also quite flexible, and she can also make various difficult poses. Well, it made Duanmu Huai enjoy it. After all, some actions are still too dangerous for ordinary girls, and they might break ligaments. Alas, it's a pity that I can't take a picture of this thing easily. If it were a work I often watched, I should take a picture of the other person at this time, and then. You don't want this scene of yours to be posted on the internet, right? Well, because Akane is an honest and serious child, maybe it can really work? Of course it's a pity, now Duanmu Huai can only think about it. Duanmu Huai answered the phone while thinking about exciting things. Long time no see, President. You called me today. Is there finally any news? The person who called Duanmu Huai was none other than the former president of Make Pro, Aunt Kyoko's husband, the missing Saito Ichigo. Well, strictly speaking, it is not a missing. Although Aunt Kyoko and Ruby always thought it was a missing, Duanmu Huai knew the whereabouts of Saito Ichigo from the beginning. That was after Hoshino AI was assassinated. Saito Ichigo vowed to do everything he could to find the murderer. He did not believe that the stalker was the real murderer. The reason is the same as Duanmu Huai's. After all, Hoshino AI moved before the Dome concert, and the news could not be leaked. And as the person who cares about Hoshino AI the most, he always picks up Hoshino AI and takes her home, and he is also quite experienced in preventing tracking. Therefore, Saito Ichigo thought from the beginning that there was someone else who tried to assassinate Hoshino AI. Although he didn't know who that person was, Saito Ichigo decided to find that bastard and teach him a lesson. Frankly speaking, this has exceeded the care and love of ordinary presidents for idols, and Aunt Kyoko is also maybe for the couple. Hoshino AI is like their daughter. At that time, Saito Ichigo vowed to do everything he could to find that person, but was stopped by Duanmu Huai. His reason was also very clear. The person who had a close relationship with Hoshino AI and knew about this must be someone in the entertainment industry. If Saito Ichigo acted rashly, it might alarm the other party, and make them desperate to destroy the evidence. Therefore, Duanmu Huai gave Saito Ichigo another suggestion, which is, sit back and wait. Hoshino AI has been receiving treatment in the hospital, but if the other party knows where Hoshino AI is, it is very likely that they will show up again to attack her. After all, Hoshino AI must know who is the murderer who wants to kill her. Even if she is in a coma now, as long as she wakes up, everything will be revealed. Well, it's like what often happens in detective movies. So it's natural that the criminal will most likely attack Hoshino AI again in order to silence her. Therefore, Duanmu Huai suggested that Saito Ichigo go to work in that hospital, on the one hand to protect Hoshino AI, on the other hand to monitor suspicious people. After all, as the president, Ichigo Saito must know those people in the entertainment industry who have a good relationship with Hoshino AI. So as long as he is here, he is likely to catch that person. In fact, Duanmu Huai just made a suggestion, but it seems that Ichigo Saito really cares about Hoshino AI. After that, he resigned from the position of president of Berry Pro and entered the hospital without telling anyone and became a cleaner. To be honest, he was able to persist for more than 10 years, which was beyond Duanmu Huai's expectation. It can be seen from this that Ichigo Saito is also true love, well, the kind of love for his daughter. That's right. Coming from the phone was Ichigo Sato's hoarse whisper. When I was cleaning yesterday, I saw a man standing outside the hospital. What's his name? Kamiki Hikaru. Kamiki Hikaru. Ah, when Xiao Ai just debuted, she went to the theater troupe Lalai to hone her acting skills. At that time, she had a good relationship with several people in the troupe, including Kamiki Hikaru. At this point, Saito Ichigo's voice became low. I have already investigated through my own connections. Kamiki Hikaru does not have any good friends in the hospital, and he is also in good health. So there is only one reason why he came here. In short, let's find evidence first. Compared to Saito Ichigo, Duanmu Huai seemed very calm, and the evidence was actually not difficult to find. Just do a paternity test. I will ask someone to investigate, and AI is in your hands. Well, I will never let him hurt Xiao AI. This time, he won't succeed. Beep, beep, beep. Ichigo Saito hung up the phone angrily, while Duanmu Huai stared at the phone in silence. In short, let's first investigate who this guy is. For Duanmu Huai, it was not difficult to find someone to investigate. He asked the detective agency he had known for a long time for a commission, and then only one day later, a file appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. Kamiki Hikaru, 30 years old, was born in Kanagawa. At the age of 10, he belonged to the theater troupe Lalai, graduated from the University of Science, and established an agency at the age of 25. He is currently the legal representative of the Kamiki Agency and the president of Mediai's Company, Ltd. This experience is quite similar to mine. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but mutter. Both of them have independent firms and companies, and they are both famous at a young age. It's just that. There are many things in Shinmu Guang's experience that cannot be explained. Take Duanmu Huai for example. Every sum of money he has in this world is well documented. First, he used his salary to buy a small film production company, and then he got box office dividends by starring in its films, and used the dividends to acquire other companies. Every sum of money Duanmu Huai has in this world is in and out. But Shinmu Guang is different. From the perspective of family background, his family conditions are very ordinary, not very good, and he is not like Duanmu Huai who started acting at the age of 4 and has been acting for more than 10 years. He gives people the feeling that he is a flash in the pan in the entertainment industry, and then disappears without a trace. Then he inexplicably got a large amount of money, and set up his own firm. It was like a cheat. Because he had his own firm, Duanmu Huai knew that it was not just about having money. In many aspects, the big firms value connections and relationships more. Duanmu Huai acquired May Pro because of this. He had been acting in this world for 10 years, and knew many actors and directors. Ms. Jingzi also knew many people in the entertainment industry. The so-called connections and status were all raised in this way. But what about Shinmu Guang? He had no status in the entertainment industry, and he did not have any strong capital consortium. How could he open an agency? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Could it be that this was a prostitute? In the entertainment industry, similar situations are not uncommon. Not to mention that girls will be subject to unspoken rules. Boys can't escape either. Especially when a person enters the entertainment industry, if he has no money and no power, then the only way is to sell himself. As for talent, talent is actually the least valued thing in the entertainment industry. After all, talent can only guarantee a person's upper limit, but not the lower limit. Suppose, an actor with S-level talent is unwilling to sell his ditch, but an actor with A-level talent is willing to sell his ditch, then the latter is more likely to succeed than the former. This is why Dwanmu Hwai went through so much trouble to make Ruby an idol. After all, he knows the nature of the entertainment industry very well. If you don't have money or background, you're just a gift. To put it bluntly, even if you are a school beauty picked out of thousands in school, no one in the whole school is prettier than you. That is useless, because in the entertainment industry, there are many people of the same level, or this is the passing line. And Dwanmu Hwai said before that when a woman is beautiful to a certain extent, there is no distinction between good and bad, and it is difficult to distinguish between ugly women, beautiful women, and ordinary women. At that time, people will pay more attention to the inner qualities. For example, characteristics such as being well-behaved, obedient, and cute. If a beauty with 98 points is not obedient, she is not as useful as a beauty with 89 points. Unless you have money and background, that is another story. For example, the artists of May Pro agency now go to other places for notices, and others will be very friendly and enthusiastic to them, and will not engage in any hidden rules. Is this because these people have good hearts? Of course, most of them have good hearts, but what about those with bad hearts? How can he become kind-hearted? The reason is very simple. May Pro is an agency under Dwanmu Hwai's company, and Dwanmu Hwai's company holds shares in various TV stations, entertainment magazines, and even websites. When artists come to the door, the other side will take the initiative to warn those guys with bad records that this is our shareholder, don't have any bad ideas. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, everyone will be finished. This is why beautiful girls like Magana, Kurikawa Akane, MEM and Ruby can go on announcement programs everywhere, but rarely encounter bad things. In the final analysis, in the entertainment industry, power and money are the first priority. As for the talent and appearance that most people talk about, they are just the entry ticket to the entertainment industry. It is precisely because of this that Dwanmu Hwai suspected that Shinmu Guang was just a prostitute. Apart from this, there is no way to explain how he has the money and background to open an agency. If this were to happen in China, a huge amount of property from unknown sources would be enough to nail him down. But, if you calculate carefully, Shinmu Guang is only 31 years old now, and his sisters are 15 years old, which means that if this person is really Xingye Ai's lover, then when Xingye Ai was pregnant with twins he was. After silently calculating, Dwanmu Hwai sighed. Your circle is really messy. Chapter 1601. On the second day, Kurikawa Akane appeared at the practice venue again, which made everyone feel relieved. I'm so sorry, I will work harder. The returning Kurikawa Akane did show more courage than before. Seeing that she did not slack off because of the continuous rest for several days, the rehearsal was back on track again. Well, at least on the surface. But in the eyes of Arima Kana, it was not the case. Ah, Xiao Ai, I want to practice this scene again. Looking at Kurikawa Akane, who was holding the script and excitedly looking for Dwanmu Hwai, Arima Kana frowned slightly and showed a strange expression. It's really strange. Strange? What's strange? Himkawa Daiki, who was acting with her, asked curiously. Don't you think that after Kurikawa came back, he got too close to Xiao Ai? Although they are playing sisters and have more scenes with each other, it's not right to always get together. I don't think it's a big deal. It's just a manifestation of the good relationship between the girls. It's definitely not that simple. Seeing that she couldn't get through with Himkawa Daiki, Arima Kana could only roll her eyes helplessly and stare at him with gritted teeth. Not only during practice, but even in the office, Kurikawa Akane has always been very close to Dwanmu Hwai these days. In the past, she would just say hello when she came and went, but now she not only says hello to Dwanmu Hwai when she comes to the office, but also invites Dwanmu Hwai to eat together or even go shopping. Even if Dwanmu Hwai doesn't want to go, she will change the direction to attack. Attack? Wait, this woman wouldn't be interested in that. Thinking of this, Arima Kana felt cold all over. No, I must remind Xiao Ai. She is always careless in interpersonal relationships, and not careful at all. Be careful not to be eaten without knowing what will happen. Soon, the practice ended for the day, and Dwanmu Hwai planned to go home, and at this time, Kurikawa Akane also came over. Xiao Ai, do you want to have dinner together? Well, today. Let me see. Dwanmu Hwai picked up his mobile phone and swiped the message. Ruby was going to attend the handshake meeting, and Kyoko had to take care of Ruby. It seemed that there was no hope of having dinner together today. Then, Xiao Ai. Just then, Arima Kana suddenly appeared from the side, and quietly inserted herself between Dwanmu Hwai and Kurikawa Akane. I have something to discuss with you. Do you have time? Oh yes, I do. Then let's go. As she spoke, Arima Kana smiled and hugged Duanmuhuai's arm, while glancing proudly at Kurikawa Akane, who just stood there, staring at her silently. However, Arima Kana would not care about this level of hostility at all. After all, she still has important things to do. You said Kurikawa Akane is not normal? Sitting in the coffee shop, Duanmuhuai stirred the coffee at hand and looked at Arima Kana in confusion. Yeah, don't you think so? No, I think she is quite normal after she came back. There is no problem with her performance, and the performance coordination is also in place. What's the problem? I'm not talking about performance. Don't you think Kurikawa Akane is very close to you recently? As he spoke, Arima Kana opened his palm and counted. He would specially invite you to have lunch and dinner together. It's just eating. He would also wait for you to finish practice and go home together. It's just walking distance to the station. Now when I enter the office, I greet you first and then greet the president. In the past, I greeted the president first. Maybe it's because I'm lying on the sofa closer to the door? I bring you water every day. Hearing this, Duanmuhuai was stunned, while Arima Kana looked at him proudly. How is it? Isn't it right? No, how should I say it? It's quite scary. Yes, you know you're scared too? No, I mean you. Looking at Arima Kana, Duanmuhuai was speechless. I didn't realize you cared so much about Kurikawa Akane. If you don't pay attention to her normally, you wouldn't notice what you said. Even I didn't notice it? Hearing Duanmuhuai's answer, Arima Kana's face flushed. I don't pay much attention to that annoying guy. It's just that the adults always ask us to act together, so I care even if I don't care. By the way, I heard from Ruby that you went to her house to take care of her before. Could something have happened? It doesn't matter even if something happened. We are all girls, and nothing will happen. Duanmuhuai yawned, and Arima Kana was stunned for a moment, and then slammed the table hard. Really? I'm worried about you. Are you worried that I'd be pushed down by Kurikawa Akane? Do you think she can do it? Hearing Duanmuhuai's words, Arima Kana immediately recalled the scene where she easily picked up the white ghost weapon with one hand. That thing was difficult for the strongest boy to lift with two hands. Speaking of which, even if Kurikawa Akane had the intention, he probably didn't have the courage to do it. Arima Kana felt that Duanmuhuai could easily lift Kurikawa Akane with one hand. That's true. After figuring it out, Arima Kana also breathed a sigh of relief and sat back in the chair. Indeed, your small body is so deceptive that I forgot that you are a super powerful woman. That's called Kung Fu, not a superpower. Duanmuhuai waved his hand and picked up his phone at the same time. You seem to be quite busy recently. I always see you holding your phone and watching some videos. No, some small things that need to be dealt with. Duanmuhuai shook his head and then focused his eyes on the phone in front of him again. After having a partner, it is not difficult to conduct a paternity test. Not long after, Duanmuhuai got the paternity test of Shenmu Guang and Ruby. Well, the reason why he didn't use his own was mainly because he was not interested. The test results also showed that the two were indeed father and daughter. In other words, Hoshino AI's mistress was Shenmu Guang. Although there is no evidence to prove that all this was Shenmu Guang's plan, but he is indeed suspicious and motivated. After getting the test report, Duanmuhuai went to find Saito Ichigo. Report the good news, but the latter did not look relaxed at all. Even so, there is no way. It has been so long, and there is nothing we can do with just a piece of identification. Even if we go to the police, the statute of limitations has expired. And after so many years, he must have cleared everything long ago. In any case, the murderer who assassinated AI has committed suicide, and we can't find more evidence. We don't need evidence either. Duanmuhuai interrupted Saito Ichigo's lament coldly. Are you kidding? When did the court arrest people? When did it talk about evidence? I think you are suspicious, so you have to prove that you are not suspicious. If you can't prove your innocence, then you are guilty. After all, the judge is too busy and has no time to prove a person's innocence. As long as he is suspicious, that's enough, nothing else matters. So what are you going to do? Go to his house and ask? There is no need for that. Duanmuhuai shook his head. I don't care about his lies or his thoughts. He is the culprit of all this, so he must pay the price. You should have seen the DVD that AI gave you, That's AI's idea, not mine. Duanmuhuai narrowed his eyes. Who she wants to forgive or hate is her business, not mine. And what do you think, President? If I play the DVD for him, what will he do? Will he cry bitterly, reform his past, Change his ways? Be a new person? To be honest, I am not interested in any of this. He caused the current situation, so he must pay the price. Can the criminal avoid being sentenced as long as he admits his fault in court? That doesn't make sense. What Duanmu Huai said was the DVD that the president had given him before. It was filmed by AI a long time ago, and he said that he would give it to Duanmu Huai and Ruby when they were 15 years old. Duanmu Huai didn't know what was said in the DVD he gave to Ruby, but Ruby worked harder after that. And the DVD that Hoshino AI gave Duanmu Huai mainly tells the story of her and that man. To sum up, that man is also very pitiful. It was not him who abandoned them at the beginning, but Hoshino AI took the initiative to leave for that man. How to say it, every time I see this kind of thing, Duanmu Huai wants to complain. Why do women always like to torture themselves as the heroine in the tragedy? In fact, the story of Hoshino AI and Shinmu Guang, Duanmu Huai was in the mouth of the girls in the class when he was in junior high school. I'm so familiar with the romance novels. In order to save the hero, Bai Yueguang chose to let go and suffer alone. The hero worked hard after losing Bai Yueguang, turned his grief into strength, and finally achieved a career. Of course, at the end of this kind of romance novel, the hero usually finally discovered the heroine's painstaking efforts, and then rescued the heroine, who fell into the abyss, and the two reconciled. Every time I see this kind of novel, the girls in the class cry. But in Duanmu Huai's opinion, isn't this all the heroine's own fault? In general, this kind of plot is that the hero is willing to sacrifice for the heroine, but the heroine chooses to let go in the name of for the good of the hero, and it seems that she is the most miserable person in the world. This is like a domineering TV show, where the mother-in-law throws out a card with 5 million yuan to the heroine, saying, "This money is for you, stay away from my XX family." Doesn't the decision of whether to take the 5 million yuan still lie with the heroine? Generally speaking, in this situation, either don't take the money and don't break up, or take the money and turn around and leave. This is understandable. But in romantic dramas, the heroine usually makes the third choice. Don't take the money, break up, and turn around and leave. They even call it "I'm not after your money, I just hope he can be well." But isn't this your own choice? It's not that they don't want to give you money, it's you who don't want it. You made this decision with the maximum negative returns. Isn't it natural that you are unlucky? In Duanmu Huai's opinion, Hoshino AI is also of this character. She confessed that the reason she chose to break up with the other party was that she hoped he would not be dragged down by her and could go higher. Look, it's just like the heroine in the romance drama. I'm doing this for his own good. In the final analysis, it's just cheap self-touching, and it's not others who suffer. Moreover, after watching the DVD, Duanmu Huai doubted whether Xingye AI really loved Shinmu Guang. He found that he and Xingye AI actually had quite a lot in common. That is, a little. Indifferent to love. That's right, indifferent. Duanmu Huai has not talked about marriage with him for a long time, because he has always doubted whether he really loves them. Liking and loving are never the same. At least not in Duanmu Huai's opinion. You like a puppy, treat it as a family member, and feel sad when it dies, which is normal. But, is this love? No, if it's love, shouldn't it be the kind of love that is desperate for the one you love? At least that's how it's described in the TV series, novels and animations that Duanmu Huai watched. The protagonist is willing to do anything for the one he loves, even if it means he's against the world. But Duanmu Huai is very sure that he can't do that. As a judge, he's against the world for the one he loves? This is heresy. Then the question is, if that's the case, then what is love? Duanmu Huai still remembers the future he saw in the fragments of the Manalia world. And Gu Leia did have a mutual understanding. But from the standpoint of their respective countries, they eventually had to fight each other. And really likes Gu Leia very much, but when it comes to killing, she will definitely not show mercy. So can we say whether An loves Gu Leia or not? Duanmu Huai feels that this question isn't himself, and I'm afraid there is no answer. So what about Hoshino AI? In the DVD, she tried so hard to explain her love with that man, but in Duanmu Huai's opinion, it was more like a performance, a lie. Hoshino AI wanted to convince herself that she loved that man. Rather than being honest with Duanmu Huai, she was convincing herself. From this perspective, Duanmu Huai could actually understand Hoshino AI's thoughts. She was willing to break up with him for his career, raising 2 children alone, hiding them, and trying to be an idol. So she must love that man. So she made such a sacrifice. She made such a sacrifice. How could she not love that man? Hoshino AI wanted to convince her children that she loved that man. She also wanted to convince herself that she loved that man. This reminded Duanmu Huai of a famous saying on the internet before the time travel. You can lie to your friends, but don't lie to yourself. Now Dwonmu Hwai thinks that this sentence is just right for Hoshino AI. Maybe, this is the reason why I came to this world. After watching the ending of Hoshino AI, Dwonmu Hwai felt that he should go and talk to them when he returned. At least he didn't want to be a clown like Hoshino AI. In short, I won't let this guy have an easy time. He is too idle now, so he has time to make trouble. In this case, I will just make him busy. Shinmu Guang does have strong financial resources and background in the entertainment industry, but Dwonmu Hwai has not been in the entertainment industry for 10 years in vain. First, knock this high-ranking man into the mud and see his dirty and embarrassed appearance. Thinking of this, Dwonmu Hwai ignored the curious eyes of Magana on the opposite side, stared at the phone, and sent another text message. Money and power, I don't lack it either. Chapter 1602. After a month of rehearsal, the performance of Tokyo Blade finally arrived. Wow, so this is what the stage of drama is like now. Following Saito Kyoko into the theater, Ruby couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the huge screen in front of her. I thought drama was all about the kind of drama performance with a curtain. It is true that in some places, but some have already reached the forefront of the times. Maybe this will be the standard for drama in the future. Guiding Ruby to her seat, Kyoko also spoke. And Tokyo Blade is currently a popular serialized work, and its popularity is much higher than the already completed Today Suite. Indeed, I thought no one watched dramas now. After all, movies are more convenient than dramas. Sitting in the back, looking at the packed auditorium, the MEM next to him couldn't help but sigh. Many people think so, but drama also has its own way of expression. Well, let's take a good look at the performance of the agency's leading actress. You should also take a good look. Maybe one day you will also be on this stage. Yes. Soon, Ruby, MEM, Phonbin and Xiang sat down in turn and stared at the stage. After all, this stage play has 3 artists from Mate Pro, and they are also very concerned about each other's performance. Soon, with the lights dimmed, the stage play officially began. Wow! It must be said that this stage play really shocked the 3 people. Whether it was the performance on the 360-degree big screen or the airflow and sound effects from the stage equipment, there was indeed a kind of shock that ordinary dramas could not perform at all. Not only that, unlike movies, the sense of presence of being able to watch the actors perform on stage is completely different from movies. When watching movies, no matter how intense the scenes are, the audience is still an outsider. But for dramas, the audience can witness the plot unfolding with their own eyes, and even cheer for their favorite characters. As the plot unfolds, the atmosphere on the scene becomes more and more heated. Awesome! MEM couldn't help but shout out halfway through. Whether it's Kana's Jenny or Akane's Shoji, they both give people a sense of momentum. But, Xiao Ai Senpai doesn't seem to have anything particularly outstanding? Toyohama Kazuka looked at the stage in confusion and raised her own questions. Kana Aramaka's Jenny is lively and cheerful, while Akane's Shoji doesn't have many lines, but she can give people a very strong sense of oppression. Compared with him, Dwonmu Hwai's Baigui is more like a minor role, and most of the time he just stands quietly behind Shoji, like a quiet puppet. Even in the fighting scenes, Shiraki was mostly hidden among the crowd, with almost nothing particularly eye-catching except her white hair. But I find this sister quite interesting. Ruby was relaxed and even wanted to laugh. After all, the girl who looked frail, quiet and pitiful was her irritable sister, and she felt that the contrast was too great. At this time, the plot was halfway through, and the Shibuya group decided to fight the Shinjuku group, and the scene between Shoji and Shiraki was about to begin. Is it really that we can only fight? Xiaoji fell to the ground and lowered her head to sigh. At this moment, Baigui came over, knelt in front of Xiaoji, reached out her hand to gently touch Xiaoji's cheek, and asked her to raise her head. Don't worry, sister. Baigui stared at Xiaoji and whispered. Just kill them all, leave it to me. Simple lines, simple acting, but at this moment, almost all the audience present seemed to hear Baigui's whispers of madness under the calmness, which made them all subconsciously shudder. However, just when they were about to observe more carefully, the screen had begun to turn, swallowing the figures of Xiaoji and Baigui in the darkness. After that, the plot continued to advance, and the battle between the Shinjuku group and the Shibuya group was very exciting for each actor, and the audience also enjoyed it very much. However, that cold and gloomy whisper seemed to be a poisonous snake hovering in the hearts of the audience, making them subconsciously feel uneasy. It's like when you are out on a picnic in the suburbs and accidentally see a black shadow crawling into the bushes. At the time, you might subconsciously think it's just an illusion, but when you think about it in your spare time, you start to worry. Is there really a poisonous snake in the bushes? The audience is like this now. When they are attracted by the battle between the Shinjuku group and the Shibuya group, they will forget the ominous whispers of the white ghost. But after their emotions calm down from the heat, the shadow of the poisonous snake begins to emerge in their minds involuntarily. Even many times, the audience has begun to subconsciously look for the white ghost, wanting to know what she is going to do. It's like trying to find the hidden poisonous snake in the bushes. If you can't find it in one day, the thorn will always be stuck in your throat. However, contrary to the audience's expectations, after that, Shiroki almost disappeared, because most of the plot focused on the battle between the Shinjuku group and the Shibuya group. Shiroki is not the holder of the Alliance sword, so she naturally did not appear on the front battlefield. Only when the battle ended and the girl left, she would come out to greet her as a younger sister. However, when the audience wanted to observe more closely, she disappeared again in the depths of the dark shadows. Wow! What is this feeling? Toyohama Kazuka whispered to herself, even hugging her arms anxiously. Everyone is acting very intensely, but why do I feel so uneasy? That's her acting skills. Kyoko sighed. On the surface, Baigui didn't appear much, and she couldn't compare to Jian-E and Xiao-Ji in terms of the degree of radiance. But it was precisely because their acting skills were so passionate and shining that Baigui's darkness was highlighted. The brighter the light, the thicker the darkness. What's more disturbing is that only we, the audience, can see this. Maybe even they themselves on the stage didn't notice it. Sister likes to play these twisted and evil roles the most. Ruby also nodded beside her. Wait and see, I have a feeling that it will never end like this. Next, it is the climax of the plot, the all-out battle between the Shinjuku group and the Shibuya group. The battle between the two sides is extremely tragic. In the end, the Shinjuku group where the protagonist is still defeated the Shibuya group, and Xiao-Ji had to choose to surrender when she saw that the situation was over. At this moment, the protagonists and their group also raised their weapons and cheered loudly. This should have been the most lively time in the theater, but the audience did not celebrate the victory as happily as the protagonists on the stage. On the contrary, they all seemed to have some kind of ominous premonition. And then, the premonition came true. Hoo ho ho! Amid the cheers of the protagonists, a strange chuckle came, which immediately interrupted the cheers of the protagonists and made the audience stiffen. Sure enough, Sister is still not good enough. Is this what the owner of the Alliance sword looks like? Or, is the Alliance sword just like this? White Ghost, is it you? Where are you? Hearing this voice, Xiao-Ji hurriedly looked around and called, and then a shocking scene appeared. A huge black shadow fell from the sky and fell heavily in the center of the stage. The boom vibration sound emitted by the speakers around made the audience feel that even their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. When they looked at the stage again, they found that there was a huge mace in the center of the stage, and on the mace, a petite white-haired girl was standing there, staring at them coldly. What do you mean, White Ghost? The battle is over. Xiao-Ji shouted loudly, but at this moment, White Ghost was completely different from the calm and gentle look before. She just glanced at Xiao-Ji lightly. No, sister, this is just the beginning, didn't I say it? Just kill them all. As soon as the voice fell, I saw White Ghost grabbing the mace. The whole person jumped up, and even the mace and the person turned a circle in the air, and then hit the stage with a stick, which immediately shocked the front protagonist group and sent them flying backwards. Both the Shinjuku group and the Shibuya group must die. I, the White Ghost, will rule the world. Ahahaha. Murderous aura, unparalleled murderous aura burst out from the stage, sweeping across the entire audience like a wave. At this moment, screams came one after another. If the protagonist group hadn't been blocking the audience like a breakwater, I'm afraid some of the audience would even want to run away. Compared to the audience, the actors standing on the stage naturally felt more vivid. Is this the real momentum that Xiao-Ai burst out? Kurikawa Akane, who played the role of the Sheath Princess, trembled with both hands. Although Duanmu Huai would burst out with terrifying momentum from time to time during practice, only now, momentum, this inexplicable thing, seemed to have turned into a real storm. She felt like she was facing a howling storm head-on in a typhoon. That killing intent, anger, and hatred turned into a blazing tide of flames, almost burning everything to ashes. Although it was a bit inexplicable, at this moment, Kurikawa Akane suddenly remembered the scene when he and Duanmu Huai discussed the role of Baigui. At that time, Kurikawa Akane felt that Baigui's hatred and anger came from the gap between her not being selected by the Alliance sword and her sister being selected, and the jealousy and anger that came from it. But Duanmu Huai didn't think so. What Baigui was angry about was not the trivial matter of who the Alliance sword selected. For her, it didn't matter at all. What she hated was the Alliance Sword itself, and the world that recognized this system. Why are only those who are selected by the Alliance Sword qualified to dominate the world? Why do people accept this inexplicable rule? So she hated it all and wanted to smash it all to pieces. At that time, Kurikawa Akane didn't quite understand what Dwanmu Huai meant, but now, she finally understood. That was a kind of momentum of who else but me. I will go forward even if there are thousands of people. Since the decision has been made, it must be carried out to the end. It's not some petty jealousy or hatred. This world is mine. Anyone who stands in my way will die. It's the same for everyone. The light disappeared. Whether it was the top actor Himekawa Daiki, Kurikawa Akane, or the talented child star Arima Kana, the shining brilliance they had previously shown on the stage was completely swallowed up by the darkness at this moment. Standing in the center of the stage, the white-haired girl, although under the spotlight, exudes a sense of terror as if a black hole is swallowing up all the light. Speaking of which, Xiao Ai did say that she would be a little more serious at the end and let us be careful. Even Arima Kana is holding the hilt of the knife tightly, smiling bitterly and clenching her teeth, trying to stop her teeth from chattering. This is not just a little bit. We have no grudge against you. You are not really going to kill us. Come on, Blade! At this moment, the stage suddenly, there were waves of cheers. Don't lose, GNE. Xiao Ji, come on. Keep, it's up to you. At this moment, many audiences didn't even care about the rules of the stage play, and shouted loudly to cheer. This situation usually occurs on the stage of the superhero team for children. Logically speaking, the people who come here to watch the show are already over the age of children. However, they still screamed and cheered loudly for their favorite characters. Because the deterrence brought to them by the White Ghost is real, at this moment, they seem to. I almost forgot that I was in the theater, but was actually on the battlefield. If the protagonist and his party couldn't stop this terrible White Ghost, then everyone would die. Really? This is not a heroic team performed for children in a department store. Hearing the cheers from behind, Arima Kana smiled bitterly and looked at the leading actor Himekawa Daiki, who also nodded, then raised his knife and pointed it at the White Ghost in front of him. Then let me see what you can do. Along with the roar of the protagonist, the cheers in the theater also reached their peak at this moment. Chapter 1603. After that, the first performance of Tokyo Blade came to an end amid warm applause. When the White Ghost was finally defeated, almost all the audience in the theater stood up and applauded and cheered. Fortunately, there were not many scenes left after that. Otherwise, with the audience's excitement, it would be a problem whether the performance could be completed smoothly. After the curtain call, after returning to the backstage to change clothes, a group of people were tired. Almost collapsed on the chair. It was really terrible. I almost couldn't get up in the end. Aramaka sat on the sofa with a face full of fear. Me too. After all, Xiao Ai's oppression is too strong. Kurikawa Akane next to him also looked exhausted and nodded. Although the others didn't say anything, they meant the same thing. The final battle was not only a test of their acting skills, but also a matter of dividing their minds to fight against Dwanmu Huai's murderous aura. In fact, most of their energy was focused on fighting against the murderous aura, and the performance itself was more of an instinctive reaction from days of training. That feeling was just like being hit by a waterfall. There were several times when I felt that I couldn't hold on. Himekawa Daiki also sighed, and another actor next to him nodded. Yes, halfway through the performance, I felt like I was really fighting to survive, as if I gave up at that time, I might really die. It was the first time I had this feeling. Although Xiao Ai's momentum in the movie was also scary, it was not the case when I really faced her. At this moment, Aramakana was also staring at Dwanmu Huai, who was drinking water and browsing his phone silently, and couldn't help but sigh. On the big screen, Dwanmu Huai's sense of oppression was already very strong, but when Aramakana really acted against Dwanmu Huai, she found that the screen had weakened Dwanmu Huai's sense of oppression to a considerable extent. If Dwanmu Huai's sense of oppression could appear on the big screen, it might really scare a few people with weak hearts to death. By the way, aren't you tired at all, little AI? I see that you don't even seem to sweat. Hearing Aramakana's question, Dwanmu Huai raised his head and glanced at her. This level is just commonplace for me. Hey, you are really not tired even though you performed that kind of momentum? For me, it's just a little more serious. Dwanmu Huai raised his hand and pinched his fingers. So it's totally effortless. That's a little bit. Looking at Dwanmu Huai's gesture, Yumaganai complained without words, and sighed silently in his heart. Sure enough, Xiao is also a talented actor. Yumaganai thought that kind of momentum was impossible to achieve no matter how hard he tried, and Dwanmu Huai, who could easily show such a strong sense of oppression, obviously had outstanding talents. However, the shortcomings are also obvious, that is, Xiaoai only likes to act in her comfort zone and never challenges herself. On the internet, the biggest criticism of Xiaoai, besides the fact that she almost never participates in interactions, is that her acting range is narrow. For an actor, narrow acting range can be regarded as a very fatal evaluation. However, even so, Xiaoai still goes her own way, never cares, never repents, and doesn't care. What makes Arima Kana speechless is that Dwanmu Huai is not incapable of acting. From today's sweetness, it can be seen that she plays the male lead very well. Not only did the original author give a high evaluation, but even the fans gave unanimous praise. At that time, Arima Kana also suggested that Dwanmu Huai take the opportunity to expand her acting range and develop in more directions. As a result, Dwanmu Huai refused outright. No, too much work will make you tired. Arima Kana was almost mad to death. For the sake of her career, she tried her best to take on more work, but Dwanmu Huai actually refused directly on the grounds that too much work would make her tired. It was as if something she regarded as a treasure was thrown away like garbage by others, which made Arima Kana very unhappy. It just so happens that Aramaka Knight can't do anything to Xiaoai. After all, she tried her best to develop into a three-dimensional star, but ended up failing in all three directions. If it weren't for the instant success of today's sweetness, which once again made Aramaka Knight's acting skills recognized, she would probably be a former genius child star in her life. Although Dwanmu Huai is extremely lazy and only plays one movie every year, he has never failed. Although he is not a first-line big-name star who is extremely popular, he is also a stable second-line top star. It can even be said that in the past 10 years, first-line big-name stars have come and gone, while Dwanmu Huai has always maintained his status, identity, and popularity steadily, neither high nor low, neither up nor down. From a certain perspective, he can be regarded as a legendary figure. After all, in the entertainment industry, it is not difficult to become famous overnight. In fact, many times, due to social trends and the craze at the time, some artists who were not popular originally can enjoy the treatment of superstars in a short period of time. It is even possible that one year, as long as you turn on the TV, you can see the shadows of these artists, whether it is news, variety shows, TV series or movies, or even song albums and magazine covers. It gives people the feeling that they have become very popular and seem to rule the world. But after the peak, there will be decline. Such artists may suddenly disappear completely next year and be forgotten by the world. In fact, there are never a few such artists. Those who can stand in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years, like evergreen trees, are enough to be regarded as legends. From this perspective, Arima Kana really has no confidence to give Dwanmu Huai advice. After all, she herself was a genius child star who fell into decline after her popularity, unlike Dwanmu Huai who steadily took on acting roles. Alas, if her mother had not been so anxious at the time and accepted all the notices, maybe she would not have been abandoned like this. Thinking of this, Arima Kana also sighed silently in her heart. Sometimes she also wondered whether she should learn from Dwanmu Huai and not push herself too hard. But unfortunately, Arima Kana couldn't do it. After all, she had finally regained her reputation, so she naturally wanted to take the opportunity to consolidate herself. So, looking at Dwanmu Huai who looked like nothing happened, Arima Kana wanted to bite him. Unfortunately, she couldn't beat him. Arima Kana suspected that Dwanmu Huai could easily knock her down with one hand. The stage play of Tokyo Blade has been performed for a month, and has been a big hit for a month. As the performance became popular, the artists who played the roles naturally ushered in busy work. Of course, Dwanmu Huai was an exception. Except for a few interviews during the performance due to the contract, Dwanmu Huai withdrew from all other notices. Everyone. Well, it's not surprising. It has to be said that in the entertainment industry, it is a realm for Dwanmu Huai to slack off like this. So much so that even Ruby couldn't stand it. Sister, do you really think this is good? Looking at Dwanmu Huai lying on the sofa watching TV, Ruby couldn't help but speak. I think it's great, relaxing and comfortable. What's the problem? Kana and Sheen are busy on the show. It's fine if you don't go, but you stay at home and eat snacks while watching them on the show. It's too inhumane. Ruby thinks that if Kana knew that Dwanmu Huai was lying on the sofa watching their variety shows every day to kill time, she would definitely go crazy on the spot. For me, this is good. After all, I have things to do. Duanmu Huai took out his mobile phone and glanced at it, then put it away. Sister, you've been looking at your phone these days. What are you looking at? Something small. Business related. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai changed the channel, and then saw the figure of the news broadcast on the TV screen. Regarding the recent fermentation of the Liberal Party members' black gold scandal, it has been confirmed that several senators are involved. Today, the then Liberal Party cabinet XX held a press conference, apologized in public, and resigned from his position. Humph. Watching the old woman on TV tremblingly walk up to the stage, bowing and apologizing with a pale face, and the whole person being swallowed by the flashing lights, Duanmu Huai sneered. Selling dicks is indeed profitable, but it doesn't mean that you will definitely get a good reward if you sell dicks, right? In general novels, such guys are exposed and then abandoned by their backers. But Duanmu Huai is too lazy to follow this boring routine. You, Shenmu Guang, have a backer, right? I will get rid of your backer first, and then I will get rid of you. After investigation, Duanmu Huai learned that this middle-aged woman embezzled party funds and put them into her own small treasury. Then she gave part of it to Shenmu Guang, which was also the source of funds for the latter to open an office and company. Well, how should I put it? Duanmu Huai still admires Shenmu Guang. After all, look at this woman on TV with a waist of 8 feet and a chest of 8 feet, who is just like a walking barrel. Shenmu Guang can actually do it. TSK, Duanmu Huai has to say that she is a ruthless person. If it were him, he would never do it even if he was beaten to death. And according to the investigation, the old woman seems to have played a very advanced trick, almost the same level as the steel wool ball. It can be seen that not everyone can make money from this ditch. Now that the old woman behind Shenmu Guang has fallen, the source of funds will naturally be investigated, and Shenmu Guang will definitely be found at that time. Although Duanmu Huai also knows that this will not make Shenmu Guang finished, but just to settle this trouble, I am afraid he will spend a lot of energy and time. Well, this is a gift, keep it. Duanmu Huai stared at the apology press conference on the screen, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a cold smile emerged. The best part is yet to come. Chapter 1604. I'm really sorry for causing you all trouble. The blond man looked up as the uniformed men in front of him turned and left, and at the same time, the smile on his face disappeared. He was Shenmu Guang. Just now, the police and the court sent people to inform him that because Media Eyes Company Limited was involved in the corruption of the Senate, and there was an exchange of interests, the company's accounts were frozen and the accounts were sealed. At the same time, all the company's business activities were stopped. What a trouble. Shenmu Guang's face was gloomy, but he didn't say a word. If it was another problem, he could still rely on the people above to help solve and deal with it, but now, his problem came from above, so he couldn't rely on the other party to settle it. But it's impossible to find another person to wag his tail and beg for mercy. At least in the short term, everyone will avoid him. No matter what, he is a person suspected of having black money dealings with the senator. If he has dealings with other people at this time, he will also be regarded as a suspect of black money. However, this level of damage is not serious. Although the company's account has been seized, the office is still there, and I have always been very careful in this regard, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. This time, let's just treat it as an unfortunate accident. President. Just as Shenmu Guang made a decision, his secretary ran over anxiously. What about the court just now? What should we do? Don't worry. Looking at his secretary, Shenmu Guang smiled as usual, and looked at the other person with a smile on his face. It's just a small problem. Don't worry, I will take care of it. You just need to do your own things. Of course, for Shenmu Guang, this is just a lie. And for Duanmu Huai, this is just the beginning. Looking at the news broadcast, Duanmu Huai chuckled. Whether as a detective or as a judge in the previous world, Duanmu Huai has a lot of experience in how to cooperate with law enforcement agencies. Indeed, it is not a big deal for Shenmu Guang's company account to be frozen for investigation. As long as he is willing to bleed heavily or use a relationship, he should be able to settle it. In fact, at the press conference on this matter, Shenmu Guang's company was just involved in the destination of the source of black money. If it was just like this, there would be no big problem. The premise is not to specifically pull him out and put him in the spotlight. After all, many things will be exposed once they are put in the spotlight. After all, many things in this world cannot withstand in-depth investigation. At this time, the benefits of mastering the media are reflected. No need to make up, just focus on the target. Just like on the stage, the actor in the spotlight will make the audience look at him involuntarily. and the actor hidden in the dark will not appear in the audience. In normal times, it is difficult for a person like Shinmu Guang who is not famous to be in the spotlight. But it is different now. This is really a benefit delivered to the door. Looking at the photo on the phone, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. The photo was taken by a tabloid reporter of a media under Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai gave an order to keep a close eye on Shinmu Guang, the president of Media Eyes. So these reporters obediently followed orders and became paparazzi. It turns out that just like drawing cards, as long as you invest enough money and time, the rare cards will be revealed sooner or later. Just like now. The photo shows Shinmu Guang and a celebrity actor coming out of a membership bar and chatting happily. In normal times, such things are not even gossip. But the media is used to create focus. For example, Shinmu Guang, the president of Media Eyes, who was involved in the black money scandal, had a secret conversation with the popular star Kataos Yura. Is there any suspicion that the black money has flowed into the entertainment industry? Well, when seeing this title, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but click a thumbs up. You are worthy of being in the media. You have played this groundless accusation and adding fuel to the fire. The corruption of the senator is a hot news at the moment, and if the entertainment industry is also involved, it will not be a good thing for the entertainment industry. It is conceivable that after this incident, in order to avoid suspicion, people in the entertainment industry will stay away from Shinmu Guang. And if an agency has no connections, what else do you have? Of course, the person chatting with Shinmu Guang was Kataos Yura, which is also one of the reasons why this photo became popular. After all, the other party is also a popular actress. If she is used as a topic, it will definitely be a hot topic. If Shinmu Guang was dating a second-rate actress, let alone dating, even if she came out of the hotel, reporters would not be willing to take pictures. Duanmu Huai also believed that the political circles would definitely be willing to take the opportunity to promote the focus shift. After all, if the black money thing is really investigated in depth, it will not only be a few senators who will be in trouble, but even the opposition and the ruling party may be involved. At this time, if the public can shift their focus to the entertainment industry, then at least the bigwigs in the political world can breathe a sigh of relief. As for whether Shinmu Guang lives or dies, well, they will never care. After all, those who sell their ditches are those who sell their ditches, just like Lao do. The final outcome is nothing more than death by chariot torn apart. Just report in this direction. Duanmu Huai made the decision directly. Kataos Yura himself also knew her. She was a very capable actor, but now she could only be sacrificed a little. After all, the focus of everyone's attention is Shinmu Guang. As long as Kataos Yura issues a notice to explain the situation, it should be fine. This is not a scandal, and it will not have much impact on her acting career. Besides, even if it does cause an impact, Duanmu Huai can choose a movie from the production plan of his own film company for her to star in, which can be regarded as compensation. After sending the message, Duanmu Huai turned off the TV and stood up to go out for a walk. Then he saw Ruby staring at her room with an embarrassed look on her face. What's wrong, Ruby? Ah, sister. After hearing Duanmu Huai's voice, Ruby turned her eyes away and looked at Duanmu Huai. Actually, there is a program planned next, saying that we will do a surprise interview and shoot the idol's room. Oh, I heard you say that. Is there any problem? I'm wondering whether to take those down. While talking, Ruby pointed hesitantly at the room. Duanmu Huai looked over and saw that Ruby's room was full of posters of Hoshino AI. Well, just like usual. What's the problem? Why do you want to take it off? Because it would be terrible if others found out about my relationship with my mother. Duanmu Huai looked at Ruby with a look of idiocy. Are you serious? Hey, what's wrong? Am I wrong? Facing Duanmu Huai's eyes, Ruby suddenly panicked. After all, every time Duanmu Huai looked at her with such eyes, it meant that she had done something stupid. You are just guilty. How can ordinary people suspect that you are AI's daughter just because they see AI's poster on the wall? What kind of brain circuit is this? Besides, you have restarted Bikamachi. Why are you still worried about this? If you don't have any ideas about AI, why do you want to restart Bikamachi? You are the center of Bikamachi now. Because you admire Hoshino AI, you hang posters of Hoshino AI all over your room. Isn't this natural? Now that you put it that way, it seems so. So you just do your best to perform. There are fans who are more fanatical than you. In comparison, I think yours is nothing at all. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai reached out and patted Ruby's head. The latter smiled and stuck out her tongue. I know. Since my sister said so, I feel relieved. Then go for it. I go out for a walk. Can I take pictures of my sister's room? Whatever you want. There's nothing in my room anyway. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, and then turned and walked out of the house. Generally speaking, as an artist, you have to disguise yourself when you go out, such as wearing sunglasses, masks, hats, etc., so that you are like a thief when you go out. But Duanmu Huai didn't need to do that. As long as he activated his stealth ability, he could wander around the street as he pleased, even into the women's bathroom and bathhouse. Oh, he could enter anyway. That's fine. Duanmu Huai thought he was the only one who would do that, but to his surprise, he saw a beautiful scenery on the street today. What the hell is that? Duanmu Huai looked at the figure walking not far in front of him, and he was confused. Filming a show? Or a prank? He looked around subconsciously, but he couldn't see any sign of the filming staff. What is this, in short? Follow him and see. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai was also curious and followed the figure. He followed the other person all the way, then entered the library, and then saw the person walking around, swinging back and forth. Finally, Duanmu Huai couldn't suppress his curiosity, so he walked up and patted the other person on the shoulder. Miss Mai, what are you doing here dressed like this? Hearing Duanmu Huai's voice, the girl who was curiously observing others shuddered suddenly, then turned around and looked at Duanmu Huai in surprise. Ah, Duanmu. Are you filming a show? It doesn't look like it. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked at Mai Sakurajima in front of him in confusion. This girl is also a famous actress. Duanmu Huai had worked with her in Today's Sweetness. At that time, Mai Sakurajima gave Duanmu Huai the impression of a very serious person, but now her dress completely overturned this impression. At this moment, Mai Sakurajima was wearing an extremely revealing bunny girl outfit, with her shoulders, arms, and legs exposed. To be honest, it would be understandable if it was for a show, but you wouldn't have such an interest, would you? Like to walk around in a bunny girl outfit? I don't have such an interest, but then again, you can actually see me. What do you mean? Hearing Mai Sakurajima's words, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment, and then looked to the side. Indeed, if you look closely, you will find that there are people everywhere in the library, but Mai Sakurajima walks around dressed like this, but no one pays attention to her, and no one even looks at her. This is obviously very abnormal. A beautiful girl like Mai Sakurajima dressed like this, but no one actually looks at her. Is there only eunuchs in this library? Aren't you the same? Are you the same as me, Miss Duanmu? The same as you? Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders in the face of Mai Sakurajima's strange question. I don't know what you're talking about, but if you mean no one is paying attention to me, I do have a similar power. As long as I restrain my breath, people can ignore me, just like a small stone on the roadside. You actually have this ability? Of course, Kung Fu is omnipotent. Duanmu Huai is now very skilled at putting the blame on Kung Fu. Kung Fu is really amazing. Then, can you explain what your current situation is? Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Sakurajima Mai was silent for a moment. I just can't be seen by others. Chapter 1605. According to Mai Sakurajima, she found herself like this a few days ago. She went to the aquarium at that time, but no one saw her. At that time, Mai Sakurajima thought that she was just thinking too much, or maybe those people were just too focused on the aquarium, so they didn't notice her. But when she left the aquarium and went to a nearby cafe to take a break, the clerk inside ignored her. Even when she talked to the clerk, there was no response, and other customers didn't notice her at all. In the next few days, Mai Sakurajima kept looking for where people could see her, and where they couldn't see her, which was why she appeared here. So you just wander around in bunny girl clothes? After listening to Mai Sakurajima's story, Duanmu Huai was confused, and Mai Sakurajima glared at Duanmu Huai. Of course not, I left my clothes in the locker at the station. It's really a strange phenomenon. Duanmu Huai looked at Mai Sakurajima in front of him, with a puzzled look on his face. At the moment, the two of them were in a nearby coffee shop, but the clerk couldn't see Mai Sakurajima at all. When Duanmu Huai said he wanted to order 2 cups of coffee, the clerk was puzzled. To me, you are also very strange. Even though you are like this, no one pays attention to you. Mai Sakurajima looked at Duanmu Huai, and was also surprised. Although Duanmu Huai didn't wear any bunny girl clothes, her white hair and red eyes were very conspicuous, and Duanmu Huai didn't dress like a thief like other artists. In theory, even if Duanmu Huai sat in a coffee shop like this, someone would cast a glance at her. But both the customers and the staff turned a blind eye to this. In Mai Sakurajima's opinion, this is incomprehensible. Just reduce your presence, lower your aura to the level of a pebble on the roadside, and others will not care about you. I am quite good at this. Duanmu Huai took a sip of coffee and spoke at the same time. But then again, won't you have a headache If you go to shoot, it will be a problem if the staff can't see you. You don't know yet? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, my Sakurajima showed a surprised expression. Know what? I have stopped my activities. Why? I have to say that Duanmu Huai was a little surprised to hear my Sakurajima say this. You really don't know? I don't care much about the entertainment industry. Are you still an artist like this? I have to say that my Sakurajima was speechless after hearing Duanmu Huai's answer. So what happened? After today's suite, your fame has also increased a lot, right? Why do you suddenly want to stop activities? Although my Sakurajima played a supporting role in today's suite, her popularity was not bad. Duanmu Huai couldn't understand why she became like this in less than half a year. It's because of this. My Sakurajima clenched her fists tightly and lowered her head. As you said, after starring in today's suite, my fame has also increased a lot. Then my agent, my mother, decided to take a photo album without telling me in order to make me sell well, and it was a swimsuit. Wow. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai had nothing to say except sighing. Swimsuit photo. For Japanese artists, especially female artists, this is simply a killer move. The more famous the female artist is, the better she sells. However, this does not mean that this move has no side effects. Once a female artist shoots a swimsuit photo, the label of selling flesh will be attached to her, and she will never be removed. Of course, if it is those female stars who are popular for large-scale, sexy exposure, shooting this can be said to complement each other, and there is no problem. But Sakurajima Mai is just a high school student, and she previously shot the Pure Love Today suite, and then she turned around to shoot a swimsuit photo? To put it bluntly, this is no different from a pure female star going to the adult entertainment industry. In fact, in May Pro, Kurikawa Akane and Arima Kana also shoot photo albums, but the photo albums they shoot are all very pure, wearing dresses, daily outfits, sailor suits and the like. As for swimsuits, they will never be allowed to wear them, because they are not pursuing that image. If they rashly shoot swimsuit photos, it is equivalent to completely overdrawing their reputation as artists. For example, it is like the top prostitute in the ancient brothel, who claims to sell art but not her body. If she always refuses men's invitations, then everyone is willing to support her. But once she lets a man stay overnight, then everyone will no longer regard her as a goddess. So for female artists, whether to shoot swimsuit photos is a very important decision. Of course, if it is an ordinary agent, everything is about money. But my Sakurajima's agent is her mother. How can a mother sell her daughter so well? I originally thought it was just an ordinary photo shoot, but after entering the studio, they suddenly gave me a swimsuit, and there were only adults around. They said they had signed the contract. Although I didn't want to, they said it was work. I could only accept my fate. At this point, my Sakurajima clenched her fists angrily. In the end, that person only wanted to use me to make money. For my Sakurajima, those staff members were not the object of her anger. She hated her mother. After all, she was the person closest to her, but she stabbed her in the back. This feeling of betrayal must be uncomfortable. Then you decided to stop the activities? Yes, it was obvious that this matter spread quickly on the internet. Although it didn't explain the real situation, it was also a big rumor. Oh, I only watch cat videos on the internet. Duanmu Huai said that he had no interest in these boring entertainment gossips. Watching cats being cute was more suitable for him. That's it. It's because I stopped my activities that I had time to go to the aquarium to relax. As a result, I found that it turned out like this. My Sakurajima silently picked up the coffee and took a sip. Maybe I have this thought deep in my heart. I don't want everyone to always look at me and pay attention to me, but to ignore me and treat me as if I don't exist. But it's also very troublesome. Duanmu Huai stared at my Sakurajima. Indeed, others can't see me. Even if I shout in front of them, they can't hear me. I can't buy things if I want to. Have you tried to hit them? Hey! It has to be said that this tricky question raised by Duanmu Huai really stunned my Sakurajima. Hit? Yeah, since talking alone is useless. What about physical contact? Slap the other person directly or something. It has to be said that Duanmu Huai's jump was too fast, so my Sakurajima's brain couldn't keep up for a while. However, Duanmu Huai didn't care. He glanced at the restaurant and pointed to the side. It just so happens that there is a person over there who is on the phone. Go up and slap him. My Sakurajima looked in the direction of Duanmu Huai's finger, and saw a guy with colorful hair dyed in the corner of the restaurant not far away. He looked like a bad youth, and was shouting loudly with his mobile phone. Although the clerk wanted to go up and dissuade him, he was frightened by the other party, and couldn't speak. Are you really going? Let's try. There's no harm anyway. If anything goes wrong, I take care of him. Dwanmu said, as he clenched his fist. Mai Sakurajima hesitated for a moment, then she stood up, walked to the bad boy who was talking nonsense, and stared at him. However, even though Mai Sakurajima had walked in front of him, the young man still ignored her and chatted loudly with his mobile phone. Then Mai Sakurajima raised her hand and slapped the bad boy hard. Pa! In Dwanmu eyes, this slap was quite effective, and the bad boy did stop. However, wow, what's going on? My face suddenly hurts a little. As he spoke, the bad boy touched his cheek. Is it because I talked for too long that my muscles cramped? Then, the bad boy turned around and returned to his seat, while Mai Sakurajima looked at this scene and couldn't speak for a while. Until Dwanmu came to her side and grabbed her hand. Okay, let's go. It was obvious that this was a big blow to Mai Sakurajima. After that, she just kept silent, walked straight to the station, changed back to her usual clothes, and then turned around and left. This is really... Watching Mai Sakurajima get on the train, Dwanmu also shook his head speechlessly. This was the first time he had seen such a strange phenomenon. But the news about Mai Sakurajima taking photos. Let's go back and ask others. As for the person Dwanmu was looking for. Hey, you just found out about this. Aramikana's surprised voice came from the phone, almost jumping onto the roof. Is it weird? If it were someone else, I would say it's weird. But it's not weird at all for you and me. Because I haven't heard you talk about it either. Dwanmu was very sure that Magana and Kurikawa Akane had never mentioned this topic in the agency. After all, there's no point in gossiping about others behind their backs. Besides, Mai Sakurajima is also very pitiful. Hey, it's not like I don't understand her feelings. To be honest, if I were to take pictures of that kind of thing, I would never want to show it to anyone. It's even possible that I wish I had never been born in this world. Wish I had never been born. For example. Although Magana said it was an example, Dwanmu could understand Magana's meaning to some extent. After all, it was a swimsuit, and it was a swimsuit photo that was taken without her knowledge. It's not impossible for her to want to die or escape from this world. Is it because of this that Mai Sakurajima has such a problem? Has that photo album been released? I'm not sure, but it seems not yet. After all, it takes time to shoot, publish and print photos. It should be soon. Okay, thank you. Dwanmu hung up the phone, thought for a moment, then picked up the phone and made another call. It's me. Well, you know about Mai Sakurajima's swimsuit photo shoot, right? Yes, in the name of the company, send a lawyer's letter to the other party, saying that this kind of photo will have a negative impact on the filming of the second season of Today's Sweetness and ask them to stop selling it. Otherwise, we will claim compensation from the other party for violating the contract and causing negative impact on the crew. I want to see how much money they have to pay. Holding the phone, Dwanmu gave an order indifferently. Chapter 1606. Dwanmu has always believed that there is no problem in this world that cannot be solved by money and violence. If it cannot be solved, it must be that one of the parties is not good enough. Strictly speaking, Mai Sakurajima's photo shoot is another job and has nothing to do with Today's Sweetness. But it depends on how you say it. Because Today's Sweetness will have a second season, Mai Sakurajima will naturally perform in it, and the contract has been signed. At this juncture, her swimsuit photo shoot can easily be regarded as an OOC character. It's like the character in the Pure Love animation is insulted. If it is a fan work, it can be barely passed, but if it is official, it can't be washed. The supporting role played by Mai Sakurajima in Today's Sweetness is a pure and proud girl. It is naturally impossible for her to take swimsuit photos for money. So it is not unreasonable to use this reason to ask the other party to stop selling photos. Well, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that as long as you have money to find a powerful lawyer, black can be turned into white, and the dead can be turned into alive. That's it. As for the agency of Mai Sakurajima's mother, Dwanmu also investigated it. It was just a relatively ordinary agency, belonging to the middle level. It can't be compared with big agencies like May Pro. And the most famous star that has ever come out of the agency is Mai Sakurajima. In fact, from the perspective of the agency, there is nothing wrong with this. When you become popular, it is the first priority of capitalism to squeeze as much economic value as possible. So Dwanmu said that if you just look at the situation, there is nothing wrong with what Mai Sakurajima's mother did. Most agencies do the same for their artists. The only problem is that as a mother, she is too good at selling her daughter. As for Dwanmu's reason for helping Sakurajima Mai, It's simple. After all, they know each other and have filmed together before, so they are familiar with each other. Seeing her pitiful, it's just an excuse to intervene and help her if possible. It's that simple. This is the benefit of power. If Dwanmu Hwai was just an ordinary actor like Aramaka or Kurikawa Akane, then he couldn't find a solution even if he tried his best. But now, as long as he sends a lawyer's letter, he can easily help Sakurajima Mai solve this problem that she absolutely can't solve by herself. Dwanmu Hwai doesn't even need to send it himself, just make a phone call. Dwanmu Hwai thought that this should be no problem, but it turned out that he thought too simply. One evening a week later, when Dwanmu Hwai returned home, he saw a familiar figure sitting on the street. "What are you doing here?" Looking at Mai Sakurajima, who was sitting on the street curled up in a bunny girl costume, Dwanmu Hwai was confused. When she heard Dwanmu Hwai's voice, Mai Sakurajima looked up, and then Dwanmu Hwai realized that Mai Sakurajima looked tired and messy. Then she stood up, rushed over, and hugged Dwanmu Hwai tightly. "Great, you can still see me, great. Anyway, come in first and talk." Although he didn't know what was going on with Mai Sakurajima, Dwanmu Hwai still took her home, asked her to wash up, and prepared a cup of coffee for her. Only when she sat down again, did Mai Sakurajima seem to have regained her composure. "Actually, the day after we parted, my mother came to tell me that the photo album could not be sold because the company sent a lawyer's letter." "Oh, I know, that's what I said. After all, it may affect the filming of the second season of Today's Sweetness." "Then I really thank you." Mai Sakurajima smiled bitterly. "At that time, my mother also suspected that I had found someone, so we had a big fight. She thought that the photo album would sell well, and I was still a child and didn't understand. Of course, I wouldn't accept my mother's words, so we had a fight. Then, we started a cold war." Mai Sakurajima reached out, held the coffee cup, and lowered her head to talk to herself. "In fact, this kind of thing happens often. In the past, after my mother and I quarreled, we would also be upset with each other. For a long time, we would ignore each other and pretend that the other did not exist. I don't talk to my mother, and my mother doesn't talk to me. It was okay before when I had a job, but now that I have stopped my activities, she naturally focuses on the office. These days, she has been leaving early and returning late. Occasionally, we meet but we just don't say anything." Then, speaking of this, Mai Sakurajima's body began to tremble. "I thought it was almost time to start working again, so I went to my mother to explain, but I found that my mother could no longer see me. It's not just my mother. I called other people, but they couldn't hear my voice. At first, I thought that the same thing happened again, so I walked around, hoping to find a place where someone could see me. But I even ran to Saitama, and no one saw me along the way. To be honest, I doubted whether I was dead, and what was left here was my soul or something else. Finally, I thought of you, because no one else saw me before, only you saw me, so I came to find you. No, or I deliberately came to find you last, after all, if even you couldn't see me. So you became like this." Looking at Mai Sakurajima, who was wearing a bunny girl outfit, and was in a mess, Dwanmu Hwai couldn't help shaking his head. "By the way, have you eaten?" "Of course not. I can't buy food in this state." "Why don't you just go to the supermarket and get it? Wouldn't that be a crime?" "It doesn't count if you can't see it." Dwanmu Hwai stood up while speaking. "Forget it. I see what's in the refrigerator and get you something." There were bread and sandwiches in the refrigerator. Dwanmu Hwai took these, and a can of Coke. "The calories in this thing are not healthy for girls." "Then do you want to eat it?" "Yes." For Mai Sakurajima, now is not the time to care about calories. After all, losing weight is still a matter of life and death. She still understands this choice. After eating, Dwanmu Hwai asked Mai Sakurajima to take a shower and change clothes. After all, she couldn't walk around in a bunny girl outfit, not to mention that this outfit was so dirty that it had to be thrown away. While Mai Sakurajima was taking a shower, Dwanmu Hwai made a phone call. "It's me. President, what can I do for you? The second season of Today's Sweetness is about to start filming. What's the situation with the actors?" "Ah, there's no problem, we've confirmed it. Please wait." Soon, the sound of turning pages came from the other side. "Yes, everyone has reserved enough time to shoot the second season, no problem. Where is the actor who plays Liangzi?" The Liangzi that Dwanmu Hwai mentioned is the classmate played by Mai Sakurajima. "The actor who plays Liangzi, Mai Sakurajima? Sorry, President, I checked, and it seems that her schedule has not been confirmed, but it's really strange. I'm not very familiar with this actor." "Not very familiar?" "Yes, well, should be a newcomer." I will ask the agency about the situation immediately. Well, then I leave it to you. Duanmu Hui hung up the phone and thought for a moment. Well, in the end, Duanmu Hui gave up thinking. Invincible people don't need to think. He has never seen such troublesome things before. It's really a strange situation. After a while, my Sakurajima came out of the bathroom. She had taken off her bunny girl outfit and put on a set of sportswear. Are you watching Jean Tion? Walking into the living room, my Sakurajima was somewhat surprised to see the footage on TV. There is good news and bad news. Duanmu Hui stared at the screen and spoke without turning his head. I choose to listen first. The good news is that you have not been completely forgotten. At least your footage in the TV series is still there, and the name My Sakurajima is also recorded, and your contract for the second season has not changed. Then what's the bad news? The bad news is that no one knows who you are. Duanmu Hui turned around and looked at My Sakurajima. They know the name My Sakurajima, but they don't know that she is a famous actress, or a very famous child star. I also asked Aramaka and Akane Kirikawa, and they don't remember you at all. They just have the impression that they seem to have filmed a movie with you, but they can't tell you the details. In other words, your impression in other people's memories has become so vague that you are even ignored. What do you think now? You can't keep going like this. Indeed. My Sakurajima nodded. If I'm just not famous anymore, it's okay, but if everyone can't see me, then I'm no different from dead. The problem now is that my Sakurajima's presence is gradually disappearing. Logically speaking, if she is willing to show her presence, then there should be no problem. But she herself cannot be sensed by others at all. This is basically a negative cycle. No one senses her, and the less people care about her, the more they forget about her. Eventually social death. Buzz? Buzz? Just then, my Sakurajima's phone rang. She opened the phone and took a look. The agency informed me that the second season of Today's Suite has started filming, and informed me of the gathering time and place. I didn't expect that I would be perfunctorily treated like this. Looking at the phone, my Sakurajima's expression was a little complicated. Generally, this kind of treatment is only given to unknown artists. The newcomers who have just entered the industry are also like this. The agents are uniformly assigned, one person leads a team, and except for those who perform well and leave a deep impression on others, the others are free. Only those who are famous will get the treatment of one-to-one agents. And now my Sakurajima. It's like she deleted her account and started over. But I can't film well in this state. No one can see her, so naturally no one can act with her. This is really a troublesome thing. Chapter 1607. After that, Duanmu Hui continued to experiment with letting others sense my Sakurajima for the next few days, including asking my Sakurajima to sing in front of the station, or shouting loudly, performing, or taking my Sakurajima to do some confusing actions. But unfortunately, it was useless. Tomorrow is the script reading time. Until the night before the Today's Suite crew gathered, my Sakurajima did not change at all, or the situation was getting worse. If you keep going like this, you might really become a friend that only I can see. My Sakurajima did not speak, just sat there quietly, expressionless. But after a few days of getting along, Duanmu Hui already knew that my Sakurajima was not really expressionless. She was just used to using this method to block her inner emotions, and not easily show them to outsiders. This is completely opposite to Arima Kana, whose joys, sorrows, anger and happiness are very clear. It's even a bit too clear. Well, I'm not completely out of ideas. What ideas? My Sakurajima raised her head slightly, and looked at Duanmu Hui. If it's about praying to the gods, we've been to many shrines these days, right? It's similar to that, but... Duanmu Hui touched his chin and smiled strangely. The question is whether you can agree to it. At this time, my Sakurajima didn't know what kind of future was waiting for her. Soon a night passed. The next morning, Duanmu Hui and my Sakurajima drove to the crew's location, but just like before, even if they walked into the crew's filming location, no one could see my Sakurajima. The next step is to say hello. This is the last chance. Walking into the hall, Duanmu Hui turned his head and looked at my Sakurajima. So do you want to try? At this moment, my Sakurajima was also silent and tense, but unlike before, her face was a little flushed. Are you serious? I promise. It's useless. After all, I haven't encountered such a situation. In the final analysis, this is just a guess like asking you to dance at the entrance of the subway station before. Whether it can achieve the goal is hard to say. I know, let's go. At this moment, my Sakurajima seemed to have finally made a decision. She turned her head and strode forward without looking back, while Duanmu Huai shook his head and followed her. The two came to the cubicle of the nearby bathroom and walked in. Then my Sakurajima sat down and stared at Duanmu Huai. If you lie to me, I will beat you. For me, strictly speaking, it doesn't seem to be too bad. Looking at the blushing my Sakurajima in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but chuckle, thinking of the conversation between the two last night. The question is whether you can agree. My Sakurajima frowned. You tell me first, and then I decide. Well, let's kiss. Huh? My Sakurajima's face showed a look of surprise. What are you talking about? I mean, kissing, kiss, you are also an actor, you can't be unaware of this. Of course I know this, but why should I kiss you? It's very simple. Duanmu Huai shrugged. You should know that I have the ability to restrain my breath. I know, it feels like a superpower. Sakurajima Mai has been running around with Duanmu Huai these 2 days, and naturally she has noticed Duanmu Huai's ability. Unlike Sakurajima Mai who can't control herself, Duanmu Huai can really control his breath. He will never let people see him when he doesn't want them to see him, and he will let people see him when he wants them to see him. I have to say that Sakurajima Mai is a little envious of Duanmu Huai's magical ability. To put it bluntly, this ability is actually equivalent to weakening your sense of existence. Your symptoms are very similar to this, but you can't control yourself, so it's very simple. If you can't be observed because of your lack of presence, then just enhance your presence. How to do it? I have listened to you these days, and tried many times in a row wearing bunny girls, nurses, and puppet costumes. But none of them worked. Speaking of this, Sakurajima Mai was also a little depressed. In order to restore her sense of existence, she tried everything. She even tried the funny method that Duanmu Huai said, but it was a pity that it was useless. So external stimulation is useless. We have to consider the inner self. Inner self? I can try to pass my sense of existence to you, just like a blood transfusion. You see, people with anemia will get better after a blood transfusion, right? So I think this is also a way. But why kiss? Physical contact will be smoother. Obscene. Actually, I would rather connect with you through my lower body, but unfortunately, I don't have any tools, which is really disappointing. This is not what your face should say at all. Hearing Duanmu Huai's straightforward words, my Sakurajima was speechless. So, what's your decision? Let me think about it. At that time, my Sakurajima was silent for a long time before finally speaking. And now it seems that she has made a decision. If it doesn't work, I will slap you hard. Is that so? By the way, because you are also a girl, this is not considered a first kiss. This is really a convenient definition. Do girls use it this way? And my Sakurajima wanted to say something else, but Duanmu Huai was too lazy to listen to her stalling for time. Duanmu Huai reached out and held my Sakurajima's cheek, and then completely blocked the latter's chattering lips. Sakurajima Mai's eyes widened in surprise at Duanmu Huai's sudden attack, but the next moment, her expression began to become blurred and scattered, and her raised hand also dropped. After an unknown amount of time, the two slowly separated, and a touch of watercolor emerged between them, stretched, and then disappeared. Pa! Then, a loud sound echoed in the toilet cubicle. Didn't you say that you would hit me only after you confirmed that it was useless? Duanmu Huai touched his cheek, and complained unhappily, while Sakurajima Mai looked at him with a blushing face. Because you are too skilled, I am upset. How many girls have you deceived with this method so far? You are the only one. Duanmu Huai did not lie, so there is no need to lie to others. In fact, if it is just a simple injection of body fluids, Duanmu Huai can also choose to make an opening for himself, and then let my Sakurajima suck blood like a vampire. Whether the other party is willing or not is not the first question, but at least it will definitely not be like now. Then the question is, why doesn't Duanmu Huai use it? The reason is very simple. For example, in martial arts TV dramas, why does the male protagonist have to take off his clothes when he uses his internal force to heal a woman, but not when he heals a man? The answer is I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Okay, time is up. It's time to go to the venue. Duanmu Huai opened the toilet cubicle and walked out. My Sakurajima was a little unhappy, but she still followed Duanmu Huai out of the bathroom, and then came to the meeting room on the 3rd floor. The two looked at each other. My Sakurajima's expression was still a little nervous, but she didn't say anything. At this time. Ah, Xiao Ai, you are finally here. Why did you come so late? Duanmu Huai looked in the direction of the voice, and the first thing he saw was the dazzling hair like fire, and the hat of the same color. Well, he knew who it was when he saw this. Hey, Kana. Duanmu Huai raised his hand, and greeted Arima Kana. I just heard from the staff that you were here, so I came to find you, but you didn't go to the venue. Where did you go? I just wandered around. Anyway, it's not time yet. Do you think this is school? You have to rush to the classroom at the last minute? Arima Kana raised her eyebrows in dissatisfaction, staring at Duanmu with her eyes, and snorted. Then, she moved her eyes, and cast them to Duanmu's side. By the way, who is she? Duanmu and my Sakurajima looked at each other, and the latter came out and bowed her head to Kana Arima. I am my Sakurajima, who plays Yoshiko. Long time no see, Miss Kana. My Sakurajima. Sakurajima. Hearing my Sakurajima's self-introduction, Kana Arima frowned, as if she was reminiscing. Oh yes, it's you. Sorry, I've been too busy recently, and didn't think of it for a while. It's okay. My Sakurajima's expression was very calm, and only Duanmu felt that her right hand holding the corner of her clothes was shaking slightly. It's really okay. After that, everything went well. My Sakurajima successfully participated in the script reading and the subsequent role performance. Basically, the other people in the crew, whether actors or staff, reacted to my Sakurajima the same as Kana Arima. The first reaction was, who is this lady? Then after learning her name, it suddenly dawned on me, oh yes, there is such a person. In the next few days, my Sakurajima's condition gradually improved. At the beginning, her presence became weak every half a day, and she was not noticed, so Duanmu had to give her oral 3 times. But later, because of my Sakurajima's hard work, her presence in the crew gradually strengthened, and oral changed from 3 times a day to twice a day. Now I can even hold on until the end of the filming. But this is not enough. The final solution Duanmu came up with was to let my Sakurajima become famous again through the 2nd season of Today's Sweetness. In this way, the mysterious phenomenon that troubled her might be invalidated because my Sakurajima was perceived by everyone again. But the problem is, the heroine of Today's Sweetness is not my Sakurajima, but Kana Arima. And Kana Arima's brilliant acting skills completely overshadowed my Sakurajima's brilliance. This cannot be said that Kana Arima did something wrong. After all, Today's Sweetness is the story of the heroine. My Sakurajima, as a supporting role, would not be beautiful if she dominated the show. But there is no way out. Next, the filming of episodes 12 to 13 is your key. Back home, Duanmu flipped through the script in the bedroom and said to my Sakurajima, while the latter stared at the script with a serious look and nodded vigorously. Today's Sweetness is a drama with a heroine, but it does not mean that there is no story of supporting roles. The 12th and 13th episodes tell the story between Yoshiko, played by my Sakurajima, and the male lead, played by Duanmu. Yoshiko is the daughter of a good family, and a good friend of the female lead. At the beginning of Today's Sweetness, she silently supported the female lead and blessed her relationship with the male lead. The plot centered on her happened when a group of people went skiing on a school trip. At that time, Yoshiko accidentally got into an accident, and the male lead went to rescue her, and then the two rolled down the cliff together. At that time, the two stayed in a cabin at the foot of the mountain for one night, and were found by the rescue team the next day. It was this night of getting along that made Yoshiko secretly fall in love with the male lead. But at the same time, she also knew that the female lead liked the male lead and did not intend to steal his love, so she fell into a painful contradiction. Then Yoshiko finally made up her mind to confess her feelings to the male protagonist, and put an end to her confused first love. So she found an excuse to invite the male protagonist out for a date. Just when Yoshiko mustered up the courage to explain her feelings to the male protagonist suddenly fainted, and Yoshiko hurriedly sent him to the hospital. It was not until this time that Yoshiko learned from the doctor that the male protagonist was dying. She wanted to tell the female protagonist about this, but the male protagonist stopped her. Yoshiko thought about it, and finally promised the male protagonist not to tell the female protagonist about this. And this plot is that after the male protagonist left without saying goodbye, the female protagonist became thinner and thinner, thinking that she was betrayed again and despaired. At this time, Yoshiko finally couldn't bear it anymore, told the female protagonist the truth, and took the female protagonist to find the hospital where the male protagonist was, and met the male protagonist for the last time. It can be said that these 2 episodes are the protagonist drama of my Sakurajima. If she can perform well, then she can make her presence burst out completely. But if she fails, then it's hard to say. My Sakurajima's acting skills are fine. If Duanmu were to give her a score, she would be at least A level. But the problem is that in front of her are Magana and Akane Kurikawa, who are both S-level actors and acting skills. My Sakurajima must catch up with them, or even surpass them, to be successful. Duanmu Huai can inject a certain sense of presence into her through oral administration, making her eye-catching. But unfortunately, he can't help with acting skills. The only one who can save my Sakurajima is my Sakurajima herself. Chapter 1608. Long live Mr. Kichijoji. Standing at the ski resort, Arima Kana raised her hands high, looking like she was praising the sun. Is it that exaggerated? Looking at the excited Arima Kana, Duanmu Huai was puzzled. Of course, there are many scenes at this time, but it's great to be at the ski resort. Generally speaking, similar ambiguous scenes are all at the beach. That's right. Many girls' comics have similar scenes at the beach. And in this weather, you want us to perform at the beach? And we have to show an expression of being very happy to play in the water? Arima Kana sighed, and Kurikawa Akane beside her nodded in agreement. Actors are manual laborers after all. As long as it's acting, whether it's in the desert in summer or at the beach in winter, you have to grit your teeth to complete it. That's indeed miserable. Duanmu Huai finally understood why the two looked as if they had been pardoned. This is early winter. If they go to the beach to play in the water in swimsuits, it would be a death sentence. From this point of view, Mr. Kichijoji set this scene in the ski resort in today's sweetness, which is a life-saving opportunity for the actors. This is also the reason why the second season chose to start filming at this time. After all, the seasons are just right. Oh, fortunately these 2 episodes are not our main scenes, so we can enjoy the fun of skiing. At this moment, Magana is as excited as a high school girl on a school trip, but it's not wrong. The roles of these 2 episodes are mainly Duanmu Huai and Sakurajima Mai. Magana and Kurikawa Akane only have to shoot a few shots, and they can enjoy slacking off the rest of the time. In comparison, my Sakurajima is not so relaxed. The heroine played by Kana Arima has never been out before, and doesn't know how to ski, so it doesn't matter if she falls on her, but my Sakurajima's Yoshiko is different. She is a rich lady, and an all-rounder. The plot this time is that Yoshiko is planning to go skiing on the advanced slope to relax and separate from the heroine, so the following things happened. My Sakurajima's skiing skills can only be said to be average. Although she can shoot on the intermediate slope, she still insists on practicing on the advanced slope. After all, the courage to ski on the intermediate slope and the advanced slope is different. For my Sakurajima, earning attention and increasing her sense of presence is the most important thing at present. Therefore, under her desperate request, the crew also agreed to practice first, and if there is no problem, they will directly shoot on the advanced slope. Miss Mai is really desperate. Looking at my Sakurajima practicing on the advanced slope, Akane Kurikawa couldn't help but sigh, and Kana Arima nodded. She is also an actress. It's really strange. She's a good actress, so why didn't I remember her before? She's just an extra, but she seems to be very skilled in acting with me. Indeed, it's really strange. Listening to the conversation between Aramaka and Kurikawa Akane, Duanmu Huai beside him said nothing, just watching my Sakurajima, who was practicing hard. I hope everything will go well this time. The next shots were all smooth. The group came to the snowy mountains and played happily. Yoshiko taught the heroine and her friends to ski. Everyone laughed together, and the heroine also showed a long-lost smile. Everything went smoothly until here, and then the highlight came. Okay, then the 45th scene, start shooting. Accompanied by the director's click, my Sakurajima walked onto the advanced path. This is the scene where the heroines and the others went back to rest after being tired of skating. And Yoshiko wanted to go to the advanced path to relax by herself, which was the real opening of the entire Yoshiko chapter. She stood on the top of the slope, staring down, and then waved her hands, and the whole person slid down the slope. Wow! Looking at my Sakurajima sliding down the advanced path, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. The girl on the advanced path was swaying left and right at this moment, dancing like a graceful swan. Fascinating. Just from this scene, it has indeed reached a very perfect state. Well done. Duanmu Huai also looked at my Sakurajima and nodded. My Sakurajima could only rely on herself in this part. Although in the comics, she encountered an accident while skiing, but the TV series was definitely not shot like this, and it was impossible for an accident to happen. All we can say is that we can shoot a few more shots that look like an accident later, and then edit them. After all, TV series are just like this, not documentaries. Seeing that my Sakurajima was about to reach the downhill, nothing happened along the way, and everyone was relieved. However, at this time, an accident happened. Hey, wait, what is that? A staff member looked at the woods behind Mai in surprise, stretched out his hand and pointed over there, and everyone looked in the direction, and then saw a large group of black shadows coming out of the woods and chasing after my Sakurajima. Wait, that's a bear! You must be kidding. Why is there a bear? Ms. Mai, run! The crew members were all stunned by this scene. Who could have thought that a bear would run out of the ski resort? What should we do now, director? Hurry up and find the staff at the ski resort and call the police immediately. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became anxious, and Mai in the front seemed to have completely not noticed that there was a bear chasing her from behind. If this continues, the situation will be dangerous. However, the crew members are all up there, so there is no way to help her. Even if they want to help, facing a bear, they can only run. It's really troublesome. Leave it to me. At this time, Duanmu Huai also stepped on the snowboard and suddenly jumped up. Before everyone could react, he slid straight down the slope. Wait, Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai, what are you doing? At this time, Madonna and Kurikawa Akane also screamed, but at this moment, Duanmu Huai had turned into a flash of lightning and rushed down the slope. Sakurajima Mai used a double board, while Duanmu Huai used a single board. At this moment, he was like surfing, speeding down the slope, and his posture was even more gorgeous than that of a professional skier. In just a moment, everyone saw that he had come to the bottom of the slope, gradually approaching Sakurajima Mai, which also meant that he was approaching the bear. Huh? At this moment, my Sakurajima had already started to slow down, and then she subconsciously looked back to see what was happening above. However, when my Sakurajima turned around, what she saw was a bear with its fangs and claws bared, opening its bloody mouth at her. Hey! At this moment, my Sakurajima's mind was blank, which was normal. Who would think of a bear coming out from behind them while skiing? Run! At this moment, my Sakurajima's body instinctively gave the order, and she slid forward desperately again. But unlike before, Mai's hands and legs were shaking at this moment. After all, she was just a high school girl. Facing a bear attack, it would be strange to say that she could stay calm. At the moment, my Sakurajima just slid down in panic, trying to keep herself as far away from the bear as possible. At this moment, her mind was completely in a mess. My Sakurajima didn't even realize that she had deviated from the ski trail. When she found out, there were more and more trees in front of her. It was obvious that she had completely deviated from the direction. Not only that. Wow! A horizontal branch suddenly appeared in front of my Sakurajima and knocked her to the ground. At this moment, my Sakurajima could no longer control herself, and the whole person rolled down the hillside. Then, she suddenly felt a lightness under her body. Hey! Mai opened her eyes, and saw a vast expanse of white all around her, and the hillside in front of her was moving away from her. In other words, she was now falling off the cliff. Am I going to die? Am I going to die here? My Sakurajima closed her eyes in despair, as if she was ready to accept her fate. However, at this moment, a figure jumped down from the hillside and hugged her. Feeling this sudden feeling, my Sakurajima opened her eyes again in surprise, only to see Duanmu Huai staring at her. Xiao Ai, wait, you. Don't talk, hold me tight. Duanmu Huai hugged Sakurajima Mai tightly and yelled, then he kicked the mountain wall next to him, and then the two of them flew out, drew a parabola, and then fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Perhaps because she was held by Duanmu Huai, Sakurajima Mai only felt a shock, but her body didn't hurt at all. She opened her eyes, looked at Duanmu Huai, and stood up quickly. Are you okay, Xiao Ai? It's okay, I'm alive, I can't die. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, then stood up from the snow, jumped, and threw the snow on his body to the side. Wait, are you really okay? You fell from such a high cliff? My Sakurajima looked at the cliff above, which was about 10 meters high. It's okay, you forgot that I know Kung Fu. This little thing is not worth mentioning. Duanmu Huai moved his sore body. For him, this height was really nothing, not to mention that there was snow here. With Duanmu Huai's physique, even if he jumped onto the concrete floor, he would only make a hole in the concrete floor. I'm glad you're okay. My Sakurajima looked at Duanmu Huai carefully, with a look of disbelief on her face, but seeing that Duanmu Huai did not vomit blood or look injured, she finally felt relieved. You are so unlucky that you were chased by a bear. Yeah, if I didn't have a sense of existence, the bear wouldn't chase me. My Sakurajima was also very depressed at this moment. If she was like before, others would not notice her at all, and I'm afraid the bear wouldn't chase her. As a result, my sense of existence has gradually recovered, and the bear will chase her. How does it feel to be a Disney princess? I will never go to Disneyland. This has left a psychological trauma. Whoosh. The howling wind mixed with blizzard blew through the forest, interrupting the two people's conversation. They looked at each other, and then Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. It seems that we are really in trouble like in the comics. What should we do now? Will the crew come to find us? It's impossible now. Duanmu Huai looked up at the weather. It was already snowing heavily. Let's find a place to take shelter first. Maybe there is a cabin in the woods nearby, just like in the comics. Chapter 1609. A blizzard was howling outside the window. The hotel was quite warm, but the atmosphere was as cold as ice. I have called for rescue. A professional search and rescue team should be organized. When the weather gets better, they will go up the mountain to rescue. After hanging up the phone, the director came over with a tired face and spoke to the crew sitting in the living room. The mountain is closed due to heavy snow. We can only stay here. Before the situation becomes clear, it is better not to act on our own. Do you understand? All they could do was nod to the director's order. I hope Miss Mai is okay. Aramikana held the cup and stared out the window and muttered to herself, while Kurikawa Akane next to her glanced at her. You are not worried about Xiao Ai? I can't imagine her being in trouble at all. Me too. The two nodded. Compared with the panicked crew members, Aramikana and Kurikawa Akane were full of confidence in Duanmu Huai. In other words, it is useless for them to worry now. The heavy snow outside has completely blocked the surroundings, and they can't go out to find people. In the comics, the male protagonist and Yoshiko seem to have found a small wooden house to take shelter. Now we can only hope that they are as lucky as in the comics. All Arakana can do now is to pray. I have to say that Arakana's prayers are quite useful. Huh? I'm really lucky to find this place before being buried alive by the snow. Walking into the cold and empty mountain hut, Duanmu Huai breathed a sigh of relief, and even Sakurajima Mai showed a relaxed expression. You know, they just trudged through the blizzard for dozens of minutes. For a while, my Sakurajima even suspected that they had lost their way in the mountains. It's amazing that you can find this place. Mountain huts are everywhere. If you go to the mountains, you will pay attention to them. Duanmu Huai was of course talking nonsense. He found the location after locking it with his own perception, otherwise Duanmu Huai would have found a cave to stay in. This kind of mountain hut is used by hunters, or people who go up the mountain to rest. Simple things are all available, including dry firewood and matches. Duanmu Huai stuffed the firewood into the fireplace, and then put the dry branches on it and lit them. After a while, the originally cold wooden house gradually became warm. You seem to be very familiar with these. My Sakurajima, who was sitting next to him, looked at this scene and asked curiously. My hobby is wilderness survival, and knocking down bears with bare hands is part of my interest. Duanmu Huai answered casually. Is this some kind of martial arts training? You can look at it this way. For a moment, the conversation was interrupted, and the two just stared at the crackling and burning wood in the fireplace. After an unknown amount of time, my Sakurajima spoke. Thank you for saving me. You're welcome. Duanmu Huai stood up and stretched. I will repay you. With your body? I don't think Xiao Ai is the kind of person who would take advantage of others' misfortunes. My Sakurajima looked at Duanmu Huai with a smile on her face, and the courage contained in it would be defeated if it were an ordinary person. Duanmu Huai didn't care about such a small matter. I saved your life, but you don't even want to agree to this. It seems that the repayment you mentioned is just a verbal promise. I will repay you. At this time, giving the other party what they want is the real return. At this time, not asking for favors will increase your favorability. I think it's better to make it clear. Duanmu Huai added a piece of firewood to the fireplace. After all, in the comics, didn't Ryoko fall in love with the protagonist under similar circumstances? But the protagonist didn't say such words at that time. Sakurajima Mai rolled her eyes at Duanmu Huai. A protagonist who says such words will not be popular with girls at all. Maybe it's like this in the comics. Duanmu Huai moved the firewood in the fireplace to make the fire more vigorous, and spoke at the same time. But it's not necessarily the case in reality. After all, reality is different from comics, but it's quite a shame that the person who just saved you turns around and asks you to marry him. That's someone else, I'm not someone else. Duanmu Huai turned around and stared at my Sakurajima. I don't know if it was because of the flames in the fireplace, but her cheeks were a little red. Why are you not someone else? We have kissed many times, and ordinary friends wouldn't do such a thing. That's... Hearing this, my Sakurajima was speechless for a moment. And you don't hate it, do you? After all, I know that your attitude has been very positive in recent times, and you always take the initiative to put your tongue. However, before Dwanmu Huai finished speaking, my Sakurajima reached out her hand to cover her mouth. At this moment, she stared at Dwanmu Huai angrily, looking unhappy. Don't say anything more. Dwanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and said nothing, while my Sakurajima sat beside him and turned her head to look at the dark night outside the window. After a while she sighed. I am also an ordinary girl, and I also want to fall in love. Yeah. But I have never thought about falling in love with a girl. Just treat me as a boy. That's a bit difficult. My Sakurajima looked at Dwanmu Huai again. I know there are people who like that, but you don't look like that. Really? Well, generally speaking, girls who like that would dress themselves up like boys, wouldn't they? But I think Xiao Ai still has a girlish vibe. This shows that there are all kinds of things in the world, and we can't generalize everything. But you should have a girl you're dating. It doesn't seem quite right to say you're dating, but you do have a similar relationship. Dwanmu Huai didn't lie. As for the person, well, it was Kurikawa Akane. Although after that, Dwanmu Huai erased Kurikawa Akane's curse, and logically she should be completely fine. But perhaps the previous events gave Kurikawa Akane too much of a stimulus, so that she turned on a whole new switch. Now Kurikawa Akane will face a strange situation, that is, after acting, she will be very emotional, and if she accumulates too much, she will become dazed. Therefore, Kurikawa Akane hoped that Dwanmu Huai would help her relieve her heat, and once she relieved her heat, Kurikawa Akane would enter a state similar to sage time. At this time, she would not only be calmer than usual, but also improve her perception and acting skills of the role. How to say it? Dwanmu Huai couldn't explain it either, and could only say that there are all kinds of things in the world. By the way, Dwanmu Huai didn't suffer any loss anyway. Although he didn't have the tools to commit the crime, it was also quite fulfilling to see a beauty like Kurikawa Akane letting himself be manipulated like a docile lamb. Having said that, Kurikawa Akane is not without strange things. For example, in this regard, she has no ethical and moral concepts. On the contrary, Sakurajima can be said to have a normal outlook on life. But Kurikawa Akane, thinking of the time when she grabbed him and said to him with a smile, "As long as I follow you, I am willing to go anywhere," Dwanmu Huai reflexively felt a little back pain. I don't know what the reason is. In short, he was sure that at least Kurikawa Akane was far from being as obedient and honest as he looked. He was already dating someone, but he was still showing affection to other girls. This is being unfaithful, right? What's wrong with being unfaithful? In which world can you only fall in love with one person? Law. Laws regulate morality and social order, not human hearts. Besides, there are many cases of cheating or cheating. Faced with Dwanmu Huai's righteous answer, Sakurajima was speechless. Then why me? Because you are very beautiful, it is normal to like to be close to beautiful girls. Should I feel a sense of crisis now? Don't worry, I am still a gentleman. I will not force you unless you are willing. It is hard to say, after all, didn't you take my first kiss? Sakurajima was referring to what Dwanmu Huai did to her in the bathroom, when she came to report to the Today Sweet crew. Didn't you want to at that time? However, Dwanmu Huai just asked a question in return, which made Sakurajima fall into silence. So you see, not objecting means willing. What a simple truth. Your statement is just like those old men. If Xiao Ai was a man, he must be a scumbag. Being a scumbag is better than being a tortoise. At least the former can really eat meat, and what can the latter get except a word of ass? It's just a waste that is kicked aside after being eaten up. Dwanmu Huai sneered at this. He is used to attacking rather than defending, and tends to take the initiative in everything. So for Dwanmu Huai, that kind of asshole man is completely incomprehensible and unacceptable. To put it nicely, the latter is silently shining and warming behind the scenes, and to put it bluntly, it is self-righteous, thinking that his gentleness and thoughtfulness will definitely move the other party. But in Dwanmu Huai's view, once the initiative is handed over to others, it is already lost. So, will you confess your feelings whenever you see a pretty girl? No, but if I'm interested, I make my feelings known. That would ruin the relationship. I like a saying, say the ugly words first. Anyway, they all have ulterior motives, so it's better to admit it openly than to let the other person feel betrayed in the end. Dwanmu Huai has always done this, especially when negotiating with others. He will first explain his thoughts and practices, so that it will be much easier for Dwanmu Huai to take action. After all, I've already said the ugly words in advance. If you don't take it seriously, it's your own problem, not mine. My Sakurajima was silent for a moment, then sat next to Dwanmu Huai. It's still very cold in the mountains during a snowstorm, she said. Let's sleep together tonight. Chapter 1610. In the end, my Sakurajima only allowed Dwanmu Huai to sleep in the same bed with her. After all, there was only one bed in this small room. Although Dwanmu Huai also half-jokingly told my Sakurajima that friction heat would help keep warm, the latter just looked at him dumbfounded, and then turned around and fell asleep. Obviously, Dwanmu Huai thought this joke was very good, and he had finally come up with it. The next morning, Dwanmu Huai was woken up by my Sakurajima. To be precise, it was my Sakurajima's stomach. I didn't want to either. Facing Dwanmu Huai's gaze, my Sakurajima turned her head away. Because I didn't eat anything yesterday. That's true. We were supposed to go back to the hotel to eat after the filming yesterday, but because of this incident, we didn't have dinner. I was hungry all night yesterday, so I have to eat something during the day, but... Do you have any food with you? Don't girls usually carry snacks with them? Dwanmu Huai remembered that Ruby's pocket was like a treasure chest. She could take out biscuits, candies, gum, and even bread from it at any time. And other things like that. I don't know where she put them. My Sakurajima didn't say anything, but put her hand in her coat and took out a few candies. Sure enough, girls' pockets are all treasure bags. I occasionally use it to replenish sugar. After all, sometimes the filming time is very long, and I need to replenish some energy. My Sakurajima said while looking at Dwanmu Huai. Filming is actually very physically demanding, so it's not wrong for Kurikawa Akane to say that actors are manual laborers. Because if a shot is not acceptable, it may take several shots, even dozens or even hundreds of shots. From a certain perspective, this is more laborious than moving bricks. After all, moving bricks does not require brains. By the way, it was only after entering this industry that Dwanmu Huai discovered that stage actors are actually the top stars in the entertainment industry. In fact, many truly famous actors come from theater troupes. The reason is very simple, because stage actors are truly all-rounders. Singing and dancing are not to be mentioned, which are basic skills, and the same is true for acting. Moreover, unlike movies and TV series, there is no such thing as NG on stage. If you fail, you are completely finished, so the stability requirements are very high. In addition, stage plays also require actors to have certain martial arts skills. For example, in Tokyo Blade before, almost everyone gestured in a very realistic way. If it were a simple model or idol, they would only gesture randomly. In fact, many successful actors Dwanmu Huai knows are from theater troupes. Kurikawa Akane is still the top star of the theater troupe Lalai, and Aramaka Kane, Sakurajima Mai, and Toyohama Kazuka all joined children's theater troupes when they were young. It can be said that it is the basic skills learned there that laid the foundation for their acting. So when stage actors go to film movies and TV series, it is a dimensionality reduction attack. Imagine that you can only complete a game with one life, and then you use the skills of completing a game with one life to play a game that can be continued in red. Isn't it easy and easy? Of course, stage plays are also the most tiring and stressful. Take Tokyo Blade for example. It took a month to rehearse and perform for a month, and it had to be on stage every day for a month, which is completely different from movies. After the filming of the movie was finished, the actors had a holiday. But the stage play had to be performed every day for a month. To be honest, Dwanmu Huai felt a little annoyed. Fortunately, he still persisted for that month. However, Dwanmu Huai said that he would never go on stage again in the future. It was really annoying. Some people may like to brush repeatedly, but Dwanmu Huai only likes to play games that are fresh. Once the game is cleared, it is boring for him. The same is true for stage plays. It is enough to clear it once. It is really annoying to ask him to clear it 30 times. Okay, let's talk about now. Do you want to eat it? Sakurajima Mai put the candy in her hand and looked at Dwanmu Huai. You eat it. I haven't brushed my teeth yet. How can you brush your teeth in this place? Just bear with it. Dwanmu Huai stood up, stretched his body, and walked towards the door. What are you doing? The snow outside hasn't stopped yet. Go find some food. Now? From what I can tell, the snow will continue to fall for a while. It doesn't look like we freeze to death, but we can't starve to death. Dwanmu Huai checked the storage box in the mountain cabin. There were some seasonings in it, but no food. After all, this place hadn't been used for a long time. Even if there was food in it, it would probably be inedible. I go with you. Just as Dwanmu Huai walked to the door, my Sakurajima also stood up. I don't want to just sit here and wait. Whatever you want. There was already a thick layer of snow outside the door. Dwanmu Huai and my Sakurajima were walking through the forest on skis. They weren't moving very fast because the snowstorm was so strong. To be honest, I don't think there's any food to be found in this weather. Sakurajima Mai, wearing goggles, turned around and looked around. All she could see was pure white, pure white, pure white, and black branches. It was as if there was nothing else in the world except these. Go to the river and see if you can catch some fish. Fishing in this weather? Don't you know? For a fisherman, weather is never a problem. If he can find a suitable fishing spot, he will sign a divorce agreement there, not to mention a snowstorm. Why? Because he will never give this spot to anyone else. Xiaoai, do you like fishing? Normally, I prefer fried fish. Fried fish? You see when you see it. Fortunately, the river here is not far from the cabin. Duanmu Huai and Sakurajima Mai came to the river, and soon saw the river flowing in the snow. Okay, let me do it next. Duanmu Huai stretched his body and walked to the river. Mai Sakurajima followed Duanmu Huai curiously. Then she saw Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and lifted a stone that was half the size of a car from the side. Watch it! Duanmu Huai shouted, then raised the stone and smashed it hard into the river. Bang! The huge stone was smashed into the river like a cannonball. For a moment, the river water was directly exploded, and the water splashed everywhere. Then, fish flew up from it, landing on the surrounding banks, flapping their bodies desperately, trying to escape this sudden disaster. Seeing this scene, Mai Sakurajima was completely stunned. I am not dreaming, am I? I will dream when I get back. Let's collect these fish first. Fortunately, the weather was very cold, and the fish that were blown ashore froze after a few flutters. Mai and Duanmu Huai also split up into two groups, caught all the frozen fish, and put them in the backpack. Okay, with these fish, it shouldn't be a problem to eat 1 or 2 meals. Looking at the 4 or 5 fish in the backpack, Duanmu Huai nodded. Then let's go back. It may be dangerous to stay any longer. While talking, Mai Sakurajima turned around and froze there. What's wrong? We seem to be in danger. Duanmu Huai looked in the direction where Mai Sakurajima was looking, and saw a bear standing in the blizzard not far away, staring at the two fiercely. Hey, this is really a narrow road for enemies. Seeing this bear, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes, clenched his fists, and showed a grim smile. He was 100% sure that this should be the one that chased Sakurajima Mai before. The reason is very simple. There can't be 2 useless bears in this mountain that don't hibernate in the winter and come out to look for food. Roar! The giant bear stood up, raised his hands high, and roared. At this moment, Sakurajima Mai was pale and trembling all over. Xiaoai, what should we do? What should we do? What else can we do? Duanmu Huai clenched his fists, walked in front of Sakurajima Mai, and stared at the bear fiercely. It just so happens that I still think these few fish are not enough to eat. Since you take the initiative to deliver it to my door, then I will eat this bear paw today. As soon as the words fell, Duanmu Huai jumped up and kicked the tree next to him. Without waiting for Mai Sakurajima to stop him, he rushed towards the giant bear in front of him like an arrow. Roar! At the same time, the giant bear also roared and rushed towards Duanmu Huai. Its huge body was like a snow blower, blowing away the thick snow in front of it and rushing towards Duanmu Huai. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth and completely burst out its predator side. At this time, Mai Sakurajima was completely unable to move. She could only stand there stupidly. This was the instinctive fear of a beast that was more powerful than herself. The time at this moment seemed to be infinitely stretched. She watched the petite figure pounce in front of the giant bear. The giant bear swung its right claw at her, while Duanmu Huai clenched his right fist and punched the giant bear directly. At this moment, for some reason, Sakurajima Mai suddenly remembered some information she had read online before. It said that the maximum force of a bear's palm strike could reach 1,600 kilograms, which could knock a person unconscious or even kill a person. It could even smash the hood of a car. Facing such a beast, Xiaoai was really good at fighting. Before Sakurajima Mai could finish thinking, she saw Duanmu Huai's right fist collide with the giant bear's right palm, and then... Ouch! With a wail, the giant bear flew backwards, leaving a deep snow mark on the ground, and hit a tree not far away, and even the tree was smashed into 2 halves with a crack. At this time, Sakurajima Mai had stared with her eyes wide open, her mind was blank, and she couldn't speak. But she saw Duanmu Huai leap in front of the giant bear, grabbing the top of the giant bear's head with both hands, and pressing it down. The giant bear tried to struggle, but it had no strength left, and was pressed into the snow by Duanmu Huai. Even so, the giant bear still roared and dug with its claws. Duanmu Huai angrily cursed, "You bastard! How dare you answer me, and punched the giant bear in the face, causing the eye sockets to crack and the black eyeballs to pop out. Another punch hit the top of the head, and it seemed like a full-scale water and land Taoist ceremony, with chimes, cymbals, and gongs ringing together. Blood spurted out of the giant bear's eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. When Duan Mu Huai looked again, he saw the giant bear lying on the ground, with only outgoing air coming out of its mouth, but no incoming air, and it could not move. When Sakurajima came over, she saw Duan Mu Huai riding on the dead giant bear, looking at her with a smile. Today, we have bear paws to eat. Chapter 1611. Although my Sakurajima is well informed, she was still confused when she saw the bear being dragged back to the hut by Duan Mu Huai. Can bears be eaten? Of course. Can you clean fish? I've learned some before. Then you can clean these fish, and I go clean up this bear. Duan Mu Huai waved a machete. There were also machetes and knives for chopping wood in the hut. Although they were not very clean, they could be used after being washed and disinfected with boiled snow water. Besides, it's already this bad, what else do you need a bicycle for? Luckily, after killing the bear, Duan Mu Huai directly cut its throat and drained all the blood. Besides, it's winter now, the temperature is very low, and the bear doesn't have a strong smell of blood. Therefore, it was not difficult to handle. Duan Mu Huai dragged the bear to the door, cleaned it up and started to peel it. He ate wild game every day in the journey to the West World, and he was very familiar with this skill. Bears that hibernate will eat their fill before winter. This bear is obviously a bit stupid. It seems that it did not have time to eat its fill before winter, so it was still looking for food after winter came. However, judging from its size, it should have stored a lot. It may have met Duan Mu Huai and Sakurajima on the way home to hibernate, so it planned to have a meal. Well, now it has become a meal. Duan Mu Huai opened the belly, took out the internal organs, peeled the skin, and then removed the limbs. He did it quite smoothly. My Sakurajima next to him also looked sideways frequently. After all, Japanese people usually buy processed meat in supermarkets. Maybe processing fish is no problem for ordinary Japanese people, but killing chickens and sheep is another matter for them. Especially for a celebrity idol like my Sakurajima, I'm afraid she has never seen a chicken slaughtered since she was born, let alone a bear slaughtered. Xiao is really skilled. You get used to it. I used to like eating wild game. Duan Mu Huai peeled off the bear's skin, wiped it clean in the snow, and then placed it by the fire. After it was dried, it could be used as a bear skin mat. This thing is still quite warm. It's a pity that there are no wild boars. It would be even better if there were one. But there are so many, we can't finish them. If you can't finish them, just freeze them. The weather outside is no different from a refrigerator. If you hang them under the eaves, you don't have to worry about them being stolen by other wild animals. Hey, this guy is quite fat. So much fat can't be wasted. Looking at the white fat, Duan Mu Huai also snorted, then cut it off and rinsed it, then put it in the pot and put it on the fire to boil. Duan Mu Huai has never boiled bear fat, but he has seen the method of boiling lard. Although bear and pig are a little different, the fat should be similar. For a while, the cabin was quiet, with only the sound of firewood, the crackling sound of frying, and the sound of knives. While dealing with the fish in front of her, Sakurajima felt a little dazed. In this cabin, at this moment, she suddenly had an illusion. It's like they are not artists living in modern society, but living in the home of an ancient hunter. The wife cooks at home, waiting for her husband to return, while the husband walks into the hut with the prey, smiling, and starts to do his work. How should I put it? It feels very family-like. Is this why Yoshiko secretly fell in love with the protagonist? Thinking of this, my Sakurajima suddenly felt a little confused. As an actress, she must also figure out the role. Although from the plot point of view, Yoshiko was rescued by the protagonist and then developed a liking for him, which seems to be in line with the usual routine in love comics. But when playing Yoshiko, my Sakurajima actually had some doubts. Because in my Sakurajima's view, Yoshiko is a good girl, and as a rich lady, she is also good at distinguishing feelings. So even if she was rescued by the protagonist, my Sakurajima thinks that Yoshiko should be grateful for the protagonist's affection, not love. But now, she suddenly understands a little. Perhaps, Yoshiko yearns for this simple sense of family. As a rich lady, Yoshiko's life is good, but her parents are always away from home. Yoshiko reads a lot of books to pass the time, and therefore she is very knowledgeable. But deep down, she must still be lonely. Just like herself. My father abandoned my mother and married another woman. In order to avenge her father, her mother let my Sakurajima enter the entertainment industry. Perhaps she hoped to use my Sakurajima's outstanding performance to avenge the fickle man and make him regret abandoning her. From this point of view, my Sakurajima felt that her mother was very pitiful. She did not want to be a tool for her mother to make money, nor did she want to be a tool for revenge. My Sakurajima herself had not felt the warmth of her family for a long time. From this point of view, she felt that she could really understand Yoshiko's feelings. In a closed cabin, she and her husband formed a small, sweet, and warm family. Living a calm life every day may not be so comfortable and hard, but she can feel the warmth between people. Is it because of this that she likes the protagonist? What Ryoko likes is not the protagonist, but the family. How is the fish being processed? Suddenly, Duanmu Huai's voice came from behind, and Sakurajima Mai came back to her senses. Almost. What? Are you in a daze? I'm just thinking about something. Sakurajima Mai shook her head. For example? For example. Why does Ryoko like the protagonist? You are still thinking about the script now. You are really a role model. Duanmu Huai silently complained. I think that Yoshiko didn't fall in love with the protagonist because he saved her, but because she longed for the warmth of a family. A beautiful, warm family. This may be what Yoshiko wants. Family. Speaking of this, forget it, it's nothing. Although my Sakurajima cast a puzzled look at Duanmu Huai did not answer. To be honest, after entering the entertainment industry, Duanmu Huai found that the artists in this circle have more or less family problems. This is true for both idols and actors. My Sakurajima's parents are divorced, Kana Arima's parents are also divorced, and Akane Kurikawa is also from a single-parent family. I and Ruby. Well, it's better to be divorced. At least the divorced ones have been married. I remember that the top star of the troupe Lalalai, Hinkawa Daiki, who won the Best Actor award, was also very miserable. His parents committed suicide for love when he was a child. Even M.E.M. is also from a single-parent family. In this industry, it seems that there are a lot of single-parent families or parents who have lost both. From a psychological point of view, perhaps it is precisely because they cannot get the love of a healthy family that they expect to get attention from the outside world to fill the void in their hearts. Of course, this is also Duanmu Huai's nonsense. After all, he doesn't understand psychology. So Duanmu Huai also thought about this complaint in his heart, and it is better not to say it out loud to offend others. When the two of them finished processing the food, it was already afternoon, and their stomachs were already growling with hunger. If Mai hadn't eaten a piece of candy, I'm afraid she would have fainted long ago. But fortunately, everything went smoothly. In the howling blizzard, the two of them also prepared their own dishes. Sakurajima Mai made fish soup, while Duanmu Huai used processed fried bear meat steak. After using tree branches as chopsticks, the two began to enjoy this belated meal. Well, Mai, you are quite good at cooking. Drinking the delicious fish soup, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but praise it. In the cold winter, such a bowl of steaming fish soup was indeed a lot more comfortable. Xiao Ai's steak is also well made. This is my first time to eat bear meat. Because there was no knife and fork, it could only be cut into small pieces and picked up with chopsticks. Sakurajima Mai ate the bear meat in her mouth and showed a surprised expression. Although it is a bit hard, it tastes pretty good and the gravy is also full. I was wondering if this bear oil would work, and now it seems to work. Duanmu Huai laughed, and then he also started to eat. The two had been hungry for almost a day. Duanmu Huai aside, my Sakurajima was already starving. Although she didn't eat much normally, she let go of her appetite and ate a lot this time. After Duanmu Huai finished eating, he sat aside contentedly and breathed a sigh of relief. It's so comfortable, bear paws are really delicious. I still can't eat that thing. Unlike Duanmu Huai, Mai kept a distance from bear paws, as if she simply didn't want to eat something that looked like a human hand. So you're still not hungry enough. If you were hungry enough, you wouldn't mind eating anything raw, not to mention cooked ones. Fortunately, I'm not that hungry yet. At this point, Duanmu Huai laughed. By the way, Mai, have you heard of the saying that you can't have both fish and bear's paw? Yes, it means that when faced with two important choices, it is difficult to take both into account, so you have to make a choice. But now, we have eaten the fish, and we have eaten the bear's paw. Duanmu Huai patted his belly. So this saying is not true. Is that so? That's right. As long as you have the ability to kill the fish and the bear at the same time, then you can naturally have both. In the final analysis, not being able to take both into account is just a lack of ability. But most people in this world are not capable enough. Maybe that's right. Duanmu Huai curled his lips. So this saying is more of an excuse for them, because you can't have both, so you have to give up one of them. In the final analysis, it's just that they realize that it's not that they don't want it, but that they simply can't do it. Yes, it's simply that they can't do it. Sakurajima Mai held the fish soup and sighed silently. It would be great if there was really a way to have the best of both worlds. Where in the world can you have the best of both worlds? You just said that as long as you have enough ability, you can have both. But I'm talking about the fish and the bear. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders, and Mai Sakurajima rolled her eyes at him. I don't want this kind of brain teaser. Whoosh! At the same time, the whistling wind came from the window again, making the window creak. Duanmu Huai stood up and fixed the window again to make sure it wouldn't be blown open suddenly. It seems that this snow won't stop for a while. Why did the director choose this time to shoot? Duanmu Huai complained speechlessly. His and Mai Sakurajima's mobile phones were broken when they fell off the cliff, leaving only a pile of plastic fragments, which were completely unusable. Having said that, in Japan's telecommunications environment, even if the mobile phone is intact, it can't receive a signal in the mountains. Next time we shoot, be sure to ask the director to check the local weather conditions in advance. This is something that needs to be written down in the memo. Chapter 1612. Duanmu Huai and Sakurajima Mai were rescued 2 days later. Because the blizzard weakened, the search and rescue team also planned to take action. The heavy snow in recent days closed the mountain road and covered the traces. So the search and rescue team thought it was difficult to find the victims, but they still sent a helicopter to patrol. Then, they found the faint smoke from the cooking, and then, they went to the cabin in the woods. When they opened the door, they found that the victims they were looking for were happily eating hot pot inside. There was nothing to say next. The two took the search and rescue team's helicopter back to the hospital. After the examination, they found that the two were fine, and everyone, including the crew, was relieved. After learning about the two's experience in the past few days, everyone was amazed, and the director decided to choose the cabin to shoot the next shot. At the same time, the director also discussed with Duanmu Huai and Sakurajima Mai, wanting to use the scene where Sakurajima Mai was chased by a bear. Although in the comics, it was because Ryoko was distracted and got into trouble. In the director's opinion, it would be a waste if this scene was not used. He had already asked the original author, Mr. Kichijoji. After learning about this, and watching the footage shot at the time, Mr. Kichijoji was also quite surprised, and readily agreed to modify this part of the plot. According to Mr. Kichijoji's original words, I can't think of such an explosive plot. Sure enough, reality is more exaggerated than comics. Sakurajima Mai didn't have any objections, and Duanmu Huai didn't object either. After all, he still had to take everything in the cabin back. That bear skin is a trophy after all. You just spent 3 days here. Walking into the cabin, Arima Kana looked around curiously, with an incredible look on her face. It looks very clean. Of course, because I have been cleaning these days. Mai Sakurajima also smiled and said. Hearing her answer, Kurikawa Akane next to her looked at Mai Sakurajima thoughtfully. For some reason, she felt that Mai Sakurajima's tone just now was like introducing her wife in her newlywed home. Speaking of which, the bear was so big. I felt it was very scary when I saw it at that time. Arima Kana did not have any strange feelings like Kurikawa Akane. She walked to the bed curiously, and touched the bear's skin on it. If it were someone else, I would not believe that she could kill the bear, but Xiao Ai's is really possible. Indeed. This time Kurikawa Akane also nodded silently. Mai Sakurajima was surprised because she had not cooperated with Duanmu Huai before. But Aramaka and Kurikawa Akane had worked with Duanmu Huai on stage plays before, and they knew very well how much power was in that thin body. In addition to the momentum of Duanmu Huai during the stage performance, it was not surprising for them to say that she could really kill 1 or 2 bears. There was even a feeling of as expected. Bear meat is quite delicious, but when I think of Xiao Ai carrying bear meat and saying, "Look, what good stuff I brought you," I want to laugh. Aramaka said, and she also chuckled. Duanmu Huai at that time did not look like she was in trouble at all, but more like she had gone on a long journey and brought back souvenirs for everyone. As a result, the crew was emotionally confused at the time. They wanted to go forward to express their condolences, but they didn't know what to do after Duanmu Huai's unexpected behavior. In the end, the condolence meeting turned into a bear meat hot pot meeting, which was not bad. Next, in the cabin, the crew filmed the following shots, in which the protagonist and Yoshiko were trapped in the cabin on the snowy mountain. Yoshiko was attracted to the protagonist and fell in love with him. This scene was filmed very well. Yoshiko, played by Mai Sakurajima, perfectly presented the restrained, implicit goodwill and expectation. After all, this scene was quite difficult to shoot, and the requirements for the actors were very high. Mai Sakurajima had a good sense of proportion, which not only made people feel the changes in Yoshiko's feelings for the protagonist, but also took the initiative to close the line at the last step. It can be said that Mai Sakurajima's acting skills exploded, and she thoroughly performed the style of the protagonist in these 2 episodes. I didn't expect Mai's acting skills to be so good. Staring at the camera, Kana Arima also had a serious expression. Mai Sakurajima's acting in these 2 episodes was so good that it was a pressure for Kana Arima, who was the lead actress. If she can't play the heroine style in the later period, then Mai Sakurajima might overturn the situation and turn it into a party struggle. It seems that I have to work hard too. What do you think, Akane? Well, I don't think she is acting. Well? Nothing. Kurikawa Akane shook his head, then narrowed his eyes, and looked at the shooting scene in front of him. Maybe I was too worried. After that, everything went smoothly during the shooting, and the second season of Today's Sweetness was broadcast as scheduled during the new year. The response was as good as ever. Although the popularity was not as high as the first season, the ratings were still very stable, basically the same as the first season. Of course, Dwanmu Hwai is not concerned about these small matters, but about Mai Sakurajima's situation. After all, he is not sure whether this trick will succeed, but fortunately, in Dwanmu Hwai's opinion, he should have made the right bet. With the broadcast of the 12th and 13th episodes, Mai Sakurajima's popularity instantly opened up again. It is not right to say that Mai Sakurajima's popularity has returned to its original state. The internet is full of comments such as it is worthy of Mai Sakurajima. I cried when I saw it. Popular actors are really different. It seems that for this world, the days when Mai Sakurajima did not exist some time ago seem to have disappeared. But no matter what, Mai Sakurajima is recognized again and returned to her original position, which is also a good thing. By the way, after filming the second season of Today's Sweetness, Mai Sakurajima announced that she would move to Make Pro. Obviously, the conflict between her and her mother was not resolved. However, this is her private matter, and Dwanmu Hwai will not care. For Make Pro, it is a good thing that talented artists are willing to join. But it is not good for Dwanmu Hwai. The reason is simple, that is, every time he comes to the agency, there is one more person who misses him. Good morning. Ah, sister, you are lying here and being lazy again. This is Ruby. Good morning, shall I? It's about time for you to do some work. This is Kana Arima. Good morning. Shall I? After the filming at noon today, do you want to go to eat together? This is Akane Kurikawa. Good morning. You are still so lazy, you should work harder. This is Mai Sakurajima. If I had known I would be urged every day, I would not have come to the office. Dwanmu Hwai rolled on the sofa, looking at the people around him speechlessly. The new year has just begun. Why are you in such a hurry? That's why we need a new year and a new atmosphere. Now only your schedule is blank. Aramakana knocked on the schedule board, which was full of personal schedules, except for Dwanmu Hwai's schedule, which was blank. I have my own things to do. For example, the recent Cat TV is quite good. Hearing Dwanmu Hwai's answer, everyone else was speechless. Sister is always like this, she is lazy in class and work. I call this a combination of work and rest. Is it fun to be like you guys who don't touch the ground all day long? Dwanmu Hwai snorted and curled his lips. I already worked overtime last year, I won't do it this year. I only filmed 2 dramas and a stage play. 1. Today's Sweet is a series, so it counts as 1. Well, don't you still have a lot of work to do? I wish you a safe journey. Dwanmu Hwai said, waving to everyone, as if he was going to lie on the sofa and be lazy forever. It's amazing that you can still win an award in this state. And she made such a speech on the podium, I'm embarrassed to say I know her. Mai Sakurajima and Kana Arima were also complaining on the side. They were talking about the Best Actor award given at the end of the year. Dwanmu Hwai won this award for her performance in Tokyo Blade. However, when others came on stage, they all said that they would live up to expectations and keep working hard. Only Dwanmu Hwai came on stage and said, it's too tiring to perform 30 shows a month. I don't want to do it anymore. If a newcomer said this, he would definitely be criticized to death, but Dwanmu Hwai, who has been in the entertainment industry for 10 years, said this. What else can everyone do? They can only laugh. Of course, everyone still has to be busy with their own things. Only Ruby looked at Dwanmu Hwai with some concern, as if she wanted to say something to him, but Dwanmu Hwai noticed Ruby's gaze, just waved his hand, and then picked up his phone to send a text message. Talk to me when you have something to say. Okay, soon, Ruby also responded. Although Ruby didn't say what she wanted to talk to him about, Dwanmu Huai could guess it. After all, he didn't watch TV at home every day for nothing. Facts have proved that Dwanmu Huai's guess was correct. After a busy day, Ruby went home and immediately talked to Dwanmu Huai about her troubles. I wonder, am I not suitable to be the center position? Sitting in front of Dwanmu Huai, Ruby was completely devoid of her usual liveliness and cheerfulness, and looked lifeless. Oh, sister, is this all you think of me? Of course. Dwanmu Huai nodded. Do you think I don't know? Do you think I'm lying at home watching TV and browsing my phone every day for nothing? Why does it sound a bit angry? Although Ruby clenched her fists and stared at Dwanmu Huai indignantly, Dwanmu Huai knew very well why Ruby had such thoughts. In fact, Bikomachi has reached a bottleneck in its development so far. Or, this is the inevitable path for every idol group. Forming a group is different from flying solo. Forming a group requires distinct characteristics, in other words, different personalities. Only in this way can it attract the interest of those otakus. Just like there will be elder sisters, younger sisters, teachers, and office ladies in Galgame, such a setting can attract people with different tastes. If you want all the characters in a game to have a personal setting, then no one will like to watch it. In the current Bikomachi, MEM is a popular broadcaster, and his main image is a stupid healing and funny image, while Fonbin Kazuka is a straightforward type. Only Ruby, how to say. In a word, it is a classic idol image. The advantage of classics is that they are easy to define. The disadvantage is that once the predecessors raise this image to a level that no one can reach, then the later ones will all be imitating and laugh at. This is where Ruby's problem lies now. Just look at these comments and you know. Dwanmu Huai said, as he opened his phone and scrolled through the comments. Is Ruby not suitable for the seat position? I feel like she's just imitating AI poorly. She's acting so fake. After randomly reading a few comments, Dwanmu Huai turned around and looked at Ruby, whose face was turning pale. I guess you've seen it a long time ago. They don't understand at all. I'm my mother's daughter. They don't need to understand either. Dwanmu Huai shook his head. Let me ask you, if Bikomachi is still there, and now a new member joins the group, relying on her youth and beauty to try to take her place by imitating Hoshino AI, what would you think? Haha, you must be joking, absolutely impossible. Hearing this, Ruby slammed the table and stood up. Mom is the strongest and most invincible idol, no one can take her place. You see, this is the problem. Dwanmu Huai looked at the panting Ruby and spread his hands. You have already explained the reason yourself. At this moment, Ruby also stood there blankly speechless. When you wanted to restart Bikomachi, I reminded you, Ruby. Dwanmu Huai stared at Ruby and spoke word by word. This is a double-edged sword. Indeed, Bikomachi was once very popular and had many fans. Restarting Bikomachi will be more likely to attract attention than other unknown groups, but at the same time, it will also be more likely to be compared. Why are MEM and Toyohama Kazuka not criticized? Because their attributes do not exist in the original Bikomachi at all. Those fans can easily accept them and just treat them as Bikomachi with new people. It is not a difficult thing. But you are different, Ruby. You are the sinner, and you also frankly said in the interview that you are a fan of Hoshino AI. In addition, your actions are all imitating AI, so fans will naturally compare you with AI. You must remember that this is a war that cannot be won, because you have to face the Hoshino AI in the fans' memories, and memories cannot be defeated. Then, what should I do? Ruby sat down on the chair and clenched her fists. I have always wanted to be an idol like my mother, and I have been working hard, even if others say I am a fake. But, the core of the problem is, do you want to be an idol like Hoshino AI, or an idol like Hoshino AI? Sister, I am in a bad mood now, please don't make such boring jokes. I am not kidding. Looking at Ruby with her head down, like a cursed female ghost, Dwanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. I mean, do you want to become Hoshino AI completely? Or is your goal to become a shining idol like Hoshino AI? I don't quite understand what you mean, sister. Ruby raised her head in confusion and looked at Dwanmu Huai, as if she was racking her brains to think, but she couldn't come to a conclusion. Then I had to put the answer in front of her. Dwanmu Huai picked up his mobile phone and swiped a few text messages. Okay, take a rest on Sunday. Come with me to meet someone. Who? Faced with Ruby's puzzled question, Dwanmu Huai did not give a direct answer. You will know when you meet him. Chapter 1613. On Sunday, Dwanmu Huai took Ruby out and sat down in a private room of a coffee shop not far away. Although Ruby was confused all the way, who exactly Duanmu Huai was going to take her to see, since Duanmu Huai didn't say, she could only wait and see. Huh? After entering the private room, Ruby took off her hat, glasses, and mask and breathed a sigh of relief. Artists are really troublesome. Sister, you are also an artist. I really want your ability. In fact, it's useless for you to have my ability. Duanmu Huai stretched, then sat down and browsed his phone. Why? Because I'm an actor, and you're an idol. What's the difference? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Ruby was a little confused, and Duanmu Huai glanced at her. When you mention actors, what's your first feeling? Huh? High above, far from the crowd, right? That's right. That's the benefit of TV and the screen. Duanmu Huai shrugged. For the general public, actors are more like people who live in TV. The screen, a physically isolated space, makes most people naturally feel alienated from actors. You should have seen that many actors have been exposed to scandals or announced their marriages, but most people are not particularly enthusiastic about it, right? That's true. The reason lies in this natural sense of alienation. Whether the actors are performing on TV or appearing in real life, for the audience, they are all people on TV, and what happens is also what happens on TV. Not to mention acting. Even if you see a place being hit by an earthquake or hurricane on TV news, it's hard to empathize with it. Ruby nodded obediently. But idols are different. You will be face to face with the audience at close range. So for the audience, idols are real people who can be touched, not imaginary and lofty on the screen. It is also because of this that they invest more energy in idols than actors, so when something goes wrong, they are more likely to be criticized. Duanmu Huai said while showing Ruby his mobile phone. You see, both are cheating scandals. The actor only made a routine condemnation and bowed to apologize. And the idol not only has to suffer insults and apologize, but also has to quit the group and completely end her acting career. How about it? Do you think it is fair? It is indeed unfair. Looking at the news, Ruby pouted unhappily. I've always hated those guys. It's as if they are qualified to criticize others if they do something wrong, just like when my mother was stabbed. It has nothing to do with them, but these people stand up one by one to make trouble. Maliciously slander under various banners. This is what idols must face. Duanmu Huai took back his phone. In fact, actors also had such extreme fans in the past, but now, thanks to idols, there are fewer such fans of actors. Hey, why? Hearing this, Ruby was immediately unhappy. Because those extreme fans want to get close to their favorite idols, but for actors, this is obviously a very difficult thing. They can't enter the TV station, the shooting site, or the actor's home. Even if they follow someone, they are likely to violate the law. But idols are different. For a handshake ticket, you can spend a few hundred or a few thousand yen to let the idol shake hands with you and chat with you. There is no legal risk. People are looking for low risk and high return. Before there were idols, those fanatical perverts could track the actors. But now there are idols with lower risks than actors, and those fanatical perverts will naturally choose easier targets. Wow! After listening to Duanmu Huai's explanation, Ruby looked speechless. Sister, your statement is like saying that the fans of idols are all perverts. That's what I said. In my opinion, there are few normal people holding light sticks under the stage. Duanmu Huai said that's what I said. Falling into the trap of capitalism, willingly giving everything to be exploited by capital, the agency is obviously the one that benefits, but once something goes wrong, the idols themselves will definitely be cut off and unlucky. The twisted system produces twisted fans. They are really a perfect match. Woo. By the way, I think your enthusiasm for idols is also quite abnormal. Woo woo woo. Ruby was like a provoked puppy, almost baring her teeth at Duanmu Huai, but she also knew that it was useless to tell Duanmu Huai about this. In Ruby's view, perhaps because of the influence of her mother's assassination, her sister has always disliked the profession of idol since she was a child. She used to argue with Duanmu Huai about this, but now Ruby has long given up arguing with Duanmu Huai on this issue. After all, if she was too noisy, the indefatigable Duanmu Huai would pick her up and spank her hard, letting Ruby taste what it means to criticize with a weapon inferior to the weapon's criticism. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, the phone rang, and Duanmu Huai picked up the phone and answered it. Hello, Yes, we're here, come on, the location is? Yes, just like that. After saying the address here, Duanmu Huai hung up the phone, and at this time Ruby couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Who is coming, sister? Someone you are also familiar with. Me? Just when Ruby was puzzled, she heard footsteps and stopped at the door of the box, And then the door of the box opened, and then Ruby saw a long-haired girl wearing a hat walked in. "Hi, I'm here, hello." When Ruby heard this voice, she froze there. She stared blankly at the other person taking off his hat and revealing his true face. She couldn't believe her eyes. Akaon? The person who appeared in front of Ruby was none other than Kurikawa Akane. However, Kurikawa Akane at this moment was completely different from the Kurikawa Akane that Ruby was familiar with. She had a frivolous and cheerful smile on her face, and her whole body exuded a strong sense of presence that made people unable to look away. Even her clothes looked casual. However, for Ruby, this was more like another person. That was their mother, Hoshino AI. "What's wrong, Ruby? Why do you have this expression?" Looking at Ruby, who was standing there motionless, Kurikawa Akane approached her with a smile and asked. She and Hoshino AI didn't look very similar, and their voices were different, but as Hoshino AI's daughter and old fan, Ruby completely felt the characteristics of Hoshino AI from Kurikawa Akane in front of her. It was as if Kurikawa Akane in front of her was possessed by Hoshino AI. "Sister?" Ruby looked at Duanmu Huai for help, and only then did Duanmu Huai nod to Kurikawa Akane. "Okay, that's about it. Thank you for your hard work, Akane." "No, it's nothing." As she spoke, Kurikawa Akane's presence as if Hoshino AI disappeared quietly, and she turned back into the introverted and gentle girl that Ruby was familiar with. Looking at Kurikawa Akane in front of her, Ruby widened her eyes in surprise, and for a moment she couldn't figure out what was going on. This is Kurikawa Akane's acting skills. Duanmu Huai explained to Ruby at this time. She can study the character's information and then completely play that role. This is what I said, one of the ways to become Hoshino AI. Does it mean to completely imitate Ma AI and then become her? If she had heard this kind of talk before, Ruby would have simply disdained it, because she believed that the most special thing about Hoshino AI was her incomparable presence that attracted everyone. This kind of thing is simply impossible for ordinary people to imitate. But Kurikawa Akane did it. In fact, if Kurikawa Akane's voice and appearance were not different from Hoshino AI, then Ruby, who is a veteran fan of Hoshino AI, would probably have mistaken her for Hoshino AI. Because that kind of unique, presence-filled quality can't be imitated at all. No, can it be imitated? After that, Ruby fell silent, and Duanmu Huai ordered lunch. The three of them ate lunch together, and then Kurikawa Akane said that the troops still had work to do and said goodbye. "Sorry, I wasted your time." "It's okay. Xiao Ai is willing to ask me. I'm quite happy." Waving to the two of them, Kurikawa Akane turned and walked towards the station. Duanmu Huai watched her figure disappear, and then he looked at Ruby. "What do you think?" "I don't know. Performance can actually be done like this. Kurikawa Akane is special. After all, she is the top star of the troupe. To be honest, I think her skills are weird when I see them. It's like a ghost." Hearing Duanmu Huai's complaints, Ruby had a complicated expression, but nodded in agreement. After all, it really looks like a ghost. "Speaking of which, sister, how did you convince her to play the role of the mother?" "Oh, I told her that you are a fan of Hoshino AI, and that you have hit a bottleneck in this area. I hope she can study and play the role of Hoshino AI for you. You can't just say that you want to see your mother, and I will take you to the hospital if you want to see her." "Is that so?" "Okay, let's go." "It's not over yet." "Where are we going next?" "To see a show." Duanmu Huai reached out and stopped a taxi. "Let's go." After that, Duanmu Huai took Ruby to a music festival venue. Compared with the ones that Ruby usually attends, the level of this music festival is not high. If compared with the football league, it is the level of the second-tier league. Most of the performers are underground idol groups, and the quality they show is also average. Ruby was confused by the whole performance. She didn't understand why Duanmu Huai took her to watch this, but she followed Duanmu Huai obediently to finish watching it, and then the two returned home again. Do you think there are idols who can compare with AI at today's music festival? Of course not. Ruby shook her head vigorously. So do you think they are useless? That's not really. Yes, even these underground idol groups, the C position of each group has its own shining points, although compared to AI, they are just starlight, but Duanmu Huai sat on the chair, turned on the computer, and played the video of Hoshino AI. Ruby watched the video without saying a word. They also have different brilliance, right? Ruby didn't say anything, just nodded silently. Then, the last question. Duanmu Huai waited for Ruby to finish watching the performance and stared at her. Back to the beginning, why do you want to be an idol? Do you want to be like Hoshino AI, or do you want to surpass her? Neither of them are correct. Ruby gritted her teeth, stood up, and shouted loudly. I just hope to stand on the stage with my mother and become an idol together. Very good, it seems that you already have the answer. Duanmu Huai stared at Ruby, who seemed to react to what he had just said. Then, it is also clear what you should do. Chapter 1614. In fact, Ruby's problem is very obvious, that is, she has been imitating Hoshino AI. Duanmu Huai is very clear about this. After all, she has been a fanatic fan since she was a baby, and he is tired of it. In fact, the answer is also very standard. Just tell her. Don't imitate Hoshino AI, just be yourself. But the reality is not so easy. Humans are the type that will not stop even if they know they will make mistakes. Not everyone can correct their mistakes. It's easy to say, but it's not so easy to really change. So Duanmu Huai gave Ruby a strong dose of medicine. He first found Kurikawa Akane. This person's ghost-possessed acting skills are indeed first class. Obviously, Ruby has been obsessed with Hoshino AI since she was born, but in imitating Hoshino AI, she is completely inferior to Kurikawa Akane, who spent 2 nights investigating materials and interpreting Hoshino AI after being commissioned by Duanmu Huai. Not only the tone and movements, but even the sense of presence can be imitated. This is the most terrifying part. When there is an enemy that you can never defeat, what any wise person will do is to change the track. So Duanmu Huai took Ruby to watch the idol performance at the music festival and told her that being an idol is not the only way to be an idol, and other idols are not copies of Hoshino AI. So in the end, Ruby finally understood her own thoughts. It is not to become Hoshino AI, nor to surpass Hoshino AI, but to perform on the stage with Hoshino AI. Then what she has to do next is very simple. Hey, Ruby wants to change herself? Emium looked at Ruby in surprise, and the latter nodded. Well, I was a little confused before, whether it would be good to go on like this, but now I understand that my goal is not to become Hoshino AI. I just want to be myself. The real me, so I want to change my image. Hearing Ruby's words, Emium and Foam bin Kazuka looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Huh? I'm glad you can think it through. Yes, you finally found this, and we are relieved too. Huh? Facing the two people's words, Ruby was surprised. Have you found out a long time ago? Well, of course, after all, we are together. Emium scratched his cheek and said with a wry smile, We have also seen it a long time ago. Ruby, you obviously don't just want to be an idol, but imitate someone. Then, why didn't you remind me earlier? Looking at your desperate look, we can't say anything. Toyohama Kazuka also took up the conversation at this time. Although I don't know what the situation is, that person must be very important to you. This is not a topic we can easily interrupt. It's not a trivial matter like you wore the wrong clothes today. Although Emium and I have discussed it, if you continue to be so distressed, we can only fight to talk. Is that so? Hearing this, Ruby threw her head on the coffee table. Woo-woo, if you had said it earlier, I wouldn't have been punished so badly by my sister. Sister? Yes, I told my sister about my troubles, and then she gave me a good scolding. Although it is also thanks to this that I can finally see the path I want to take, but this process is still very painful. After all, seeing someone acting more like a real mother than herself, and it was something she thought was absolutely impossible before. For Ruby, it was like seeing the sun rise from the west with her own eyes, and almost overturn common sense. For Ruby, this is much more painful than spanking. Is Ruby's sister an idol otaku? Toyohama Kazuka asked curiously. No, it should be said that my sister doesn't like idols, and she also hates idol otakus. She even said that idol otakus are people with mental problems. Wow, this is really... Hearing this, Emium and the others were speechless for a while. After all, this is indeed common sense in the world. At least in the eyes of society, idol otakus are indeed not serious people. But even so, your sister still supports you to be an idol? Toyohama Kazuka was somewhat surprised. I thought she would object. Well, my sister told me to do it if I wanted to. I was surprised that she didn't object. Ruby scratched her head, but soon came to her senses. Oh, forget it. I don't understand what my sister is thinking. Although she said I should work hard, what should I do now? Should I just show myself to the fans? Well, seeing Ruby in distress, Emium and Foam bin Hsiang exchanged glances. Then Emium smiled and reached out to pat Ruby on the shoulder. Although showing the real self to fans is one way, it doesn't mean that you have to show the real self completely. Everyone does this. Foam bin Hsiang also spread his hands. It's too scary to show the real self to fans completely. What we do is just to show one side of ourselves to fans. If you completely play a character that doesn't match yourself, you will only feel pain. But showing yourself completely will only hurt. So everyone will only show part of it. Take me for example. Although everyone says that I speak my mind, I don't say anything regardless of the occasion. I just speak a little more sharply. But those fans are quite fond of Xiaoxiang's tricks. Woo. MEM teased Fongbin Hixiang, and then looked at Ruby. Me too. I'm a fool, so it's enough for me to play such a foolish and funny role. I can say that my relationship with fans is that of good friends. We joke with each other and laugh together. Although some harassing text messages are annoying, it's fine as long as it's in front of the public. After all, even if you are a friend, you can't ask the other party to show everything to you. Yeah, that's true. Ruby carefully recorded the conversation between the two, but soon hugged her head again. But I still don't know what to do. Even if I say I want to show it, how can I show it? At this moment, a hand was placed on Ruby's head. She looked up and saw MEM looking at her with a smile on his face. It was a gentle smile that was different from the usual energetic one. MEM? I think so too. It's about time. Faced with MEM's incoherent talk, Ruby and Fongbin Kazuka were a little confused. Isn't Bikomachi becoming more and more popular now? People are becoming more and more interested in us. I think the secret about me won't be hidden for much longer. Ah. Hearing this, the two remembered that unlike a genuine high school girl like themselves, MEM was already 25 years old, and was just using the banner of claiming to be JK. Actually, there are quite a few people who know about me, including my high school classmates and some staff. After all, it's impossible to write false information on the contract. If this continues, it's probably only a matter of time before my real age is exposed. Then, are you planning to graduate senior? Ruby swallowed her saliva and looked at MEM anxiously. Although MEM is older, the two of them feel safe with her care. Even though she looks younger, MEM is a real member of society. There are many times when they don't know what to do, and MEM will come forward to deal with it with a smile. In this sense, Ruby and Fongbin Kazuka still rely on MEM. How is that possible? However, the next moment MEM patted Ruby's head with a smile. I have tried my best to get to where I am now, so let me show you how a reliable adult deals with this kind of thing. Don't forget to watch my live broadcast tonight. Soon, it was night, and Ruby and Duanmu Hui also sat in front of the computer, looking at MEM, who appeared in the camera. Good evening, everyone. There is an important matter to be announced today, and there is one thing I have to apologize to everyone for. Staring at the camera, MEM seemed a little nervous, but still spoke with his usual smile. Actually, I am not 20 years old. I lied about my age. I am so sorry. Hey. Faced with MEM's sudden self-exposure, the audience, who left messages, were also quite surprised. Really? No wonder the jokes are a bit old-fashioned. Why did you announce it only now? You can't tell if you don't say it? Hee. Looking at the messages from everyone, MEM smiled bitterly. Because my dream is to become an idol, even if I'm already a YouTuber, I still can't give up this dream. If I'm not young enough, people will definitely not accept such an idol. It's because of this thought that I can't help but lie about my age. If you feel that you can't forgive me, you can unfollow me. You can say whatever you want on SNS. But it is also thanks to this that I can be an idol in Bikomachi as I once dreamed of. I have an agency and other members who know all this and are willing to accept me and let me continue to do this job. Now I am really very happy, so... At this point, MEM closed his eyes. I don't want to hate myself, who used to call myself JK. This is also my true thought. Faced with MEM's confession, the people who left messages also had different opinions. Does MEM already have a grandchild? I still feel a little betrayed. It's better if he doesn't retire. Is there a possibility that MEM is still a cute boy? But lying is lying. It's good that I didn't cause trouble to the people around me. Of course, I don't think I can just talk to myself and get away with it, so... In order to make a break with the past, I want to challenge such a project from today. While speaking, MEM held up a big sign. Age unknown YouTuber MEM's way to become a self-proclaimed JD. This time, in order to obtain a true identity, I will seriously apply for college. I will never give up until I succeed. Huh? It has to be said that even the audience thought it would develop like this. What the hell is going on? Where did the tears just now go? The atmosphere was still very touching. I don't understand it anymore after reading this. So can we call MEM the big sister? Or call her aunt? Can we call MEM grandma? At first, some people accused MEM of lying, but later it became a carnival for people who were just having fun. Everyone used the unknown age to persecute MEM, and MEM was also happy to play this self-torture joke. For a while, the atmosphere in the channel became cheerful. Awesome. Looking at this scene, Ruby couldn't help but widen her eyes. She originally thought that once her real age was exposed, she would definitely be criticized and retired. Unexpectedly, MEM actually used this method to admit that she lied about her age, but did not disclose her real age. She used jokes to downplay the matter, and finally successfully minimize the impact of the matter. This is the social wisdom of adults. You need to learn more. Dwanmu Hwai said, as he reached out and touched Ruby's head. I'm not asking you to lie. After all, lies will be exposed one day. I'm not asking you to tell the truth. After all, the truth can hurt people. It's not bad like MEM. She admitted that she lied about her age, but she didn't tell her real age that would be inflamed. Instead, she had a way to advance and retreat. I know you want to be a real and unpretentious idol, but you also have to understand that truth and lies are not just a simple opposition. The gray area between the two is also very important. Staring at the screen, Ruby nodded thoughtfully. I understand, sister. Chapter 1615. You are really amazing. The next day, Dwanmu Hwai saw MEM and gave her a thumbs up. Oh, it's okay. Ahahaha, I just took a gamble. MEM scratched his head a little embarrassedly. But now it seems that everything is going well, which really makes me feel relieved. If someone like you continues to stay in the entertainment industry, sooner or later you will become a senior of the Taishan level. Keep working hard. Wait, even if my age is unknown now, this joke is too malicious. Faced with MEM's complaint, Dwanmu Hwai laughed. I leave Ruby and the others in your care. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, you can also come to me and the agency. Really? Of course, to be honest, I can't handle interpersonal relationships and variety show sense as smoothly as you, but some things are not enough for you alone. If you need my help, just ask. Don't worry, I won't be polite when the time comes. Although MEM couldn't understand what Dwanmu Hwai said, he still smiled and reached out his hand and patted Dwanmu Hwai on the shoulder. At this moment, the door of the agency opened with a bang, and then Magana, Kirikawa Akane and Ruby also walked in. In addition, Ms. Kyoko also pushed a flatbed cart with a large cardboard box on it. Seeing the cardboard box, Dwanmu Hwai's face changed slightly, but President Kyoko didn't care and pushed the cardboard box directly in front of him. Here, this is for you. This your share? No way, there are so many this year. Dwanmu Hwai wailed and collapsed on the sofa. Yumagana looked at the cardboard box curiously and asked, What is this? Fan letters? It's not that cute. This guy is not interested in fans. He just stuffed the fan letters said before into random places. President Jingzi pointed at Dwanmu Hwai speechlessly. This is an invitation to Xiao Ai to perform this year. So many. Hearing this, Yumagana, Kirikawa Akane and others were all surprised. Because this guy is lazy and only shoots one movie a year. So everyone took the initiative and wanted to book Xiao Ai's schedule at the beginning of the year. Otherwise, they would only shoot one movie and have to wait until next year after the shooting. Jingzi looked at Dwanmu Hwai dumbfounded and complained helplessly that she was speechless to have such a lazy guy in her own agency. There weren't many invitations before, but last year, Xiao Ai played the male lead in Today's Sweetness. Everyone recognized his acting skills in this area, so there were more invitations. After all, as long as Xiao Ai is filming with him, it's easy to invite some pure actresses, right? Ah, that's right. Ruby nodded. After all, if Xiao Ai plays the male lead, there's no need to worry about any scandals with the female party, and it doesn't matter if the scale is a little bit bigger. Yes, that's right, and Xiao Ai also won the Best Actor award at the end of the year. In addition, that lazy acceptance speech also let everyone know that this guy still doesn't plan to work hard, so... How can I put it? I feel so complicated. Staring at the invitations, Aramaka murmured in a low voice, her tone revealing envy and jealousy. You know, she took notices everywhere and went on stage non-stop, just to get more roles. But even if Aramaka was exhausted, she was only invited to second-rate movies and TV shows, and she played supporting roles. Unlike Dwanmu Hwai, who spent all day lying on the sofa in the office, slacking off and watching TV on his phone, he received constant invitations, and they were always the protagonists or first-line roles. It's really annoying to compare people. Hey, bring these over, and I take a look at them slowly. Aunt Kyoko should have screened them anyway. Of course, these are first-line invitations, and there are morning slots. Woo-woo. Aramaka was about to cry. These were the opportunities she desperately wanted, but she didn't have any, while Duanmu Huai had so many that he couldn't finish choosing. What does it mean that there are frozen bones on the road, and the rich are feasting and drinking? That's it. By the way, another important point is that these scripts are actually from film companies under Duanmu Huai, or TV stations and other institutions that he controls. It is precisely because of this relationship that these scripts are sent to Duanmu Huai. If there is no such relationship, Duanmu Huai will not even look at them. After all, making money for yourself is called making money, and making money for others is another matter. In fact, if you ask me, you should take fewer roles. Duanmu Huai glanced at Arima Kana, as if he guessed what she was going to say. Because you take too many roles, many directors will also have concerns about this. Really? Yes, you know that the directors who are in charge of the front line are all famous directors, and they are the kind of people who strive for perfection in their works. You take on so many dramas a year, which really makes them doubt whether you have enough time and energy to play the roles they want. From this point of view, I am much more relaxed. I only need to think about one role a year, so if those people think of playing a role, they will definitely look for me first. Is that so? Hearing this, Aramaka screamed in despair, and Duanmu Huai nodded. Last year, he also used his subordinate film company to find resources and connections for Aramaka, but many of them had doubts about her. The reason is that those directors are worried whether Aramaka has enough energy to film according to their requirements. Not to mention them, even Duanmu Huai looked at Aramaka's schedule and felt that it would not be surprising if she died of overwork on the set at any time. You are not a new artist anymore, you don't need to run around everywhere. Even if you need work, you can't just take it all. These words can only be said by Duanmu Huai. After all, although this is the matter for Arima Kana's agent to take care of, if the artist works hard, the agent certainly can't pour cold water on her. If the agent rejects Arima Kana's notice according to his own ideas, then Arima Kana will definitely quarrel with the agent. And other artists can't say such words to Arima Kana, otherwise they will be suspected of stealing work. But Duanmu Huai doesn't have this worry. After all, he only shoots one drama a year. Arima Kana's less work doesn't mean Duanmu Huai has more work. In addition, Duanmu Huai's own value is here, and Arima Kana will still listen carefully to what he says. Oh. So, I really didn't expect it, maybe I should also think about this problem carefully. Arima Kana crossed her arms, frowned and went to the side to think hard. And Kurikawa Akane, who passed by her, came over and sat next to Duanmu Huai, looking at him curiously. So what kind of invitation do you plan to accept, Shiai? Let me think. It's best to have a relatively easy role, go to scenic spots, have few lines, shoot for a longer time, and make more money. Ah, don't say it, I don't want to hear it. The wailing of the loser came from afar, just pretend you didn't hear it. After all, it's good for ordinary actors to have some acting skills, and it's rare to have someone like Duanmu Huai who is qualified to pick and choose. Of course, this is also because he is an investor in the movie. In the Japanese film industry, the biggest money sponsor is the biggest. In fact, many of the jobs that Magana and Kurikawa Akane have taken now are related to this kind of relationship. The investment in movies, TV series, and variety shows comes from Duanmu Huai's company, and then they will say, please take care of the artists of our company's Pro agency. Well, that's enough, there is no need to name names, any crew with a little sense will know what to do. Kurikawa Akane's work is relatively normal, but Magana has taken too many, so Duanmu Huai also needs to wake her up. After all, no matter what, she is an artist under his company, and actors are not idols. She can be squeezed for a lifetime, so she can't be wasted like this. Shall I will finish work at about 7 o'clock today. Do you want to go to dinner together? At this time, Kurikawa Akane came over with shining eyes and asked. Forget it these 2 days. I want to solve this problem first. Duanmu Huai said, pointing to the cardboard box in front of him. He didn't object to going out to eat with Kurikawa Akane. After all, it was quite interesting to eat out everywhere. However, Duanmu Huai was the kind of person who would solve the current troubles first and then enjoy it slowly. Now that the job invitation has come to the door, anyway, he has to make a decision first. Okay, let's talk about it in 2 days. Kurikawa Akane also obeyed obediently, then packed up and left. Soon, everyone walked out of the office again and started their day's work. Duanmu Huai lay on the sofa, eating snacks while starting to look through the invitations. Just then, the door of the office opened again. Good morning. Hey Mai, you're here? Duanmu Huai raised his hand and waved at Mai Sakurajima. You're a little late today. Because I'm off today, I just wanted to come and see you. Mai Sakurajima said as she walked into the office and looked around. Where are the others? They're all busy working. That's perfect. Mai Sakurajima walked to Duanmu Huai and sat down, then took out her cell phone and stuffed it in front of Duanmu Huai. Take a look at this. What is this? Are there any scandals or rumors about anyone? Duanmu Huai looked at the content on the phone curiously, but to his surprise, what Mai showed him was not a rumor or gossip, but an urban legend. Puberty syndrome? Yes. Are you interested in urban legends? No. Mai Sakurajima shook her head. Take a closer look. Well, let me see. Puberty syndrome refers to the incredible and special events that happen to adolescent boys and girls. Huh? At this point, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment and looked at Mai Sakurajima. Are you saying that the strange situation you had before was puberty syndrome? Yes. Mai Sakurajima nodded. Although my symptoms have disappeared thanks to you, I still don't understand why I have such a strange situation. Indeed, I have troubles, and I even wanted to disappear from the world at that time. But I am not the only one with similar troubles. Why do I have this situation? Indeed, this is also a very interesting question. Duanmu Huai put down the invitation in his hand, squinted his eyes, and stared at the message board on his mobile phone. This is the puberty syndrome section, which has various cases, including hearing other people's voices, seeing someone's future, or someone in someone else's personality swap. Such cases can be seen everywhere. Sakurajima Mai is right. There are countless people in this world who have similar troubles as her, so why is she the only one who has this symptom? Or other people also have this symptom, but because I didn't observe them, they really disappeared from this world. Sakurajima Mai trembled slightly. If that's true, then this world is too scary. For Mai Sakurajima, this is not a fantasy story on the internet, but a real reality. If Duanmu Huai hadn't noticed her, Mai Sakurajima would have completely disappeared from this world, and she wouldn't even be on the list of missing persons at that time, because Mai Sakurajima has never existed in this world. Just thinking about this, Mai Sakurajima felt a little chilly. Interesting. Unlike Mai Sakurajima, Duanmu Huai's eyes were shining at this moment. It seems that this thing is worth investigating. Chapter 1616. In fact, after dealing with Mai Sakurajima's troubles, Duanmu Huai became interested in the strange phenomenon that happened to Mai Sakurajima. However, he did not investigate further. The reason is simple. Duanmu Huai is not a theorist. If Lonnie, Lemuel or Fulilian were here, they might be able to use theory to explain what happened to Mai Sakurajima, or some kind of hypothesis, and then conduct a follow-up investigation. But Duanmu Huai does not have this ability. He is better at where to go, who to kill, and how many to kill. Mai Sakurajima herself has no clue about this situation, and Duanmu Huai is naturally even less likely to have one, so all he can do is keep Mai Sakurajima by his side and see what happens, just like waiting for a rabbit by a tree. Unexpectedly, this rabbit actually brought him a carrot. Puberty syndrome. A strange symptom that only adolescent boys and girls will have. The number of victims is unknown, but if all these posts on the message board are regarded as true, then the number is not small. The problem is not just here. As Mai Sakurajima said, if many people have the same symptoms as her, but disappear because they are not observed, then this is undoubtedly a threat to humanity. As a judge, Duanmu Huai certainly cannot ignore it. Duanmu Huai is more inclined to believe that this may be the effect of some kind of subspace infiltration. The fusion of the subspace and the real world will have an impact on the real world, one of which is that ordinary people will become similar to having some kind of superpowers. In the game, after players completed the first stage of the Ether Phase engine and upgraded the entire galaxy, many civilizations experience similar situations. And in many worlds, one of the effects of subspace infiltration is the distortion of the laws of reality. If we consider this point, then the situation of Mai Sakurajima can be understood. Mai Sakurajima hopes that she does not exist and is not recognized by others. Then she gained this ability. But this world does not allow this ability to exist, so the self-maintenance order of the world completely erases it to maintain the normal operation of the world's laws. And when Mai Sakurajima gave up this ability, the world gave up erasing it. The evidence is that the people in this world have seamlessly connected their memories of Mai Sakurajima. However, when Duanmu Huai read these messages, he found that the manifestations of puberty syndrome are basically mental abilities, and there are no similar situations such as able to fly in the sky, able to manipulate fire. In other words, the foundation of the physical laws of this world is still very solid, but mental power is another matter. This is also normal. The evil gods influence mortals by infiltrating from the mind. Illusions, whispers, changes in self-perception. The human mind is far more fragile than matter. It's just that investigating this thing is much more difficult than imagined. Duanmu Huai conducted some more investigations after that, but none of them had much effect. He also hired someone to sort out the information about puberty syndrome on the internet, trying to find out when and where the topic of puberty syndrome first started. In this case, maybe the scope of the investigation can be further narrowed. From this point of view, the investigation is quite difficult. Sitting in the family restaurant, looking at the phone, Duanmu Huai sighed helplessly. Just when he was about to put down the phone to order food, suddenly, a shout came from not far away. "No, Kasuki! We can't waste time here now." "Huh?" Hearing this voice, Duanmu Huai looked up and saw two young men in Yonggao uniforms sitting at the table next to him. Judging from their ties, they should be students of ordinary departments. The one who was shouting was a girl with fluffy blue hair, delicate and cute, and opposite her was a boy who looked ordinary. What the hell? A couple quarreling? Duanmu Huai was free, so he drank a drink and started eating melon. The blue-haired girl stared at the boy opposite and whispered, "If you don't pick her up quickly, Hualian will go to England. Is that okay? But Hualian said goodbye to me before. That means she hopes you will pick her up. What kind of love sitcom is this?" Seeing this, Duanmu Huai was speechless. Although he didn't know the ins and outs of the matter, just based on the three sentences of these two people, Duanmu Huai could imagine a plot in which a loser who secretly loves the hero wants the hero to chase the heroine. After all, isn't that how it's played in TV dramas? Speaking of which, this plot in TV dramas has been regarded as old-fashioned by people. Do you still play this in real life? Why do you know such a thing? I just know, because I have always been to Kasuki, the blue-haired girl said, lowering her head and looking at Duanmu Huai next to her with a speechless face. "Xingcai? Don't say it, it's okay." The blue-haired girl raised her head, stared at the boy, and then put a key on the table. "Go find her. Hualian is waiting for you. Is it okay? Hualian is a good girl. If you don't make her happy, I won't forgive you." "Thank you. I will go to Hualian to express my feelings." "Come on, if you get dumped, I will be kind enough to listen to your complaints." "Sorry." The boy grabbed the key and turned around and rushed out of the restaurant. Duanmu Huai shook his head when he saw the scene. This is the modern people who are poisoned by the bloody 8 o'clock drama. He said that there is no good in filming so many love triangles in TV dramas. Well, although it is played like this in TV dramas, in reality, isn't love something that comes with a quick hand and a slow hand? It's fine if you can have a harem, but if you can't, naturally you can't just fight to the death. Although the boy seems to like the girl named Hualian, isn't that what first love is like? As long as you stay by his side and comfort him, then you will be together naturally. Why do you have to do such a bloody TV plot? TV is for performance effects. You don't have many viewers here. Who are you doing the performance effects for? I won't pay you. Oh, it's so pitiful. This girl will probably go home and cry next. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai looked over there again. He had foreseen that the other party would stand up at this moment, wipe her tears silently, and leave like a zombie. However, the scene in front of him was beyond Duanmu Huai's expectations. The blue-haired girl stared at the empty seat opposite. Duanmu Huai thought she was missing the boy at first, but soon he found that the blue-haired girl was not looking at the seat, but the drink that was placed there, and had been drunk by the boy. Why does this development feel a little wrong? Just when Duanmu Huai was surprised, he saw the blue-haired girl reached out and took the unfinished drink opposite, staring at the straw inside. Wait, I haven't seen this kind of development in TV series. However, the blue-haired girl couldn't hear Duanmu Huai's fierce complaints in her heart. Her attention at this moment seemed to be completely attracted by the straw that had just been bitten by the boy. She stared at it, and then she opened her mouth and held the straw in her mouth. The beautiful girl protagonist of the tragic love story instantly turned into a suspicious stalker pervert. Woo! However, the pervert didn't realize this at all. She closed her eyes in fascination, and sucked the remaining drink in the cup. As for whether she was thinking about indirect kissing, or I took his body fluids into my body, Duanmu Huai didn't know. Perhaps it was because her wish came true. At this moment, the blue-haired girl finally regained consciousness and looked around. Then her eyes met with Duanmu Huai, who was staring at her. At this moment, the air froze. Cough, cough. The next moment, the blue-haired girl suddenly coughed loudly, and the remaining drink sprayed out of her mouth and nose, looking extremely embarrassed. Duanmu Huai turned his head silently, and looked at the phone in front of him again. I didn't expect that the old-fashioned love triangle in the 8 o'clock drama would have such a follow-up plot. It really broadened my horizons. However, immediately afterwards, Duanmu Huai saw the blue-haired girl coming over and sitting opposite him. Duanmu Huai silently swiped his phone, hoping that she would be tactful and leave by herself, but the other party obviously did not have such an idea. Kusuki is my childhood sweetheart. Oh, this doesn't seem to be my business. When he put on the ring made of white clover for me, he also said that he would marry me. As she spoke, the blue-haired girl looked out the window, and tears appeared in her big watery eyes again. However, Duanmu Huai, who saw the perverted behavior just now, really couldn't sympathize with her. But he will never marry me again. Wow. Huh. Looking at this scene, Duanmu Huai sighed silently, and took out a tissue, and handed it over. Don't cry, wipe it off. She was crying so hard that I couldn't eat. After a while, the blue-haired girl stopped sobbing and collected all the tissues on the table. Thank you, Duanmu classmate, I didn't expect you to be so gentle. You know me. Among the students in Yangdong, only a few don't know you. The blue-haired girl smiled at Duanmu Huai. I'm Yanami Kuna from the general department. Hello, Duanmu classmate. Hello, I'm Duanmu AI. Duanmu Huai silently shook the other's outstretched hand, and then Yanami sighed silently. Karen, you are indeed my important relative. But you know what? She just transferred here in May. But Kusuki and I have been together for 12 years. Oh, sorry for the wait. Here is the extra large portion of fries you ordered. Thank you. Yana reached out, took the fries, and ate them with big mouthfuls of sauce. At the same time, she had tears in her eyes. Kusuki clearly said he wanted to marry me as his bride. Chewing, isn't that too much? He's a liar, mouthful. By the way, when did that happen? I wasn't even in elementary school at the time. I was probably 4 or 5 years old. Oh, that's basically two timing. Just because a slightly cute transfer student with big breasts appeared, he immediately fell in love with someone else and left me aside. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. This honey sauce is quite delicious. Woo. Are you going to eat it, cry, or talk about it? Choose one, okay? So were you dating before? Duanmu Huai raised his doubtful question. The scene just now didn't look like a scene of cheating. When he heard his question, Yunajian's face suddenly changed. We are almost dating. If that cowgirl hadn't shown up, we would have started dating right now. Didn't you just say that she is your important friend? And, both of our parents approve of our relationship, which is a big advantage, right? When it comes to marriage, a harmonious relationship between the two families is also very important. How can you lose this? I didn't lose. Hearing this, Yunajian suddenly became anxious. And now it's not really a win or a loss. Maybe he will change his mind at a critical moment. That's that. Duanmu Huai responded casually. Maybe when he arrives at the airport, he will find that the other party has already left by plane, and he can only come back in despair. Yes, that's it. Yunajian slapped his hand on the table, his eyes shining with excitement. At that time, I will comfort Kusuki and then express my feelings to him. At that time, Kusuki will know that I am better than that slightly cute cowgirl. Do I need to remind you, you called her relatives and friends before? Is there any misunderstanding about the concept of relatives and friends in this world? However, the next moment, Yunajian laid down on the table in depression. But it's useless. Kusuki is chasing her, which means that in his heart, Karen is more important. Whoa! That cowgirl actually showed off her wedding dress in front of me, and it was obviously me who did it first. Woo! Big mouthfuls. Are all women who have been heartbroken so emotionally unstable? Seeing Yunajian stuffing French fries into his mouth and crying bitterly, Duanmu Huai couldn't help it. Waiter, I want a set meal. The person opposite was eating so deliciously, and then I remembered that I hadn't eaten lunch yet. Chapter 16-17. For Duanmu Huai, the most troublesome thing after rebirth is going to school. Especially after high school, there are more and more things to learn, but Duanmu Huai is not so serious about learning. Of course, most art school students are just muddling through their grades, and Duanmu Huai is no exception. Even in a school with a deviation value of 40, Duanmu Huai's grades in the performing arts department are just in the middle. It is actually very easy to understand. Study is for work, work is for making money, and making money is for living. Then the question is, does Duanmu Huai, who has an agency, a film company, and controls media, TV stations and websites, still need to make money? Of course not. Even if he does nothing now and no longer acts, just lying down and eating dividends is enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. So Duanmu Huai decisively touched it. What else can he do? He is not a top student, and he doesn't study the essence of the world or anything like that. He can now earn more money in a year than a salaried worker can earn in a lifetime. What motivation does he have? No, thinking about it makes him want to touch it even more. So after they get out of class at noon, Duanmu White quietly slipped out of the classroom. The Performing Arts Department and the General Department use different teaching buildings, separated by a multi-purpose building, which is mainly used for club activities. This place is basically only used by students from the General Department. The students of the Performing Arts Department are so busy that they don't have time to participate in any club activities. So the back of the multi-purpose building is the most uninhabited place, which is also one of the reasons why Duanmu Huai came here. Another reason is, what's wrong, Yanami? Duanmu Huai shook his phone and looked curiously at the blue-haired girl sitting at the stairs. This was another reason why he came here. After class, Yanajian sent a text message to Duanmu Huai, asking him to come here and meet him. Since he was free anyway, Duanmu Huai came to take a look. He also wanted to know the follow-up of yesterday's incident. By the way, how did it end yesterday? At this moment, Yanajian was sitting on the stairs, with dull eyes, looking at the blue sky above her head like a dead person. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, she opened her mouth and spoke in a weak voice, like a zombie. Last night, Kasuki's sister called me and said that she couldn't contact Kasuki and asked me if I knew where Kasuki went. Why didn't Kasuki answer the phone at that time? Is he doing something that is inconvenient to answer the phone? From the perspective of the love game, the man named Kasuki should be entering the kind of memory event that can be collected at this time. I was thinking that his phone must have run out of battery, so he couldn't answer the call. Well, it's okay if you want to use this reason to convince yourself. And then? Today he and Hualien came to school together, and then reported to me that they started dating. Ha ha ha. Yana was laughing, but her laughter was flat, and then she turned her head and looked at Duanmu Huai with her dead eyes. Help me. How can I help you? Hualien said that after school, the three of them would go to karaoke together. Am I going to be forced to listen to their chorus? Isn't this telling me to go to hell? Why don't you just refuse? For example, you just started dating, so you don't need to consider me, or you can just say you have something to do this afternoon and can't leave. Duanmu Huai didn't understand what Yanajian was struggling with. If he didn't want to go, he didn't have to go. That's right. I might as well join a club. That way, I won't be forced to watch them show their affection. So, help me. How can I help you? Go find a club with me. Forget it. I'm pretty free anyway. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. He had to say that Yanajian really satisfied his soul of eating melons. Although it's not good to say so, he was quite happy to see Yanajian's pitiful look of persecution. There is no progress in the investigation of puberty syndrome. Now we can only take one step at a time. We are free anyway. Just take it as a reward. After all, there are not many opportunities to eat melons in a love triangle at close range. Then let's have lunch. Ah, don't you want to eat? I usually don't eat lunch at noon. Lose weight? I heard that many people in the Performing Arts Department need to control their diet. Oh, I'm just too lazy to do it. Kyoko followed Ruby to the field every day and had no time to get up in the morning to cook. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to do it. There were too many people in the canteen, and it wouldn't kill anyone to eat one meal a day, so Duanmu Huai simply skipped lunch. No wonder you look so thin, Duanmu classmate, you should eat more. That's right. While eating the lunch box, Yunai seemed to remember something and stretched out his hand to Duanmu Huai. I pay you back if you can help me pay. Didn't I say I could treat you? That's not possible. Yanami shook his head. I'm not so shameless as to let others treat me to a meal. How much is it? Are you sure? I'm sure. Okay then. Duanmu Huai took out his wallet, found the receipt from it, and handed it over. Yanami took the receipt and unfolded it. Strange, has the amount increased? Didn't you order food with that guy named Kasuki before? He ordered steak, you ordered salad and soup, and then ordered a hamburger set and dessert. When Duanmu Huai was attracted by their quarrel, he remembered that there was no food on the table. At that time, Duanmu Huai thought they hadn't eaten yet, but later when he saw the bill, he found that they had already finished eating. In other words, the two people went to a family restaurant, ate a big meal, and then started to get entangled, quarreled, and then staged a bloody drama. It's really unfair to others, but not yourself. If the couples in the prime time of 8 a.m. also ate first, and then quarreled, I wonder if the ratings would be good. Oh, the man didn't pay when he left, probably he completely forgot about it. Then you ordered a large portion of fries. Then, there was a watermelon muffin, and finally pork salad udon. Eating salad won't make you fat. Yanai saw the convincing answer. Indeed, eating salad won't make you fat, but the problem is that you didn't just eat salad. Where did all this go? Duanmu Huai was completely incredulous when he saw Yanajian's slender waist. How is it? Wow. Looking at the receipt, Yanajian was quite tangled, which was normal. For Duanmu Huai, this was just pocket money, but for an ordinary student like Yanajian, it was not the case. By the way, how about this? Suddenly, Yanajian seemed to have thought of a good idea and clapped his hands. How about I make a lunch box for you? Bento? That's right, Duanmu classmate, don't you not eat lunch? This is not for losing weight or maintaining a good figure, so how about I make a lunch box for you as a debt? Then your lunch box is very luxurious. As mentioned before, for Duanmu Huai, this is a small amount of money. But for Yanajian, this is a lot of money. To make a lunch box of this price, it must not be an ordinary lunch box. So you rate my lunch box every time, and I will help you until you pay off your debt. So you plan to pay in installments. After hearing Yanajian's suggestion, Duanmu Huai thought for a while. Okay, then I look forward to your cooking skills. Duanmu Huai doesn't need to diet to lose weight or maintain his figure. He doesn't eat lunch simply because there are too many people buying things, and he is too lazy to cook. If Yanajian is willing to help, then he has no reason to refuse. No problem, leave it to me. Yanajian patted his chest excitedly. But on the other hand, I leave it to you after school. Well, leave it to me. For Duanmu Huai, the opportunity to see the fun of a love triangle up close is rare. Soon, it was time to get out of school in the afternoon. When Duanmu Huai came to the school gate, he saw Yanajian soon. She was following a man and a woman. Duanmu Huai had seen the man in the restaurant that day. I remember he was the one called Kasuki. The woman had long pink hair and a super good figure. Even in the performing arts department, she would attract attention. Well, Yanajian is already a beauty, but this girl is obviously better. Mainly. Duanmu Huai's eyes moved downwards, and finally understood why Yanajian called her a cow monster. At this moment, the two people in front were talking and laughing, and Yanajian was behind them. Although she was smiling and seemed to be very integrated, if you look closely, you will find that Yanajian's hand holding the school bag has begun to burst with blue veins. It's a pity that she can resist not throwing the school bag on the other person's head. That's about it. Duanmu Huai admired it for a while, and then walked towards them. Hey! Seeing Duanmu Huai coming over, the people on the opposite side were obviously a little surprised. Although Duanmu Huai was a celebrity in this school, and even to put it extremely, there was no student in this school who had not seen the movie he acted in. But as a student, Duanmu Huai from the Performing Arts Department and the General Department should have no intersection at all. So why did he appear here? Under the surprised gaze of everyone, Duanmu Huai walked in front of the three people and spoke to Yanajian. Yanajian classmate, I finally found you, let's go. Hey! Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the boy named Kasuki looked at Duanmu Huai with some surprise, and then looked at Yanajian. Shingsai, do you know? Duanmu? Classmate? We met by chance outside before, and that's how we got to know each other. Duanmu Huai said lightly. I need her help today. Is there a problem? The man and woman looked at each other, then looked at Yanajian, who breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, No problem, Duanmu-san. Chapter 1618. Oh, thank you Duanmu for saving me. If it was a little later, I would have grabbed the cowgirl's breasts. Having finally escaped from the sea of suffering, Yanajian said this to Duanmu Huai as the first sentence. Are you really good friends? You're welcome. But I might be besieged by my classmates tomorrow. After all, I know you. Everyone must want to know how we met. At this point, Yanajian's expression was a little bitter. Are you going to tell them that I witnessed the scene when you were dumped by that boy? Ah, I feel depressed when I think of this. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Yanajian shook his head. Duanmu, what club are you going to join? At this moment, the two have come to the bulletin board, where club recruitment notices are posted all year round. If there is a club you want to join, you usually start from here. Aren't you the one who wants to join the club? Wouldn't it be more reassuring to have companions? And I'm also curious about what Duanmu thinks. Club. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but recall the Demon Club of Rias and the Wind Band Club he had encountered in the demon world. However, he joined as an advisor at that time and never enjoyed club activities as a student. Maybe it would be interesting to try? I will definitely not join the sports club. Why? Is it because of physical reasons? Yanani looked at Duanmu Huai, and Duanmu Huai shook his head. Sports clubs usually have to play games, right? If I want to film, I can't make it in time. Ah, that's true. High school sports activities are not good even if they make it to the national competition, but Dwanmu Hwai has performed in first-line movies, which are incomparable in terms of influence and popularity. Then, drama clubs, light music clubs, etc. Are we here to pick a fight? Professional artists joining high school clubs? What kind of dimensionality reduction attack is this? It's not the kind of entertainment program that makes NBA stars look like old men to play street ball. And Yonga's clubs are much weaker than those of other schools. After all, this is a performing arts school, and there are countless similar professionals who would show off in front of Guangdong. Then what do you think, Dwanmu? Faced with Yanajian's dumbfounded question, Dwanmu Hwai thought for a moment. If there is a club that studies supernatural phenomena, I'm quite interested. There is no progress in investigating puberty syndrome through the internet, and it takes time to filter the information. In Dwanmu Hwai's memory, such student clubs are generally very enthusiastic about looking for supernatural phenomena, and they may find some clues. Dwanmu, are you a supernatural enthusiast? Not really, I'm just a little curious. After all, I have made many films of this type, but I have never really seen supernatural phenomena. Come to think of it, I have seen several horror films you acted in. As he spoke, Yanai looked at Dwanmu Hwai with emotion. When you think about it, it's really amazing. A super famous actor actually goes to the same school as us, and is right next to me now? I've seen you on the screen before, but it still feels incredible. It feels unreal that people in the movie have come into reality. Maybe, just like in the movie, you get into trouble if you get involved with me. Maybe that's not bad. But our school doesn't seem to have any clubs in this area. While talking, Yanajian glanced at the notice on the bulletin board. In short, the literary clubs are all in the West Building. Let's go and take a look. You can't tell anything just by looking at the notice, so you'd better go and see the content of the activities in person. Because it's a school with a relatively low deviation value, it doesn't pay much attention to grades, so the students who come here are more likely to enjoy school life, and there are many different clubs. But Dwanmu Hwai and Yanajian looked around and didn't find a suitable club. It's really strange. I thought any club would be fine, but I didn't expect that there are surprisingly few suitable clubs. Walking in the corridor, Yanajian tilted his head in confusion, and Dwanmu Hwai shrugged his shoulders. Let's not talk about that first. I didn't expect that Yanajian is quite popular in the general department. Because of Dwanmu Hwai's popularity, Yanajian went to every club to lead the way. As a result, many people in the club started screaming and even became uneasy when they saw her. Even if some clubs were not so enthusiastic about her occasionally, they immediately became a star-chasing scene after Dwanmu Hwai entered. I think the comic research is quite interesting. Everyone watches anime and comics together. But don't they also draw comics and do cosplay? I have a feeling that this group of people will definitely ask us to participate in the game. Although the president of the Comic Research Club said that it would be fine even if we just showed our faces casually, it can be seen from the way the members stared at the two that they definitely did not think so. What about the video game club? I am quite interested in playing games. Games? I am not familiar with them, but I don't resist them, but the interpersonal relationships in that club make me feel a little sick. Speaking of this, Yanajian looked like he was swallowing a raw rhubarb and pressed his stomach. The video game club consists of 2 men and 3 women. They also showed a very welcoming attitude towards Dwanmu Hwai and Yanajian. However, during the visit, Dwanmu Hwai and Yanajian found that the relationship between these 5 people was complicated. The pink-haired girl seemed to be dating the big boy, but was closer to the other small boy. The blonde girl seemed to like the small boy, and the small boy was closer to the pink-haired girl, but the big boy who was dating the pink-haired girl cared more about the other blue-haired girl. It felt like a circuit diagram, which was complicated. Although Dwanmu Hwai still wanted to watch the show in the special seats, Yanajian seemed to have a psychological shadow after seeing this scene, and her expression was distorted, so Dwanmu Hwai had to take her away. There are fewer people in the biology department. There is only one person, but I can't understand what she said at all. Yanajian held his head in silence. There was only one girl in the biology department, a petite girl wearing glasses. Her personality was rather cold, but that was nothing. But the problem was that Dwanmu Hwai and Yanajian could not understand what she said at all. What quantum mechanics, what entanglement, what, just hearing it made their heads swell. Sure enough, this thing was not something that a poor student like him should get involved in. Oh, by the way, that food research department seems quite interesting. Yanajian clapped his hands excitedly. You just want to eat, so why not join? The director and the deputy director of that research department seemed to be childhood sweethearts. For some reason, Yanagian looked out the window with a dead look in his eyes. Yes, and she also said that the director was her property. At that time, Yanagian's expression was as if she had been stabbed in the face, and was told, "There is nothing inside." Duanmu Huai wanted to put his hands together and burn incense for her. It was really miserable. Yeah, ha ha ha, I really envy her. If I had that kind of courage, if I had said that in front of Karen. Whoa, Kusuki. Damn, PTSD strikes again. No wonder Yanami chose not to join the food research department in the end. This is really bad for the mind. So, you must not join a club with boys and girls together. As he spoke, Yanami clenched his fists. Students' main job is to study. A single man and a single woman in a closed room, making noises in the name of a club, this is absolutely not allowed. At this point, Yanagian's eyes became blank again. By the way, if I don't go, Hualien and Kusuki will go to karaoke together, 2 people, a man and a woman, in a closed box. Ha! But it's too late for me to go now, and what can I do even if I go? They are already dating, and I'm just Kusuki's childhood sweetheart. Do you want a lollipop? Yes. Yanagian grabbed the lollipop handed by Duanmu Huai, and then bit it hard, feeling like biting someone's brother. So the art department can't participate, right? That's right, the people over there look at us like we're thieves. I don't want to be a sneaky cat. In fact, if you want to see if there are any emotional problems within these clubs, Duanmu Huai and Yanagian can almost see it at a glance, and the reason is very simple. Yanagian is also a very famous beautiful girl, not to mention Duanmu Huai, who is also a well-known actor. If 2 beautiful girls want to join, any girl in the club who has a crush on a boy will be like a formidable enemy. This happened in the art club before. The boy who was the head of the club welcomed the 2 to join, but one of the members seemed reluctant. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai and Yanagian didn't know what was going on, so they found a reason to leave. It seems that it's quite difficult to find a club. Originally, the 2 thought that it should be easy to just find a club to join, and they didn't have any special requirements. As a result, it turned out to be much more difficult than they thought. Are there any other clubs here? There seems to be one here. Yanami looked at the sign on the door next to him, and tilted his head in confusion. Classics Club? What kind of club is this? You know when you go in? Duanmu Huai said, as he walked to the door and knocked. Soon, a voice came from inside. Come in. Sorry to bother you. Duanmu Huai opened the door and walked in. Then, he saw a girl sitting quietly at the table, holding a novel in her hands. She had a smooth and beautiful black waist-length hair that reminded people of Yamato Nadeshiko. The overall feeling she gave people was that of a literary girl, except for her round eyes that blinked, as if full of vitality. Hey, Katenda-san, you're here? Duanmu Huai naturally didn't know her, but Yanami seemed to know her. Are you friends? Yes, we are classmates. Seeing that it was a familiar person, Yanagian was relieved and introduced to Duanmu Huai with a smile. Let me introduce. This is Katenda Eru, my classmate. Katenda, this is Duanmu Ai from the Performing Arts Department, you should know her. Indeed. I have heard of your name for a long time. The girl stood up and bowed respectfully to Duanmu Huai. Hello, nice to meet you. I am Katenda Eru. Oh hello, I am Duanmu Ai. Duanmu Huai waved his hand as a return greeting. To be honest, such a polite attitude made him a little uncomfortable. Yanami-san, why are you here? We are here to visit the club activities, and want to find a club to join. Is that so? Hearing Yanami's answer, Katenda Era clapped her hands, and showed an excited expression. So, do you 2 want to join the classical club? Chapter 1619. What does the classical club do specifically? Yanami asked curiously, and in response to her question, Katenda Era thought for a moment, and tilted her head slightly. The classical club, also known as the Classical Literature Club, mainly focuses on reading. Right. Duanmu Huai looked at her in confusion. How could someone not even know what their club does? I'm very sorry. Katenda Era stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Because when I came here, there was no one else in the classical club except me, so I don't know what to do here. How can this thing still exist today? Wait, so we can do anything here? Hearing this, Yanami's eyes lit up, and she was frightened by her momentum, while Katenda raised her hand in surprise. That's not the case. After all, it's the literature club, so we should have literature club activities. So we can read books, drink tea, and eat snacks here? For Yanai, The latter two are the most important. Ah, yes, that's right. Then I join. Yanai turned around excitedly and looked at Duanmu Huai. Duanmu, join us too. We will have an activity base in the future. Whether we drink tea or eat, we can enjoy it in private without being disturbed. No need to be forced to watch those damn love scenes. Even if there is something annoying to call me, I can refuse with the reason of sorry, I have club activities. It couldn't be better. Oh, that's fine. Duanmu Huai didn't object. After all, they couldn't gather at the escape ladder behind the building every day. And Yanajian's reason was indeed good. Having such a place to relax comfortably was quite appropriate. And the classical literature department, doesn't it sound very elegant? In the future, when people ask me what club I join, I just need to say the classical literature department. As she spoke, Yanajian lifted her hair. Wouldn't it have the temperament of a literary girl? But it's exposed as soon as you open your mouth. If someone asks you about classical literature, how will you answer? That's easy. Yanajian laughed. Beef and vegetables are both indispensable spiritual walls, so I just say it like this. Who said this? Dazio Samu. Did he say this? I said he said it, and he said it. Oh, I see. So it's the same as Lu Sun, right? In fact, Duanmu Huai has no right to say anything about Yanajian. He doesn't like to recite classical Chinese either, no matter which country it is from. But anyway, Duanmu Huai has played roles, like the Princess Ghost in the Warring States period, so it's no problem for him to recite a few lines of classical Chinese. Anyway, what Yanajian said is not wrong. A club without seniors has no rules. Everyone can do whatever they want, even having afternoon tea under the banner of the Light Music Club. Joining in, it doesn't seem to be any harm. So Duanmu Huai wrote his name on the application for admission. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, this is just a small matter, but what he didn't expect was that this matter spread faster than he thought. The next day when he went to school, Duanmu Huai received a text message from Ruby. Sister, what did you do at the general department yesterday? You also know about it. Everyone has spread it around. You went with a girl from the general department, didn't you? Oh, I went to join a club. Hey, sister, you actually joined a club. I didn't even join one in junior high school. Ruby's surprise can be seen from the 3 exclamation marks in the text message. I have nothing to do, so why are you guys still talking about this? After all, my sister is the most famous person in Yongao, and she went to the general department like that. I didn't hear you say you knew a student from the general department before? We met by chance a few days ago, so we got to know each other. That's good. I was always worried when I saw my sister alone every day, but now I can finally rest assured. I won't die even if I don't have friends. This is what people without friends would say. Duanmu Huai quarreled with Ruby for a few more words and decisively turned off his phone. But soon, someone else came to cause trouble. Why did you go to the general department? Why are you bothering me too? Duanmu Huai knew who the person was just by looking at the hat on his head. Is it not okay? Everyone is saying that you left with a girl from the general department. Arima Kana widened her eyes and stared at Duanmu Huai. Who is that girl? What year in class is she in? Where did you meet? Are you interrogating me? Faced with Arima Kanai's relentless pressure, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. We just happened to meet and get to know each other outside of school. Because I wanted to join a club, I asked her to take me to see it. Hey, joining club activities? Shall I? Aramaka looked like. Are you kidding me? How do you have time? How can I not have time? I only shoot one movie a year. That's right. By the way, the location for this year's movie is Hakone. We go there during the summer vacation and escape the heat. Ah, I'm so mad. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Aramaka was so angry that she wanted to jump up and down. Damn it, one day I show off in front of you. Then I wait and see. Looking at Aramaka, who turned away angrily, Duanmu Huai laughed and waved at her. Luckily, Aramaka was so angry that she didn't ask him what club he joined. No, it would be useless to ask. After all, unlike Duanmu Huai, Aramaka doesn't have time to participate in club activities. But it can be imagined that it must be more troublesome for Yanai to see him there. Duanmu Huai was relatively lucky. No one dared to come up and talk to him, but Yanajian was definitely not so lucky. As it turned out, Duanmu Huai guessed right. I'm almost exhausted. When Duanmu Huai walked into the classics department at noon, he saw Yanajian slumped on the table as if he was about to die. Since this morning, people have been asking me how I met you and what we did. It's like an interrogation hell. Someone asked me similar questions. So how did you answer? It's just like what we agreed before. We met by chance outside the school, and then you wanted to join the club. so I was responsible for leading the way and introducing you. At this point, Yanagian seemed to remember something and silently took out a box from his pocket. By the way, this is today's lunch. What's wrong with you? You don't look very happy. Looking at Yanagian holding the lunch box with a bitter face, Duanmu Huai also asked curiously. When I prepared 2 lunch boxes, my mother told me that Kusuki would be happy. Ha ha. With no emotion, Yanagian's expression at this moment was no different from hanging. Why don't you just tell your mother that the man is dating other women? Duanmu Huai felt that Yanagian only needed to say one sentence, and the problem would be solved. However, the family of childhood sweethearts may also have their own difficulties. Ah. Yanagian sighed silently, then stared at Duanmu Huai with wide eyes. How much is this? By the way, she brought the lunchbox to pay off her debts. Duanmu Huai reached out, silently took the lunchbox opposite and opened it. Bento. In Japanese animations and comics, this seems to be a kind of warm word, but in fact, before Duanmu Huai traveled through time, he had enjoyed bento when he was a child. The so-called bento is actually putting food in a lunch box. Well, let me say it again. The so-called bento is actually putting food in a lunch box. Duanmu Huai still remembers that when he was a child, the school was far away from home, especially in winter. Everyone would bring a lunch box with the leftover dishes and rice from last night, and then take it to the class, and put the lunch box on the heater or stove. Wait until the class is over at noon, and then open the lunch box to eat lunch. Yes, that's right, it's something like this. It's obviously the same thing. Why does calling it a bento sound more advanced than calling it a lunch box? It's really confusing. By the way, Japanese schools still have bento now. It's just that there are no good restaurants near the school. If there is a takeaway, no one would want to eat leftovers. Of course, the beautiful girls cooking is another matter. Rice, fried chicken, omelette, octopus sausage. The dishes are very rich, but the quantity is just average. Forget it, Japanese girls usually have small stomachs. No, this one doesn't count. 350 yuan. Well, it's not bad. By the way, can I ask the evaluation criteria? According to my experience of eating lunch on the set. As expected, you will eat on the set when filming a movie. Of course, eating on the set when filming a movie is commonplace. However, actors of Duanmu Huai's level have their own exclusive makeup cars, so they don't have to squat on the street corners like extras. The two chatted with each other, and then finished their lunch. To be honest, cold rice is really boring. Duanmu Huai has already started to consider whether to put a microwave in the club office. Yanagian packed up the lunch box, then went to the window and looked out, staring blankly at the track and field team practicing on the playground, without saying a word. Duanmu Huai walked to Yanagian's side, and saw that her eyes were filled with tears. What's wrong? So, I was really dumped. Of course I know I was dumped, but maybe my body can't accept it yet. Just now, I suddenly had this feeling, all this is not a dream, it's all reality, I was really dumped. Yanagian raised his hands and stretched. Nothing will change if you are dumped. Everything around you will only move forward, and I can only move forward with it. That's how life is. Duanmu Huai shrugged. Just like on the battlefield, no matter how badly you are injured, no matter how many comrades fall around you, you must keep moving forward under the hail of bullets until the battle is over. I can't quite understand this. Yanagian chuckled and turned to look at Duanmu Huai. Duanmu, if you get dumped once, you might understand this feeling. I don't want to be dumped, but who can say for sure about love? Duanmu Huai also stretched. It's not that he doesn't understand Yanagian's thoughts. Just like Gu Leia and Mary have been with him for a long time, Duanmu Huai also thinks they will always be with him. But the truth is not like this, not to mention and Gu Leia, Mary, and I are just friends, and I haven't confessed to Mary. What if Mary has another beloved man in the future? Speaking of which, although there was no battle in this world, it made Duanmu Huai think about the problem of feelings. Sure enough, some things still need to be made clear. Like Yanagian in front of him, it is a counterexample. But, Yanagian. Do you know what love is? To be honest, I don't know very well. I just know that I like Kusuki and want to be with him. But I don't know whether this is love or not. Yanagian stared at the square. I used to think that I would always be with him. After all, you see, everyone in the class thought we were dating. And I was somewhat confident in myself. I could say that I never thought I would be in this situation today. Then, if Kusuki hadn't made the decision at that time, and that Karen hadn't gone to England, would you have confessed to him? This time, facing Duanmu Huai's question, Yanai didn't answer for a long time. I don't know either. In the end, She only left this sentence. Chapter 1620. After that, Duanmu Huai began to enjoy the club life in high school. Well, as a student, it was the first time. After all, before crossing over, Duanmu Huai's school did not have such a high-end club. Everyone's goal was to study and take exams, so there was no time for club activities. Although Duanmu Huai also served as a club consultant as a teacher, it was different from participating in it in the end, and the wind instrument club had many people and many things, which was also annoying. The classical department was much better. There were only 3 people in total, and it was easy to get along with them. There were not so many things. By the way, the classical department did not have much funding. After all, it was a weak club, but Duanmu Huai did not need to consider these boring things. The reason was simple. The classical department had its own club room, so as a member, it was natural to put your personal belongings in the club room. Similarly, as a member, it was normal to borrow things from your companions. So before long, the whole room was filled with Duanmu Huai's personal belongings, including but not limited to microwave ovens, coffee machines, and even tea sets. And a small refrigerator. Sitting on a chair, Yanajian drank coffee with a satisfied expression on his face. Here, it's simply heaven. I can eat steaming hot meals and drink warm coffee. But is it really okay? Take these things to the club room to use? Others gave me a lot, and the warehouse is almost full. I have to use them. By the way, these things were either given by the manufacturer after Duanmu Huai filmed an advertisement, or they were souvenirs received from participating in the show. Because there were too many things and there was no place to put them, it was considered to be a good use of them to bring them to the club room. Actually, if possible, I would like to put a sofa bed here, but it's too conspicuous and troublesome. Duanmu Huai sat on a chair, scrolling through his phone, mainly reading news about Shinmuguang. After that, things progressed as Duanmu Huai expected. With the report coming out, Katios Yura had to hold a press conference, saying that she just met Shinmuguang by chance in the bar that night, and the two had a few drinks together, that's all, and it has nothing to do with the black gold incident. In fact, this news was not even a headline, and it was soon drowned in gossip. But for Duanmu Huai, the news itself is very important. After that, in the name of shareholders, he asked the companies and TV stations below to stop dealing with Shinmu office. The reason was very simple. Just look at the report about Katios Yura. People in this industry naturally prioritize avoiding risks. Katios Yura was suspected just because he had a drink with Shinmuguang. If you continue to have business dealings with Shinmu office, wouldn't that be an exchange of interests? You don't want the police to investigate, do you? The last sentence is a killer. The entertainment industry is definitely not a spotless place. Let alone other things. Just the economic issues. If you really want to investigate, you can find a lot. After all, nothing can withstand careful research, right? So soon, this group of people decisively cut off contact with Shinmu office. With their lead, other companies and TV stations followed suit. Duanmu Huai certainly couldn't control the entire Japanese entertainment industry, but he knew that the Japanese had this kind of herd effect. Once someone takes the lead, others will follow suit. Before long, Shinmu Agency became deserted, and no one visited it anymore. The artists who had signed contracts with Shinmu Agency also changed jobs one after another. An agency that could not bring them work was useless. In addition, the company's funds were seized before, which led to the agency's funds being unable to turn around. Many related parties filed lawsuits against Shinmuguang, demanding debt repayment and repayment. Shinmuguang was also forced to spend a lot of money to solve these troubles. Of course, these are all small matters that can be settled with money, but there are also things that cannot be settled with money. The Tokyo District Public Prosecutor's Office conducted a compulsory investigation on Shinmuguang and prosecuted him for bribery. He has been detained. The ending. Either he will go to jail or pay a sky-high fine. Anyway, no matter which one, Duanmu Huai will not lose. But it's not over yet. This is just the appetizer. Duanmu Huai doesn't care. He has plenty of time to waste with the other party. And in this way, even if Hoshino AI wakes up in the future, she can't blame herself. It has nothing to do with herself if Hoshino AI doesn't forgive Kamiki Hikaru, right? Click. At this moment, the door opened, and Katanda, the last person in the classical club and also the head of the club, appeared. Ah, hello, I brought Japanese sweets today. As she spoke, Katanda smiled and raised the paper bag in her hand. Perhaps inspired by Duanmu Huai, after Duanmu Huai brought his personal belongings to the club room, Katanda followed suit and brought desserts every day. According to Katanda, These were all gifts from guests who visited her house. Since they couldn't finish them anyway, they might as well bring them to the club room to enjoy together. Of course, it goes without saying who welcomes this the most. Japanese confectionery. Great. Yanagian jumped up, ran to Katanda's side, and leaned over to look at the paper bag. Ah, this is the dessert from Hyokado. It's so good, I've always wanted to eat it. I go make tea. Yanagian also hummed a song while making tea. How to say it, it feels like a pet kept in the club room. Soon, Yanagian made tea, and the three of them started to enjoy the snacks at the table. At this time, Katanda looked at Duanmu Huai a little embarrassedly. Duanmu classmate? Actually, this is a little hard to say, but there is something I hope you can help with. Help? Yes. I don't know the details. Anyway, someone I know found me, and said that he hopes to get Duanmu classmates' advice and guidance. I don't care about that. Then, is it okay for the club time after school in the afternoon? Sure. Although he didn't know what it was, Duanmu Huai didn't care, and Katanda was greatly relieved. Soon, it was time to get out of school. When Duanmu Huai and Yanami came to the club room again, Katanda was already waiting there. In addition to her, there was another girl with a more serious expression, and the whole person gave people the atmosphere of a class monitor. Seeing Duanmu Huai coming, she also hurriedly stood up and bowed to Duanmu Huai. Sorry to bother you all, I'm Irisu Fuyumi. So what does this Rusu-san want to talk to me about? Duanmu Huai glanced at him, and then sat down. Actually, this is hard to talk about, maybe it's just my fantasy. While speaking, Rusu-san took out a DVD. Please watch this first. Do you need to go to the audiovisual classroom? No, I have a computer here. There is a laptop in the club, but Duanmu Huai usually uses it. He took the CD and put it into the CD-ROM drive, then started it. Then, an image appeared in the computer. The picture quality was average, and it looked like someone was holding a camera and shooting it. The background was a classroom with several students sitting inside. Next, let's discuss the theme of the cultural festival. Several people were talking around the table. The content was mainly that the cultural festival was coming, so their class planned to shoot a movie. The theme of the movie was set in an abandoned village nearby. Then the screen was turned off, and then turned on again. This time, everyone was filming on a country road. Then they came to the abandoned villa used as the filming site. Then everyone went to search separately. Then one of them didn't come back. Then the others went to find him together, and then found his body. Well, in short, it was a horror movie shot in a documentary style. It was just right for those small crews without money, but Duanmu Huai and Yanagian were not interested in watching it. The reason was simple. The students in it had no acting skills. All of them were stupid, spoke without emotion, and looked at the camera at every turn. There was no sense of substitution at all. And after the first person's body was found, the video ended abruptly. Only Katanda was staring at the computer with great interest, as if recalling the plot just now. What do you think? To be honest, it's terrible, but for students, this is the standard. Duanmu Huai spread his hands, and gave his own evaluation. It was filmed in the style of a documentary, which is a common method used by small crews with insufficient funds. There is nothing special about it. It feels like something copied from those horror movie plots. Frankly speaking, even if this is shown at the cultural festival, I guess no one will watch it. That's right. ISU nodded. Our class did consider filming a movie at the cultural festival. To be honest, it's really an unimaginable decision. In the performing arts school, where artists gather, a group of ordinary science students decided to make a movie. This is just like a group of sports students performing how to treat diseases in front of medical students. Their brains are broken. Although it's a general department, we are also members of the performing arts school, and everyone hopes to be associated with the performing arts career in their own way. Well, that makes sense. After all, to put it in an extreme way, as long as there is a script and actors, you can act in a movie. Even now that mobile phones are so advanced, you don't even need a camera. Anyone can make and publish micro-movies on the internet, and the threshold is much lower than that of doctors. Indeed, we ourselves find it unimaginable, so we haven't decided yet. Duanmu Huai looked at Ruxu-san in confusion, and then looked at the computer screen next to him. You've already shot a sample, and you're telling me a ghost. However, at this moment, ISU-san spoke up. We didn't shoot this. Sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. I mean, this DVD was not shot by us. At least, in the memory of all the classmates in our class, we have never shot a movie, and we don't know the students who appear in the video. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel that the temperature in the club room has dropped. Maybe it was shot in the past? No. Yusen shook his head, then zoomed in the video, and then replayed it, pointing to the place where everyone was meeting at the beginning. All the backpacks here are the school bags of our students. So someone took advantage of your absence and ran to your class to shoot this video? We also asked the teacher, but no one knows who these students in the video are. But why did you come to me? Duanmu Huai looked at the other party in confusion. This is the classics department, not the reasoning department, and he is not a detective. You have found the wrong person. Because hasn't Duanmu filmed many movies of this kind? I think you might know something about this. So you mean, you want me to help investigate this matter? Yes, if it's your conclusion, everyone will be convinced. Why? Because hasn't Duanmu often played the kind of smart and scary role in the movie? That's the impression I have in your mind. Nod. To be honest, everyone is very uneasy. Before the cultural festival, such a strange thing happened. Is it some kind of bad omen? As she spoke, she looked at Katanda. Katanda and I are friends, and I heard that you, Duanmu, joined the classical club, so I wanted to ask for your help. It's just a DVD? Isn't that a big deal? It's not that simple. As Isu spoke, she took out a book. This is the script. Script? Yes. We actually had a meeting before and decided what theme of the movie we wanted to shoot. We asked a classmate with creative experience to help write the script. Oh. Duanmu Huai opened the script, glanced at it, and then found the problem. The lines here are exactly the same as in the DVD. Yes. Can I ask when the script was written? The day before we found the DVD. So you finished writing the script the day before, and the DVD appeared on your desk the next day? Well, strictly speaking, it's not finished, because you just started writing the day before, so you're only halfway done. Hearing this, not only Katanda's eyes lit up, but even Yanami came over curiously. Is that why there's only the beginning in the DVD? Maybe. You don't know the students who starred in it? No. Looking at Isu's decisive answer, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes. Could this be also some kind of puberty syndrome? Chapter 1621. Make Pro Agency. It was still as quiet as ever, or rather, a little too quiet. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Xiao Ai these few days. Kurikawa Akane looked around the agency in confusion. Did she go to film? Sakurajima Mai also asked curiously, and after hearing their thoughts, Kana Arima, who was sitting next to them, grabbed a handful of potato chips angrily. What filming? She is now singing praises to youth, singing praises to youth. What do you mean? That guy went to participate in club activities, joined a club called something. Kana Arima scratched her head and looked at Ruby, who was sitting on the other side, who answered hurriedly. Classics Club. Yes, the Classics Club, I think that's what it's called. I went there once before. It was so irritating, we were so busy here, but she was in the club room singing praises of youth with other girls. I feel unhappy when I think about it. Kana, why don't you join too? Ruby couldn't help but complain at this time, and Arima Kana glared at her. Do you think I have time? Ruby also laughed dryly. Under normal circumstances, students in the performing arts department will not participate in club activities. The reason is very simple, there is no time. Students who are not popular should seize the time to hone themselves and debut and become popular as soon as possible. Students who are popular should take advantage of their popularity to take more notices, and do their best to maintain their life as an artist. In this case, naturally there is no time to participate in club activities. It may take 100 years for someone like Xiao Ai to appear. Let's not learn from her. Arima Kana had already given up. Is Xiao Ai participating in club activities? On the contrary, Kurikawa Akane was more concerned about other things. Are there girls in the club? There are 3 people in the club, including Xiao Ai, all girls. Arima Kana seemed to have done some research, and now she was talking about everything. One of them is Yanami Kuna, who is pretty cute and quite popular in the general department. The other one is Katanda Eru, who seems to be the daughter of a good family. Well, both of them have pretty good personalities, and should be able to get along with Xiao Ai. Yanami was rated by Arima Kana as pretty cute, which was not wrong. After all, in the entertainment industry where there are so many beautiful women, it is already a good evaluation to have such a sentence. Those whose appearance is below the standard line are probably not even considered human, but completely goblins. Is that so? Hearing Arima Kana's answer, Kurikawa Akane pondered for a moment. Is it too late for me to transfer there now? What are you thinking about? Why do you want to transfer for no reason? I also want to sing praises of youth with Xiao Ai. Aren't you going to rehearse a new stage play next? Kurikawa Akane didn't say anything, but just looked at Arima Kana angrily, who chuckled and rolled her eyes. Only Sakurajima was beside her, looking thoughtful and silent. So, everyone talked about these topics in the office. Back home, Ruby also told Duanmu Huai what happened in the office, and Duanmu Huai laughed out loud. Not bad, not bad, let them be jealous. When they are old and ugly, they will know that youth is gone forever. Ha ha ha. Sister, if Kana knew what you said, she would definitely quarrel with you. Don't worry, she can't quarrel with me anyway. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Actually, I am a little envious. I also want to spend my youth with everyone. Ruby threw her head on the sofa, and then complained with her hands and feet. But you can't go to the dome if you join the club. Yamgao doesn't have an idol club either. Even if there is one, it's impossible for you to go to the dome. Woo. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Ruby pouted in dissatisfaction and stared at him. At this moment, suddenly, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Who is it? Hearing the doorbell, Duanmu Huai and Ruby were both stunned. You know, although their address is not strictly confidential, it is not public, and outsiders can't know it. And this apartment has double access control, so salesmen can't come. If you want to talk about it, it's the neighbors. But they don't know the neighbors, right? I go and see. Duanmu Huai stood up, walked to the door, and turned on the intercom. Then he saw Sakurajima Mai standing outside. I'm Sakurajima Mai who just moved next door today. The latter smiled and spoke to the intercom as if they were meeting for the first time. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. Come in. Duanmu Huai sighed silently and opened the door. Ruby was naturally surprised by the appearance of my Sakurajima, but she was still very happy. Does Mai live next door to us? That's great, we will be neighbors in the future. Me too, I didn't expect Xiao Ai and Ruby to be next door, I was shocked. You lied. When you had puberty syndrome and had nowhere to go, I stuffed you here for several days. Of course, Duanmu Huai would not be bored to expose Mai's words. It was just a simple greeting from the neighbor, but my Sakurajima stood up after a short greeting after entering the house. By the way, you haven't had dinner yet, I cook. Hey, it's not good to bother Mai. Ruby was obviously a little surprised, looking at Duanmu Huai for help, and Duanmu Huai nodded. It doesn't matter. Since Mai said she wanted to make it, let her do it. We haven't decided what to eat yet. Well, okay. Ruby was open-minded. She frowned and thought for a moment, then stopped thinking and continued to watch TV. Duanmu Huai took the opportunity to go to the kitchen, and now saw Mai cutting vegetables neatly. There are no ingredients in the refrigerator. I can only cook curry. Is that okay? I will buy vegetables when I come back tomorrow. If there is anything you can't eat, tell me in advance. Oh, this is not your home. Do you really plan to come to my house for dinner every day? Then why do you live next door to me? Duanmu Huai just complained in his heart and then retracted the subject. By the way, I encountered an incident today that might be puberty syndrome. Oh! Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, my Sakurajima paused and handed over a potato. Please peel it for me. Okay. Duanmu Huai took the potato and peeled it while telling my Sakurajima what happened in the club today. My Sakurajima frowned. You mean the script hasn't been written yet, but a DVD shot according to the script has appeared, and no one knows who the actors are? Yes, after that, I checked the roster of Class F and didn't find those people, but? There are a few blanks on the roster. Hearing this, my Sakurajima turned her head. You mean, you suspect that those people are like me, and cannot be recognized by others? It's not clear yet, but this matter is indeed a bit strange. I plan to investigate, and see if I can find any clues. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Can you believe it? The group of people actually voted to make the film. Voting? Yes, the squad leader showed me their meeting minutes. Most people voted for movies for the cultural festival. Then most people chose mystery movies. Just like that, they voted on each item, even the filming location, how many people would die in the script, and how they died were all voted on. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai shook his head speechlessly. I am speechless that they are shirking responsibility to this extent. If they really don't want to do it, they might as well not do it. Duanmu Huai hated Japanese culture the most, which was this kind of ambiguous stuff. As mentioned before, in Japanese culture, once someone took responsibility, it meant that the whole society could impose justice on him. It was also because of this that the Japanese were unwilling to take responsibility, so they came up with this method to disperse the responsibility. At that time, even if the movie was bad, it would be the responsibility of the whole class, not a certain person. When reading the meeting minutes at that time, Duanmu Huai was speechless. If you all do this, you might as well not do it. What the hell is this? If Duanmu Huai encountered this situation himself, he would just quit. If that's the case. Hearing this, my Sakurajima thought for a moment. Maybe the problem is not with those few people, but with others. What do you mean? Xiao Ai said before that the film was bad. That's how it is for beginners. But it's bad. That's true. Whether it's the camera movement or the acting, there's nothing qualified. I guess. They may not be able to accept this situation. Faced with Sakurajima Mai's answer, Duanmu Huai was a little surprised. What do you mean? You naturally hope that the things you work hard to shoot will be good, or at least of average quality. If the quality is so bad that it's horrible, then for other students, isn't it a waste of time? You are just an ordinary student, not even a performing arts major, so it's not surprising that you have such a result. Indeed, Xiao Ai is an artist and would think so, but in fact, I think you also know that the audience doesn't really care about these things. Oh, that's true. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately understood what Sakurajima Mai meant. He recalled that before he traveled through time, a director once invested hundreds of millions to make a movie, but the box office was a big flop. Then the director broke down and scolded the audience on the internet for not understanding art and appreciation, while the audience scolded his movie for being boring and a complete waste of money. Yes, it's that simple. When shooting something for people to watch, regardless of the skills or artistry, in the final analysis, it still depends on whether the audience finds it interesting. The audience will not care how much money you invested in your movie, how many stars joined, and what new technology was used. They only care whether the movie is good or not. Similarly, for outsiders, it doesn't matter how much Class F paid for the movie. What matters is whether it is good or not. From this point of view, the movie is completely out. So you mean that the people in Class F think this movie is too bad and want to forget it subconsciously? Just like forgetting the dark history? But why are the actors disappearing? Because they are outsiders, they can't tell whether the lighting, music, camera, script and other things are good or bad. But the acting is very intuitive, and you can tell whether the acting is good or bad at a glance. Maybe they think that there is no problem with the part they are responsible for, and it's just that the acting of the actors is too bad. We have encountered this kind of thing many times. That's... Duanmu Huai sighed silently. When filming movies and TV series, such discussions often appear. The audience doesn't understand the technology, but they can tell who is acting well or not. So at this time, the actors are the ones who take the blame. Experts may be able to give fair evaluations, but laymen. So what you mean is that they think those actors ruined their work, and if they were gone, the movie wouldn't be so bad, right? It's always the most convenient to blame others, not to mention voting. When most people think you are guilty, then you are really guilty. The so-called minority obeys the majority, that's it. But for Duanmu Huai, he is better at turning the majority into the minority. To be honest, if this really makes a few people disappear out of thin air, then this puberty syndrome is a bit too scary. Duanmu Huai touched his chin and picked up another potato. What are you going to do? I talked to them again, thank you for your advice, I have a good idea. Duanmu Huai said with a sneer. My Sakurajima's statement reminded Duanmu Huai of the time when he was the advisor of the Wind Band Club, when Nakasego Kaori and Kusaka Reina had a big fight over the solo spot. At that time, many people in the Wind Band Club stood on Nakasego Kaori's side, believing that Kusaka Reina should respect the elderly and love the virtuous. Japanese people are like this, always like to hide behind others, and the same is true for Japanese. When it comes to ambiguous expressions, no language can compare to Japanese. In the final analysis, these ambiguous expressions are all to avoid taking responsibility. At that time, those people in the Wind Band Club did not want to be thought of as hating Kusaka Reina, so they launched the cover of Nakasego Kaori, which sounded quite plausible. But in the final analysis, they just didn't want to take responsibility. In fact, this can be found in TV dramas. When Japanese people are angry, they will directly shout to each other. You are responsible for me, be responsible. Or, call the person responsible out. In the eyes of people from other countries, the Japanese can't even get angry. So what's the point of being responsible? Can't you curse harder? WTF 3 times in a row is better than this. But in the cultural context of Japan, this sentence is basically equivalent to go to hell. There is no difference. So you see, the Japanese are just whining and hesitating like this. The students in Class F are the same. If, as my Sakurajima said, they want to avoid being blamed, so they unconsciously hope that those actors will take responsibility and make them disappear. Then Dwanmu Hwai doesn't mind making these idiots really realize who is the makeshift team. Chapter 1622. The next day, Dwanmu Hwai found Ruxu again and asked him only one question. Do you think you can do better than the DVD? Of course. Ruxu nodded without hesitation. I really have no idea of my own ability. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. After hearing Ruxu's answer, Dwanmu Hwai smiled. In that case, I have a suggestion. Let's go there and shoot once this Sunday. Huh? According to your script and the content of the DVD, we will shoot again according to your current script. But we haven't decided on the actors yet. Just leave it to me. Although he didn't know what Dwanmu Hwai wanted to do, Ruxu didn't object. But when the students of Class F of Year 2 arrived at the shooting location on Sunday, the people who appeared in front of them stunned the students. Really? Why on a rare day off do I have to go to this damn place? Arima Kana wore a sun hat, put her hands on her hips, and looked at Dwanmu Hwai with an unhappy face. The latter naturally didn't care about Arima Kana's complaints. I heard from Ruby that you are jealous of me singing about youth, so I want to bring you along for this rare club activity. What's wrong with that? Woo. We are going to film here. It seems a bit interesting. Kurikawa Akane walked around, looking around curiously, while Sakurajima Mai next to her was talking to Yanami and Katanda. Hello, I'm Mai Sakurajima. Are you Yanami and Katanda? Oh yes. Looking at Mai Sakurajima, Yanami was a little nervous and nodded quickly. I heard Xiaoyai talking about the club. She always makes things difficult to deal with. Please take care of her. No problem. I think Dwanmu is a good person. Huh? Hearing Mai Sakurajima's words, Yanami tilted his head in confusion. What did he say just now seemed to be a little wrong. Then that? Dwanmu, what is this? At this moment, Iasu came up tremblingly and talked to Dwanmu Hwai uneasily. Oh look, I've called the actors. Dwanmu Hwai pointed to Kana Arima, Akane Kurikawa, Mai Sakurajima, Yanami and Katanda behind him. Get ready to shoot. Is this really okay? It's no wonder that Irisu-san is so nervous. You know, those standing here are all first-line actors, not to mention Dwanmu Hwai, Magana, Kurikawa Akane, Sakurajima Mai, all of whom are well-known and popular stars. And this is just a microfilm shot by a class. Is it necessary to use such a luxurious lineup? Even Yanami and Katanda are both well-known beauties in the general department. What virtue do I have to ask them to film? We won't help you finish it. Huh? We're just performing for you, so that you can see the model of actors. After all, some things can't be noticed just by talking. Speaking of this, Dwanmu Hwai smiled. Some things can only be effective with contrast. Ah yes. I go get ready now. Iasu was obviously stunned by the scene in front of him. After a while, he came back to his senses and hurried back to the class to make arrangements. Dwanmu Hwai looked over there and sneered, then walked back. Dwanmu. At this time, Katanda also came over curiously. Is this the solution you mentioned? Why can this solve the problem? I'm just trying it. I'm not sure if it can be solved. But Dwanmu, you must be sure of doing this. As she spoke, Katanda clenched her hands and stared at Dwanmu Hwai with wide eyes. I'm curious. If it is successfully solved, I will explain it to you. Yeah. She looked like a quiet and virtuous girl, but now she seemed very lively and nodded vigorously. Dwanmu. At this time, Yanai also came over with some uneasiness. Do you really want Katanda and I to appear as well? We have no acting skills at all when we are with you guys. Actually, the performance is surprisingly simple, and the script this time doesn't require much acting skills. Just treat it as a real outing. By the way, Dwanmu Hwai took out a bag of potato chips. Wow, what is this? Cucumber potato chips. You don't have to worry about anything, just take this bag of potato chips and eat them. Okay. Yanani took the potato chips, turned around and ran away with a smile. Watching her walk away, Sakurajima Mai, who was standing next to her, came over and spoke to Dwanmu Hwai in a low voice. Are you really going to do this? Try it, after all, there is no other way. But have you ever thought that maybe this will make them even more unwilling to face reality? We talk about it later. Dwanmu Hwai waved his hand. For me, doing something is better than not doing it. See, didn't the ancients say so? If the cuckoo doesn't sing, kill it. As he spoke, Dwanmu Hwai shook his head and walked towards the second year F class. And Sakurajima Mai looked at his back and sighed silently. That's what Oda Nobunaga said. After talking with Sakurajima Mai, Dwanmu Hwai walked to the F class again. They seemed to be arguing about something at this moment. What are you doing? Ah, Duanmu classmate. The people who were arguing saw Duanmu Huai and hurriedly stopped. Classmate Irusu hesitated for a moment and spoke. We are reassigning the candidates, after all. Indeed, the big star came to his class, and he must want to get the best shot, but no one can bear the responsibility of making a mess, so they are shirking responsibility. As expected. Looking at the embarrassed expressions of everyone, Duanmu Huai's mouth curled up slightly. No need to reassign. Haven't the previous candidates been arranged? Ah, that's right, but... We said, we are not here to help you shoot, we are just giving you some comparative guidance on acting. Also, how you shoot is your own business, we won't interfere. Ah, so? Okay, please hurry up, everyone's time is not loose. After hearing what Duanmu Huai said, the people in Class F could only grit their teeth. They also knew that big stars like Magana and others would not be able to take such a relaxing holiday. Moreover, Duanmu Huai also said that he would only accompany them for half a day. Now there was really no time to continue arguing about such things, so they had to follow the previous assignment. There was nothing much to say about the filming itself. As mentioned before, this was a pseudo-documentary filming. To put it bluntly, one person held a camera or even a mobile phone and walked at the back, and then filmed the people in front. Frankly speaking, the filming of Class F was terrible. There was no lighting, no correction, and even the photographer sometimes needed Duanmu Huai and others to say hello before he knew how to move the lens. Fortunately, everyone was a professional actor, and improvisation was easy for them. Even Yanami and Katanda performed quite well. As long as Yanami had food, he didn't care about anything else. Katanda seemed to be easily immersed in the role, and even forgot that she was filming while chatting with others. She just kept nodding, as if she really regarded herself as a student on a picnic. This is also good, after all, pseudo-documentary needs immersion. Because the script itself is not long, and everyone is professional, basically it is done in one go. After shooting the first dead person according to the script, the group returned to the school and reshot the remaining shots. Then we have something to do in the afternoon, so let's go first. After the shooting, Arima Kana waved her hand and dragged the reluctant Kurikawa Akane away together, while Sakurajima Mai nodded to Duanmu Huai and then followed the two out. Fortunately, today is Sunday, and there are not many people in the school, otherwise their arrival would definitely cause a sensation in the whole school. This is my first time participating in a movie shooting, and it feels quite fresh. Yanami expressed his thoughts while eating sabae. And Katanda looked at Duanmu Huai with some surprise. Is this okay? Didn't the meeting in the classroom happen at the beginning of the script? For a layman, shooting in the order of the story is also a method, but in fact, shooting often depends on the situation. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and continued to explain. For example, it is difficult to obtain filming applications in some places. In this case, it is definitely impossible to apply several times in sequence. Therefore, on the set, everyone tends to shoot all the scenes needed in one place first. Some movies even shoot the ending immediately after the beginning, and then go to other places to shoot other parts. After all, movies are not stage plays, and they don't pay attention to continuity. For example, this scene can be put at the front when editing later. Oh, so that's how it is. The three of them walked out of the classroom, one eating and the other chatting. At this time, I saw Ruxa coming over and bowing deeply to Duanmu Huai at 90 degrees. I'm so sorry to bother you again. It's okay, everyone is just here to relax, don't worry, then I look forward to your masterpiece. After saying this, Duanmu Huai smiled at Ruxu, and then turned around and left with the two of them. Xiaoyi is really cold. That night, my Sakurajima said this to Duanmu Huai while sitting at the dining table. By the way, Ruby has a program to record today and hasn't come back yet. When Duanmu Huai got home, my Sakurajima was already wearing an apron and cooking dinner in the kitchen. Where did she get the key? By the way, today's dinner is stewed potatoes with meat. Really? I understand what you mean. You want them to understand how bad they are. Obviously, we professionals have joined, but the pictures taken are still terrible. Then, even if they are not happy, they will realize that the problem lies with themselves. Yes, that's it, but they may escape from reality more because of this. For example, the other party is a professional after all, so it is natural that we can't take good pictures. Indeed, there is this possibility. Duanmu Huai nodded. Maybe those students will never come back. I also said that this is just an experiment, I guess. That's why I said that Xiaoyi is really cold. Sakurajima Mai sighed silently. Although it's just a guess, it's a few lives after all. If it were me, I would definitely feel a heavy responsibility, and would never make a decision easily. That's true. As a judge, the lives of just one or two people are nothing. If necessary, even the lives of millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of people can be sacrificed. But if puberty syndrome is true, then there will be more than a few victims. Duanmu Huai spoke. So we must investigate it clearly before that. Sakurajima stared at Duanmu Huai and frowned after a moment. Xiao Ai, you seem to be very interested in this kind of thing? Well, because I am a supernatural enthusiast, otherwise why would I go to make a horror movie? Is that so? That's it. Duanmu Huai did not answer, and Sakurajima did not ask again, and the two of them finished dinner in silence. Then I go back first. Aren't you waiting for Ruby? I also have work tomorrow, and I plan to go back to review. Sakurajima walked out of the door, and then returned to her own home next door. There is usually no one here, and there is no life. And Sakurajima sat on the sofa and curled up. So scary. Xiao Ai just now was scary. Sakurajima raised her hand, and then found that her hand was shaking constantly. When she was talking to Duanmu Huai just now, Sakurajima was keenly aware of this. Why investigate such a thing? Xiao Ai was obviously driven by a sense of obligation, but the problem was not here. The problem was, she really didn't seem to take other people's lives seriously. Yes, Sakurajima could feel that Duanmu Huai really wanted to save the missing students and solve the strange incidents in Class F. But he didn't have the idea of how serious the consequences would be if he failed. It's not that he didn't think about it, but that he didn't care at all. It's like those missing people, if they died, they were really dead. Duanmu Huai didn't care about their life or death. That's why he was able to make such a decisive decision and take action. Most people would worry. After all, this kind of tightrope walking method might make the situation worse. Just as Sakurajima reminded Duanmu Huai before, the people in Class F might lose more confidence in the performance and completely wipe out everything. In this case, the missing students would never come back. From a certain perspective, this can be regarded as carrying the lives of others. But Duanmu Huai didn't care. For him, the important thing is to solve this matter. As for whether those people live or die, it seems that Duanmu Huai is not concerned about it. Just like the white mice in the experiment. If they die, just find new ones. Duanmu Huai gave Sakurajima this kind of cold atmosphere. What happened to Xiao Ai? Curled up on the sofa, Sakurajima couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Chapter 1623. On Monday afternoon, Duanmu Huai learned about the situation of Class F from Yunajian. Today I went to Class F, and the atmosphere was very solemn. It felt like a wake. While poking at the lunch box in front of him worth 380 yuan, Duanmu price, Yunajian said. Everyone sat on the chair with a solemn expression and lowered their heads, not saying a word. It was obviously the end of get out of class, but the class was quiet. It made other people a little afraid to say more when they walked past their class. I don't know what happened there. Was it because the previous photo was not taken well? Of course. Duanmu Huai took a bite of the omelette and answered. It's a miracle that a bunch of amateurs can shoot a good movie. But Duanmu classmate, you all came on stage. Even Kurikawa Akane and Sakurajima came. Can't this be shot well? You underestimate the filming of movies. Faced with Yunajian's completely brainless question, Duanmu Huai shook his head, then turned on the computer and played the DVD again. In fact, this DVD itself has many technical problems, such as too strong shaking and here. When the camera shifts, the middle is pitch black, which is simply because the lighting is not in place. The voice is sometimes loud and sometimes soft, which is a problem with the sound recording. When shooting a real movie, although you may see only 2 people talking on the screen, there are at least 20 staff members around these actors who are responsible for various levels of work, from lighting, sound, and sound recording to shooting, and even artificial blowing and raining. These are all the responsibilities of the staff. You can't really take a camera to shoot it. If it's that simple, then why do those directors make big productions? It turns out that there are so many tricks to making movies. After listening to Duanmu Huai's explanation, Yanami and Katanda were both surprised. Yes, in fact, many times, other parts are more important than actors. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. You also know that sometimes there are some famous actors who make bad movies. Why do you think they make such bad movies? In fact, no actor wants to make a bad movie. Everyone hopes that they can do their job well, and then make a well-received movie. But the reality is not that simple. What actors can do is to perform through the script. After that, they can only leave it to fate. Because the quality of a movie depends on not only the actors, but also the editing and soundtrack. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. But the problem is that the actors can't control this part. The director may not necessarily use the part you think you performed well. So in the end, the actors have no idea what the director will do. This is why when you see a lot of bad movies being promoted, the actors are full of confidence. It's not that they are simply lying, but more that they really think the movie is good. But when the movie comes out, it's completely different from what you imagined, so it's naturally finished. The crew is so important. Katanda clenched her hands at this moment, and couldn't help but sigh. Of course, otherwise, wouldn't it be better for the actors to take a camera and shoot the movie themselves? What's the point of having a director and a crew like this that is completely made up of amateurs, not to mention Kana and Mai, even gods can't save them. If they still don't understand, it can only be said that it's their own problem. That's why the atmosphere is so low. Amateurs are like this. Duanmu Huai curled his lips. It's just like writing a novel. Everyone thinks it's easy to write a novel. Even when reading a novel, they think, what the hell, I can think of this idea, but when they really start writing, they are more dumbfounded than each other. It's the same with idols. It's not that you can become an idol just because you think you are beautiful and can sing. There is no such easy thing in the world. Of course, for a simple cultural festival, they don't need to have any professional standards, but they just need to know that their ability can only shoot this kind of thing. What do you think Duanmu will do? Katanda also leaned over at this time, staring at Duanmu Huai with curiosity and excitement, and asked. I don't know, there are all kinds of possibilities. In the final analysis, it depends on the result of their majority vote. Duanmu Huai's words were obviously malicious, but unfortunately neither of them heard it. So, after school, Isu came to the classical club again. Duanmu. She bowed 90 degrees again. We have deeply realized our shortcomings and stupidity. We will use your performance as a benchmark, practice hard, and strive to shoot a qualified movie at the cultural festival. As long as you are happy. Yes, Tanaka and the others are also very happy. It is also very inspiring for them to witness your acting skills with their own eyes. Tanaka? Oh, sorry. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Isu raised his head and smiled embarrassedly. They are the actors who performed in the mystery movie we filmed before. After watching your performance, we realized that we had thought that filming was too simple before. So we have unanimously decided to change the subject matter. At least, we will not take the risk of filming such a difficult thing again. Oh. I wish you all the best. Thank you. Watching Isu leave, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes, and Katanda beside him also breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. This way, everyone should be able to rest assured. Sure enough, asking Duanmu for help was the right decision. Yanami? Duanmu Huai glanced at Katanda, and then looked at Yanami, who was grabbing Sabe and stuffing it into his mouth across the table. Do you remember why Arisu-san came to us? Didn't Class F want to make a movie, but felt that their acting skills were too poor, so they asked you to guide them? I see, it turned out like this. Both Yanami and Katanda had completely forgotten about the mysterious disappearance. To them, the whole thing started with Class F wanting to make a movie, but because it couldn't reach the level they expected, they asked Duanmu Huai to guide their acting. It was really a random setting. So this happened? After returning home, Duanmu Huai explained to Mai Sakurajima, who also showed the same expression. It's really strange. In my memory, I seem to remember that Xiao Ai asked us to go because Class F didn't know their own abilities, so you hoped that we could give them a little professional shock. Sure enough, even your memory has become like this. Although he had expected it, Duanmu Huai frowned when he heard Sakurajima Mai's answer. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I would have thought that Xiao Ai was joking, but... No way, Class F really experienced the puberty syndrome incident? Maybe this is why puberty syndrome has always been just a legend. Duanmu Huai frowned. Except for himself, everyone's memory was rewritten without any signs. If Duanmu Huai was not determined, he would probably doubt whether his memory was wrong. After all, the only thing in the world that is different from others is the history that I know. So am I crazy? Or is it someone else? Anyway, I will believe what you say. After all, you saved me, and the missing classmates in Class F are back now, right? Well, the blank space on the class album is gone, which means they should all be back, but I never thought that group consciousness could produce such. No, it is because of group consciousness that this effect occurs. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but think of the four vendors. Wasn't the evil of obsession born from the endless indulgence of the spirit race? Wait, does this mean that if enough people have similar ideas, then there will be something similar to the evil of obsession in this world? Damn, this is no joke. What's wrong? Looking at Duanmu Huai's serious expression, my Sakurajima asked in confusion. No, nothing, Just thinking about something. Let's go ask tomorrow what's popular among young people recently. During the lunch break the next day, Duanmu Huai came to the classics department and asked the two of them this question. What's popular among young people recently? Duanmu, you sound like an old woman. Yanami laughed while holding a lunch box worth 300 yuan, Duanmu price, while Katanda tilted her head and thought for a moment. Sorry, I don't know much about fashion. Then let me, a fashionable woman at the forefront of fashion, explain it to you. Yanami ate the egg roll in one bite and proudly puffed out her chest. Recently, the nail colors that are popular among girls, as well as makeup, clothing styles, and food stores. These are all must-haves for girls, who are at the forefront of fashion. I hope the survey is at the mass scale, not just the kind of trends that girls like. Duanmu Huai thinks that nail art and the like should not cause puberty syndrome. As for the last one, only Yanami would care. Massive scale? Duanmu classmate, we are the classical music club. It is wrong to chase trends. You don't have to worry about that. Just then, Katanda raised her hand. What about ghost stories? Ghost stories? Well, whether boys or girls, many people like urban ghost stories. I see. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, ghost stories are something that adolescent boys and girls like more, and there have indeed been many popular rumors, the most famous of which are Hanako in the toilet, Hakushaku-sama, Mary in the phone booth, and so on. If you say it is popular, it is indeed popular. So, if the world is really the same as what I think, then the public believes that these strange stories exist. Do these strange stories really exist? It seems that this is worth investigating. Chapter 1624. It must be said that the saying that 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang is still reasonable. After Katanda said this, Duanmu Huai remembered that ghost stories are indeed the favorite things of adolescent children. More than half of the box office data of horror movies he starred in were contributed by these people. Moreover, Japanese ghost stories are very different from those in other places. That is, it will tell you the solution. In the ghost stories of Xiaogua, people usually go to temples or find Taoist priests to solve the problems. Most of the ghost stories in the West are handed over to exorcists or priests. Only Japanese ghost stories are different. They are rooted in life, and the solutions are also very life. For example, the famous story of the slit-mouthed woman. Everyone knows that a woman wearing a mask will ask you, "Am I beautiful?" And if you answer beautiful, she will tear your mouth open and say, "Then become like me." If you answer, "Not beautiful," then she will kill you. But in fact, this rumor has a solution, which is to spray the slit-mouthed woman with medical alcohol, and the slit-mouthed woman will flee. The reason is that the slit-mouthed woman became the slit-mouthed woman because of a failed cosmetic surgery. So when she smells the smell of medical alcohol, she will remember the past and run away. There are many similar ghost stories in Japan, and they are basically the same routine. It will first tell you a ghost story, then tell you how to expel it if you encounter it, and then tell you why you do it. If this is a collection of group consciousness, then the situation becomes interesting. Assuming that these strange stories are symptoms of puberty syndrome, it means that the slit-mouthed woman strictly follows the way humans imagine her to be. Therefore, as long as everyone believes that the slit-mouthed woman will be scared away by medical alcohol, and this method is indeed reasonable, then the slit-mouthed woman will indeed be scared away by medical alcohol. A perfect closed loop belongs to yes. But Duanmu Huai is not looking for such simple strange stories. Since it is suspected that this is related to the erosion of the subspace, the simplest way is to find out if there are any legends related to the subspace. This is very simple. Duanmu Huai can immediately lock the target by simply typing different space, strange story in the search bar. In fact, thanks to the internet and big data, it is indeed very easy to find. Ruzagaya Station. Looking at the first search result on the mobile phone, Duanmu Huai tapped the table. This is indeed a very famous online strange story. Even Duanmu Huai, who rarely looks up such information on the internet, has heard of it, because there are directors who try to make it into a movie and invite Duanmu Huai to perform. So Duanmu Huai did read some records about Ryuya Station. The rumor about Ryuya Station first appeared on an online forum. At that time, someone posted a message online, saying that the train he was riding had not stopped, and asked netizens for help. Later, many enthusiastic netizens helped. In this way, in the question and answer session, netizens learned that the train that person was riding arrived at a place called Ryuya Station, but there was no such station at all. Later, the poster disappeared completely. Because there were many netizens involved at the time, This was basically a supernatural event witnessed by the public. So soon, the rumor about Ryua Station spread. Of course, it is easy to explain it with realistic theories. That website does not require registration, and all messages are sent anonymously. Maybe someone wants to play tricks on everyone, so he made up such a story. After all, there are many people who have fun on the internet, and there are many people who write short essays. But obviously, everyone prefers to seek excitement. Compared with someone made up a story to play tricks on people, there is really a train to another world. This rumor is obviously more interesting. Of course, there are many different opinions on how to get to Ryua Station. Some people say that there will be a train without a specified schedule at the last train time, and some people say that as long as you sit in the train, you will automatically go to another world after 12 o'clock. However, Duanmu Huai does not need to look at them one by one. He just needs to find the method with the highest number of views. Because if Duanmu Huai's guess is correct, then as long as everyone thinks that this way can take the train to Ryua Station, then you can definitely take it. Unfortunately, there is no other way recently, so Duanmu Huai plans to take a few days to investigate and make some preparations after finishing the movie in the summer vacation, and the rest will be dealt with later. As for now, it would be great if the world was destroyed. Sitting at the dining table, Yanagian muttered to himself in a doomsday tone. His eyes were dull, and he looked like he was squeezed dry. Duanmu Huai is no longer surprised by this. It would be great if it was out of sight. Didn't you tell me before that Kasuki is your good friend, and Karen is also your good friend, and their happiness is your happiness? Yes. Why is it like this? Yanagian looked out the window silently. For the first time, I have someone I like, and someone I can be friends with for life. These two happy things overlapped, and these two joys brought me more joy. What I got should have been a dream-like happiness, but why did it turn out like this? Are you sure that you and Karen can be friends for life? I don't think it would be strange if you stabbed her to death on the rooftop one day. By the way, today is Sunday, and the reason why Duanmu Huai and Yanagian came out together is the research topic of the literature club. Well, after all, it is the classical literature department, so naturally we have to do research related to literature. Kitanda is a rich lady, and it seems that the door control is very strict, so Duanmu Huai and Yanagian have to do it. By the way, if it is just a study of ancient literature, then Duanmu Huai is not interested, and Yanagian is even less interested, but Duanmu Huai knows very well how to order others, so he decisively changed the research topic. That is to study the food in ancient literary works. When Yanagian heard this topic, his eyes lit up, so they agreed to go out together on Sunday and eat all the food recorded in the books. In this regard, Yanagian was more active than Duanmu Huai, and even took the initiative to give her the task of collecting food information from ancient books. Well, Duanmu Huai naturally had no objection to this, or he wanted to do this. But now looking at Yanagian's dying appearance, he has completely lost the excitement of that day, and it's like he is on his deathbed. The reason is, did something happen at the previous classmate reunion? Yanani told Duanmu Huai that there will be a reunion in junior high school, and Kasuki will take Karen to the reunion. Although Karen is not a junior high school classmate, Kasuki will take Karen to the reunion, because of the tradition of introducing lovers at the reunion. According to Yanami, she and Kasuki have been together since elementary school, and it was probably the same in junior high school. Everyone thinks they are lovers. And now Kasuki is bringing Karen to introduce her to everyone, which means that Yanami's junior high school classmates know that she has been dumped. At that time, Yanami even read Chicken Soup for the Soul to comfort her hurt heart. Now it seems that Chicken Soup for the Soul is really a scam. So did they nag me at the reunion? Ha ha, I overcame that level a month ago, right? Now even if they say I love you in front of me, my heart of steel will remain indifferent. They actually said such things in front of you. It seems that Yanami's mental toughness is far beyond imagination. However, Yanagian's eyes were even more confused at this moment. But, like picking up the trash right after dinner, or helping to carry luggage without leaving any trace, communicating tacitly when their eyes meet, sharing a points card, using the same ringtone, wearing the same color of things, and going home together without saying anything when they leave. Yanagian picked up the water cup on the table, drank it all in one breath, and then slammed it heavily on the table. That's exactly what it is. It's just like a newlywed couple who have survived the adjustment period and are inseparable. Why are they so skilled? How many times have they done it? How far do they have to leave me behind before they are satisfied? Having said this, Yanagian fell on the table. Obviously I was the first one, whether we were together or fell in love with that guy. Anyway, eat something first. It's hard to talk when you're hungry. Duanmu Huai decided to stuff her mouth with food. Sorry, give me an ice cream soda. You want this today? Duanmu Huai was a little surprised to see that Yanajian only ordered one, while Yanajian stared at him silently. Duanmu, do you know, vegetarian noodles are actually carbohydrates. Because those guys are cold and slippery, I was deceived. They look very thin, and I don't think they will taste good, right? But I will get fat after eating them, and I feel like I'm at a disadvantage. I haven't finished eating yet. Duanmu Huai knew what Yanami was talking about. When Yanami's father was paid last month, he received some noodles worth 300,000 yen as his salary, so Yanami brought them to the classics department to share. But there were several boxes of some noodles, and Duanmu Huai had no appetite, and Katanda couldn't stand it. Yanami could hold on until now, because she had a good appetite, but now it seems that there is a limit to a good appetite. By the way, the company where Yanami's father works is about to go bankrupt. At this time, the waiter also brought drinks and desserts, and Yanami also raised his mobile phone and took pictures of the ice cream soda in front of him. Is this interesting? Looking at Yanajian's behavior, Duanmu Huai couldn't understand it at all. Many girls like to take pictures of food while eating and post them online, but Duanmu Huai didn't understand the meaning of this at all. This is a trend. Duanmu classmate is like this. She doesn't care about fashion at all. This is not okay. While taking pictures, Yanajian answered. Then she stared at her phone and suddenly stopped. Duanmu classmate, look at this one. Then, Yanajian hurriedly turned the phone over and opened it to Duanmu Huai. Huh? Duanmu Huai looked at the photo of ice cream soda taken on it. Is there any problem? Look here, the upper left corner, here. Yanajian stretched out her hand and pointed, and Duanmu Huai saw that it seemed that his hand was photographed in the photo. What's wrong? If you don't want me to be photographed, I sit next to you first. That's not the problem. Yanajian slapped the table hard. Look, taking photos like this gives people the feeling that there is someone opposite me. This is a suggestive photo, Oh, you mean this? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai finally understood what Yanajian meant. In fact, such photos occasionally appear in the entertainment industry, mainly for inflammatory purposes, such as when an artist's home photos show the opposite sex's things, or accidentally take photos of the opposite sex, they will be inflammatory. Although those artists will say that they are their brothers and sisters' things. But Yanajian, you are not an artist. You don't understand this, Duanmu classmate. In fact, after this class reunion, many men want to add me to their contact. Do they think that I have been dumped and I am very vulnerable during this period, and want to take advantage of the opportunity? It can't be completely said that it is not, or it is not at all. So, I thought of a good idea. Speaking of this, Yanajian changed from the previous decadence and became excited. She stared at Duanmu Huai with wide eyes. Duanmu classmate, do you want to pretend to be my boyfriend? Chapter 1625. What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing what Yanajian said, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes, wondering if this guy had become insane due to the stimulation. If you want to find a boyfriend, why not just find a man directly? No, I'm not in the mood to date other men now. Why me? Because classmate Duanmu, you played the leading role in today's sweetness, so I hope that classmate Duanmu can pretend to be my boyfriend to contain other people. You don't know, those people are annoying now. Girlfriends will introduce boys to me out of concern, and boys will ask me out for dinner one after another. Speaking of this, Yanajian's phone rang. She opened it and nodded complacently. Look, I just posted that photo, and someone replied so quickly asking me if I'm dating my new boyfriend. I see. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai finally understood what Yanajian meant. She obviously didn't plan to start a new relationship in a short time, but others didn't think so. So Yanajian, who was not tired of it, wanted Duanmu Huai to pretend to be her boyfriend to keep these annoying guys away. So you plan to use this method to blow away those bugs, right? Then how do you plan to set it up? Set. While talking, Yanajian stared at Duanmu Huai, looked him up and down, and then clapped his hands. By the way, just say that my boyfriend is younger than me, and is still a junior high school student. He plans to study hard in Yan High School for me. The admission score of Yangao is not high. What's the need to work hard for an art school with a deviation value of 40? Then let's assume that my boyfriend is a very outstanding academic master. He originally planned to apply to a famous school, but he was willing to give up the recommendation quota of the famous school for me and choose Yangao. Okay. Whatever you think is okay. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes silently. With his small body now, it is not completely unreasonable to say that he is a junior high school student. Then what? How did you meet? Hee hee. At this point, Yanagian proudly puffed out his chest. We met at the aquarium. My mature charm attracted him, and made him fall in love with me at first sight. But before he could talk to me, I disappeared from the aquarium. So after that, he came to the aquarium every holiday, hoping to see me again. And when I went to the aquarium to relax because of a breakup, I ran into him again by chance. The young boy saw me again, and couldn't hold back his inner throbbing, so he confessed to me. Speaking of this, Yanai's eyes were shining, and he was completely in delusion mode. I was very surprised by his confession at first, but his efforts touched me, so I decided to give him a chance and let him become my boyfriend. Oh! He also worked very hard, and even asked a female classmate for advice on how to date a girl in order to please me. Oh! That female classmate had big breasts, was beautiful and cute, was very popular, and was gentle and considerate. My boyfriend was not familiar with dating at the time, so she took the initiative to suggest that the two of them practice dating in order to avoid embarrassing him in front of me. Then my young boyfriend agreed to her proposal, and the two of them went on a happy date. At this moment, Yanagian's eyes were dull, staring at the ice cream soda in his hand like a cursed doll, muttering to himself. At the beginning, they were just simple friends. He also told me that he and her were not in that kind of relationship, but before we knew it, the two of them were together. Ah, that woman is also a sneaky cat. It must be like this. Duanmu Huai has never seen someone lose even in delusion. Are you sure you want to follow this setting? According to this setting, you will just be dumped again. Let me think about it again. Perhaps because he was dumped again in delusion, Yanagian was now dejected, so Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Excuse me, can you please give me another hamburger set? Oh, is that okay? Don't worry, I treat you today, and I won't count it as your debt. That's great. Looking at Yanagian regaining his spirits and eating happily, Duanmu Huai smiled speechlessly. By the way, about the club magazine. I can't participate in activities during the summer vacation because I have to film a movie. The classical literature department also needs to have activity results. At least it has to publish a club magazine. Duanmu Huai can provide them with financial support, but don't expect him to help with literary creation. It doesn't matter, I've already made a map. As he spoke, Yanagian proudly placed a hand-drawn map in front of Duanmu Huai. Katanda provided the information, and then I marked all the ancient books and delicacies in Japan. This summer vacation should be enough for us to collect information. By the way, the theme of this issue of the club magazine is decided to be classical literature and food. In the final analysis, it is to take pictures of the delicacies of various places described in classical literature and then compile them into a book. It is a relatively easy job. The only problem is the cost. There is someone in the classics department who never worries about money. Katanda is very familiar with classical literature, and she provides books, while Yanami relies on his obsession with food to find the target, and then Duanmu Huai pays for the literary and food tour. Well, everyone has played their own strengths. It's great that teacher Gan Xia is willing to be a guardian, otherwise this club activity will not be approved. While eating a hamburger set, Yanami also sighed. This is an activity of the classical department, so it is impossible to let students do it alone. So they found the advisor teacher Gan Xia Kunami, who was not going to agree at first, but, well, it turns out that money is not everything, but not having money is absolutely impossible. No one wants to miss the opportunity to eat and drink at public expense. You should also keep an eye on her. If she drinks too much and misses the schedule, it will be troublesome. Leave it to us. Yanagian patted his chest vigorously. I will definitely not let you down. Well, leave it to you. Duanmu Huai glanced at the map, then took out his mobile phone to take a picture. Leave this to me. I just happen to be going there to film, so I can finish this part by the way. That's good. I also think I can't eat the whole of Japan. You really don't have a clear self-awareness. But I still need your help. You mean pretending to be a boyfriend? Yes, there is a class reunion before the holiday. If I want to spend a quiet summer vacation, that is the last chance. When the holiday comes, I will say that my boyfriend went abroad for vacation. Then, he met a long-haired girl with a good personality, gentleness and a great figure, and then... Okay, I know. Duanmu Huai quickly interrupted Yanagian's self-talk, who fell into a trance again. It seems that this breakup has really hit Yanagian hard. Don't worry about the latter, just follow the previous settings, no problem. Well, okay, let's practice next holiday. Practice what? Dating, of course. Yunani immediately put her hands on her hips and stared at Duanmu Huai. If we go on the day of the class reunion, won't everyone see through us? So next holiday, classmate Duanmu, you have to dress up like that and go on a date with me. Okay, that's quite interesting. Duanmu Huai didn't care about it. It was just for fun. 3 days later on the golden holiday, Duanmu Huai received a text message from Yunajian, notifying him that the date was at the aquarium. It seemed that she was going to carry out that setting to the end. So Duanmu Huai also came to the door of the aquarium as agreed, and soon saw Yunajian waiting there. At the door of the aquarium, the blue-haired girl was wearing a white dress and carrying a bag in her hand. She looked lively and cheerful, and exuded a radiant charm. Well, if you don't look at the way she eats, she is a complete beauty. After reading it, it's another story. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Miss Yunajian. Putting aside the speechless thoughts in his mind, Duanmu Huai also hurriedly walked forward and greeted Yunajian. When he heard Duanmu Huai's voice, Yunajian turned around and looked at him in confusion, with a bit of vigilance in his eyes. It's me, it's me. Duanmu Huai lowered his voice, took out his mobile phone and shook it, and then Yunajian came back to his senses. Hey, you are Duanmu classmate? Yes. You give people a completely different feeling. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Yunajian also widened his eyes in surprise, and looked at Duanmu Huai up and down. In Yunajian's impression, Duanmu Huai is a girl who looks very slender, but has a bit of a rough personality. Duanmu Huai thinks that Yunajian is a top-notch beauty, as long as she doesn't eat. In fact, Yunajian also thinks that if Duanmu Huai doesn't talk and sits there obediently, she is a typical quiet and weak beauty. Well, they dislike each other. However, the person who appeared in front of Yunajian was a thin boy. He was wearing a shirt and a tie, and looked serious. Under his short brown hair was a shy and uneasy smile, which made people want to love him. Duanmu classmate, how did you do this? Walking into the aquarium, looking at Duanmu Huai who walked to his side, Yunajian couldn't help but ask. It's very simple, just the basic skills of an actor, adjusting the height through shoes, and wearing a wig for hair. It's all very simple. But it gives people a completely different feeling. How did you put on makeup? Oh, actually I didn't put on much makeup. Huh? How is it possible? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Yunajian widened his eyes in surprise, and looked at Duanmu Huai carefully. But I feel that this face is completely different from yours, Duanmu-san. It's the same face, I just changed the aura a little bit. Ah, that's true. After hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Yunajian also reacted. Usually, Duanmu Huai always gave people an invisible sense of oppression, but today, he didn't have that kind of oppression. Perhaps that's why he didn't recognize him at the first time. Okay, isn't it a simulated date today? Don't forget, I'm just a simple and immature third-year junior high school student who admires Miss Yunajian. Next, I asked Miss Yunajian to show me the way. Hee, leave it to me. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Yunajian raised his head proudly. Let me show you the mature charm of the real Yunajian. Do you have this thing? Chapter 1626. The aquarium on the golden holiday was crowded with people. There were couples who came here for dates, and families who were traveling. Everyone strolled in the aquarium, admiring the wonderful marine world in front of them, and immersed in the cheerful and joyful atmosphere. But there are exceptions. Why should I come to the aquarium with you? Arima Kana looked unhappy, and looked at Kurikawa Akane beside him. This is my line. If possible, I don't want to come to the aquarium with you. Kurikawa Akane snorted and didn't say anything. But this is part of the business, what can I do? Yes, this is just work. Arima Kana sighed helplessly. The two of them had previously collaborated to shoot a promotional video. Because the promotional video had to be linked with the aquarium, they came here in advance to observe the situation. This is also the reason why they came here during the Golden Week. Of course, the two of them were also disguised, otherwise this place would have become a star-chasing party long ago. Anyway, let's go around first. Where should we go first? Do you want to see the dolphin show? Kana Arima asked while flipping through the aquarium brochure, while Akane Kurikawa looked around. Then she was stunned and grabbed Kana Arima. AI is over there. Huh? How could AI come to the aquarium? Hearing Akane Kurikawa's words, Kana Arima also raised her head and looked in the direction Akane Kurikawa said. Where is it? Over there. Kurikawa Akane said, while pointing to the figure in front of the fish tank opposite. Arima Kane narrowed her eyes, and then frowned. Isn't that a boy? No, that's Xiao Ai. She's just disguised. Why can you tell? Just look at the proportion of the skeleton and limbs, I can tell. At this point, Kurikawa Akane snorted with pride. I know Xiaoyai very well. Wow. I always feel a little disgusted. But Arima Kane looked at Kurikawa Akane's expression and seemed very speechless. By the way, I think I've seen the girl next to Xiaoyai somewhere. Really? Oh, by the way, wasn't she there when I went to help Xiaoyai before? I remember calling her Yanami-kun. She's also a member of the classical club. Then why did Xiaoyai dress up like this and come to the aquarium with her? The two looked at each other silently. Follow them. This is much more interesting than watching a dolphin show. So the two followed them, and then they came to the aquarium's cafe, then the fast food restaurant, and then the souvenir shop selling limited snacks. What are they doing here? Looking at Yanagian, who was holding a bread in one hand and eating a squid skewer in the other, and Duanmu Huai, who was holding takoyaki and milk tea beside her, Arima Kana couldn't help but complain. Generally speaking, people come to the aquarium to see animals, right? Are they watching too? Eating takoyaki while watching octopuses? What kind of date is this? Are you sane? By the way, they actually make exhibited animals into food and sell them to tourists? Is this aquarium normal? Arima Kana held down her hat and complained in confusion. And Kurikawa Akane next to him stared at Duanmu Huai, stretched out his hand to hold his cheek, revealing an intoxicated expression. However, Xiaoyai is really cute in this outfit. Although the protagonist she plays in today's suite is also very masculine, a cute little boy like this seems to be good too. Well, you know what? Xiaoyai is really cute like an angel when you look at it this way. But it's a pity that the feeling she gives people is too different from an angel. Thinking of the lazy figure lying on the sofa in the office and scratching his belly, Aramaka Nai. Forget it, there's nothing much to say. Do you want to continue following? Of course. Yunai-jian obviously didn't know that her date was being followed. At this moment, she was holding her mobile phone and smiling, taking pictures of the sea otter doll in front of her. This was the doll that Duanmu Huai had just caught for her in the claw machine. Hee, look how powerful my boyfriend is, he caught such a cute doll. He tried his best for me, just watching from the side makes my heart beat fast. You didn't feel the same way when you went out with Kasuki before, did you? Looking at Yanagian, who was grinning while holding his phone, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but ask. He still remembered the place where he and Yanagian had close contact with marine animals. There was a place to feed turtles. As long as you put in a coin, you can get a cup of shrimp feed and then feed it to the turtles. At first, everything was fine. Duanmu Huai and Yanagian were still acting as a loving couple feeding turtles in front of the tank. As a result, Yanagian saw that the turtles were eating Duanmu Huai's shrimps so deliciously, hesitated for a moment, then grabbed a handful of shrimps and stuffed them into their mouths. Duanmu Huai didn't have time to stop him. That's about right. At this moment, Yanagian had also finished uploading the edit, and was smiling as she clicked on her page, while not forgetting to grab another handful of dried shrimp from the cup next to her. How should I put it? Duanmu Huai now finally understood why the man named Kasuki had no feelings for Yanagian. This has nothing to do with childhood sweethearts. Just like this, no one would feel anything after dating her once. Although Yanagian is indeed a beauty with a good figure, but snatching food from turtles doesn't seem to be something humans should do. Duanmu Huai silently looked at the creature named Yanagian beside him. Well, a new subspecies of human will appear. Let's call it Yanagian. So you just uploaded it directly? Are there any problems? Let me teach you a trick that artists often use, although I don't need it. Artists' tricks? What tricks? Hearing this, Yanagian immediately became interested and asked with his eyes wide open. Don't artists usually upload photos of themselves going to places to take photos and check in for dates? Those are actually uploaded at a fixed time. Huh? Is that so? That's right. After all, they are all public places. If the photos are uploaded directly, and there happen to be fans nearby, then they can go directly to their door. For example, if you see a photo of your favorite artist touring an aquarium, would you want to find her? That's true. So, looking at Yanagian's thoughtful look, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Artists will take photos, but they will upload them after they leave. This way, they will prevent themselves from being surrounded by people. You should be careful too. I'm not an artist, there's no need for that. But if people who know you see you upload photos of a date at the aquarium, they will definitely be curious about who you are dating and will definitely come to see. Just like now. Duanmu Huai said, as he turned his head and saw several girls walking towards them. Ah, I found it, here. Hey, Shingsai. Huh? Seeing those girls, Yanagian's face changed immediately. However, before she could come to her senses, she saw those girls surrounded Yanagian and Duanmu Huai. Just now I said it must be nearby, and it turned out to be true. Yanami is so reserved. Why didn't you tell us that you have a boyfriend? Is this kid Kuna's new boyfriend? Wow, so cute. I didn't expect you, Yanami, to like this. Which school are you from? How old are you? How did you know Yanami? As the saying goes, one woman is equal to 500 ducks, and these thousands of ducks quacking here are a headache. Even Duanmu Huai and Yanami are having a headache. Just dealing with their various questions without revealing the truth is a headache. This group of girls is even getting more and more excited, and they plan to act together with Duanmu Huai and the others next. At this moment, Yanajian was already a little exhausted, and Duanmu Huai also played the role of a shy middle school student, acting very embarrassed. His shy reaction made the girls even more excited. Wow, this kid is so cute. Just like an idol. You are not going to debut as an idol, are you? Do you want to take a photo with us? How about we go out for dinner together? Let's go karaoke. After visiting the aquarium, we will go karaoke. You two can come too. These excited girls not only did not calm down, but became more and more excited, and even started to touch Duanmu Huai. Seeing this scene, Yanajian also raised his eyebrows. Wait, you. Just when Yanajian was about to stop them. Hey, liar. A girl looked at her phone and screamed. What's wrong? Kana-chan is at the aquarium. She's taking pictures at the entrance. Really? Look. Let's go and take a look. Ah, Yanami, you must tell us when you get back. The girls who were eager to chase stars left the scene excitedly. Duanmu Huai and Yanami breathed a sigh of relief as they watched them walk away. However, at this moment, two figures suddenly appeared behind them, reaching out to hold down Duanmu Huai and Yanami's shoulders. The two people who suddenly appeared scared Yanami, but the next moment, she had to freeze in place. Because Yanami had already seen Arima Kana, who was holding Duanmu Huai's shoulder with a dark face. Then who appeared behind her was... Xiao Ai, what's going on? Do you mind explaining it to us? Kurikawa Akane, who was holding Yanami, smiled, but there was no smile in her eyes. Chapter 1627. In short, this is what happened. It was not complicated to explain the whole story, and Duanmu Huai did not feel that he was doing anything wrong. So after leaving the aquarium, the four of them found a cafe, and then Duanmu Huai explained everything clearly. I see. Arima Kana nodded somewhat understandingly. That is to say, Miss Yanajian is not planning to find a boyfriend, so she asked Xiao Ai to pretend to be her boyfriend? Well, this idea is quite interesting. By the way, I didn't know Xiao Ai would actually do such a thing. According to my understanding of you, don't you hate such troublesome things the most? Helping others is a good deed. It is also the owner's responsibility to take the pet out for a walk occasionally. Yanajian seemed a little nervous at this moment. Although she was already familiar with Duanmu Huai, she was not so familiar with other people. Naturally, she was a little uneasy when she was caught. At this moment, she was sipping her drink, and from time to time she secretly glanced at Kurikawa Akane, who was sitting next to her without saying a word. How should I put it? It's rare to see her so quiet. However, that didn't look like quietness, more like a cat alerting its natural enemy. But Yanami and Kurikawa Akane were not familiar with each other. Oh. Duanmu Huai silently looked at Kurikawa Akane. Long hair, beautiful woman, good figure. Okay, he knew what the problem was. From a certain perspective, she is indeed Yanami's natural enemy. Is Xiao Ai's movie filmed during the summer vacation? However, Kurikawa Akane seemed to not care about Duanmu Huai's cross-dressing at all, and asked another question. Well, Hakone, summer vacation, hot springs, quite refreshing. Duanmu Huai said, winking at Kana Arima, who glared at her angrily and said nothing. Kurikawa Akane just sat there, saying nothing, and stood up after a while. Since everything is fine, let's go, Kana. Hey, oh. Kana Arima was somewhat surprised by Akane Kurakawa's call, but she still adjusted her hat and stood up. By the way, although you've been in disguise, you still have to be careful. Especially in places like Shibuya, don't go if you can, otherwise it will be annoying to be entangled. After nagging Duanmu Huai and Yanajian for a few more reminders, Kana Arima was dragged away by Akane Kurakawa. And until the two disappeared from the cafe, Yanajian stared at the door of the cafe, revealing a hint of uneasiness and nervousness. Duanmu, you have to be careful. Miss Kurikawa has the characteristics of a thieving cat. Really? That's right. In my eyes, there are two types of women in this world, either childhood sweethearts or thieving cats. But you don't have to be so excited. She can't steal anything, right? That seems to be right. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Yanajian was stunned for a moment, then nodded. But soon, she tilted her head in confusion. But why do I feel the same aura from her as from Hualien? In short, although there were some minor problems, this time's date alive was unexpectedly successful. Yanajian also said that because it was witnessed by her friends, she saved the trouble of introducing them again. As for the next class reunion, Duanmu Huai doesn't need to go, as long as Yanami tells him that he has gone abroad with his family for vacation. After all, I'm sorry to bother you too much. Half of what Yanami said was sincere, and the other half was probably a precaution. After all, when they were dating at the aquarium, her friends showed carnivorous eyes to the boy played by Duanmu Huai. Yanami obviously knew what her friends were planning. This can also be regarded as a kind of strict defense. After that, summer vacation came. Yanami and Katanda went to the club activities under the leadership of teacher Gon Xia, and Duanmu Huai also came to the crew in Hakone to report. But what Duanmu Huai didn't expect was that when he came to the crew, he met two unexpected people. I am Sakurajima Mai who plays Shirisaka Hana, please give me more advice. I am Kurikawa Akane who plays Kurosawa Hii, please give me more advice. Looking at the two people who greeted him, Duanmu Huai was speechless. You are also here to participate in the filming of this movie? Why didn't you tell me? Because I want to give Xiao Ai a surprise. Mai Sakurajima said with a smile, while Akane Kurikawa looked at her and said nothing. In fact, Akane Kurikawa knew very well that this was not a coincidence. It is very simple to investigate Xiao Ai's schedule. She only shoots one movie a year, and this movie is chosen to be filmed in Hakone during the summer vacation. With so many clues, people in the industry can easily find which crew it is. The next step is simple. Mai Sakurajima and Akane Kurikawa are also actors, so they will naturally receive film contracts from all sides. This time, the crew also sent invitations to the two. Originally, they thought they would try their best, but what the director did not expect was that the two actually accepted the invitation and starred in this movie. By the way, Kana Arima was also invited, but she was busy with other work, so she did not participate. Really, if you guys want to participate, why don't you just tell me directly, especially Mai? You were deliberately making fun of me last night, weren't you? Duanmu Huai stared at Mai Sakurajima speechlessly. He still remembered that Mai Sakurajima helped him pack his luggage last night. Duanmu Huai didn't think much at that time, but now he saw. Oh my god, was she deliberately playing a trick on him? It's worth it for me to see Xiao Ai's expression like this. Faced with Duanmu Huai's complaints, Mai Sakurajima seemed very calm, while Kurikawa Akane looked at her, and then at Duanmu Huai. Last night? Well, Mai lives next door to me now, and comes to our house every night for dinner. By the way, Ruby doesn't know yet, right? I've told her, and asked her to keep it a secret from you. Good guy, wait until I get back to deal with her. You want to fly now, right? Duanmu Huai plans to let Ruby know what it means that your sister is always your sister after he returns. Kurikawa Akane stared at Sakurajima Mai silently, then looked away. Really? Neighbor. You have this trick. Then, she murmured to herself. The movie that Duanmu Huai participated in shooting in Hakone was a horror movie adapted from local legends. It tells the story of two girls from Tokyo, Shirisaka Hana and Kurosawa Hii, who traveled to Hakone together and encountered a series of supernatural events. Sakurajima Mai and Kurikawa Akane played the two protagonists, and Duanmu Huai played the kind of role that often appears in horror movies, pointing the way to the protagonist. For example, when the two protagonists just arrived in Hakone, they saw a white-haired girl wearing a kimono standing on the corner of the street, pointing upwards expressionlessly. Then when they looked over, they saw a man falling from the sky and falling to his death in front of them. In simple terms, it was the kind of character that often appears in horror movies, who looked like an evil spirit that harmed people in the early stage, but turned out to be a kind spirit that helped the protagonist in the later stage. Of course, the script was not written like this. The character Duanmu Huai was an evil spirit from the beginning. Well, in the end, he pushed the two heroines into the lake and drowned them. He was the kind of vicious guy that Duanmu Huai often played. Although in the middle of the plot in the script, the character Duanmu Huai would also help the two heroines get rid of the entanglement of other evil spirits, but in the end it was to kill the two people himself. It was also a small turning point. For Duanmu Huai, filming this movie was basically no different from taking a vacation. In fact, he also treated it as a public travel. The crew stayed in a very famous hot spring hotel in Hakone, which was rumored to have been passed down for nearly 100 years. Well, what kind of hot spring fairy is it? Huh? Walking into the guest room, Duanmu Huai threw his luggage aside, and then lay directly on the tatami. Xiao, this is all your luggage. Kurikawa Akane looked at the bag Duanmu Huai threw aside in surprise. She and Sakurajima Mai both carried large suitcases everywhere, but Duanmu Huai only took a small handbag, which felt like the kind used by athletes. And there are not many things in it. Sakurajima Mai, who had helped Duanmu Huai pack his luggage before, also complained now. There are only a few sets of clothes and toiletries, and even no cosmetics. Huh? Xiao, you don't wear makeup? Not interested. Duanmu Huai shook his head. He would never put on makeup, otherwise when he returned to his own world, Ifan, Gulea or Mary accidentally saw him sitting at the table putting on makeup. He might as well die. And during the filming, there will be a makeup artist to make up for you, so there is no need to waste time. Wow, that's really what Xiao is thinking. Sakurajima Mai frowned. Makeup is a necessary weapon for girls, otherwise it will damage the skin. That is to say, Xiao, you have to put on some light makeup. Only middle school boys have the fantasy that only girls without makeup are the purest. Wow. Looking at the two people who formed a united front and were approaching him, Duanmu Huai also felt a headache, but fortunately he thought about it and quickly thought of a solution. By the way, I plan to take a hot spring bath. Are you coming? Hearing Duanmu Huai's proposal, Kurikawa Akane and Sakurajima Mai, who were approaching him, suddenly paused, then they looked at each other and nodded vigorously. Go! Chapter 1628. No matter how many times I see it, I still find it incredible. Soaking in the hot spring, looking at Duanmu Huai in front of her, my Sakurajima looked incredible. I can't imagine that such a petite body can have such great power. How did it become like this? Yes. Kurikawa Akane also nodded, with a complicated face. Duanmu Huai's current body can even be said to have not developed at all, and looks completely the same as an ordinary child. Strictly speaking, some elementary school students who grow and develop faster are stronger than this. Slender, thin, this is the first reaction of everyone when they see Duanmu Huai's body, coupled with the distinctive white hair and red eyes. No matter how you look at it, it looks like the feeling of a sickly beautiful girl. This is called concentration is the essence. Aware of the gazes of the two, Duanmu Huai proudly raised his arms and made a bodybuilding pose. Well, nothing is bulging. Xiao is also very light. I still don't understand where you get so much strength. Just now in the locker room, the three of them weighed themselves. Duanmu Huai weighed only 2/3 of Kurikawa Akane and Sakurajima Mai, which really surprised them. It's just that you have gained more flesh. Duanmu Huai curled his lips and looked at the chests of the two. That's at least 5 kilograms. It's not that heavy. But Xiao's skin is really smooth. Sakurajima Mai said as she grabbed Duanmu Huai's arm and stared at it carefully. You haven't used any maintenance. How can it be so good? Because it was set up like this. Of course, this kind of thing can't be said. Speaking of which, do you know the legend of Lake Au? At this time, Kurikawa Akane suddenly opened a new topic. Is it the background story of the movie we are going to shoot this time? I have seen it. Sakurajima Mai thought for a while and said, It is said that a long time ago, a pair of sisters dressed up as street performers to escape from the persecution of their family, and tried to pass through the checkpoint of Hakone, and then were discovered by their family. While being chased by their family and the police, the two jumped into the lake and died. How can this thing be considered a ghost story? Duanmu Huai yawned and couldn't help but complain. This kind of thing was very common in the past. If this kind of thing can be called a ghost story, then this country is probably full of haunted places. Yes, I think this is strange too. Kurikawa Akane suddenly became excited. There are many people who committed suicide by jumping into the lake, whether in modern times or in ancient times. But why was the lake named after this pair of sisters? I heard that Au Lake was named Au Lake because the stage name of this pair of sisters was Au Sisters. But this doesn't make sense at all. Does it mean that no one committed suicide by jumping into the lake before them? Then if a man committed suicide by jumping into the lake, would Au Lake be called Sanlang Lake? So I did some research on this. You really like to do these things. Looking at Kurikawa Akane, Duanmu Huai was speechless. Kurikawa Akane was a good girl with a good figure, and a good personality, and her reaction in bed was also very cute. But one thing that Duanmu Huai felt was dangerous was Kurikawa Akane's acting. She liked to study the role thoroughly, and then completely transform herself into that role. Duanmu Huai had commented before that this was almost like being possessed by a ghost. This time, the protagonist played by Kurikawa Akane was actually the reincarnation of one of the sisters, who committed suicide by jumping into the lake, and Sakurajima was naturally another person. So in order to perfectly play this role, Kurikawa Akane went to investigate the information of the sisters who died by jumping into the lake. Let's say you really don't get possessed by a ghost. Kurikawa Akane was accidentally pulled into the realm of the old ones because she wanted to imitate Duanmuhui, but now it seems that she can't change this problem for a while. Although if there are no side effects, it doesn't matter. Provided that there are no side effects. Strictly speaking, it's okay not to study, because the actors have to play the characters in the script, and the sister is just borrowing the background from the local legend. My Sakurajima wouldn't care about this useless background, but Akane Kurikawa is obviously more serious about this. I went to the library to check the records here, and found some interesting rumors. Oh! The sisters did come to the village of Hakone as artists, and after that, a series of strange events happened in the village. Some people disappeared inexplicably, and some people died inexplicably. No one knew what happened, and just when everyone couldn't understand, the family of the sisters appeared in the village and said that all this was done by the sisters. They are actually cursed children, and they will bring disaster wherever they go. Then the villagers, along with the police, followed the sisters' families to hunt them down, and the two eventually committed suicide by jumping into the lake. Hearing this, my Sakurajima also spoke curiously, and Akane Kurikawa nodded. Yes, and then in order to seal their souls, a Buddha statue was built by the lake, and after that, the village returned to its former tranquility. But this is also quite strange. My Sakurajima frowned in confusion. In the final analysis, these words were said by the sisters' families. Maybe they said this in order to make up a lie and take the sisters back. Then do you mean that the strange things that happened in that village were also caused by the sisters' families? This is not strange. After all, didn't everyone look at those unknown phenomena this way before? For example, the disappearance of the gods, to put it bluntly, is a missing case. Speaking of this, my Sakurajima paused. By the way, when I was the director of the Akiran police station, I learned that tens of thousands of people disappeared every year. If I hadn't heard it from the police, I couldn't imagine how tens of thousands of people could disappear in a city. But in ancient times, this is called a disappearance. This is indeed a bit scary. Do you know why they disappeared? According to the police, some people intended to sever their ties with the past and left without saying goodbye. Some people disappeared inexplicably, and some people got drunk and fell into the river and drowned. The family could not contact him, so they reported him missing. If they were lucky, they could identify him if they found his body, but if they could not find his body, he would be missing. Isn't this the modern equivalent of a disappearance? What you said makes sense, but I still don't understand why everyone likes to drink so much. Yes, at the celebration party after the last filming, the director and the crew actually went to order a third round of drinks. I was really worried about whether they could handle drinking so much. We are not yet adults, but it would be troublesome to attend such a party after we become adults. That's right. Speaking of which, the two of them talked back and forth, and they went straight from the original strange incident to criticizing the drinking party in society, and then talked about the gossip of other people at the banquet. Well, chatting is so imaginative. The three of them chatted for a while in the hot spring, and then put on their yukatas and left. Should we sleep together tonight? Kurikawa Akane suggested. It feels like a school trip, which seems quite interesting. This seems to be a good idea. Tomorrow is the first scene. It should be okay if we don't stay up too late. At noon, the first thing to shoot is. Huh? As they chatted, the three of them walked out of the dressing room, looked around, and then were stunned. What's going on? Kurikawa Akane looked around the corridor in surprise. It should have been illuminated by lights, but now the entire corridor was pitch black. It doesn't seem like a power outage. Sakurajima turned her head and looked at the dressing room behind her. The light inside was still very bright, shining through the crack in the door and shining on the floor in front of her. Is it time to turn off the lights? Generally, even in the middle of the night, the hotel will turn on the lights in the corridor. Sakurajima took out her cell phone and checked the time. And it's not even 12 o'clock yet. Duanmuhui stared at the dark corridor silently without saying anything. Anyway, let's go back to the room first. It seems that this is the only way. What's wrong, Xiao Ai? Aware of Duanmuhui's reaction, Kurikawa Akane asked curiously. Are you afraid of the dark? Do I look like someone who is afraid of the dark? Duanmuhui rolled his eyes. Okay, let's go back and rest. I'm a little tired after taking a hot spring bath. But it's pitch black here. It's very dangerous. It's probably because the line contact is bad. As he spoke, Duanmuhui clenched his fists. At this time, just do this." After the words fell, Duanmu Huai clenched his fists and knocked against the wall. Bang! Accompanied by the dull sound of the collision, the whole corridor suddenly trembled, as if there was an earthquake, which scared the two of them. However, the next moment, accompanied by the flickering lights, the originally dark corridor returned to its original bright appearance. "Wow, what are you doing, Xiao AI? You didn't punch a hole in the wall. Can it really be fixed like this? It's incredible." Sakurajima Mai looked at the wall that Duanmu Huai had smashed in surprise, while Kurikawa Akane looked at the corridor that had regained its brightness with a puzzled look. "Okay, it's fixed now. Let's go back to the room and go to sleep." As Duanmu Huai said, he looked at the end of the corridor thoughtfully. It seems that the legend seems to be more than just a legend. Chapter 1629. After relaxing in the hot spring hotel for a night, the crew started the intense filming. The film uses a mixed shooting method. It tells the story of two girls who come here and travel in the modern city during the day, but when they fall asleep at night, they dream that they have transformed into the two artists in ancient times and move in the ancient villages and towns. And even in dreams, they clearly retain their consciousness, as if they return to the modern times when they wake up during the day and travel back to the ancient times when they fall asleep at night. It has to be said that this setting is quite interesting. Through the time travel and intersection between modern and ancient times, the audience and the two heroines gradually reveal the truth of this legend. Although it is not a popular drama in terms of subject matter, it can at least be regarded as a masterpiece of outstanding quality. Of course, when the two protagonists travel back and forth in time, the identities of other people will also change. The uncle who farmed in ancient times may be the owner of a small store in modern times. And the officers who chase them may also be patrolmen from the police station. Among these people, only the girl played by Duanmu Huai remains consistent and has not changed at all. So in the early stage of the movie, this character is actually used to confuse the audience, making the audience mistakenly think that she is an important plot NPC. Then in the middle of the plot, when the girl played by Duanmu Huai rescues the two girls, the audience will mistakenly think that this is a good ghost. It was not until the two girls finally revealed the truth of the legend that Duanmu Huai pushed them into the lake and drowned them. You said that the truth was revealed, so why were they killed? This is the difference between Japanese horror movies and those of other countries. The horror movies of Xia country are all about evil cannot defeat good. No matter you are a zombie or a female ghost, if you meet a Taoist monk with righteous spirit, I can beat you to death with the power of heaven and earth, and you will never be reborn. It is about good is rewarded with good, evil is punished with evil, and injustice is punished with debt. The horror movies of Europe and the United States are more about the dualism of good and evil, where demons persecute humans and angels save humans. Only by believing in God can you be saved, and not believing in God will only lead to death. But Japanese horror movies are completely different. It doesn't matter whether you have a grudge or not. It doesn't matter whether you believe in God or not. It doesn't matter whether you have a relationship with me or not. As long as I target you, you will die. It's that simple. Who will reason with you? This is the biggest difference between Japanese horror movies and those of other countries. Horror stories from other places all emphasize that a good person will be rewarded. Most of the horror stories in Shiagwa will have the following situation. The protagonist sees someone pitiful at the beginning of the story and helps him. Then when he encounters an evil ghost, the latter appears as a master, saying that you helped me once, and I will help you once. This is the reward for good people. In horror stories in Japan, if the protagonist sees someone pitiful at the beginning of the story and helps him, he will mostly be deceived and entangled by the evil ghost, and then die. So what does such a story want to tell people? Probably don't look for trouble. No wonder the Japanese are so indifferent to outsiders. By the way, the female ghost played by Duanmu Huai this time is a relatively anti-traditional image. After all, the first impression of Japanese female ghosts is that they have long hair covering their faces and look down at the ground. This time, the ghost played by Duanmu Huai has a bob haircut, which makes her look no different from an ordinary girl in modern times. She doesn't look like a ghost at all. It's completely different from the ghosts in other horror movies that give people a very weird feeling. Of course, without this external condition, the acting skills of the actors are required to be high. Like Sadako and Kayako, if nothing else, their appearance in the haunted house alone makes people feel scared. And if Sadako and Kayako dress up like ordinary girls, then if you want to make the audience feel scared, you need superb acting skills and momentum. Fortunately, this is also what Duanmu Huai is best at. The whole movie plot revolves around Duanmu Huai and the two heroines. It can even be said that the two heroines are the top priority. Although the role played by Dwanmu Hwai is very important in the script, it is actually more than ordinary supporting roles in the camera. Everyone is professional, so it is naturally easy to shoot. Cut! Okay, this scene is over. As the director's voice sounded, Kurikawa Akane and Sakurajima Mai, who were standing in the camera panting, also breathed a sigh of relief and then came to the side to rest. At this time, Dwanmu Hwai also came over and waved to the two of them. Yo, you've worked hard, it feels good. Shooting horror movies requires high acting skills. Although in the movie, the audience sees only the protagonist. In fact, on the set, if you want to show the fear of being alone under the watch of 20 or 30 people, you really can't do it without some acting skills. After all, this kind of movie is not too difficult. Sakurajima Mai said, as she took the mineral water handed over by Dwanmu Hwai. I heard from the director that this movie is going to cooperate with Hakone to promote tourism. Yes, otherwise Hakone would not have agreed to film so generously. By the way, what are you doing, Akane? Dwanmu Hwai looked at Kurikawa Akane, who was sitting next to him, and then took out a notebook from his bag and started flipping through it. I am investigating the ghost stories about Lake Ayu and Hakone, and I want to see if I can find any clues. Akane, you are really interested in this kind of thing. Hearing Kurikawa Akane's answer, Sakurajima Mai sighed. It's just like the police investigating a case. Ahahaha, I have read similar books before, maybe I am really good at this. But those ghost stories should be made up. To me, there is no credibility at all. Although she plays a timid girl in the movie, Sakurajima Mai seems to not believe in the existence of ghosts at all. I think it's a little different. A little different? Yes. Kurikawa Akane said, as he turned the pen in his hand. I think there are two types of ghost stories. Childhood sweethearts and thieving cats? What are you talking about, Shioi? Nothing, I'm just talking, you continue. Maybe Yanami has also brainwashed me. Well, to put it simply, I think ghost stories can be divided into creative ones and real stories. Aren't all ghost stories created? How can there be a true story? Mai Sakurajima drank a sip of mineral water and asked in disbelief, while Akane Kurikawa shook her head. This is different. Creative ghost stories are basically stories that I heard from my friend's friend. They are not credible. Aren't most ghost stories like this? But there are some that are not. For example, some people say that when they were sleeping at night, they suddenly opened their eyes and found that they couldn't move, and then found an old lady looking at them by the bed, and then fainted from fear. When they woke up, it was already morning. This kind of story is quite common. I have heard similar stories in school. Dwanmu Hwai also interjected at this time. Yes, but this is not actually a creative ghost story. Is it not? That's right. From this story, we only know that the narrator woke up from his sleep, and then saw an old lady, and then lost consciousness again. After waking up, he never saw the old lady again. But who exactly is that old lady? We don't know. Is it a ghost? Or an illusion? It is even possible that the narrator did not wake up at all, but just had a dream within a dream. We think this is a strange story because our first instinct is to identify the old lady as a ghost. But we have no way of knowing whether the old lady is a ghost or not, whether the narrator is confused in sleep or has really encountered something strange. Hearing this, Dwanmu Hwai and Sakurajima Mai looked at each other and couldn't help but think of puberty syndrome. From a certain perspective, puberty syndrome fits the kind of true story strange story that Kurikawa Akane said. It sounds like there is no explanation, but it does exist. However, no one knows why it exists. It's just that after hearing this story, everyone will interpret it from their own perspective. I'm not used to thinking about these difficult things. Dwanmu Hwai gave up thinking first. He hated philosophical topics the most. And at this time, the director's voice sounded again. Okay, next scene 125. Get ready to shoot. When everyone finished shooting, it was already evening. The crew members stayed to pack up, and Dwanmu Hwai walked down the mountain with the two. The mountain at night looks really weird. Sakurajima Mai raised her head, looked at the dim mountain road in front of her, and whispered, and Kurikawa Akane nodded. The records I read show that this mountain was once called the Sacred Mountain, and many people disappeared in this mountain. The records I investigated before also show that the people in that village also disappeared on this mountain. I hope we don't encounter any corpses. At this moment, fog has begun to appear around them. The three of them didn't pay much attention to it at first. After all, the people here had told them that there might be fog here in the evening. The filming in the past few days was also like this, so the director usually announced the disbandment at this time. But the situation today seems to be a little different. Be careful. Dwanmu Hwai, who was walking in front, stopped and squinted his eyes to stare at the fog in front of him. Seeing his reaction, my Sakurajima and Akane Kirikawa were stunned. Any questions? Shall I? Sure. Duanmu Huai signaled the two not to talk, and then looked around. Something is wrong. Something is wrong? I can't hear anything. Duanmu Huai looked around again, but at this moment, the thick fog was so thick that he could barely see the mountain road in front of him, and he couldn't see the trees farther away. Not only that, there was a dead silence all around. No bird singing, no insects chirping, as if there were only 3 of them left in the world. Wait, what's going on? At this moment, my Sakurajima hurriedly took out her mobile phone, and then couldn't help but whispered. What's wrong? My mobile phone has no signal. Me too. Kirikawa Akane also quickly took out her phone and took a look. Duanmu Huai did the same. Their phones were completely out of the circle here, with no signal at all. Excuse me. Is there anyone over there? At this moment, a faint girl's voice suddenly came from not far away. Hearing this voice, Sakurajima Mai and Kirikawa Akane both breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to check the situation, but were caught by Duanmu Huai's quick eyes and hands. Stay with me, don't leave. Although Duanmu Huai looked a little serious, the two still nodded obediently. After all, they all knew that although Duanmu Huai looked petite, her fighting power was outstanding, and she even had the ability to kill a bear with bare hands. Following her was obviously the safest way. So the two followed Duanmu Huai and walked towards the place where the voice came from. The winding mountain road was very difficult to walk on, and because of the fog, the 3 of them took some time to get close to the hazy figure in the fog. On one side of the mountain road, a girl in a yukata was sitting on the ground, looking around anxiously. She looked about 13 or 14 years old. Duanmu Huai and the other 3 came forward and helped the girl up, and the latter was relieved and bowed her head in a hurry. Thank you very much for your help. While speaking, the girl looked at the 3 people curiously. My name is Chaoyun Akaris, and I am a resident here. Are you 3 foreign travelers? Well, almost. By the way, why are you here alone? I don't know. Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, the girl named Chaoyun Akaris frowned slightly. When I came to my senses, I was already here. But this should be near my shrine. If you can, please come to my house. Faced with the girl's invitation, the 3 did not refuse, but still looked at each other in confusion. Is there a shrine nearby? Asakusa Asahi has difficulty walking. She said she was born like this. As for the fog, Asakusa Asahi said that fog often appears around the shrine, but she has difficulty walking and rarely goes out. Asakusa Asahi has no memory of why she appeared here. As she spoke, the fog in front of her gradually became thinner. When the 4 walked out of the fog, what appeared in front of them was the winding mountain road and the shrine torii not far away. A ray of morning sun emerged from behind the mountain, illuminating the scenery in front of them. Wait, sunrise? It was evening when I came down the mountain. Shall I look over there? Just when Duanmu Huai was puzzled, Sakurajima Mai's expression suddenly changed slightly, pulled Duanmu Huai's sleeve, and pointed to the mountain not far away. Duanmu Huai lowered his head and looked in the direction of Sakurajima Mai's finger. He saw green farmland and wooden houses at the foot of the mountain, and people coming and going on the dirt road from time to time. However, the clothes these people wore were not modern clothes, but more like characters in period dramas. Where did they take us? It must be said that at this moment, even Duanmu Huai was stunned. Chapter 1630. In the movie, the protagonists travel back and forth between the present and the past through dreams, but now, have we really returned to the past? Sitting on the tatame, my Sakurajima was speechless, and Akane Kirikawa next to her was also speechless. Just now, they talked with I am Asagao, and found out, this is not their era. The details are unknown, but it is obvious that this should be a certain period in ancient times. If it is a legend, then now should be the Edo period. Kirikawa Akane thought and said his guess. It feels like a dream. Xiao Ai's statement is too exaggerated. My Sakurajima complained and glared at Duanmu Huai. They actually said we were celestial maidens or something. What if we get caught? That's right. When the 3 of them sent the girl named Chaoyun Ayam back to the shrine, the other party naturally asked about their identities. Sakurajima Mai and Kirikawa Akane were still hesitating about how to explain, but Duanmu Huai said without saying a word. We are celestial maidens who have descended to the earth, which directly confused the 2 of them. Get caught? How could it be caught? Duanmu Huai sat next to them and rolled his eyes. To them, we are indeed immortals, aren't we? We are just ordinary girls. Okay, maybe Xiao Ai is different, but Akane and I don't have any strange powers. It's fine to pretend to be a ghost. Don't you have mobile phones or something like that? Let alone, if you take a photo of these people with your mobile phone, they might kneel down and shout that they have appeared. Moreover, this is also necessary for us to solve the current situation. What do you mean? Hearing this, my Sakurajima also perked up immediately, and Duanmu Huai raised a finger. It's very simple. If we travel here to solve some problems, then we need to take action. And our clothes are obviously different from those of people in this era, right? If you insist on pretending to be people of this era, you will only be suspected by the other party. The ancient times were backward, feudal and superstitious. If you insist on hiding your identity, you may be regarded as a mountain ghost or a monster incarnation by these people. You don't want to be tied up and burned to death. As a judge, Duanmu Huai is very familiar with searching in unfamiliar areas. Generally speaking, there are two ways to search, either sneaking in or rushing in with great fanfare. Players like to use the first method at first, but later found that if they want to solve the task as soon as possible, the second method is the best. The reason is very simple. You can indeed disguise yourself as an ordinary person to search, but to the people in this place, you are just an outsider after all. It takes a lot of time for an outsider to integrate into the local village. Even if you can dig up some dirty stuff, it is really a waste of time. It is better to directly reveal your identity. In this way, even if you don't move, those who don't want them here will take the initiative to try to eliminate them. And as long as the judge is good enough, then the next problem will not be a problem at all. Facing Duanmu Huai's question, the two were speechless for a while. But didn't Miss Akira say that someone from the village would come later, and she would let them meet us? What should we do? Acting skills. Use your brains. Where are your acting skills? Looking at the two people who were at a loss, Duanmu Huai looked disappointed. Come on, you two are also famous actors. You don't know how to act? Isn't it better to just act like a fairy? This is your profession. Will this work? To put it bluntly, the founders of those ancient religions who pretended to be gods and ghosts were just ordinary people who were good at acting. If we stay here, maybe we can come up with a religion like Tainugyo. It can be like this. Sakurajima Mai and Kurikawa Akane are not stupid, but any ordinary person who suddenly encounters time travel will naturally be at a loss. After all, not everyone is as experienced as Duanmu Huai, who wears too much and doesn't take it seriously. For two girls, who are only 16 years old, they suddenly stepped into the ancient world, and their brains probably haven't come to their senses yet. If it were just my Sakurajima and Akane Kurikawa, they would have been in a panic by now. It was because Duanmu Huai showed such a calm attitude in front of them, that the two began to calm down slowly. Wait, what if the other party insists that we are monsters? Then kill them all. Duanmu Huai's answer was calm and peaceful, but my Sakurajima and Akane Kurikawa were both shocked. Xiao Ai? Wait, you can't just say that. What's the problem? Duanmu Huai glanced at the two of them. It's only natural that those who want to kill us should be killed. Besides, this is ancient times. Do you still expect to call the police? Even if it's not ancient times but modern times, do you think the police will believe the locals or the outsiders who came from nowhere and don't even have identity documents? But killing people is too much. Can't we teach them a lesson? Humans will never repent until they are on the verge of death. Duanmu Huai said this and sighed helplessly. Don't worry, I don't mean to ask you to do it. If it really comes to that, I will do it. No, that's not what we mean. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Sakurajima Mai and Kurikawa Akane looked at each other in embarrassment, and Duanmu Huai had already stood up. Okay, that's it. Anyway, you guys take a break first. I go around and see what's going on here. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai walked out of the guest room. For a moment, the guest room fell into silence. It was unknown how long it took before my Sakurajima broke the silence. AI, you're not kidding, are you? Well, you can tell from her look that she's serious, but not that serious. Although what Akane Kurikawa said was a bit confusing, my Sakurajima could understand what Akane Kurikawa meant. Duanmu Huai was serious about wanting to kill people, but he didn't make this decision seriously. Because at that moment, the two felt that Duanmu Huai's attitude was not like the kind of awe or burden for life, but more like a calmness, like removing weeds that blocked the road. This made them feel a little chilly. Although they had both felt the powerful pressure when performing with Duanmu Huai before, there was no strong murderous intent in it. And this time, they clearly felt the murderous aura in Duanmu Huai's tone. Cold, firm, like steel. Although I don't want to say this, but Sakurajima Mai hesitated a little. Xiao Ai, you really killed someone before. Why do you think so? When I was shooting a movie about criminal police, I went to the prison to collect materials and met a murderer at that time. He gave people a completely different feeling from those perverted murderers on TV. He didn't have that kind of cold smile, nor did he stare at people in silence. On the contrary, he gave people the same feeling as an ordinary white-collar worker. He was even very polite in dealing with people, but I felt uncomfortable just being stared at by him. How to say it? Sakurajima was silent for a moment. I can feel that some people treat me as a woman, and some people treat me as an artist, but no matter which one, at least in their eyes, I am a life. But the way that person looks at me is as if I am not a life, not to mention a person, not even a cat or a dog. He looks at me as if he is looking at a stone on the side of the road, as if my fame, my appearance, and my gender don't matter. That's the feeling Xiao Ai's eyes gave me just now. Although she said she would kill someone, she didn't seem to care whether the other person was a human or not. It doesn't matter. Huh? It must be said that my Sakurajima was shocked to hear the unexpected answer from Akane Kurikawa. Akane? I also know that Xiao Ai is not an ordinary person, but I don't care about these. If Xiao Ai wants to kill someone, then I am willing to be with her. Wait, do you know what you are saying? At this moment, my Sakurajima was almost numb. I know, from the perspective of society and common sense, this is unacceptable, right? But this is what Xiao Ai wants to do. Since she wants to do it, there must be some reason. Akane Kurikawa clenched his hands, placed them on his chest, and whispered to himself. I like Xiao Ai, and want to be with her. Isn't there a saying? Accomplices are the closest relationship in the world. So, if I can commit the crime of murder with Xiao Ai, doesn't it mean that she and I are the closest? Faced with Akane Kurikawa's answer, my Sakurajima was stunned for a moment and couldn't speak. I thought you were a normal person, Miss Akane. Ha ha, so you think I'm normal? Kurikawa Akane smiled bitterly, then immediately collected his thoughts and looked serious. But I'm not lying, Miss Mai. You should know that in ancient Japan, the law was not as sound as it is today, and girls like us would be snatched away directly if they were noticed by the local daimyo or general. In this era, no one cares whether your human rights are protected, so as Xiao Ai said, if the people in this village think we are some kind of monsters or demons and want to kill us, we have no other way except to protect ourselves. My Sakurajima stretched out her hands to cover her face, and then she lay down on the tatami. If all this is a dream, it would be great. Yeah, it's a pity that reality doesn't seem to be as good as movies. After all, movies need to be reasonable, but reality doesn't need it. Duh. Just as the two were chatting, Duanmu White came in again and waved at the two. Okay, the people from the village are here and said they want to meet us. You should also prepare yourself and don't show off. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Kurikawa Akane and my Sakurajima looked at each other and sat up. It seemed that there was no other way. When Duanmu Huai and the other two came to the front yard of the shrine, they saw Chaoyun Akris was already waiting there, and not far in front of her, there was an old man with a few young people, all dressed like ordinary civilians. Seeing the three girls appear, these people immediately knelt on the ground. Lady Goddess. It's really the goddess who showed up. Huh? Seeing this, my Sakurajima heaved a sigh of relief. She was afraid that the other party would block the door with a pitchfork and burn herself and others to death, as Duanmu Huai said. Now it seems that things are not going in the worst direction. Lady Goddess. Chaoyun Chengpu bowed respectfully to Duanmu Huai and others. This is Mr. Tai, the village chief of Takata village. When he learned that Lady Goddess had arrived, he insisted on coming to meet her in person. My Sakurajima and Akane Kurikawa looked at each other silently and felt that things were getting tricky. Although the times were different, things like human relationships were the same. Even if she was a goddess, the other party didn't have to come to see her in person. Since he came in person, it meant that there must be trouble. As expected, the next moment, the bad premonition of the two came true. Please, goddess, save our village. If this continues, the whole village will be destroyed. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately became interested. Tell me, what's going on? However, the old village chief's next words scared them. There's a ghost. Our village is haunted by evil ghosts. Chapter 1631. According to the old village chief, since the beginning of the year, young girls have been missing in the village at night from time to time. Sometimes, they are escorted by their families, but as soon as they turn their heads, the girls who are with them will disappear in the next moment. Everyone thinks that this is some kind of demon. Later, A traveling swordsman passed by this place and learned about this. He told them that it was the work of evil spirits. According to the swordsman, this kind of evil spirit is extremely powerful and has strange powers. It lives by eating people. Then the swordsman volunteered to eliminate the evil spirit, but after a few days, everyone found the body of the swordsman in the village. Now everyone in the village is in danger. Even if they want to leave here, there is nowhere to go. After all, in the past, modern transportation was not as developed as it is now. For villages and towns in remote places like this, the only way to go to other places is to walk, and walking takes several days. Who can guarantee that they will not be eaten by evil spirits? In comparison, it is safer for everyone to gather together, although it is limited. I see. After listening to the village chief's story, Duanmu Huai nodded, and then looked at Chow Yun Acris next to him. But Miss Acris doesn't seem to be afraid of us. Isn't Miss Acris worried that we are disguised as that man-eating evil ghost? To be honest, I was a little worried at first. Chow Yun Acris said a little embarrassedly. But when the three of you appeared in the sun, I felt relieved. Because I heard from the swordsman that the evil ghost will turn into ashes as soon as it appears in the sun. And the three of them can be in the sun without any abnormality, which means they are not evil spirits. Okay, I know. After hearing Chow Yun Changpu's answer, Duanmu Huai thought about it and made a decision. I understand. I will help you expel the evil spirits. Really? Thank you so much, Lady Tiannu. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the village chief was so happy that he knelt down and worshipped directly, while Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Since the other party will appear at night, we will deal with it tonight without delay. You just need to close the doors and windows and wait patiently. After chatting for a few more words, the village chief left with many thanks, and Duanmu Huai also took Kurikawa Akane and Sakurajima back to the guest room. Why do I feel like I'm listening to a ghost story? Back in the guest room, my Sakurajima couldn't help but complain. When exposed to sunlight, it turns to ash and only comes out at night. Isn't this a vampire? But aren't vampires a European legend? Why did they exist in ancient Japan? But vampires only suck blood, not human flesh. Kurikawa Akane calmly pointed out the difference. There are also meat-eating guys, In short, let's see what the situation is. Duanmu Huai was thinking about something, because the village chief's description reminded Duanmu Huai of the ghouls he and Mary had encountered in another world. It's just that the ghouls in that world just can't eat anything other than human flesh, and there's no saying that they can't be exposed to the sun. So even if this thing really exists, it should be a different species from that ghoul. Shall I? Are you really going? My Sakurajima looked at Duanmu Huai anxiously, and the latter nodded. Yes, it has come to this point. Maybe if we destroy the evil spirits, we can return to our own world, right? Also, you two have to go with me. I can't fight. My Sakurajima said that she was just a weak woman who had no fighting ability at all. I have practiced some swordsmanship, but I don't know if it is useful in actual combat. As a stage actor, Akane Kurikawa has practiced some swordsmanship, but it is more of a show, more beautiful than practical. Kurikawa Akane himself doesn't believe that he can fight. I'm not asking you to help me fight, but the three of us are together so that we can take care of each other. You also know that in horror movies, it is a taboo to act separately. I am confident that I can protect you too, so I think it is safer to act together. It's better than wasting time in the village, and then finding that you have all been captured when I look back. That is true. Kurikawa Akane and Sakurajima looked at each other and nodded. Indeed, they are now like in a horror movie. If they act separately like in the movie, it will be a plot effect. The problem is that they are not filming. Who will see this plot effect? It's safer for everyone to be together. After all, Duanmu Huai's fighting power is really guaranteed. Although it was daytime when they arrived in this world, everyone had already finished filming for a whole day and were exhausted. After lunch, Sakurajima Mai and Kurikawa Akane fell into a deep sleep in the guest room. When they woke up, it was already evening. After saying goodbye to Asagao Iris, the three of them left the shrine and walked towards the village at the foot of the mountain. By the way, is Miss Ayam okay? Sakurajima turned her head and looked at the torii behind her, and said with some uneasiness. Although I don't know if it's a human or a ghost, isn't Miss Ayam disabled and living alone in the shrine? Will she not be attacked? In fact, I do wonder if she has a connection with that ghost. Kurikawa Akane has a different opinion. Like Miss Mai said, if the ghost really comes out at night to eat people, then why doesn't it catch Miss Ayam who lives alone on the mountain outside the village? Isn't this more convenient? Maybe it's because of the shrine? In places like shrines, evil spirits generally don't approach easily. But are there really ghosts in this world? I didn't believe it before. So now Miss Akane believes it? After all, we have traveled through time, so it's not strange to have ghosts, right? Faced with Kurikawa Akane's answer, Sakurajima was really speechless for a while. Indeed, such incredible things have happened, and compared with that, the appearance of an evil spirit or something doesn't seem to be strange. So Sakurajima might quickly change the subject. By the way, where did the sword behind Xiao Ai come from? Duanmu Huai was walking in front at the moment, carrying a sword behind him. Hearing Sakurajima question, Duanmu Huai also answered casually. I found it in the shrine, while you were sleeping. I heard from Miss Iam that this was the weapon of the swordsman who died before. After the swordsman's body was collected, the sword was sent to the shrine for worship. And according to Miss Acris, this sword seems to glow when held in the hand of a swordsman, which is quite interesting, isn't it? If it really glows, it won't have radiation. Miss Mai, you should talk about some romantic topics occasionally. I want to be romantic, but this environment is not romantic at all. Sakurajima sighed helplessly, raised her mobile phone, and used the flashlight to illuminate the road in front of her. Under the light of the mobile phone, the village was dead silent at this moment. There was not even a little light in the room. All the doors and windows of the houses were closed, and it looked like a cemetery. You don't need to turn on the lights to take the next shot here. Anyway, take a few photos first. Before Sakurajima finished her words, Duanmu Huai suddenly reached out and grabbed her collar, and then pulled her back suddenly. Before Sakurajima even reacted, she lost her balance and fell backwards. Crack, crack. The incident happened suddenly, and Sakurajima was totally unprepared. Her fingers subconsciously pressed the shooting button, and then flashes of light emerged from it. With the help of the flashlight, Sakurajima saw in front of her a woman with pale skin, white hair, and scarlet eyes stretched out her hands towards her with a ferocious face. She could even see her long and thin nails. Almost at the same time, a flash of sword light flashed past Sakurajima's head and swung forward. Puff! The smell of blood rushed towards her, and she saw the woman's head flew into the sky, and the headless body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. What on earth is this? Sitting on the ground, Sakurajima looked at the corpse not far away in horror. Fortunately, it was dark now, and she couldn't see the real appearance of the other party. Xiao Ai, you killed someone? If that guy is a human. Get down. Duanmu Huai suddenly stretched out his left hand, pressed down Kurikawa Akane's head, and pressed the latter directly to the ground. At the same time, Duanmu Huai swung his right hand forward, accompanied by the shining sword light, and after a shrill scream, a black shadow flew into the sky like a bird, and then rushed into the depths of the dark forest. What happened? Xiao Ai, you didn't really kill someone. Until everything settled, the two girls stood up again from the ground, looking around in shock. Although they were covered with mud at the moment, it was obviously not the time to pay attention to such trivial matters. Murder? Where is the person? Hey, it's right over there. Sakurajima pointed to the place where the body was just now, and then she was stunned to see that it was blank at this moment. There was nothing, and there was no headless body. But I just saw. She ran away. Run away? Yes, the headless body, using its hands and feet, crawled away like a big spider. Just thinking about that scene makes people shudder. But this is not over yet. Duanmu Huai shook off the blood and put the sword back into the sheath. Okay, let's chase them. Chase? Do you want to chase? Of course, maybe if we kill these weird things, we can go back to our own world. Do you plan to live here forever? Both shook their heads. Then let's go. But it's so late, and the forest is so dark, how can we chase him? The smell of blood still lingers on that guy. We can find him by following the smell. Okay, but before we go up the mountain. Spray some insect repellent first. As she spoke, Sakurajima took out a small can from her bag. There are a lot of mosquitoes in the mountains, and it's troublesome if you get bit by accident. You're still carrying this thing? I also have emergency medical bandages and disinfection tools here. If Xiao Ai gets hurt, please tell me. This is really complete. Even Akane Kurikawa was speechless when he saw Sakurajima's thorough preparations. After all, it's hard to say what will happen on the set. If I go back this time, I also consider bringing another survival kit. Bring a survival kit when filming? Are you filming a desert island survival? For Duanmu Huai, it was not difficult to follow the smell of blood to track the target. Although the deep mountains were dark and gloomy at night, Duanmu Huai still followed the smell of blood and soon found a dilapidated house in the deep mountains. Wow! It feels so weird. just like the forest villa in European and American horror movies. Looking at the dilapidated house in front of her, Sakurajima Mai frowned and whispered. Although she and Duanmu Huai had stayed in a small house in the mountains when filming in the snowy mountains before. But that small house was originally used by hunters to rest in the mountains. However, the house in front of her is more like the long house where ordinary people live. It is not strange to see such a house in the village or city of period dramas, but it is a bit weird to see it in the deep mountains where few people go. Want to go in and take a look, Xiao Ai? Kurikawa Akane stared at the dark entrance of the house, and asked in a low voice, while Duanmu Huai shook his head. No need for that. After saying that, he took a deep breath and then shouted, You bunch of bastards, get out of here. Come on, come on, come on. The echo floated in the mountains, startling the birds in the distance to scream and fly, and then, in the house, several figures slowly walked out, and appeared in front of the three people under the moonlight. Looking at this, Sakurajima Mai and Kurikawa Akane couldn't help but hold their breath, and couldn't believe their eyes. Standing in the front was a giant man who was about 2 meters tall, and looked like a man. The reason why it might be a man is that the head of this giant is not human. Although he has hair, he has 7 compound eyes like spiders on his face, and his mouth is open like a spider. There is no face skin, and you can see red and white muscles and huge sharp teeth. Next to this giant, there is a woman with pale skin and hair. Judging from her dress, she seems to be the giant's wife. Behind them, there are 5 children of different sizes. They look similar, with white skin and long hair. Really, it's really a stench. One of the children covered his mouth and nose, and looked at the 3 people with a disgusted expression. The leading woman stared at Duanmu Huai and others and asked, What are you doing here? It's very simple. I'm here to destroy you man-eating monsters. Duanmu Huai drew out his sword and pointed it at the other party. When they heard Duanmu Huai's answer, everyone burst into laughter. Ho. You really overestimate your own abilities. How stupid. The sword in your hand belongs to the man before, right? Do you think you can destroy us with this sword? Listening to these weird laughs, Sakurajima Mai and Kurikawa Akane felt that the hairs on their bodies were standing up. Obviously, most of them were human in appearance and spoke human language, but they instinctively realized that the other party was not human at all, but some kind of monster similar to humans. If Duanmu Huai hadn't stood in front of them, the 2 of them would probably have been so scared that they couldn't even stand steadily. And at this moment, a voice sounded from above their heads. Hee, look how scared they are, it's really interesting. Hearing this voice, the 2 raised their heads and looked up, and then almost screamed. Just above their heads, a huge Spider-Man was hanging upside down, looking at them with a smile. He was a spider with only a human head, which looked very strange. Even facing such a monster, Duanmu Huai just glanced at it, and looked forward again. Did you attack the village at the foot of the mountain, and capture the girl in the village? So what? Another child sneered and said, Humans are so fragile that they are no match for us. Naturally, they will die. It is natural for them to be eaten by us, isn't it? That's right. However, to the surprise of the 2 girls, Duanmu Huai nodded. The weak should be eliminated by the strong. I agree with your point of view, so... The wind direction changed. It is natural for you to be killed. Duanmu Huai opened his mouth, took a breath, and then exhaled. The atmosphere around him began to change. The surging, terrifying pressure like a volcanic eruption spread out in all directions with Duanmu Huai as the center. Duanmu Huai raised his head, and his scarlet eyes flashed with cold, crazy, and murderous light. He opened his mouth, and the breath of destruction slowly emerged from his mouth. Huh? At the same time, the sword held by Duanmu Huai gradually began to change. The originally black sword body began to shine with red light, bright red, like an exploding flame, like a splashing blood. Everything around began to tremble, the wind stopped, the insects disappeared, and the whole world seemed to have reached the edge of destruction at this moment. Only Duanmu Huai's cold declaration remained. Then you go to hell. The bright red sword light turned into a running lightning at this moment, tearing through the air and rushing forward. Chapter 1632. During the stage play of Tokyo Blade, Kurikawa Akane had felt the terrifying pressure from Duanmu Huai. At that time, Duanmu Huai said that he only used a little bit. At that time, everyone thought he was joking, but now, Kurikawa Akane finally understood that Duanmu Huai was not joking. Because at this moment, the violent, murderous, and destructive aura that Duanmu Huai erupted was far stronger than in the stage play. The brain was blank, completely lost the ability to think. Even the feelings such as fear were wiped out. Kurikawa Akane felt that he was just a puppet now. Except for the ability to see, all other abilities had completely disappeared. He just stood there blankly, watching the scene in front of him. Get out of the way! Facing Duanmu Huai, who was rushing over, the giant standing in the front roared, clenched his fists, and smashed them hard at Duanmu Huai. Don't get close to my family. However, facing the spider giant's fist, Duanmu Huai pretended not to see it, and swung the sharp blade in his hand forward without stopping. The blood-red light that was shining and filling the entire space suddenly condensed and shrank at this moment, turning into several cold sword lights that crossed the spider giant's body. The next moment, the spider giant's body flew up like a cut sausage, with his palms, forearms, elbows, and then the upper body, head, neck, knees, everything was cut open and turned into pieces of meat flying in the air. However, Duanmu Huai didn't even look at it, as if it was just an insignificant piece of garbage. He passed by the giant's body, which had been broken into pieces. The blood-red blade seemed to have absorbed blood and became brighter and brighter. He drew an arc in the air and chopped straight at his wife next to him. Hey! Death was imminent, but the latter didn't seem to react to what happened. She only had time to let out such a weird and twisted scream, and then Duanmu Huai's sharp blade, which was tightly held in both hands, chopped directly from the top of his wife's head, completely splitting her in half from the middle. Woo wow! Until then, the other people seemed to realize that something was wrong and hurriedly dodged to the side. However, it was too late. The white-haired girl standing not far behind his wife turned around and wanted to run, but as soon as she turned around, the cold blade pierced through the back of her head and came out of the girl's mouth. Then Duanmu Huai turned the blade and swung it past. The upper half of the white-haired girl's head flew high, leaving only the trembling tongue flying on the gums. Damn, you damn bastards! The Spider-Man hanging upside down on the tree also had red eyes, when he saw his companions being killed one after another. In that case, I will turn you all into spiders. As soon as the words fell, the Spider-Man suddenly jumped down from the air, opened his mouth, and pounced on Kurikawa Akane and Sakurajima below. What should I do? If it were normal, just seeing such a spider monster as big as a small car pounce on them, the two would be so scared that they would collapse to the ground and scream. But now, perhaps because the pressure released by Duanmu Huai eliminated their fear, the only thought of the two at this moment was how to deal with this terrifying monster. Then Kurikawa Akane had a flash of inspiration. Give me the insect repellent spray. Okay. Hearing what Kurikawa Akane said, Sakurajima hurriedly opened the bag beside her, took out 2 bottles of insect repellent spray, and handed one of them to Kurikawa Akane. Then the two looked at each other, without saying anything, raised the insect repellent spray, and pressed it hard at the Spider-Man who was jumping down from above. Squeaky! Although it is unknown what the ingredients of the insect repellent spray are, this thing seems to be quite effective for the Spider-Man in front of him. The moment he was sprayed with the insect repellent spray, the latter screamed and leaped away, as if he had inhaled poison gas, grabbing his neck and rolling on the ground desperately. Oh! The Spider-Man was in great pain at this moment. His huge body was rolling and struggling desperately on the ground. The only head with a human shape was twisted hideously, and his wide-open mouth kept gasping, and his eyes stared at the two women fiercely. I'm going to kill you! Cough, cough, cough. I must kill you. Continue. Yes. Although they were still a little afraid of this huge spider monster, the two women stepped forward and raised the insect repellent spray again, spraying it at the spider monster's head. Oh! Spider-Man, who was sprayed with insect repellent spray at close range, began to struggle and twist desperately again, while Kurikawa Akane and Sakurajima might just raise the insect repellent spray and sprayed out all the liquid in it. Gradually, the Spider-Man's movements became weaker and weaker, and then he just kept lying on the ground, curling up his hands and feet like a real spider, tilting his head and no longer breathing. Who? It was not until then that the two women retreated with a breath. You did a good job. Glancing at the battlefield behind him, Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and looked forward. Then he exerted a little force, and heard a pop sound. The head of another white-haired girl, who was stepped on by Duanmu Huai, exploded and turned into a ball of meat paste. You are the only one left, a lowly alien bastard. Looking at the white-haired boy in front of him, Duanmu Huai grinned and showed a hideous smile. What's wrong? Scream, shout. Isn't it good to be like others? Or do you think you can beat me? Just for lying on you, a lowly alien bastard. Don't joke. The white-haired boy heard Duanmu Huai's words, and his face was also hideous at this moment. I will cut you into 8 pieces. Go to hell. As he spoke, the white-haired boy raised his hand, and then countless spider silks unfolded in front of him, turning into a bright red color. Blood demon technique. Rotation of engraving lines. As soon as the words fell, the huge spider web began to spin, rushing towards Duanmu Huai like a flying leaf. But facing this move, Duanmu Huai just sneered and raised his left hand. How stupid! Seeing the white-haired girl in front of him put down the knife in her hand, the boy also showed a hint of joy in his eyes. This is his strongest move. With the blessing of his own blood, the hardest silk thread can even be easily cut by the ghost hunter's knife. What can you do with your mere mortal flesh and blood? In a flash, the rotating red storm has come to Duanmu Huai, but even so, Duanmu Huai is not afraid at all. On the contrary, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. Accompanied by the harsh friction and explosion sounds, the originally rotating blood-red storm suddenly stopped. The white-haired boy looked down in surprise and saw that Duanmu Huai was holding a handful of red spider silk in his hand, just like holding a ball of wool. What? How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the boy widened his eyes in horror. If the other party was also a ghost like himself, then it was not impossible to have such a strong body. However, the girl in front of him was not a ghost. She clearly exuded the breath of a human. However, even so, she was able to catch the spider silk that could cut iron like mud with her bare hands. Before the boy could come to his senses, Duanmu Huai grabbed the spider silk and pulled it suddenly. Then the boy felt a huge force coming, pulling himself forward. When he reacted, the bright red sword blade was already in front of him. Shwa! The blood-stained blade chopped into the boy's forehead, and then swung down like cutting butter, cutting off its skull, tongue, internal organs, and spine, splitting it in half from the middle. The internal organs gushed out with blood, and the body that was split in half fell to the ground, trembling for a moment, and then turned into dust and disappeared into the air. Humph. Duanmu Huai shook off the blood on the sword, snorted coldly, and then turned back to Kurikawa Akane and Sakurajima Mai. At this moment, the two were still standing there, staring blankly at the battlefield in front of them. There are actually vampires in this world. After killing the Spider-Man, the two also entered the viewing mode. They naturally saw Duanmu Huai chopping and killing other people. However, what surprised them the most was that after these people were chopped to death by Duanmu Huai, their entire bodies decomposed into ashes, just like the vampires killed in the movie. However, this was not a CG animation, but the reality they saw with their own eyes. Xiaoai, are you okay? Kurikawa Akane looked at Duanmu Huai and asked anxiously, while Duanmu Huai shook his head. I'm fine. Is that so? That's good. Even Sakurajima Mai didn't know what to say. Frankly speaking, it was shocking to witness Xiaoai killing people, but it was even more shocking to see the bodies of those people turned into ashes. Until now, she felt as if she was not in reality, but more like the uncertainty in a dream. But at this moment, the two saw Duanmu Huai glance around and snorted coldly. You have been watching for a long time, why don't you get out? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the two were stunned for a moment, and then they heard a voice suddenly coming from behind them. Hello, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Hey! The two turned their heads, and saw a girl, who was about the same age as them appear behind them at some point, staring at them curiously. Frightened, Kurikawa Akane and Sakurajima Mai hurriedly retreated, while the latter just smiled at them and waved. This was a very beautiful woman, wearing a uniform-like outfit, a white haori on the outside, a long smooth black hair down to her waist, and two butterfly hair accessories on the left and right behind her head. Next to her, a ponytail girl stared at the three people vigilantly without saying a word. You are not evil spirits, are you? Duanmu Huai carried a knife, stared at the two people and asked. He felt someone was watching him just now, but because there was no murderous intent, he left it alone. Originally thought they would leave by themselves, but unexpectedly, the two people did not leave, so Duanmu Huai had to pull them out directly. Yes, we are the ghost hunters of the Demon Slayer Corps. The long-haired woman nodded. I am Kocho Kane. Hello, little sister who can kill ghosts. What is your name? Duanmu Ai. What about these two? Oh, I am. Knowing that the other party was not a monster, Kurikawa Akane and Sakurajima Mai were relieved and reported their names. After hearing their self-introductions, Kocho Kane smiled and nodded to the two. I just saw the two of you fighting. You didn't have any weapons, just relying on courage to deal with ghosts, but you are very powerful. But, while speaking, Kocho Kane looked curiously at the insect repellent spray in the hands of the two. It's really strange. Generally speaking, ghosts are difficult to be poisoned. How did you do it? This? Actually, we don't know very well. We just used this insect repellent spray. Insect repellent? What? Ah, it's a kind of medicine that drives away insects. Kurikawa Akane also hurriedly explained. When you go into the mountains, just spray this medicine on your body to keep mosquitoes away. I see, there is such a strange thing. Kaneko blinked curiously, and seeing her staring at the spray in her hand, Mai Sakurajima hesitated for a moment and handed the insect repellent spray in her hand to her. If you don't mind, please take it. Hey, is it okay? Kaneko carefully took the insect repellent spray handed over by Mai Sakurajima and smiled happily. Ah, well, it should be okay. As long as it is not facing the eyes or mouth, it will be fine. Anyway, there is not much left in it. Thank you, I will use it carefully. While saying this, Butterfly Kane carefully put away the insect repellent spray, and then looked at the three people again. This time, her eyes were mainly on Duanmu Huai. Do you want to join the Demon Slayer Corps, little sister? Demon Slayer Corps? Yes. Butterfly Kane nodded. As you can see, there are evil ghosts everywhere in this world. They kill and eat people wantonly, bringing disaster and pain to everyone in the world. We have been working hard to eradicate evil ghosts, and the Demon Slayer Corps was established for this purpose. If you want, little sister, then I am willing to recommend you to join the Demon Slayer Corps. How about it? I appreciate your kindness. Faced with Butterfly Kane's persuasion, Duanmu Huai shook his head. We are just passing travelers, and there are more important things for us to do. Really? I understand. Butterfly Kane was not surprised by Duanmu Huai's answer, but just nodded silently. Then, we say goodbye. The moment the words fell, the two disappeared as if they were teleporting, and the whole forest returned to peace again. How should I put it? It feels like a plot that only appears in comics or games. Looking blankly at the direction where the two disappeared, Kurikawa Akane couldn't help but express his feelings. Are we dreaming? It would be great if we were really dreaming. Sakurajima Mai looked at her empty hands, and it was Duanmu Huai who spoke first, breaking the weird atmosphere. Okay, the matter is done, and we should go back. When the three dragged their tired bodies out of the forest, it was almost morning. At this moment, the forest was once again filled with fog, and the three could only walk and talk carefully in it. The man-eating evil ghost. The organization that hunts ghosts. Even if I saw it with my own eyes, it still feels like a dream. We really fought with the man-eating ghost just now. Sakurajima Mai also looked incredible. Shall I? What should we do next? I don't know, I can only say, it depends on the situation. I hope we can return to the modern world as soon as possible. Me too, While speaking, Kurikawa Akane suddenly stopped and made a puzzled sound. What's wrong, Akane? It seems that we are back. Huh? Hearing Kurikawa Akane's words, the two looked at her, and Kurikawa Akane stretched out his hand and silently pointed at the ground. Looking down, they saw that the road under their feet was no longer the dirt road before, but a smooth asphalt road.